Qin Luo finds himself traversing into the life of a super-rich heir, indulging in the opulence of daily life, where bird's nest soup becomes his mouthwash and lobster serves as an appetizer. His billionaire father's singular demand is that he meet a modest spending target each month. However, the monotony of such extravagant living has begun to dull his senses. By chance, Qin Luo encounters a goddess-like figure and subsequently decides, in secrecy from his father, to forego his trillion-dollar inheritance. He boldly enlists in the military, embarking on a path to protect his country. Nonetheless, the drudgery of military life almost drives him to madness on his very first day. He resolves just 2 years. Upon my return, I shall take the goddess back to savor life's luxuries once more. Yet, unforeseen events soon transpire. He excels as the top recruit in his cohort, effortlessly surpassing the competition in physical training. He dominates in reconnaissance, dispatches foes with a single punch, reigns supreme in army competitions, and outruns elite soldiers during special forces selection. 2 years later, before a fleet of Rolls-Royces, his father weeps nostalgically, "My son, the island, the jet, and the yacht all await your indulgence. Yet here you stand, as a general, with the commemoration of his military achievements gleaming on his shoulder." Qin Luo embraces his goddess and shakes his head in resignation. "It's not that I don't wish to return, it's that the army cannot function without me. Alas, all I wanted was to trivialize romance, and how did it come to this?" Chapter 1. A super-rich heir and the enigmatic military muse. This round of drinks is courtesy of young Master Qin. The already boisterous bar erupted into a fervor. Let them express their gratitude. Qin Luo lounged in the VIP box, casually crossing his legs. "People ought to be polite." "Yes, Brother Luo." The manager of the establishment nodded fervently before rushing to the entrance, shouting, "Everyone, thank young Master Qin. Where are your cheers?" "Thank you, young Master Qin." A chorus of exuberant voices filled the venue. Feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, Qin Luo rose, donning his jacket. "Master Qin," the manager approached, beaming. "Thank you for supporting our humble establishment. Not only are you handsome—" "Enough!" Qin Luo cut him off while strolling toward the exit. "They'll return for more fine wine. Don't attempt to pass off cheap liquor on me anymore." "Oh, and before I forget," Qin Luo said casually, "this round's on me. Continue the music and dance." "Absolutely," the manager exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Once again, young Master Qin is treating us. Let's all toast to young Master Qin. Farewell, young master, I love you." The crowd erupted into an ecstatic frenzy. As the bar's door swung shut behind him, Qin Luo strode towards a sleek blue Bugatti. The engine thundered to life, attracting a swarm of envious glances. With sunglasses perched on his nose, Qin Luo reveled in the moment, embodying the very essence of cool. He was undeniably the most dashing figure on the street. It is worth noting that he was not originally from this world. Having died unexpectedly 6 months prior, he now enjoys the privileges of an immensely wealthy father. The greatest thrill comes from his father's unabashed indulgence, permitting him to spend lavishly and live life to the fullest. Money truly grants one the freedom to indulge as they please. Qin Luo laughed, pressing the accelerator. What bliss! Just as he prepared to speed away, a shadow lunged abruptly into his path. Boom! The figure collided hard with the car's front, soaring backward more than 2 meters. "What the?" Qin Luo exclaimed in shock. "I've seen cars hit people, but never a person hitting a car." Before he could process it fully, the disoriented figure lumbered back towards him. Under the dim light, a face partially obscured by hair radiated an unexpectedly heartbreaking beauty. Qin Luo found himself entranced, though she wasn't conventionally stunning. A rare and innocent purity lingered about her, almost lost to society. Swallowing hard, he realized her charm outshone most women he frequented. Suddenly, she flung open the car's door and climbed in. "Hey, why are you getting in?" But his words were abruptly cut off as a cold blade pressed against his throat. "Let's keep this civil." Qin Luo hastily raised his hands, his throat constricting. "Do you want money, or do you want a car? If it's something else, please don't resort to violence." "Silence." The woman glared fiercely. "Drive now." Qin Luo opened his mouth to protest, but just then, a gang of men clad in black surged forth from an alley. Each one sported an intimidating demeanor, wielding katanas. They charged towards the vehicle. Crap! Qin Luo slammed the accelerator down. The 12-cylinder engine roared, propelling the car forward as if it were shot from a cannon. With the black-clad figures rapidly receding in the rearview mirror, Qin Luo allowed himself a smile. My Bugatti could leave even the racing legend Takumi Fujiwara in the dust. Miss, the bad guys are far behind us. Perhaps you could lower the knife now? He turned with a grin. Fear not, for I am here to ensure your safety. Wait. The sudden sight made him freeze. She drove the blade viciously into her own thigh. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding area. Alarmed, Qin Luo shouted, I wasn't going to hold you responsible. You didn't need to go this far. With a swift motion, she pulled the knife out, pressing her hand firmly against her wound. Help! Me! She murmured weakly, meeting his gaze. Take! Me too! Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she fell unconscious. Hey! Are you all right? Qin Luo panicked, shaking her gently. When she remained unresponsive, he smacked her cheeks repeatedly. Though her face turned a vivid red, she still showed no sign of life. In disbelief, he thought, what an odd situation. She stabs herself, yet expects me to rescue her. She appears lovely, but surely must have lost her mind. His eyes settled on her serene visage, and he sighed in resignation. Seeing as you possess such beauty, it seems I should lend you a hand, despite your eccentricity. Taking out a handkerchief, he bandaged her injury as best he could. Fortunately, the wound was not too deep. There was hope for her. With determination, he yanked the steering wheel, directing the car toward the nearest hospital. Ding! A sudden event has been detected. The system is now officially activated. Qin Luo paused, astonished, then felt an overwhelming thrill. After half a year since his transmigration, he had not anticipated that the system would manifest just then. Ding! Please, host, promptly rescue the military intelligence officer in distress. The system can only integrate once the mission is accomplished. His eyes widened in shock. Must I first complete a task? I'm on my way to the hospital. If I get her there, will I complete the task? Qin Luo queried. Ding! The target has been poisoned with a potent toxin and has only 20 minutes to live. There is no time to reach the hospital. You must act swiftly to detoxify her. Friendly reminder. Should the host fail the mission, the system fusion will collapse and dissipate. Damn it! Qin Luo fumed. They're compelling me to be a hero. Gazing at the unconscious woman, he sighed again. It would be such a shame if this lovely lady were to perish. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke to the unconscious form. Forgive me, fair maiden, I assure you am a man of integrity, wishing only to escort you to a hospital. Regrettably, with a chuckle, he sharply turned the car towards a secluded area. An hour later, in a secluded grove, exhausted, Qin Luo leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. This body felt too feeble. Frustration etched across his face. Beside him, the woman remained silent as she hastily adjusted her clothing. Qin Luo, watching her backside, I thought you were poisoned and unconscious. How can you suddenly? Be quiet. A flash of cold steel sent chills down his spine. A knife was poised at his throat. Hey. Are you really intending to harm your savior? The woman was suffused with fury, her eyes ablaze. I demanded you bring me. You could have just gone to the hospital. What gives you the right to? Feeling a sharp tug of pain, her glare deepened. Wait, you're aware you're poison, right? If we don't reach the hospital, you'll surely perish. I'm trying to rescue you. Don't you twist my words. The woman's expression faltered momentarily, but her resolve held firm. She understood her diagnosis, but this being her first time made her hesitant to trust a stranger. Seeing the turmoil in her eyes, Qin Luo softly spoke. Fair lady, we're bound by fate now. Enough! Her gaze turned frigid. She plunged the knife into the tree beside him, the blade quivering violently. Please, you need to calm down. That's an impressive strength you're displaying. Stay silent. She yanked the knife free and pressed it against his cheek, leaving him in stunned silence. Understood? She warned fiercely, letting the blade glide uncomfortably close. Qin Luo's thoughts scrambled, blinking rapidly in a comical panic. What's with your odd expressions? Talk. They're contradictory. Qin Luo mumbled woefully. You just told me to be quiet. Now you wish for me to speak. Should I remain silent or not? Rolling her eyes, she retorted, Now is your chance to speak. With a long face, he declared, I'm just a man caught without any means to defend myself. Even if I wished to, I'd be hard-pressed to blurt anything to others. This is quite the pickle for me. Enough, you're free to remain silent now. She blushed deeply, realizing how she had acted out of desperation. Forget everything, she ordered, casting a final glare at Qin Luo before turning away. Hold on. What is it now? She shot an icy glance in his direction. With an almost sage-like smile, he queried, You're leaving just like this? What else would you have me do? She shot back. Beauty, I am your rightful savior surely. You can't just up and abandon me like that. Is this not a slight on the trust of a virtuous man? Her cheeks flamed. What do you intend to do? Just a means to exchange contact information, he suggested unabashedly. She felt her eyes bulging. Never had she encountered such a brazen cad. Have you lost your mind? She protested exasperatedly. Today was merely a misunderstanding. Let's pretend nothing transpired. A misunderstanding? Qin Luo blinked incredulously. Then wouldn't it be fair for me to misinterpret and propose an alternative venue? Suddenly, the knife gleamed ominously, prompting Qin Luo to raise his hands defensively. Hey, what is the matter with you? He shouted angrily. Every situation demands a modicum of reason. The woman, almost at her wit's end, pulled out a bundle of cash from her pocket and tossed it at him. This is for saving your life, the due recompense. I consider us even. With that, she stalked off, leaving Qin Luo stunned, staring at the scattered bills for a moment before erupting into fury. You've humiliated me and deigned to insult my integrity. And you toss about only small change at that. He glared at her receding figure, fuming. Just wait. You will not escape so easily. I assure you I will not be dismissed. Chapter 2. Are you a big shot? Who will squander the billion-dollar fortune? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The system is officially activated and is binding with the host. Qin Luo was suddenly taken aback, his anger dissipating in an instant. Now, with the system, he felt as if he had gained wings. The combination of monetary power and super abilities was akin to a fusion of Batman and Superman. First-time binding, a beginner's gift package is being opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received Gene Enhancement. Level C. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received One Punch Man. Level C. Ding. First-time sign-in successful. Reward, 50 super energy points. In the next moment, Qin Luo felt a jolt throughout his body. An immense surge of power rushed into his abdomen, then exploded outward, coursing rapidly through his limbs and veins. He trembled as if electrified, his once depleted body instantly replenished, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. He experienced another delightful shiver. What an exhilarating sensation! Simultaneously, detailed descriptions of the two super abilities flooded his mind. Gene Enhancement would exponentially increase his physical capabilities, enhancing his bodily functions comprehensively. Currently at level C, it elevated Qin Luo to the fitness level of an amateur athlete. This ability was remarkable. A broad smile spread across Qin Luo's face. The body he had traversed into was woefully weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so utterly defenseless just moments prior. Now, endowed with this newfound power, he felt invigorated. If a similar situation were to arise again, he would be like a motor, whirring into action without pause. He would not relinquish control. One Punch Man? The image of a bald man in a cape instantly flashed in his mind. Yet, the system's description diverged significantly from his imagination. One Punch Man, quite literally, meant delivering a punch of immense power. Few could withstand the force of such a blow. However, there were conditions for its usage. After delivering a punch, regardless of whether it hit its target, a cooldown period ensued, preventing him from throwing punches at will. The current cooldown was 5 minutes, with a strength 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. After absorbing all this information, Qin Luo leaped up in excitement. In the 6 months since his arrival in this world, he had never felt as invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. He shook his shoulders and strode toward a large tree. He was eager to test the true might of his punch. Bang! He delivered a punch squarely into the center of the trunk. The entire tree trembled violently, causing Qin Luo to instinctively step back. Leaves cascaded down like a snowstorm. Qin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. The spot where he struck had caved in like tofu, a substantial dent left behind. In a way. Qin Luo gazed incredulously at his fist. Did I do this? He swallowed hard. That punch contained at least 20 years of training. Who could withstand such force? Suddenly, he struck the tree twice more in quick succession. However, the tree remained unscathed, while Qin Luo's teeth rattled from the pain. Damn it, I can only throw one punch. The pain was excruciating, but it clarified the limitations of the one-punch man ability. It seemed timing was crucial. Otherwise, a missed punch could lead to dire consequences. System, since it's level C, can it be upgraded to a higher level? Ding. The host only needs to complete tasks to earn super energy points or super abilities. Super energy points can be used to upgrade ability levels, with the maximum being SSS level. Then hurry up and issue a task. Qin Luo rubbed his hands in excitement. I've had enough of being a powerless rich kid. I can't wait to grow stronger. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where every protagonist was exceedingly powerful. Now, it was finally his turn. A slight smile graced Qin Luo's lips. My name is Qin Luo, and I am ready to flaunt my prowess. Ding, new task issued. Please enter the military. Upon completion, you will randomly receive a super ability or super energy points. What the hell? Qin Luo was bewildered. Entered the military? It felt as though he had plummeted from heaven into an icy abyss. With super abilities and his monetary prowess, he was poised to dominate the world. Yet now he was being sent to the military? The full name of this system is the National Defense and Glory Special Super Ability System. Qin Luo's mind was in a whirlwind. What did you just say? In brief, this system aims to create unprecedented super soldiers and master strategists who will ultimately safeguard the nation. Thus, the host must enter the military, or the system will retract all abilities and dissipate. Task duration, 10 days. Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. He finally understood why the system had been dormant for half a year before suddenly activating. The woman was a military intelligence officer, inadvertently triggering the activation point. Damn it, is there no way around this? Qin Luo sighed in resignation. He could temporarily forsake his current life, knowing he could reclaim it later. But if the system vanished, it would truly be lost forever. Fine, I'll join the military. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Since joining the military was the only way to preserve the system, he might as well pursue her, compelling her to willingly submit. Qin Luo's eyes burned with fury. After taking advantage of me, you think you can just walk away? Not a chance, system. Can you find out which military unit that woman belongs to? Qin Luo inquired. Since he was going to enlist, he needed to be in the same unit as her. Otherwise, he would be at a loss, unable to find her. Ding, reporting to the host, relevant information has been retrieved. Shen Xinran, female, lieutenant of the Tianlang Special Forces Brigade in the Northwest Theater. A smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. Shen Xinran, is it? You previously mentioned that once I find you, I could have my way. You better not go back on your word. 5 days later, in the evening, the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the road, swiftly turning onto a side street. Qin Luo continuously peered ahead. Are we there yet? We'll be arriving shortly. The butler, Wang Rifa, looked at him with a pained expression. Young master, I still think that abandoning a $1 trillion fortune to join the military might require some discussion with the master. He had rushed back overnight, and they should be arriving soon. Qin Luo shot him an annoyed glance. Old Wang, do you not understand the situation? If I let him know I'm joining the military, would he allow it? Wang Rifa's face was a picture of distress. But if you, a super rich heir, choose to become an ordinary soldier, others will think your father is mistreating you or that you're unwell. How about you wait a moment? I can pull some strings to get you into a military academy, at least to become an officer. Shut up, Qin Luo interrupted. This is about defending the country. My father should feel proud, and others should feel ashamed to look at us. Enough, don't say any more. Since you've already made arrangements with the military, our Qin family cannot lose credibility. Fine. Wang Rifa rolled his eyes, but his heart was filled with unease. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The car soon arrived at the gates of a military base. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as Qin Luo stepped out of the car, he heard deafening shouts echoing from the camp. Looking at the soldiers marching in formation, he felt a pang of hesitation and almost turned back to the car, if it weren't for the allure of super abilities and Shan Xinran. How wonderful it would be to return to a life of comfort. The outside world was a paradise of indulgence, where he could spend freely. But here, he would have to toil like a beast. 2 years, just 2 years. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Within 2 years, I will win over Shun Shinran and return to the world with superpowers. That time, I will still be the most dazzling figure. Wang. Just then, several military officers emerged from the camp. The leading middle-aged man bore the insignia of a colonel, a distinguished rank. Commander Qi, it's good to see you again. Wang Rifa greeted with a smile. Extending his hand, don't call me Wang Zong, just call me Xiao Wang. I'm merely the butler of our master. Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Wang Zong, there's no need to be so formal. You've been delivering care packages to us every year during the holidays. Calling you Wang Dong is more fitting. Qin Luo observed Wang Rifa's composed demeanor, a smile tugging at his lips. Coming to the military without alerting his father and letting the butler handle arrangements seemed to be the right decision. If his father had known he was joining the military, given his pampering nature, he would likely have resorted to threats of self-harm. Wang Rifa chuckled. Commander Qi, what we've done is nothing to speak of. Our master often says, what we take from the people, we must use for the people. You soldiers risk your lives to protect the nation. Without your sacrifices, how could the country remain stable? If the country is unstable, how could we conduct business? Qi Shengli nodded vigorously. Your Qin Dong is certainly not just donating a small sum. The leaders in our theater often praise him, saying he represents the people as entrepreneurs, a him. Hearing Qin Luo cough, Wang Rifa awkwardly looked at Qi Shengli. Commander Qi, this is my young master, Qin Luo. Young master, sir. Qin Luo stepped forward, raised his right hand, and saluted. The officers were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the standard of his salute. It seemed he had practiced beforehand and was well prepared. Qi Shengli smiled slightly, then turned to another officer. Gao Kun, here. A lieutenant colonel stepped forward. Qi Shengli addressed him. I'm entrusting him to you. You have 1 month to bring him up to the average level of new recruits. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are daunting. I do not wish to see him being sent back. Do you understand? Yes. Gao Kun saluted vigorously, assuring, rest assured, sir, I will fulfill the mission. He nodded coldly at Qin Luo. Follow me. Understood. Qin Luo turned around, and 2 servants immediately rushed over with 4 pieces of luggage. Gao Kun glanced at the large bundles, a slight frown crossing his brow. However, since Qi Shengli said nothing, he chose to endure it. Commander Qi, at this moment, Wang Rifa spoke softly to Qi Shengli. I have entrusted the person to you. Everything should proceed as we previously discussed. Qi Shengli smiled at him. You can rest easy, Mr. Wang. I have made the necessary arrangements. However, I must state a cautionary note. Wang Rifa looked at him in astonishment. Qi Shengli spoke gravely. The recruitment process has concluded, and the new soldier training commenced 2 months ago. Ideally, he should not be allowed to enter the military, he continued. However, given your special status and the immense contributions you have made to the military, the higher-ups have instructed us to make an exception and allow him to join the new recruits. Qi Shengli's tone shifted. Nonetheless, the military is not society. We have our own discipline. Every soldier is tasked with defending the nation. Therefore, he has only 1 month to catch up with the other new recruits. If he fails to meet the new soldier assessment, I'm afraid I will have to send him home. Wang Rifa nearly burst out laughing. This was an unexpected delight, even better than he had planned. Thank you, Commander Qi. Wang Rifa shook hands with Qi Shengli firmly. Just then, a rumble echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter swiftly approaching from a distance. Oh no, father! Qin Luo gasped in shock. If his father caught him now, he could forget about joining the military. Commander, let's go! Qin Luo hurriedly said as he grabbed his bag. Gao Kun looked at the anxious Qin Luo and slightly nodded. All right, follow me. The 2 walked toward the barracks in succession. Qin Luo turned to glance at the helicopter, playfully sticking out his tongue. Goodbye, father. Once he turned around, the entire camp seemed to envelop him. Shinran. Qin Luo grinned mischievously. When you see me, don't be too shocked. Your man is just this capable. Chapter 3. New recruits? I detest connections, my dear son. Qin Jiaqing plopped onto the ground, lamenting within the barracks. Why must you be so stubborn? Your father lacks ability and can only provide you with money. If there is anything you desire, just tell me. Why on earth would you choose to become a soldier? Sir, Wang Rifa, observing the strange looks from the guards, awkwardly pulled Qin Jiaqing up. Young master only wishes to join the military. You damned Wang Rifa. Qin Jiaqing was infuriated upon hearing his voice. Sir, Wang Rifa was startled. Qin Jiaqing seized his collar. You, Wang Rifa, I instructed you to take good care of Xiao Luo while I am busy. Instead, you directly sent him to suffer in the military. Do you wish to take his place as my heir? Wang Rifa, speechless, replied, Sir, I swear on my conscience, it was young master who insisted I use connections to get him into the military. If I hadn't, he would have resorted to extreme measures. Moreover, you said before leaving that I must comply with whatever young master wishes. You? Qin Jiaqing felt guilty. Do you dare to retort? Why didn't you let me see him one last time? Perhaps I could have persuaded him. Wang Rifa sighed. This is a military restricted area. The army forbids you from coming here, or they would shoot you down. Qin Jiaqing was seething with rage. Then why did he join the military? Is it because my money isn't enough, or is it because you haven't cared for him enough? Wang Rifa clutched his chest. Sir, I have treated young master as if he were my own ancestor. He joined the military to chase after girls. What? Qin Jiaqing was dumbfounded. To pursue military flowers? Wang Rifa sighed. Sir, you know young master's temperament. He has never shown interest in women. Suddenly, he has someone he fancies. I couldn't stop him, and when I tried to call you, I couldn't get through. I had no choice but to use connections. Qin Jiaqing gazed at the military camp. To pursue military flowers, he truly has taste, just like I did back in the day. But, Wang Rifa noticed the frown on his face and sighed, Sir, I know you don't want young master to join the military due to Madam's situation. That's why I made some arrangements in advance. Qin Jiaqing's eyes brightened. What arrangements did you make? Wang Rifa chuckled. Young master has been spoiled since childhood, has never faced hardship, and is utterly weak. He has not cut out for military life. Therefore, I specifically instructed Commander Qi to impose strict discipline on him and not to show any leniency because of your status. A smile appeared on Qin Jiaqing's face. You intend for him to struggle and then be sent back from the military? Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. There's also good news. Commander Qi mentioned that since he entered through the back door, he has only given 1 month. If he fails to complete the assessment after 1 month, he will have to. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Rifa, you rascal, you're something else. Qin Jiaqing patted him firmly. No wonder you've been with me for so many years. Wang Rifa chuckled, Sir, I have already found an island for young master. Once he has had enough of hardship and decides to retreat, he can go there to enjoy himself and ease his woes. Qin Jiaqing grinned, pointing at him, then gazing back at the military camp. Son, you must not endure for too long. If it doesn't work out, come back quickly. The military is not your place. If you don't spend my money, that rascal Wang Rifa will inherit it all. The new recruit training regiment headquarters, in the commander's office. Gao Kun sat opposite Qin Luo, pretending to read through documents while secretly observing him. He was quite displeased with Qi Xingli's arrangements. Not only had he been assigned a connection, but also the best company commander and squad leader were tasked with overseeing this brat. Gao Kun felt increasingly irked, but there was nothing he could do. Qi Xingli had mentioned that the boy's father was a patriotic entrepreneur with significant contributions to the military, and this favor must be extended. Even the benefits Gao Kun had received this year were courtesy of this connection. What are these large bundles? Gao Kun pointed at Qin Luo's bags. Are you moving in? Qin Luo, curiously glancing around, immediately laughed upon hearing Gao Kun's words. Commander, isn't this my first time here? I brought some local specialties. Local specialties? Gao Kun looked bewildered. Yes. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, then opened a bag to pull out 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Handing them over, when away from home, one must bring some local specialties. Here, try some. Don't hold back. Gao Kun looked at the cigarettes and liquor, his eyes twitching. This is local specialties? Of course. Qin Luo nodded. Commander, please don't be polite. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Bang. Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table, jumping up in anger. You put all this away? Short. Qin Luo turned around to fetch 2 more bottles. I have plenty more. No need to be polite. Qin Luo, Gao Kun's voice turned sharp. Put everything away, immediately, right now. Get it all out of here. Qin Luo was taken aback, realizing Gao Kun truly seemed angry. This shouldn't be the case. Before coming, he had Wang Rifa find several retired soldiers. After days of intensive learning, he had gained a fair understanding of military rules and disciplined a soldier, besides possessing solid military skills. Must also know how to get along with others, ideally being likable to all. Especially when it comes to officers, respect and obedience are paramount. Only then can one enjoy a pleasant life. Thus, Qin Luo concluded that giving gifts was the way to go. He only planned to stay here for 2 years, hoping to acquire some superpowers before retiring. He wished to endure a hard life, so he had brought plenty of items to curry favor. But why was this commander not falling for it? In the past, Qin Luo had always succeeded with such tactics. A little gift could resolve any issue. Put everything away and stand properly over there. Oh! Qin Luo rolled his eyes. If this were outside, anyone who dared to shout at him like this would have received a serious beating. But now he was in the military, a place he had chosen to come to. Reluctantly, Qin Luo complied, standing straight. Gao Kun, fuming, pointed at him. Qin Luo, listen carefully. I do not care what your background is or how wealthy you are. This is the military. We are here to defend our country. Once you are here, leave your previous ways behind. If you wish for respect, prove your worth and become a good soldier. Flimsy gestures will be of no use if you attempt to offer gifts again. Do not blame me for being rude. Do you understand? Yes. Qin Luo nodded helplessly. He merely wanted the commander to give a nod to the subordinates, making his life a bit easier, but unexpectedly this fellow was impervious to such tactics. Gao Kun shot him an irritated glare and then noticed the liquor. Using such items to test the officers nearly led me to aired. 30-year-old aged Moutai. TSK. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully entered the military and completed the task. Obtaining a new superpower, currently unlocking. Qin Luo's face was immediately alight with excitement. Hurry and unlock it. What superpower will I gain? I've already acquired 2 abilities. I wonder if this new one will allow me to fly. Transforming me into a true superhero. Ding. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired super imitation. Level C. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 super energy points. Super imitation? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with images of glitzy talent shows. What on earth is the use of this? Super imitation allows the host to effortlessly mimic the actions, expressions, and even the voice and tone of any individual. The higher the level, the greater the proficiency and resemblance in imitation. If the level is too low, practice can enhance the similarity of the imitation. Qin Luo felt somewhat speechless. His anticipation had been in vain. Compared to the previous 2 powers, this super imitation seemed rather trivial. Couldn't they have bestowed something more formidable? Mimicking others? Mimicking mundane acts? Never mind. Having something is better than having nothing. Skills are never a burden. Soon, an attribute panel appeared before him. Name. Qin Luo. Stamina. 20. Average person. 10. Super energy points. 75. Acquired abilities. Jane enhancement level C. One Punch Man level C. Super imitation level C. Qin Luo gazed at the attribute panel, somewhat dissatisfied with his newly acquired power. However, it was a relief that his super energy points were nearing 100. At that point, he would be able to upgrade one of his existing abilities from level C to level B. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful that would make him. The thought was indeed tantalizing. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Curiously, Qin Luo turned to look. Report. Enter. A resolute-looking captain pushed the door open and saluted Gao Kun. Report, Commander. Wu Ziyuan is here to report. Gao Kun smiled warmly at him. You're just in time. Come, let me introduce you to a new comrade, Qin Luo. Qin Luo, this is the new recruit, the commander of the 9th Company, Wu Ziyuan. He is the finest commander in our entire regiment. From today onwards, he will be your commander. Qin Luo smiled and saluted him. Good day, Commander. My name is Qin Luo. I look forward to your guidance. Wu Ziyuan's jaw nearly dropped in shock as he turned to Gao Kun. Commander. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Gao Kun squinted. Did I not make myself clear? This is a new comrade who has just joined your company. What? Wu Ziyuan nearly spat blood. He fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, then turned mechanically to Gao Kun. Commander, are you joking with me? The new recruits have already been in training for 2 months, and suddenly you're sending me another one. Is this a joke? Chapter 4. Do you dare challenge my Achilles heel? No, absolutely not. Wu Ziyuan shouted. Anyone can take him. Feel free to place him wherever you like, but I refuse to accept him. Bang! Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table, startling Qin Luo. You think this is a marketplace where you can bargain with me? Qin Luo smiled faintly. It was indeed the commander, with such imposing presence and authority. But the next moment, he was taken aback as Wu Ziyuan also slammed his hand on the table, causing Qin Luo to jump again. Wow, this commander is quite fierce, daring to confront the commander? Commander, I will unconditionally execute correct orders. For erroneous commands, I have the right to question them. He pointed at Qin Luo, exasperated. Is he a once-in-a-lifetime genius, or a talent rarely seen in a millennium? The new recruits have already been in training for 2 months. My dear commander, you send me someone now. Are you trying to sabotage me? Will our company still take first place in the new recruits? Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. After all, he had the title of prodigy, and saying he was a once-in-a-lifetime talent was not an exaggeration. Aren't you lucky to have found a treasure? Qin Luo felt a wave of exasperation. Little Qin, you wait outside for a moment. Yes. Qin Luo shot Wu Ziyuan an annoyed glance before turning to close the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table. Wu Ziyuan, you are getting increasingly reckless. You seem to have forgotten your place. I was once your father's subordinate, and now I am your commander. Have you forgotten military discipline? How can you speak to a superior like this? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Uncle Gao. Call me commander, Gao Kun glared at him. Outside the door, Qin Luo gaped in astonishment. It seemed the commander had quite a background. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant and even shout at the commander. Wu Yuan said helplessly, Commander, let us stick to the matter at hand. Our company is currently the best in the new recruit training regiment, and we are leading by a wide margin. Is it because the old man instructed you to suppress me that you were trying to trip me up? You're talking nonsense, Gao Kun shouted angrily. Is your father that kind of person? What father does not wish for his son to succeed? If he is doing well, he would be delighted. Then why suddenly send someone to make things difficult for me? Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. Oh, I see. This is about connections and backdoor dealings, Commander. How much did you receive from that person? Bang. Gao Kun's palm stung from the impact, and he shouted angrily. You're talking nonsense. I'm telling you. That kid came through connections. But since he has sent his child to the army to endure hardships, it's to serve the nation. Wu Ziyuan's tone was equally resolute. If you want to enlist, come in through the proper channels. Those who rely on connections and backdoor dealings cannot harbor good intentions. You know, I detest backdoor dealings. I have never relied on my father. Gao Kun was left speechless. He realized he was talking to a brick wall. He had assured the division commander that Qin Luo must pass the assessment. Although Wu Ziyuan was as stubborn as a mule, he was indeed the most capable commander. Gao Kun took a deep breath, fixing a stern gaze on him. Wu Ziyuan, let me tell you, this is not a discussion. This is an order. You have 1 month, only 1 month, to ensure he becomes a qualified soldier and passes the new recruit assessment. If he fails, don't blame me for being merciless. I will penalize you severely, and your entire company will be held accountable. Wu Ziyuan held his head high. Commander. Shut up, Gao Kun spat. If you say another word, you can forget about being in the new recruit company. Go back and await your punishment. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. He sensed that the commander was not joking but was genuinely furious. He quickly straightened his posture. Report? Commander, I will absolutely complete the mission. Get lost. Gao Kun waved his hand forcefully. Before the new recruit assessment, I don't want to see you again. Remember, this order comes from the division commander and must be fulfilled. Yes, Wu Ziyuan replied weakly, while Gao Kun glared at him, fuming. You little rascal, I will deal with you. Outside, Qin Luo stood at attention. Wu Ziyuan stormed past him in a huff, not sparing him a glance as he headed downstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Luo turned back to the office. Commander. Gao Kun, still fuming, saw Qin Luo's head pop in and slammed his hand on the table again. What are you still doing standing there? Go with him quickly. All right. Qin Luo nodded, glancing at Wu Ziyuan's furious back, letting out a resigned sigh. This guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. I hope he won't give me a hard time. Qin Luo patted his pocket, his face breaking into a confident smile. First, I need to keep him steady. As long as he doesn't create trouble for me, with my current abilities, I can easily get by. At that point, no one will be able to find fault with me. He picked up his bag and hurried after him. But suddenly, the commander ahead came to a halt, and Qin Luo, rushing forward, collided directly into him. Bang! Wu Ziyuan nearly stumbled and fell, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. Are you blind? Can't you see such a large person in front of you? Qin Luo looked down at the commander, who stood half a head shorter than him, and awkwardly smiled. My apologies. I was only looking up and didn't see below. Wu Ziyuan raised his head, his face flushing with embarrassment. Was he being called a short person? Stand at attention. Wu Ziyuan stepped back 2 paces, glaring coldly at Qin Luo. Is this how he begins to assert his authority? Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him. I don't care how you got in here or what connections you used. But let me tell you this, I absolutely despise those who lack ability and rely on connections, trying to gain without effort. Therefore, I will candidly tell you, I find you extremely, particularly, and exceptionally detestable. Qin Luo clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with anger. For him, this was no mere assertion of authority. It felt like an insult. Out there, he was a super-rich heir whom everyone wanted to bow down to. Yet Wu Ziyuan had painted him as worthless. Even the Jade Emperor would struggle to endure this. Commander! Qin Luo suddenly shouted. Speak. Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on him. Qin Luo looked down at him. I also find those who harbor prejudice, casually defining others without understanding them, extremely detestable. To define someone without knowing them is akin to being a gossiping old woman, and I utterly despise such individuals. Oh. Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. This new recruit was actually standing up to him? For a moment, he was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Qin Luo. After so many years, it was his first time being confronted face-to-face by a new recruit. Wu Ziyuan glared at Qin Luo, saying, All right, very well. At least you have a sturdy tongue. He let out a cold snort and, with a stern expression, exclaimed loudly, You don't want to be casually defined by others, do you? Very well, then tell me, Wu Ziyuan shouted, his saliva flying. Others have been training for 2 months already. You now have only 1 month left. Even if you sprout wings, it is utterly impossible for you to catch up to the others. Unless, of course, you are a genius. Tell me, are you a genius? Qin Luo's eyes lit up as he earnestly nodded. I wasn't before, but since joining the army, I have become one, and a once-in-a-century kind at that. Wu Ziyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After all these years, he had never encountered such a shameless individual who dared to claim he was a genius, let alone a once-in-a-century one. Little did he know, Qin Luo was not lying at all. With the unique ability bestowed upon him, he would soon possess various superpowers, making his claim of being a once-in-a-century talent entirely justifiable. How can you be so shameless? Wu Ziyuan trembled with rage. While it was one thing to take shortcuts, this fellow was so arrogant. This year, their 9th company aspired to claim the title of the best new recruits. Now that Qin Luo had arrived, this individual was like a piece of rat droppings. Wu Ziyuan was determined not to let him spoil the broth. Company commander, Qin Luo looked at him innocently. I am merely speaking the truth. I heard the army values practicality. Shut your mouth. Wu Ziyuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. As he observed Qin Luo's face redden, it resembled someone suffering from constipation. Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan bellowed, with your attitude, it is utterly impossible for you to complete the new recruit assessment in such a short time. Qin Luo flashed him a slight smile. Company commander, do you think you lack the capability to guide me well? No worries, I am confident that I will surely pass the new recruit assessment, and my results will undoubtedly be commendable. Wu Ziyuan nearly convulsed in disbelief. Looking at Qin Luo's self-assured demeanor, he could not fathom where this confidence stemmed from. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. You believe yourself to be impressive, do you? He snorted disdainfully. I am particularly ruthless in my training. For the remaining month, I will make this an unforgettable experience for you. Thank you, Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. What did you say? Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. Was he not fierce enough, not intimidating enough? Or was this lad simply born without fear? He even dared to thank him? I said thank you, company commander, Qin Luo replied calmly. You are so concerned about me. I must be polite. Wu Ziyuan inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. Did this fellow not believe his earlier words? Originally, Wu Ziyuan had intended to assert his dominance over Qin Luo to ensure compliance, preferably scaring him away. Without this piece of rat droppings, he would have confidence in claiming the title of the best new recruits this year. However, he never anticipated that Qin Luo would not only be undeterred by his intimidation, but would also dare to provoke him. Were those who took shortcuts this brimming with inexplicable confidence? Had Liang Jingru given him the courage to speak this way? Very well, very well. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, his face contorting with suppressed rage as he gritted his teeth. It is a rare encounter to find a soldier with such ambition. Come, follow me back. Observing Wu Ziyuan's vexation mixed with helplessness, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile faintly. One must maintain politeness. Otherwise, one would either face scolding or a beating. Feeling that he had made his stance clear, Qin Luo wanted Wu Ziyuan to understand that he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. However, he still needed to navigate under his command, and to avoid any unnecessary troubles, he would have to cultivate a good relationship. Company commander, what is it? Wu Ziyuan shot him a cold glare. Qin Luo retrieved a card from his pocket and slapped it onto Wu Ziyuan's hand. I will need your guidance in the future. Here's a small token of appreciation. Please take it. Qin Luo smiled. I will pass the new recruit assessment, so please do not trouble me. I tend to be straightforward. If I say something wrong, please bear with me. Wu Ziyuan looked down at the card, his eyes nearly popping out. The card was from a prestigious platinum entertainment club, a diamond gold card. This. The corners of Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched violently. Qin Luo smiled slightly. This is my affiliate gold card. You can spend freely there, drinks are on the house, and you may choose any lady you like. Bring as many people as you wish. And just mention my name. They will arrange a luxury room for you, complete with a large waterbed and various amenities. With a confident expression on his face, Qin Luo added, what man does not enjoy such entertainment? I am certain I have made the right offer. From now on, Wu Ziyuan should not trouble me. Wu Ziyuan held the card, his jaw nearly hitting the ground, trembling with fury. Damn it, this shortcut soldier dares to challenge my weak spot right upon arrival. Chapter 5, Causeway Bay, the boss? Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan erupted, jumping to his feet in anger. What is it, company commander? Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Stand at attention. Wu Ziyuan spat angrily. He slapped the card against Qin Luo's chest and shouted, put away your social antics. This is the army. The army. Do you understand? Qin Luo stared at the card on his chest, his eyes twitching in annoyance. It seemed he had not offered it after all. And Wu Ziyuan's words echoed that of the regiment commander. Did the people here truly not appreciate receiving gifts? Rat droppings. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him angrily. Let us go. I want to see how you will pass the new recruit assessment. Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, feeling utterly helpless. He could never have imagined that the tricks he employed in society would not only fail here, but would also land him in a predicament. If you don't want it, then so be it. Qin Luo snorted. After all, he possessed superpowers and was not afraid of any petty grievances. It would only be a bit arduous, but he would surely manage. It was just 2 years. Qin Luo consoled himself. Once he acquired more superpowers, he would retire. Enduring some hardships would be worth it. The 9th Company barracks were located at the far edge of the new recruit training regiment. After a 20-minute walk, Qin Luo finally arrived in front of a series of barracks. Gather all the squad leaders. Yes. The guard immediately dashed away. Wu Ziyuan stopped in front of the barracks, his hands clasped behind his back. Ignoring Qin Luo rolled his eyes, choosing not to acknowledge Wu Ziyuan either. Moments later, figures emerged rapidly from the barracks, swiftly assembling in front of Wu Ziyuan. Subsequently, a squad leader saluted him. Report, company commander. All squad leaders are assembled. 10 were expected, and all 10 are present. Please give your instructions, at ease. All personnel relaxed simultaneously. Wu Ziyuan scanned the crowd and then pointed at Qin Luo behind him. Allow me to introduce Qin Luo, our new recruit. All squad leaders looked on in astonishment. The new recruit training had already begun for 2 months. How could there still be new recruits arriving? Wu Ziyuan spoke loudly. To be frank, I do not want this soldier. The regiment commander forced him upon us. Moreover, he demanded that we must bring him up to the average standard of the entire company within the remaining month, and then pass the new recruit assessment a month later. If he fails, we will all face consequences. He wore a cold expression, deliberately raising his voice. We will all be penalized together. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Looking around, all the squad leaders were glaring at him with hostility. Goodness, was this to incite hatred against him? Qin Luo clenched his fists. So, you wish to play this game with me? Fine. I, Qin Luo, am not afraid of anyone. Let's see how you play. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. This is the situation, and we must comply with the orders from above. This kid particularly loves to talk big. Hence, I need a capable squad leader who is willing to step up. With that, he stepped aside, placing Qin Luo directly opposite all the squad leaders. Observing the hostile and displeased expressions of several squad leaders, Qin Luo felt utterly helpless. Looking at Wu Ziyuan, who appeared to be a model soldier, he had not expected him to be so cunning. Was he intent on making him the most disliked person in the entire company right from the start? Wu Ziyuan grinned maliciously at Qin Luo. Aren't you quite the braggart? If the whole company despises you, I wonder how you will still have the face to stay here. After a long silence, Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. So, no one wants him, huh? Fine. He turned to Qin Luo. Since no one is willing to take you, you may choose for yourself. Damn. All the squad leaders jumped in shock. With only a month left in the new recruit training, no one wanted a burden that would only drag down the entire squad's performance. Instantly, everyone began avoiding Qin Luo's gaze like the plague. Qin Luo looked at their disdainful expressions, feeling utterly speechless. A bunch of blind fools. Having me is like striking gold. Do you know that? Come on, hurry up and choose, Wu Ziyuan urged. Don't waste time. He wore a triumphant expression, regardless of whom Qin Luo chose. The selected individual would undoubtedly be furious and would seek revenge on him afterward. Qin Luo scanned all the squad leaders, his gaze locking onto a tall and thin squad leader who appeared to be dodging the most. Leaning back as if trying to escape. This squad leader! Qin Luo pointed at him. The other squad leaders immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The chosen individual, however, turned pale, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn it. I was hiding so well, and you still picked me? Are you tracking me, or what? You truly have a gift for selection. Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Luo in surprise. Chang Lei, our company's best squad leader. Skilled and capable. All the other squad leaders nodded frantically. Yes, squad leader 1 is the best among us. Chang Lei looked utterly defeated. Company commander. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Chang Lei, it seems fate has deemed you the one. I entrust this arduous task to you. It must be accomplished, do you understand? Execute the orders. Yes. Chang Lei nodded with extreme reluctance. Guiding new recruits could significantly impact their future prospects, yet now, with Qin Luo as such a liability, how could he possibly fare well? Wu Ziyuan cast a cold glance over the crowd and said, Class leader, take him back first. Later, everyone must come to the company headquarters for a meeting. Yes. Wu Ziyuan fixed a chilling gaze on Qin Luo and remarked, If you seek hardship, I shall oblige you now. You will have the finest class leader and endure the most rigorous training. For the coming month, you better muster all your spirit and not falter halfway. Qin Luo met his stare unwaveringly and replied, Rest assured, company commander. My words are my bond. Wu Ziyuan scoffed, Very well, let us see if you can hold on. He walked towards the company headquarters with his hands behind his back, his face brimming with pride. Arrogant, continue your bravado. I shall observe how long you can endure. As soon as the company commander departed, the class leaders resumed their previous icy demeanor, glaring at Qin Luo with disdain. Before patting Chang Lei sympathetically, after exchanging encouraging glances with him, they each departed. Chang Lei stood there in a daze, his expression a mix of innocence and despair. It's over. It's really over. Where on earth did this troublemaker come from? Class leader? Class leader? Chang Lei jumped at the sudden voice and turned to find Qin Luo beaming at him, whispering in his ear. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf, Chang Lei retorted, filled with ire. Qin Luo replied with a smile. Now that everyone has left, it's just the two of us. Chang Lei surveyed the area and indeed, everyone had departed. He then glared at Qin Luo coldly. Troublemaker. No, it's Qin Luo, right? Now that you're my soldier, you must give it your all. If you hinder our class and lower our overall performance, I will not hold back. Understood? Qin Luo nodded. Class leader. Since I chose you, you can rest assured that I will not drag you down. Chang Lei scrutinized him and said coldly, You better keep it that way. Furthermore, this is the military, not the civilian world. Here, soldiers must absolutely obey orders and follow commands. Every word I say must be followed without question. Understood? Understood. Qin Luo nodded. Chang Lei shot him a frosty glance. Let us go. Qin Luo picked up his bag and promptly followed him toward the class. The first class was located on the first floor of the barracks, and during the company commander's remarks, they had already attracted the attention of all the classes. The new recruits of the first class leaned against the windows. Watching intently. As Chang Lei entered with a stern expression, everyone immediately stood at attention. I'll introduce someone. Chang Lei stated coldly. This is Qin Luo. Qin Luo, let me introduce you to Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo paused for a moment, recognizing him as the notorious figure from Tongluan. The towering figure before him, standing at nearly 2 meters tall with dark skin and a robust physique, bore no resemblance to the suave character depicted in films, but rather resembled the black bear spirit from Journey to the West who stole a cassock. Chung Haonan shot Qin Luo a disdainful glare, his eyes filled with displeasure. However, Qin Luo paid little mind. Shifting his gaze to the next introduction, Zhang Qian. This soldier appeared lean and wiry, with small, shifty eyes that exuded cleverness. When introduced, he flashed Qin Luo a seemingly friendly smile. How duo? This soldier immediately grinned foolishly at Qin Luo. Revealing a set of bright white teeth that seemed to shine, he radiated an aura of innocent simplicity, looking rather dim-witted. As Chang Lei continued with the introductions, Qin Luo couldn't help but internally critique. What a motley crew! If this were the outside world, my bodyguards would have sent them flying before they could come within 10 meters of me. After Chang Lei finished introducing everyone, he turned his cold gaze back to Qin Luo. The new recruit training has already been underway for 2 months, and your progress is lagging behind by a full 2 months. Before you, they are practically veterans. The new recruits puffed up with pride. Having been treated like dogs under the class leader's reprimands, now able to stand tall before Qin Luo. Chang Lei continued, from now on, in order to rapidly enhance your overall capabilities, everyone in the class is obligated to assist Comrade Qin Luo in his improvement. I will oversee the training, but in your spare time, teach him everything you know. If he struggles with anything, correct him immediately. Understood? Yes. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. They had not anticipated a day when they would assist a newcomer. Chang Lei fixed Qin Luo with a stern gaze. I will be keeping a close watch on you. And remember, if you dare to hold our class back, I will not be lenient. Qin Luo's eyes twitched slightly. In time, you will come to appreciate me. Chang Lei snapped. I am heading to the company headquarters now. You all familiarize him with the surroundings. Teach him everything you can right now, and make the most of every spare moment. Yes. Chang Lei shot Qin Luo another glare, increasingly irritated by his presence, before swiftly departing. Outside, a throng of new recruits had gathered, curious to see the newcomer who had arrived 2 months into the training. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Chang Lei fumed. Aren't you supposed to be training? Does your class leader not care? Get back to your class. The new recruits scattered in a panic. All retreating. What a mess. Chang Lei huffed as he strode outside. Watching the class leader leave, Qin Luo raised his bag and smiled, nodding at the crowd. Hello, everyone. We are comrades from now on. How Duo grinned at him, but was immediately nudged by someone beside him, causing him to awkwardly suppress his smile and stand politely in place. The others glared at Qin Luo, their eyes brimming with hostility. Who in the world considers you a comrade? Chang Haonan coldly scrutinized Qin Luo. You're just a rookie. Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. Did these fellows genuinely believe they were veterans? Chapter 6. My punch packs a powerful punch. Just bear with it. Qin Luo regarded this ragtag group with indifference. Too lazy to engage with them. In just a month, he would never have to see these people again, so there was no need to concern himself with them. Spotting an empty bunk, he made his way over. But just as he was about to set down his bag, a large foot suddenly landed on the edge of the bed. It was Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo frowned slightly. What is the meaning of this? Haonan. Cheng Haonan glared down at him, his tone unfriendly. Kid, did the veterans consent to your sleeping here? Do you understand the rules of the military? Don't you know you should pay your respects first? Qin Luo chuckled, amused by the notion of paying respects, as if he were a street thug. He set down his bag, smiling brightly at him. What do you want? Chang Lei arrived at the company headquarters and barged through the door. Instructor Kong Xiang was startled, spitting out his tea. Class leader, what are you doing? Can't you knock? Chang Lei immediately donned a long face. Instructor, I have grievances. What grievances? Kong Xiang set down his teacup. You're just unlucky. No one is bullying you. Besides, you're the best class leader in the company. Then I must be doomed. Chang Lei replied, feigning innocence. All right. Wu Ziyuan entered with a smile, patting Kong Xiang on the back. Old Kong, don't lose your temper. Anyone would feel wronged in his shoes. Chang Lei glared at him. Company commander, you know I have only this last chance. If I don't get promoted, I'll have to file a report to go home. To give me someone like this at such a time. Wu Ziyuan smiled. I know you best. As long as you give it your all, even the worst of recruits can be molded. Company commander. Chang Lei said with a glum expression. If he had come with the other recruits, even if he were a month late, I could manage. But he is 2 months late. Everyone else has completed their training. In just 1 month, even if I exert all my strength, I can't ensure he passes the new recruit assessment. Wu Ziyuan patted him firmly on the back. Just give it your all. Remember, you must train him with everything you've got. But, execute the order. Wu Yun's smile faded. Understood. Chang Lei nodded, a bitter expression on his face. Company commander, if I end up being too harsh, don't blame me. Wu Ziyuan's smile returned. Even if you're harsh, I want to say a word, as we are fulfilling the task assigned by the regiment commander. Rest assured. Chang Lei sighed. If he could rest easy, that would be a miracle. Report. Just then, all the class leaders arrived at the company headquarters. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. Come in. As the door opened, each class leader entered one by one and took their seats. Before we begin the meeting, there's something I need to address, so I'll be brief. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd. This year, our 9th company aims to secure first place in the new recruit training. However, a connection has forced a problematic recruit into our ranks. The regiment commander has issued a strict order that we must comply with. However, I absolutely cannot allow this rotten apple to drag down our entire company. The class leaders immediately united in outrage. Company commander, what do you propose we do? We will follow your lead. Wu Ziyuan nodded. It's quite simple. I have instructed the class leader to employ every means necessary to train him. Everyone knows the class leader's capabilities. As long as he puts in the effort, there's no recruit he can't handle. Exactly. Everyone turned in agreement towards Chang Lei. Chang Lei's eyes twitched. The flattery was far from comforting. Wu Ziyuan clapped his hands. As for you all, your primary role is to assist the class leader. Make sure to encourage Qin Luo and keep him engaged. He should either be training or preparing for training. Understood? Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. They understood Wu Ziyuan's intent. This was a straightforward task. All right, let us convene. A moment later, the routine meeting concluded. As he closed the door, Kong Xiang, sipping his tea, remarked, Old Wu, your tactics are rather ruthless, aren't they? Wu Ziyuan, with a smug expression, replied, Old Kong, look at what you're saying. I am merely striving to execute the orders of the regiment commander. Where is the ruthlessness in that? Kong Xiang chuckled. You deliberately made Qin Luo a pariah among the entire company and allowed him to select a squad leader, only to meddle with Chang Lei. Enough, enough. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. What is seen is not always spoken, right? Kong Xiang shook his head. By doing this, Chang Lei will have to train him day and night, and the other squad leaders will keep a close eye on him. If he can't bear it and decides to leave, how will you explain that to the commander? Wu Ziyuan shrugged. If he leaves, it's his own inadequacy, not my concern. I am dedicated to training him. If he departs, it merely reflects his shortcomings. At that point, Chang Lei won't have to worry either. It's a win-win. Kong Xiang laughed. Oh, so this is how you wish to play it. But do you really think the commander is a fool? Will he trust you? If he doesn't, let him punish me. Wu Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. I'm not scared. With an air of indifference, Wu Ziyuan declared, the military is meant for warfare and requires combat effectiveness. It is not a place where anyone can just waltz in with that. He turned and strode out, a spring in his step. Kid, let us see how you flaunt your bravado next. Soon enough, you'll be too weary even to eat. Kong Xiang observed his retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. The offspring of a military family, such pride, such confidence. Before long, you'll be responsible for fetching water, and you must always maintain cleanliness in the squad. Chang Haonan coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Moreover, the military is a place that emphasizes uniformity. Henceforth, your bedding must be neatly arranged, and your toothbrush and toothpaste must face the same direction. Water bottles should be orderly, tables must be free of stains, and no foul-smelling shoes are allowed indoors. If there are, clean them immediately. Furthermore, your bunk must remain spotless, without a single wrinkle or speck of dirt. He flashed a grin at Qin Luo. From today onward, all these tasks will fall to you. The other recruits chuckled, arms crossed, eager for the spectacle. Only Hao Duo stood aside, watching Qin Luo with concern. Anger welled up within Qin Luo's eyes. He had already bottled up a torrent of frustration today, first reprimanded by the commander, then scolded by the squad leader, and now being set up by him. He could tolerate the commander and the squad leader, but now even these recruits were bullying him. He had always been the one imposing demands on others, and no one had dared to impose on him. Did they truly believe that Qin Shao had no temper? trying to exert dominance over him? Did they think he was Chung Haonan from Coppergong Bay? Even if he were, Qin Luo wouldn't care less. He glared coldly at Chung Haonan. What is Coppergong Bay? Chung Haonan looked bewildered but quickly regained his composure, staring coldly at Qin Luo. We're looking out for you, hoping you'll improve quickly. If you're unhappy, you can always move to another squad. We don't welcome you here. Zhang Qian chimed in with a laugh. I doubt the other squads would welcome him either. Exactly, the other soldiers echoed. Our squad ranks at the top throughout the company. With you here, we drop to the bottom. We've endured so much hardship to achieve our current standing, and you arrive only to become a dead weight, rendering our efforts futile. If you don't want to stay, just leave. We'd be glad to see you go. Chung Haonan raised his chin, gleefully eyeing Qin Luo. I know you have connections, but here? No one will pamper you, fool. Qin Luo rolled his eyes and resumed tidying his bunk. Chung Haonan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insulting me? Without lifting his head, Qin Luo replied, We're all recruits. What are you acting so tough for? Do you honestly think you're not a fool? Damn. Chung Haonan seized Qin Luo's shoulder. You dare insult me? Looking for a fight? Huh. Qin Luo stumbled back a step. His fury boiling over, he could no longer hold back. He spun around, raising his fist, ready to strike. Ding! A new task has been issued. Unite all your comrades and integrate among them. Upon completion, you will randomly receive superpowers and super ability points. Qin Luo nearly fell to his knees. Tio asked him to bond with this motley crew. What purpose would that serve? He felt embarrassed just being around them. Chung Haonan, startled by Qin Luo's reaction, quickly recovered. Seeing the fist raised, he suddenly grinned. Oh? Still wish to resist? You want to fight me? Come on, let us have a good match. Chung Haonan rolled up his sleeves. Before I joined the army, I was known as the street bully. Able to take on 20 at once. I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, you might end up saying I bullied you. Qin Luo looked at his brazen demeanor, itching to land a punch. If this were outside, a single word from him would have a group of underlings pummeling Chung Haonan into the ground. Would he dare say another word? But for the sake of the task, Qin Luo's eyelid twitched. He had his own objectives for being here and had no intention of befriending this ragtag bunch. Integration was out of the question, though he could. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Chung Haonan boasted, while the other recruits all laughed, eagerly awaiting the drama. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo pushed Chung Haonan aside. I'm not leaving. I have no intention of causing you trouble, so I have an idea. The new recruits exchanged glances. Zhang Qian nodded. Go on. Qin Luo asked, Do you have a leader? What? Everyone looked utterly dumbfounded. Qin Luo pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. If there's no leader, then today, you can all recognize me as your leader. I don't have many demands. Just don't bother me, and you'll take care of all the chores. Don't make me do anything. This money is yours. Stick with me, and you'll live well. Just be obedient. As he spoke, he handed the money to Chung Haonan. Chung Haonan stared at the cash, his face turning pale. What? Is it too little? Qin Luo produced another handful of bills. This is all I have for now, but as long as you listen, I can add more. Looking at the glimmering bills, all the recruits swallowed hard. They had never encountered someone as generous as Qin Luo. Take it. Qin Luo said nonchalantly. Say thank you. Chung Haonan's eyes nearly popped out. You're just a rookie, and you think you can make us your underlings? Is having money that impressive? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. You're absolutely right. Having money allows one to do as they please. I swear. I detest people like you. Chung Haonan fumed, throwing a punch. Hearing the whoosh of the punch, Qin Luo instinctively recoiled, the fist narrowly missing him. Are you out of your mind? Qin Luo's anger ignited instantly. For someone like him, a super-rich second-generation heir, he was already showing great restraint. Out there, even if he didn't tee off for money, countless would kneel and call him daddy. Now, here he was, offering cash to befriend someone, and he was being hit? Zhang Qian hastily shouted, Haonan, young Qin is quite sincere. Shut up! Chung Haonan glared at Qin Luo. This is the military. We are all equals. He dares to use money to subordinate us? He is just a rookie, a scoundrel. He needs a good lesson today. With that, he swung another punch at Qin Luo. Zhang Qian sighed helplessly. Why couldn't he just give the money to me instead of Chung Haonan? How do a duo cautiously inquired Brother Qian. Why is Chung Haonan so furious? Curious, the others gathered around. Zhang Qian whispered, I heard his father was forced by a contractor at the construction site to perform dangerous work, resulting in an accident that left him paralyzed. The contractor fled, and the site owner didn't take care. They have money and power, but Haonan's family can't get anyone to listen. All the recruits nodded in understanding. Qin Luo's money had missed its target, landing squarely on a sore spot. Chung Haonan unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Qin Luo back against the wall. Chung Haonan roared, "Aren't you the one looking to fight? Look at you. You couldn't even take on a woman. Could you? Come on, hit me." This statement struck a nerve with Qin Luo. How dare he push his luck? Fine, if it had to come to this, he would fight back. A cold glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. "You brought this upon yourself. My punch packs a significant punch. Brace yourself." Chapter 7. He had already beaten him to a pulp. Was that not enough? If he was scared, he should just surrender. Chung Haonan boasted while throwing punches. "Isn't having money the same as being able to do as one pleases? If you want to concede, I want to stop." With his back against the wall, Qin Luo watched as Chung Haonan threw another punch. Inhaling deeply, his right hand clenched into a fist, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically. The power of his punch surged, amplifying exponentially in that moment. Qin Luo felt the veins in his arm bulge, filled with explosive strength. "You want me to strike? Consider it done." Qin Luo swung his fist with tremendous force, the air crackling with the sound of wind breaking. He had already pulled back slightly, fearing that Chung Haonan might be seriously injured. He was certain that soon, these misfits would have no choice but to submit to him. Just then, a voice called from the entrance. All the recruits immediately stood at attention, and Qin Luo's heart sank. Oh no, it was the squad leader. Qin Luo's fist came to an abrupt halt. At present, he is merely at level C, unable to maneuver effectively, and the backlash nearly causes Qin Luo to lose control. Despite having dissipated much of his strength, his fist still lands on Chung Haonan's abdomen. Bang! Chung Haonan's expression shifts dramatically, and he immediately bends over. Pift, pift. A series of loud flatulence erupts like thunder, causing everyone to furrow their brows and cover their noses. Chong Lei walks in with a stern expression, glancing between Qin Luo and Chung Haonan. "What are you two up to?" Qin Luo's face flushes with embarrassment as he quickly lowers his fist. He feels worse than Chung Haonan, his insides churning so violently that he can barely utter a word. "Speak up." Chong Lei raises his voice sharply. Reporting to the squad leader, Zheng Qian steps forward. "We were teaching Qin Luo, but he refused to comply and ended up hitting someone." "Exactly." Chung Haonan eagerly nods, indignantly adding, "Squad leader, look at what he did. He made me fart. This guy disrespects veterans." Only then does Chong Lei catch a whiff of the unpleasant odor and quickly covers his nose. "Qin Luo." Chong Lei's gaze turns icy as he fixes it on Qin Luo. "You're quite bold, striking a comrade so soon after arriving. Do you know that fighting in the military can lead to your dismissal?" At this moment, Qin Luo feels immensely uncomfortable, unable to articulate a response. The sight of Chung Haonan and the others wearing smug expressions infuriates him. With their unanimous testimony, the squad leader is sure to believe them. "So, you dare play with me? Your brother Luo is no ordinary opponent." Suddenly, his legs give way, and he collapses. "What is wrong with you?" Chong Lei exclaims, rushing to support him. The new recruits look bewildered, and Zheng Qin glares at Chung Haonan, whispering, "What did you do to him?" Chung Haonan feigns innocence. "Come on, he was the one hitting me. I was about to lose it." At this moment, Qin Luo is being helped up by Chong Lei. Appearing utterly frail that of course, he is genuinely feeling a bit unwell, but much of it is an act. "Qin Luo, what happened?" Chong Lei inquires urgently. "Great, a new recruit gets into trouble right after arriving. I'll certainly bear the brunt of this." Qin Luo weakly replies, "Squad leader, do I look like the one hitting him, or is it the other way around? Damn it." Chung Haonan jumps up, his anger boiling over. "You little brat, do you even have any shame?" It was clearly, "Shut up." Chong Lei barks, then turns to Qin Luo, "Go on," but a barely perceptible smile crosses Qin Luo's lips as he feigns weakness, saying, "Squad leader, they bullied me the moment you left. They called me a new recruit and demanded I wash their underwear and socks. Among other things. When I refused, they hit me. Squad leader, he is talking nonsense." Chung Haonan retorts, spitting in anger. "He clearly wanted to be our leader and even offered us money." "Money?" Chong Lei looks incredulous. "That's impossible." "Squad leader." Qin Luo forces a bitter smile. Do I seem like I could overpower them? Besides, even if I were to pay to recruit followers, I certainly wouldn't choose them. Moreover, this is the military. We are comrades. Squad leader? Chung Haonan interjects anxiously. He hit me so hard I almost lost control, and I think. Shut up. Chang Lei stands, his expression cold as he gazes at Chung Haonan. I understand the situation clearly. You've gone too far, bullying a new recruit and framing him. Everyone do push-ups. Chang Lei's voice is stern. If this happens again, you'll be sent back. The jaws of Chung Haonan and the others nearly hit the ground. They clearly miscalculated and ended up in trouble. Chung Haonan tries to argue, but Zheng Qian pulls him down, knowing that speaking up now will only infuriate Chang Lei further. Qin Luo, Chang Lei addresses him. Don't be afraid that I in the future, if you encounter such situations, inform me. Yes, Qin Luo smirks at Chung Haonan and the others. This is what you get for lacking martial virtue. He nearly faced dismissal over this incident, which would have meant losing the system, and dealing with them seems mild by comparison. As for winning them over, Qin Luo snorts. After all, there is plenty of time. Capturing this ragtag bunch shouldn't be too difficult. You scoundrel, I won't let this slide. Chung Haonan glares at Qin Luo, his eyes ablaze with fury. He feels wronged for not being able to teach the new recruit a lesson, only to be punished instead. Qin Luo, yes, Qin Luo stands tall. Didn't they just explain the standards of military conduct to you? Chang Lei asks. Reporting to the squad leader, Zheng Qian chimes in from the ground, laughing. We just covered everything with Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolls his eyes. It's a shame Zheng Qian is making money with his keen insight and sharp wit. Chang Lei nods in satisfaction, then coldly turns to Qin Luo. Military decorum is fundamental for every soldier and something every soldier must master. Tonight, you will practice folding blankets. You may sleep only when you have mastered it. All the new recruits smile, and Chung Haonan gloatingly watches Qin Luo. It's timed, I'll make sure you suffer. Suddenly, Qin Luo's eyes light up. Before coming, the veterans had told him that as long as one possesses good military qualities, they will be liked and respected. Even able to give orders to the squad leader. Indeed. A hint of excitement crosses Qin Luo's face. Win them over. One doesn't necessarily have to fight them. Dominating them in military matters will earn their respect. Zheng Qian, yes. Chang Lei calls die in our squad. You fold your blanket the best. Teach him. Don't go easy on him. Zheng Qian beams like a sunflower. Yes, squad leader. You can count on me to teach him well. A group of new recruits casts mischievous glances at Qin Luo. If Zheng Qian teaches him, it's equivalent to all of them teaching him. Chung Haonan is especially thrilled, as now they can truly torment Qin Luo. Let him be arrogant and wild. Folding blankets can bring a new recruit to tears and despair. Once Qin Luo is frightened, he might even voluntarily leave their squad, freeing everyone from the worry of being dragged down by poor performance. Let us get started. Chang Lei sits down on the side. All the new recruits immediately scramble to their feet. Zheng Qian waves at Qin Luo like a class monitor. I'll demonstrate for you now. Make sure you watch closely and don't miss a single detail. You'll be doing it yourself afterward. Chung Haonan wears a wicked grin, saying, if you can't fold it well, we might just throw your blanket out. Yes, right into the toilet. Li Dahai laughs. Then you'll be folding in the restroom. Qin Luo glances at Chang Lei, who is coldly observing him. They are clearly plotting against him. A faint smile crosses Qin Luo's lips. He possesses an extraordinary ability to mimic. Previously, he thought it was useless, but now that Zheng Qian mentioned a demonstration, this ability is coming in handy. I'm starting now. Zheng Qian smirks coldly as he directly flips Qin Luo's blanket. You little brat, let us see how you handle this. Chung Haonan whispers, you still have time to ask to leave our squad. Apologize to us, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, step aside, don't obstruct my view. Qin Luo pushes him away. Chung Haonan nearly explodes with rage. Fine, fine, continue being arrogant. Soon you'll regret it. Qin Luo doesn't even register what he says. His mimicking ability has already activated. At this moment, Zheng Qian appears transparent to Qin Luo, yet his physical outline transforms into golden lines, as if he were viewing a slideshow. His brain functions like a computer, rapidly recording every one of Zheng Qian's movements, integrating this information into his instincts. Sitting nearby, Chang Lei observes Qin Luo's intense focus on Zheng Qian, nodding with slight satisfaction. He is quite serious. Just hope his brain is up to par. If he can't even fold a blanket properly, he'll surely struggle in other subjects. All right. Zheng Qian looks at Qin Luo with pride. Did you see clearly? Qin Luo glances at the blanket resembling a large loaf of bread and chuckles. I saw clearly, but what you folded looks more like a giant bun. Zhang Qian's face instantly flushes with embarrassment, stammering, why you? This is a new blanket. It's difficult to fold. The fact that I managed to fold it at all is impressive. And you dare to critique me? Cheng Haonan quickly jumps in. New blankets use fresh cotton. It takes time to fold properly. What do you know about it? How dare you criticize a veteran, squad leader? This brat is too unruly. Chang Lei observes the lumpy mass and grimaces. However, Zhang Qian is still a new recruit. The fact that he could fold it to this extent is indeed his limit. Qin Luo, Chang Lei speaks coldly. It's true that new blankets are hard to fold. If you can manage to fold it like this, you'll pass for today. Just this? Qin Luo feels a surge of excitement. Hey, hey, hey! Zhang Qian glares at him. What's with your tone? Don't think it's that easy. If you can fold it like this, that's already quite the accomplishment. Qin Luo gives him a dismissive look. This loaf of bread? He has already replicated it 100% with his mimicking ability. It's hardly a challenge. He feels as though he is wasting his talent. Squad leader, if I can fold it better than this? Does that mean I don't have to stay late? Qin Luo inquires. You can fold it better than me? Zhang Qian's anger flares. You, don't speak. I'm asking the squad leader. Qin Luo interrupts him. Then turns to Chang Lei. Chang Lei nods, I keep my word. If you can fold it like this, you can leave tonight. Yes. Qin Luo rubs his hands together. Squad leader, shall I begin now? Chang Lei looks at him. Astonished. You want to take a look again. Squad leader, this blanket is hardly difficult. Qin Luo replies nonchalantly. Watching again would be a waste of time. Qin Luo, Zhang Qian was enraged, practically leaping out of his skin. You are insufferable. This was stacked by a veteran who has been in service for 2 months. How dare you? His eyes bulged in disbelief as he witnessed Qin Luo audaciously upend the neatly arranged bedding before him. You scoundrel! I worked tirelessly to fold that. Zhang Qian's fists clenched in frustration, wishing to retaliate. Could you not show some respect and lay it out gently? Enough of your shouting, Lao Zheng, Cheng Haonan interjected, pulling him back. Just watch how he folds it. If he messes up, we can toss his bedding out later. He's already so arrogant. The squad leader won't say a word. Zhang Qian, still fuming, muttered, Fine, I will see how he manages to do it. Yet, in less than a minute, all the new recruits were left in stunned silence. Qin Luo moved with the speed of a machine, his hands working tirelessly to compress the once plump bedding. The once thick comforter was now significantly thinner. The jarring sound of friction reverberating throughout the room, at that moment, images of every detail of Zhang Qian's previous folding technique flashed through Qin Luo's mind like a slideshow. Suddenly, he halted his relentless pressing, swiftly folding the bedding with remarkable precision, the edges aligning perfectly without a hint of deviation. The new recruits craned their necks in astonishment, and even Chang Lei found himself inexplicably drawn closer. Qin Luo was wholly absorbed, his movements fluid and graceful, executed with astonishing speed. 3 minutes later, he had transformed the bedding into a shape that far surpassed Zhang Qian's efforts, an undeniable chasm between their skills. Zhang Qian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, not only because Qin Luo had outdone him, but because this impudent fellow was even trimming the edges with meticulous care. What the hell? Chang Lei could no longer contain himself and rushed to Qin Luo's side, watching intently. The bedding twirled in Qin Luo's hands, the edges and corners swiftly taking shape. As the crowd stood in dumbfounded awe, Qin Luo abruptly declared, Done. Before them lay a perfectly squared bedding, sharp-edged and immaculate. With a beaming smile, he turned to Zhang Qian and asked, So, how does my folding compare to yours? Chapter 8. Never before have I seen such an ambitious soldier. Zhang Qian, witnessing Qin Luo's smug demeanor, was on the verge of explosion. That square bedding was a blatant insult compared to his haphazardly folded comforter. Was he not just belittling everyone while simultaneously showcasing his own prowess? Fuming, Zhang Qian glanced around for support, but Cheng Haonan and the others were too busy gaping at the bedding to pay him any heed. Qin Luo then turned to Chang Lei, squad leader. Does this meet the standards? Chang Lei, leaning in to scrutinize the bedding, was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Could this truly be the work of a newly arrived recruit? While it paled in comparison to what seasoned soldiers could achieve. It eclipsed the efforts of any other novice. It was leagues ahead of his own performance as a fresh recruit. Chang Lei swallowed hard. Squad leader? Huh? Chang Lei jumped, staring blankly at Qin Luo. Qin Luo fixed him with a steady gaze. I was wondering, is this betting considered acceptable? Chang Lei gulped again. Yes, it should be. The words felt foreign on his tongue. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for having deemed it merely acceptable. After all, he himself had never folded betting this well as a rookie. Well, you take the day off and practice the rest tomorrow. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo smiled slightly and turned to lift the betting once more. As the betting was tossed aside, everyone froze in disbelief. What are you doing? Zhang Qian pointed angrily. You can't lift the betting before the lights are out. Do you intend to sleep now? Chang Lei furrowed his brow slightly. Who said I was going to sleep? Qin Luo shot back. I just want to fold it again. I aim for perfection and refuse to be outdone by any of you. Everyone stood in stunned silence, and Chang Lei's jaw dropped in astonishment. They had assumed Qin Luo intended to rest. But instead, he was striving to enhance his skills in betting arrangement. Watching Qin Luo labor diligently, resembling a farmer toiling in the fields, a smile crept onto Chang Lei's face. This kid, perhaps he isn't so bad after all. Who knows? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zhang Qian and the others, who were still watching Qin Luo with slack-jawed disbelief. What are you staring at? Chang Lei bellowed, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. Glancing between them and Qin Luo, he was overcome with irritation. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Look at yourselves, then look at him. He pointed between them and their betting. If I were you, I'd toss that betting straight into the latrine. The new recruits fell silent, fearful and hesitant. Chang Lei angrily snatched Zhang Qian's betting. Weren't you just boasting? What do you have to say for yourself? Look at the pitiful state of your work. How dare you take pride in this? Now look at him, folding with such finesse and still striving for improvement. Everyone, back to folding. You won't sleep until I am satisfied. The new recruits scrambled to their betting. And as Chang Lei turned back, he cast a satisfied glance at Qin Luo, harboring a newfound appreciation for him. Qin Luo stole a glance at the others, a smile playing at his lips. Now you see my prowess. Do you not? I wonder if you will submit to my superiority. Once they completed their tasks, he was certain his skills would pass the rookie evaluations, allowing him to enjoy the rewards of his efforts. Beep. New mission released. Huh. Qin Luo paused. The previous task was incomplete, yet another had been assigned. Beep. Please do not slack off. Strive for excellence. Aim for first place in the rookie evaluations. Upon completion, you will receive a random superpower and special points. Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. First place among new recruits? How arduous would that be? He had no desire to endure such hardships indefinitely. System, is it possible to skip this task? Being a soldier king is far too exhausting. No. The host must successfully complete 10 tasks to gain higher permissions before selectively accepting future missions. Otherwise, the system will dissipate, along with all abilities. Fine. Find out I understand, Qin Luo sighed in resignation. Don't ask me. It's just the system's rules. If I want superpowers, I have no choice but to comply. 10 tasks? Huh. Qin Luo gritted his teeth. I'll just have to push through. As long as I can gain superpowers, I will retire with honor. Aiming for first place among recruits was challenging for an ordinary person. But for him, it was a mere trifle. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his frantic folding of betting. Seeing Qin Luo working tirelessly, Zhang Qian felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. The squad leader had previously lauded his organizational skills, yet just hours after Qin Luo's arrival, he had fallen from grace. Lao Zheng, don't cry. Who the hell is crying? Zhang Qian quickly wiped his eyes. I'm just infuriated. This kid is clearly pretending to be inept. He can fold betting but is deliberately making us look bad. Chang Haonan's expression turned serious. This kid must have practiced before. He came prepared. Damn it, we should have put him in his place. Now we not only have to endure his arrogance, but also end up folding betting alongside him. Don't worry, Lao Zheng. We will definitely make him pay for this. Zhang Qian looked at him in surprise. Do you have a plan? Chang Haonan lowered his voice. What good is it to be able to fold betting? He surely cannot excel in other subjects. When the time comes. Seeing the mischievous grin on Chang Haonan's face, Zhang Qian immediately understood. All right, we'll teach him a lesson, so he learns to respect us veterans. The following day, as dawn broke, a piercing whistle echoed throughout the training regiment, followed by a melodious song. "Wake up! Wake up!" Chang Lei sprang from his bed, ready to grab his clothes, only to freeze in place. By the window, Qin Luo was holding a notebook, reciting the contents aloud. "Qin Luo, what are you doing?" Chang Lei inquired. All the new recruits were slowly stirring awake, still groggy from the 2 hours spent folding bedding the previous night. "I'm memorizing the regulations," Qin Luo replied, raising the booklet. "What?" Chang Lei gasped in astonishment. The regulations had been given to Qin Luo by him, but he hadn't instructed him to memorize them yet. He hadn't anticipated such eagerness. "Save it for later," Chang Lei suggested. Qin Luo chuckled. "I heard there would be a surprise check on the regulations during the evaluations, so since I have some free time, I might as well prepare in advance to avoid last-minute scrambles." In truth, he had no desire to memorize them. Had it not been for his goal of achieving first place among the recruits, he would have discarded the booklet. Yet, at that moment, Chang Lei was grinning from ear to ear. He had never encountered such a diligent soldier. As the other recruits finally rose, they were incensed by Qin Luo's words. What a show-off, trying to appear capable. If such a person were in school, they would have been bullied on the first day. Moreover, they had spent so long folding bedding the previous night, while he had slept soundly, snoring louder than Cheng Haonan, disturbing their rest. "Very well." Chang Lei clapped Qin Luo on the back, beaming. "Keep it up. I believe you may catch up with the others. Now hurry along." All of them shot Qin Luo resentful glares as they continued dressing. Qin Luo scanned the group, noticing their expressions. It seemed they had not been intimidated by his betting skills the previous night. "Let us seek alternatives that will compel your utmost respect." He had long been aware that strength is revered within the ranks. As long as one possesses formidable abilities, respect will naturally follow. Qin Luo offered a slight smile, suddenly feeling that winning over this group of individuals might not be as daunting as he initially thought. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone marched in unison towards the training grounds. However, Qin Luo, amidst the formation, appeared particularly awkward. While others ran in perfect synchronization, he was the sole figure leaping clumsily from side to side, drawing attention to himself. Wu Ziyuan grew increasingly irate. Had it not been for orders from above, he would have relished the opportunity to kick this fellow out on the spot. After completing 2 laps, another whistle pierced the air. The duty officer bellowed. "All squads, return to tidy up your quarters and clean the designated areas. First squad, right turn. Second squad, right turn. Hurry, hurry, 10 minutes to organize, then clean the assigned zone. This week, we must reclaim the moving red flag." As soon as Chang Lei entered the barracks, he immediately began shouting. Everyone swiftly dashed to their bunks, starting to organize their personal spaces. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Luo passing by and seized him by the arm. "Squad leader, is there something you need?" Chang Lei, rarely smiling, responded with a grin. "Qin Luo, that regulation is actually not urgent. The priority now is that I've already memorized it." "Oda, very well." Chang Lei nodded with a smile. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Squad leader," Cheng Haonan exclaimed. "He is outright lying to your face, boasting without shame. That thick regulation, even we veterans have yet to fully memorize it. If he has, it would be a miracle." "Precisely." Zhang Qian mocked him openly. "Qin Luo, don't put on airs in front of the squad leader. We soldiers must be pragmatic." Chang Lei's expression hardened, as whatever small semblance of goodwill he had towards Qin Luo evaporated in an instant. "Qin Luo, your bravado is rather excessive." Chapter 9. A true gem. This kid is born to be a soldier. We soldiers must remain grounded. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with discontent. "I understand your desire to stand out, but you must be practical." Qin Luo rolled his eyes, uninterested in his continued tirade, and spoke directly. Chapter 1. Article 1. To implement the comprehensive and strict military governance policy, to strengthen the discipline of Longwa soldiers, to uphold and reinforce ironclad discipline, ensuring the military. Chang Lei gaped in astonishment, while Zhang Qian and the others stood up straight, dumbfounded as they gazed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo recited swiftly. Article 6. To maintain and reinforce discipline, primarily relying on regular ideals and beliefs, moral and disciplinary education, and consistent strict management. Article 10. The rewards and commendations prescribed in this regulation for individuals and units. The new recruits, who had initially awaited a spectacle, now stood frozen in shock. Chang Lei's face was a mask of astonishment as he hurriedly opened the regulation, for Qin Luo had recited what he himself could no longer recall. Qin Luo's extraordinary mimetic ability rendered his mind as agile as a computer, and he possessed an astonishing capacity for retention. In less than an hour, he had memorized the regulation thoroughly. Chapter 2. Qin Luo continued to recite, with increasing speed. Chang Lei struggled to keep pace with his flipping of pages, while Chang Haonan and the others were drenched in sweat, harboring an ominous feeling in their hearts. Chapter 3. Article 21. Enough, enough. Chang Lei waved his hand urgently, already sweating profusely. If Qin Luo continued, he would want to find a hole to hide in, for the material Qin Luo was reciting included many points that he, an 8-year veteran, could no longer clearly remember. Chang Lei licked his lips, taking a deep breath in disbelief. Qin Luo, have you memorized this before? Qin Luo shrugged. Squad leader, this is internal material. I only saw it for the first time last night. Chang Lei was stunned. The first time and you can recite so much? Qin Luo nodded. I've eaten a lot of fish since childhood, so my brain is particularly sharp. Next, I still need to memorize the soldier's code. Pfft. Chang Lei nearly spat blood. After 8 years, he had not memorized as much as Qin Luo had in a single morning. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realized this topic needed to be terminated immediately, or he would lose all face. Well then, Chang Lei chuckled. Qin Luo, well done indeed. You've performed admirably. For now, let us pause the memorization. We soldiers should prioritize military training. Yes, yes. All the new recruits nodded vigorously, cheerfully agreeing. Qin Luo, that's enough. Don't keep reciting. We need to focus our energy on military training. In their hearts, they had already cursed Qin Luo's ancestors. If he continued, they would all be compelled to memorize as well. Memorizing regulations was a torturous task. Qin Luo flashed a slight smile at Chang Lei. All right, I'll heed the squad leader's advice. By the way, I've tidied my quarters, so I'll head to the assigned area to clean. Excellent. Chang Lei grinned and patted him on the back. He turned to observe Qin Luo's neatly made bed, then glanced at his retreating figure, feeling a surge of admiration. This lad not only possessed determination but was also quite clever. It seemed that with proper training, he might just catch up to the rest of them. Chang Lei resolved to cultivate this potential. Suddenly, he turned around and locked eyes with all the new recruits, his expression immediately darkening. What are you staring at? Haven't you any shame? All were frightened into quickly lowering their heads to fold their bedding, their hearts racing. Do not think that bowing your heads will allow you to escape. Chang Lei shouted. From today onward, beginning with me, all of you shall memorize the regulations. I will conduct random checks. The faces of the new recruits contorted in despair. This was just too damned unfortunate. Chang Haonan gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy is a harbinger of misfortune, arriving and already bringing us bad luck. Zhang Qian, seething with anger at the sight of Qin Luo's tidy bedding, raged. This fellow craves the spotlight, seeking to outshine us all and claim the title of leader. Good grief, Li Dahai exclaimed in shock. The way you put it does seem to imply that he aims to crush us into submission, saving himself the trouble. Damn it. Chang Haonan fumed. During training, let us see him make a fool of himself. Let this arrogant brat know how high the heavens truly are. All the new recruits were aflame with anger. Having shared 2 months of hardship, they were already like brothers. To them, Qin Luo was merely an outsider, one who would drag their squad down. Had Qin Luo been more amiable and courteous, they might have welcomed him. Yet, he carried himself like a young master, and his current demeanor was merely the most polite he had ever been, making it difficult for both sides to see eye to eye. In the designated area, Qin Luo swept the floor until it gleamed, stretching languidly against a rock. When had the young master of the Qin family ever performed manual labor? Alas! Were it not for the need to accomplish the system's mission and secure the title of top new recruit, he wouldn't need to exert himself, so he glanced towards the squad's direction. A smile gracing his lips. It was evident that Chang Lei's attitude towards him had significantly improved. He no longer viewed him with such hostility. If Chang Lei were to teach him more, capturing the title of top new recruit would surely be within reach. Moreover, as long as his abilities improved, Chang Lei would likely take good care of him, making things a bit more comfortable as for those few rascals. Qin Luo snorted confidently. A slight display of talent earlier should have left them thoroughly impressed. To the left, to the right, to the back, bang, bang, bang. In the corner of the training ground, with every order issued by Chang Lei, Qin Luo executed a flawless turn with remarkable speed. Furthermore, each movement was executed with even greater precision than the last. His feet were in motion, yet his upper body remained perfectly still. Chang Lei's face beamed with joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. After just one demonstration, it was astonishing that Qin Luo not only learned but improved without needing Chang Lei to correct him. Could this lad truly be a genius? Chang Lei was nearly unable to contain his smile. Meanwhile, all the new recruits looked on with incredulity, their expressions frozen in shock, mouths agape. This. Chang Haonan looked helplessly at Zhang Qian. He already this good right from the start. We haven't even had a chance to teach him. Zhang Qian swallowed hard. Stay calm, stay calm. This is just basic drill movements. It's not surprising he's learning quickly. There are still the 3 main drills to cover. He's bound to falter eventually. We'll still have our chance. All nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed intently on Qin Luo. Marching in step. Go. Marching in place. Go. Running. Go. 1, 2, 1.1, 2, 3, 4. All the new recruits stared in disbelief as Qin Luo executed the 3 primary marching techniques with impeccable precision. Their minds utterly blank, each of them gaped, their expressions vacant, staring at Qin Luo as if in a stupor. This fellow, is he even human? Li Dashing swallowed hard, glancing at the others. The squad leader demonstrated just once. And he didn't even learn the breakdown of the movements, yet he walks this well? How duo, wearing a serious expression, remarked. I feel he's walking significantly better than I am. No, it seems none of us can match him. Chang Haonan looked desperately at Zhang Qian. Old Zhang, what is going on? This kid has no flaws to exploit. Zhang Qian felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, initially believing that losing the blanket folding contest could be redeemed through military training, thereby restoring the dignity of their 2-month veteran status. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Luo was a veritable polymath in all respects? Speak up, old Zhang. Chang Haonan inquired once more. Stop asking. Zhang Qian felt as if his head might explode. You ask me? And I wish to know how to rectify this. This guy's marching posture is even more impeccable than mine. Everyone swallowed hard, observing Qin Luo's flawless stride, realizing it was wiser to refrain from provoking him, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of an unforeseen consequence. Stand still. Chang Lei bellowed, and Qin Luo halted in a perfectly executed stance, his feet coming together with a crisp, resounding click. Squad leader, did I perform adequately? Qin Luo inquired earnestly. If there are any issues, please inform me. I will rectify them immediately. Chang Lei erupted into laughter, nodding his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. No issues whatsoever. Absolutely none. Your movements are nearly on par with seasoned veterans. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo, you are the finest recruit I have ever had the pleasure to mentor. Intuitive and gifted. A smile tugged at the corners of Qin Luo's mouth. Squad leader, let us continue training. I feel there is still room for improvement. The 3-step drill was not as simple as folding blankets. It required not only physical coordination but also precise control of force. Currently, Qin Luo's imitation skills registered a mere 70% accuracy. Tio claimed the title of the top new recruit. Relentless practice was essential. The higher the accuracy, the better. Qin Luo had no intention of encountering any unforeseen complications. Chang Lei, upon hearing Qin Luo's request, couldn't contain his joy. Having mentored numerous new recruits, he had never encountered one so proactive and eager to improve. He was now entirely convinced that Qin Luo was not to be grouped with those who relied on connections to advance. This lad was truly a genius. Chang Lei's smile was practically beaming. Company commander, it seems you have misjudged. You have delivered me a tremendous gift. Once I have trained him, you shall be in for a surprise. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of other new recruits. Chang Lei swiftly turned, and upon seeing his stern expression, all the recruits hurriedly stood at attention. Look at them. Chang Lei admonished, pointing at them with a mix of disappointment and frustration. I hardly know where to begin with you all. Starting today, during the midday break, all personnel will practice formation drills. What? Chang Haonan grimaced. Squad leader, if we don't take a nap at noon, we'll collapse in the afternoon. If we don't, then elevate your standards. Chang Lei retorted sharply. When you've mastered the drills, you may rest. For now, follow along and practice. Just look at how far behind you all are compared to Qin Luo. Don't you want to be the early bird? All the new recruits felt as if they might collectively collapse in despair. Qin Luo had only been there for less than a day, and now these 2-month veterans were being likened to slow learners? They had to chase after this newcomer? Curse it! Cheng Haonan seethed, glaring daggers at Qin Luo. This punk really intends to ride on our heads. Chapter 10. Is the squad leader going to confront the company commander? As noon approached, an old soldier swiftly approached. It was Chan Liang. Chang Lei, brimming with cheer, approached him. Oh, squad leader, why do you seem so jovial? Qin Liang inquired, astonished. Chang Lei glanced back at Qin Luo, unable to suppress his grin. One finds joy in happy events. Right? Ha 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 indeed. Qin Liang chuckled. Once this batch of new recruits concludes, you will be promoted. In the future, I shall have to salute you. Upon hearing this, Chang Lei's joy intensified. By the end of the morning, Qin Luo had mastered all the formation movements with remarkable precision. With his skills, he could easily rank among the best in the entire new recruit battalion. Qin Luo was no burden. He was clearly a treasure leading him towards success. By the way, what brings you here? Chang Lei asked. Qin Liang chuckled. Didn't your squad just receive a new recruit? His personal items have yet to be collected. Oh, right? Chang Lei smacked his forehead and shouted. Qin Luo? Present. Qin Luo responded promptly, rushing over. Qin Liang's eyes widened in shock. Wow, your running form is impeccable. Qin Luo stood tall. Report, squad leader. It's all thanks to our squad leader's excellent teaching. Qin Liang raised his thumb in admiration. Squad leader, you truly are destined for promotion. He has only been here for less than a day. You have quite the talent. No, I possess only a modicum of skill. Ha ha ha. Chang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, more pleasurable than a relaxing massage. He had completely forgotten the grievances he felt yesterday at Wu Ziyuan's place. All right, Chang Lei attempted to compose himself. Qin Luo, please gather your personal belongings and accompany squad leader Chun to store them properly. Once in the army, all non-essential items must be collectively managed. Yes, sir. Qin Luo nodded and turned to Qin Liang. Squad leader. Please wait a moment. Chang Lei observed Qin Luo's retreating figure before turning his attention back to the other recruits. However, his thoughts appeared to linger on Qin Luo, glancing back at him occasionally. Seeming somewhat inattentive towards the other soldiers, It was akin to a child who had just received a coveted toy, reluctant to let it go even in slumber. Suddenly, Chang Lei's smile began to fade. He caught sight of several squad leaders sneaking toward the storage room. What the hell? Chang Lei's mind buzzed. Are these guys planning to carry out the company commander's orders to undermine Qin Luo? Had this been yesterday, he would have feigned ignorance, hoping Qin Luo would leave early. But now, Qin Luo was a beacon of hope in his eyes. Not only could these individuals not criticize him, but neither could the company commander. He must not allow them to discourage Qin Luo, nor let Qin Luo depart. This was a natural-born soldier he had to protect. Chang Lei's eyes twitched, and he suddenly made a resolute decision, turning sharply. Everyone, crawl around the field in 3 different formations for 2 laps. Hurry, I will return to inspect. With that, he dashed toward the storage room without a backward glance. The new recruits stared at his retreating figure, on the verge of tears. This damn Qin Luo is truly ruining us. I'll settle the score with him. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame. Enough talk, let us crawl, Zhang Qian sighed. Otherwise, when the squad leader returns, we will have even bigger problems. A group of new recruits, resigned, trudged toward the field, harboring resentment towards Qin Luo. After all, he had just arrived. Yet his rapid and precise learning only highlighted their inadequacies, making them feel like fools who could bear such a burden. The wind howled, and the surroundings blurred past Chang Lei as he sprinted toward the storage room. Qin Luo, hold on tight. The squad leader is coming. With the squad leader around, fear not. Chang Lei's expression was grave. In his heart, Qin Luo was his prized possession. Even if he had come through the back door, or arrived on a rocket, he was still an extraordinary talent, and no matter what, he absolutely could not allow anyone to shatter Qin Luo's confidence. A fiery determination ignited in Chang Lei's eyes, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. If anyone dared to mock Qin Luo, he would unleash a torrent of curses upon them. Today, he was determined to stand up for Qin Luo, even against the company commander. A wall loomed ahead, yet Chang Lei showed no intention of slowing down. He charged straight toward It. As he neared, he leaped, using his foot to push off the wall. swiftly altering his trajectory upon landing. He rolled to dissipate the impact and immediately darted toward the storage room. Just as he reached the entrance, Chang Lei, unable to turn in time, pushed off the ground with his right foot, transforming his forward sprint into a sideways leap, landing in a perfectly executed posture and sliding across the grass with remarkable grace. He glided like a slick fish, skimming along the ground until he reached the storage room entrance. "Qin Luo," Chang Lei called out while sliding. "The squad leader is here." As he raised his head, he saw several squad leaders grinning as they embraced Qin Luo at the doorway, witnessing Chang Lei's sliding antics. All the squad leaders were momentarily dumbfounded, staring at him as if he were a fool. Chang Lei halted at their feet, bewildered by their stupefied expressions. The squad leaders looked down, still in shock, at Chang Lei, who remained in a sliding position. The air seemed to grow still, as both parties found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. "Squad leader, how did you slide all the way here?" Qin Luo chuckled, gazing at him with amusement. The squad leaders snapped back to reality. "Indeed, squad leader, your form is quite commendable. How did you manage to practice crawling all the way to this point? That was quite a slide. Impressive indeed. You must have glided at least 10 meters. You could rival the slickness of soap. Care to demonstrate again? Squad leader, that is a remarkable skill. You must teach us." Chang Lei's face flushed crimson as he pushed himself off the ground. You all, what are you doing here?" Chang Lei glared at the squad leaders. They paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Oh, nothing. We were just strolling, just passing by. Well, we won't disturb you any further. We'll be on our way." The third squad leader waved at Qin Luo. "Little Qin, make sure to train hard. Squad leader here is the best in our battalion, and you'll learn a lot from him." The fifth squad leader patted Qin Luo on the back. "I have faith in you. You will surely pass the new recruit assessment. Where there's a will, there's a way," the second squad leader encouraged. "Little Qin, if squad leader here is ever too busy to teach you, feel free to come to me for assistance." Qin Luo waved his hand. "Thank you, esteemed squad leaders, for your kind intentions." As the crowd waved at him with cheerful smiles. It resembled a heartfelt farewell among close friends and family. Chang Lei stood there, dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. These individuals did not seem to be there to provoke Qin Luo. Instead, they appeared as if they were visiting relatives. Had he known, he would not have rushed over in such haste, for his backside was still throbbing with pain. After a few had departed, Chang Lei hurriedly inquired, "Qin Luo, they didn't do anything to you, did they?" Qin Luo shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." Chang Lei, with a look of suspicion, asked, "Really? They didn't say anything to you?" "Don't worry, you needn't be afraid if they did anything or said anything to you. Tell me, and I will take charge." Observing the earnest expression on the class leader's face, Qin Luo felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Before enlisting, as long as he was willing to spend money, a multitude of people would flock to be his friends. Yet, apart from his father and Wang Rifa, no one had ever shown such genuine concern for him. The protective stance of the class leader suggested that, should he truly be bullied, Chang Lei would readily confront anyone on his behalf. However, he could not divulge what had just transpired. Although they had only spent a day together, Qin Luo had discerned that both Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan were remarkably straightforward, too earnest for their own good. Thus, it was better that they remained unaware of certain matters. Qin Luo smiled gently, saying, "Really, it's nothing. The class leaders were just encouraging me to do my best." Chang Lei's mouth fell agape in shock. Had those fellows lost their minds, or had they misinterpreted the command from the company commander? Wu Ziyuan nodded awkwardly but soon adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Qin Luo, remember, you are my soldier. Regardless of what happens, you must inform me at the first opportunity. Although the class leader's capabilities are limited, I will certainly advocate for you." Seeing the solemnity etched on Chang Lei's face, a faint smile crept across Qin Luo's lips. At this rate, even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, Chang Lei would be willing to charge ahead. Qin Luo never expected Chang Lei to be so naive, so quick to care for him. He nodded vigorously. "All right." Moreover, Chang Lei added seriously, "Do not take to heart what they just said. With their mediocre skills, they haven't even trained their own soldiers properly yet. I will ensure you receive proper training, and if you have any questions, come to me." Qin Luo grinned and nodded. "Of course, class leader." Chang Lei then broke into a smile, pulling Qin Luo into a friendly embrace. Dinner is about to be served. Let us go. As Qin Luo gazed at Chang Lei's smiling yet resolute profile, he couldn't help but smile faintly. This class leader, with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, seemed quite commendable. Not far off, behind the restrooms and closing wall, the second class leader peeked out cautiously, observing as Chang Lei led Qin Luo away. Once they were out of sight, he glanced around before retreating. They've left! They've left! The second class leader exclaimed excitedly. Quick, let us see what we've got. The other class leaders exchanged knowing glances, grinning broadly as they simultaneously opened their jackets. Each of them revealed an array of cigarettes and premium brands. Their eyes collectively lit up, tears of joy welling at the corners of their mouths. Oh, Commander, the third class leader gulped. I must have misjudged him. Such a fine young man. How could he possibly drag our company down? Indeed, everyone nodded in unison. Commander, he must have looked at him wrong. Even old Ma has his off days. Chapter 11, Unity in Class, bringing down Qin Luo 95 Supreme. The third class leader drooled. I've only heard of this brand. This is the first time I've seen it. What kind of cigarette is this? Why is it flat, in a golden box, and has such a design? The fifth class leader asked, astonished. This is with the world. This must be an expensive brand, right? The fourth class leader remarked, rolling his eyes. Of course it's expensive. It's a limited edition. Most tobacco shops might not even stock it. Wow. The second class leader swallowed hard. This kid, Qin Luo, truly a good comrade. He is so polite towards the senior comrades. They all nodded vigorously in agreement, then immediately began to divide their newfound treasures. Typically, they smoked cigarettes priced at 5 or 10 yuan. If they managed to get their hands on a 15 yuan pack, it felt like a celebration. Yet, with these 200 yuan cigarettes, Qin Luo had generously bestowed upon each of them 4 or 5 packs. Such a thoughtful comrade, so considerate. How could he possibly be the burden the commander described? Unbeknownst to them, just as they had been planning to trouble Qin Luo, he was busy packing his bag, revealing a bounty of cigarettes and liquor. Qin Luo quickly noticed that this group of class leaders, who had initially appeared menacing, were now captivated by the contents of his bag. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had almost thought that his gift-giving strategy had become ineffective, but it seemed to still work wonders. For Qin Luo, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. The second class leader nodded emphatically. In my opinion, our commander just likes to wear tinted glasses when assessing people. What does it matter if he arrived 2 months late? As long as he is ambitious. That's all that counts. Exactly. The first class leader added, with someone as capable as him, he will surely guide him well. The fifth class leader, with an air of mystery, declared, I could tell at a glance that Qin Luo is an incredibly diligent and hard-working soldier with great potential. The commander must have misjudged him this time. The third class leader cleared his throat. Speaking of which, shouldn't we do something since we've accepted Qin Luo's gifts? Absolutely, the second class leader asserted. First and foremost, we cannot assist the commander in committing any injustices. A comrade is driven as he deserves our encouragement. We should rally behind him. Right? The sixth class leader nodded vigorously, in addition to cheering him on. We can also teach him a thing or two during our spare time, helping alleviate some of the first class leader's burdens. Didn't he just ask us for help? Let us not go overboard. The third class leader chuckled. The first class leader is so formidable. Who among us could compare? We should just focus on encouraging Qin Luo. The group exchanged mischievous glances, all wearing sly smiles. Let us smoke? Come on. Yes, just like that. Keep it up. As Chang Lei watched Qin Luo transition from a low crawl to a standard side crawl, he clapped his hands enthusiastically like a child. Excellent, just like that. Use your legs to push, high crawl, quickly, high crawl. Upon hearing the command, Qin Luo, already panting from exertion, immediately switched to a high crawl. Coordinating his elbows and knees, he moved swiftly forward. Beautiful, just like that. Chang Lei's grin widened, his applause echoing. Now he could be certain that Qin Luo was not merely talented. He was an absolute genius. This kid was born to be a soldier. After only 2 rounds of instruction on the 3 tactical movements, he not only mastered them but continually self-corrected, improving with every attempt. What a treasure, a real gem. Chang Lei felt an urge to hug Qin Luo and give him a hearty kiss. Old class leader. Is that you? You must have been reluctant for me to retire and return to farming, so you guided him to my side. Chang Lei gazed excitedly at the sky, reassuring, rest assured, I will make him the finest soldier. I promise. Come on, Qin, go faster. Chang Lei shouted, racing after Qin Luo. Meanwhile, Cheng Haonan and the others stood rigidly like wooden posts. The reason was simple. They had just completed the 3 major formations, and they could not measure up to Qin Luo. Hence, in a fit of anger, Chang Lei had ordered them to drill their basics thoroughly. Each had 2 bricks placed beneath their feet, with their hats balanced precariously on their heads. Should they fall, the consequences would be dire. Guys, Zhang Qian observed Chang Lei, beaming as he chased after Qin Luo, and his eyes twitched with irritation. If this continues, that new recruit will become the leader of our class. Who knows, the class leader might even have him train us. Damn it. Cheng Haonan glared at the crawling Qin Luo. This arrogant kid thinks he has all that. He arrived 2 months late and now wants to boss us around? I, Cheng Haonan, will be the first to refuse. What good will that do? Li Dashing sighed. Can't you see? This guy has talent. He picks up everything immediately. If I were the class leader, I'd be like him too. It doesn't matter how disgruntled we are. Zhang Qian also sighed, muttering softly, had I known, I should have just taken his money. At least then it wouldn't feel like a loss. Exactly, how Duo piped up. I still struggle with crawling. Qin Luo picked it up right away. I genuinely believe he can teach us. How Duo? Shut up, Cheng Haonan snapped. Why bolster someone else's confidence at the expense of our own? Which side are you on? I doubt I'm just speaking the truth. I really can't do it. Shut your mouth. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare, then turned to Zhang Qian. Old Zhang, you're the one with the most scheming ideas among us. Think of a way. Zhang Qian shot him a look. What do you mean scheming? That's wisdom. All right, Cheng Haonan urged. You're the smartest. Think of something quickly, or that kid will really start giving us orders. I can't stand that, the others chimed in, for they had been together since entering the new recruits company and had formed bonds, and no matter how impressive Qin Luo was, he was still a newcomer with no ties to them. They were all young and brimming with energy. Naturally, they would resent taking orders from someone who had just arrived. Zhang Qian's eyes darted around, and he suddenly exclaimed with a smile, there is only one way left. However, it requires everyone to unite. Quickly, what is it? Cheng Haonan asked excitedly. As long as we can deal with him, our class will undoubtedly stand together. Yes, we are all listening to you. Old Zhang, please tell us. Zhang Qian chuckled. The solution is quite simple. We create trouble, intimidate him, and make him afraid. Once Zhang Qian finished speaking, confusion spread across everyone's faces. Is that really feasible? Li Dashing inquired doubtfully. Can he even listen to us? Of course, Zhang Qian replied with pride. We are numerous, while he stands alone, isolated and vulnerable. As long as we wield a big stick in one hand and offer honey in the other, we can surely tame this little brat. Li Dashing took a deep breath. I believe what old Zhang says makes sense. The reason we are suffering so much now is that this kid loves to show off. If we can get him to stand with us, the class leader will treat everyone equally, and we can return to our normal lives. Cheng Haonan burst into laughter. Old Zhang, in critical moments, it is indeed you who can turn the tide. He looked at everyone with a stern expression. No one is allowed to back down. We must act together. Even if the class leader finds out, we will all face it together. Anyone who dares to flinch, I will not spare them. Good. Everyone vigorously blinked in agreement. Cheng Haonan? Yes. Cheng Haonan stood up in fright. Chang Lei, with hands on hips, shouted from a distance. Your hat has fallen. Do 100 push-ups and then stand still. What? Cheng Haonan exclaimed in grievance, realizing he had forgotten his hat was still on his head when he turned. Class leader, it was unintentional. Can we reduce it 200? Chang Lei bellowed. Without a second thought, Cheng Haonan immediately dropped down. He glared at Qin Luo, who was still crawling, his eyes filled with fury. You brat, it's all your fault. Otherwise, we would be training normally. Just wait, your good days are about to end. Chapter 12. Do you really want to go against me? All right, take a break. Upon issuing the order, Chang Lei immediately cheerfully handed a water bottle to Qin Luo. Qin Luo lay on the ground, panting heavily as if he were a dead dog. Sweat poured down his forehead like a burst water faucet. C-class, class leader. Qin Luo gulped hard. I crawled. How was it? Chang Lei smiled broadly and gave a thumbs up. Excellent, truly excellent, nearly perfect, I can assure you. At least among our squad. No new recruit crawls better than you. Qin Luo let out a huge sigh of relief, finally feeling that his efforts weren't in vain. However, the training was incredibly grueling. Had it not been for the desire to be the top new recruit and earn superpowers, he wouldn't have endured such fatigue and would have preferred to lie flat and pass the days. Qin Luo took a deep breath. Once I have enough superpowers, I will definitely request an early discharge. Then I will roam the world, first to beat up the Japanese, then to deal with the Koreans. Chang Lei patted him, laughing. You kid, truly gifted. I taught you in the morning, and by the afternoon, you can crawl this well. I think you can proceed to tactical combination training next. What? Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. He was already exhausted, and now they wanted to combine. It sounded like a recipe for exhaustion. Chang Lei chuckled. I know, you're very tired right now. No worries, take a break first, and then come back later. Seeing Chang Lei's excited demeanor, Qin Luo felt speechless. Obtaining superpowers was not as easy as it sounded. Class leader. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted. Chang Lei turned around to find it was Chen Liang. What's the matter? The company commander has called for a meeting now, Chen Liang announced. Understood. Chang Lei nodded, though his mind was filled with questions. The company commander rarely called meetings, and they were typically held at night, never during training. Could there be something important? Class leader, hurry up. Qin Luo panted. Don't keep the company commander waiting. Chang Lei smiled at him. In his eyes, Qin Luo was showing concern for him. Little did he know, Qin Luo just wanted to rest properly. If Chang Lei didn't leave, how could he relax? All right. Chang Lei stood up. You rest for a while, and then review. When I return, we'll proceed with tactical combination training. Fine. Qin Luo nodded with a bitter smile. Everyone, come over. Chang Lei shouted to the new recruits who were forming ranks at a distance. Train alongside Qin Luo. Yes. All the new recruits shouted in unison. Chang Lei cast a glance at Qin Luo before turning to run towards the company headquarters. The new recruits exchanged glances, all wearing mischievous smiles. Finally, we've found our opportunity. Cheng Haonan clenched his fist, looking at the sprawled-out Qin Luo. Let's go greet him. Let's go. Everyone followed closely behind him, striding towards Qin Luo. At that moment, Qin Luo was taking a deep breath, gazing at the azure sky, and comfortably exhaling a mouthful of stale air. Achieving the title of top new recruit was exhausting beyond measure. Qin Luo sighed wearily. Thankfully, Chang Lei had left. If he continued to crawl, he would be completely worn out. He shook his head. The urgent task was to complete the mission and earn some extraordinary superpowers. Otherwise, even a few points would suffice. He no longer hoped for immediate superpowers. Just a few points to enhance his existing abilities would be satisfactory. Although his physique was already on par with that of an amateur athlete, Chang Lei was truly pushing him hard in training, and that foundation was simply insufficient. He needed to complete a task first, and then elevate his physical capabilities. Qin Luo silently made a decision. If he continued this level of training, he felt he wouldn't last until the end of the new recruit training. Achieving the title of top new recruit was currently unattainable. He might as well focus on subduing those few individuals first, which seemed relatively easier as Qin Luo was lost in thought. A shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight. He squinted and saw Cheng Haonan's large face staring at him with a smirk. Damn! Qin Luo was startled and quickly sat up, only to realize that the new recruits had surrounded him in a circle. What do you want? Qin Luo warily scanned the group. He could tell that their faces were filled with ill intentions. What are you doing? We're here too, Cheng Haonan began, but Zheng Qian quickly pulled him behind himself, smiling at Qin Luo. We're here to train with you. Didn't the class leader just say that we should practice together? All the new recruits nodded cheerfully, but their eyes sparkled with mischief. Qin Luo, not foolish, immediately understood their intentions. He sprawled out again. You all train. I'll guide you since I'm considerably stronger than you. Get up. Cheng Haonan kicked his leg. Qin Luo jumped up as if he had been burned. What do you want? Want to fight me? Cheng Haonan sneered coldly, glaring at the furious Qin Luo. Come on. I'm still furious about your sneak attack last time. Fight. Zheng Qian grinned. The class leader said that if you dare to hit anyone again, you will be sent back. We are so many, and everyone on this playground is watching. Exactly. We're all watching. Go on. Hit him. Everyone taunted with confidence, and Cheng Haonan even deliberately bumped his shoulder against Qin Luo a few times. Anger flickered in Qin Luo's eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed Zheng Qian. Damn, you don't dare to hit him but want to hit me? Zheng Qian, emboldened, replied, Come on, hit me. Qin Luo smiled slightly at him and suddenly seized his right hand. Activated the One Punch Man ability. A surge of immense power surged forth. Zheng Qian immediately felt himself propelled by a tremendous force. his right hand uncontrollably swinging outward. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on Chung Haonan's face, sending him spinning in a complete circle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Luo released Zheng Qian and quickly stepped back. As you wished, here is a slap for you. Chung Haonan touched his stinging face, incredulously staring at Zheng Qian. You helped him hit me? Zheng Qian almost cried out. It wasn't me. He used my hand to hit you. We are on the same side. How could I possibly hit you? It was all him, damn. Chung Haonan glared at Qin Luo. You dare to sneak attack me? I'll kill you. But just as he raised his fist, Qin Luo suddenly laughed. They're fighting, bullying people. With that shout, all the surrounding new recruits turned to look. A duty squad leader rushed over. What's going on? Who's fighting? Report, squad leader. Qin Luo pointed at Chung Haonan and the others. They are bullying me, the new recruit, ganging up on me. The squad leader turned sharply, and Chung Haonan quickly retracted his fist. All right, the squad leader snorted. You've only been here for 2 months and already learned to bully the newcomers? Report, squad leader. Chung Haonan said pitifully. I didn't hit him. He hit me. Look at what he did to my face. It's almost swollen. The squad leader looked at Qin Luo, who shrugged. Clearly, it was Zheng Qian who hit you. What does it have to do with me? Squad leader, if you don't believe me, just ask them. Is that so? The squad leader glared at the already trembling Hao Duo. Hao Duo, frightened by that glare, nearly burst into tears. Report, squad leader, it is. Zheng Qian became anxious. Squad leader, it's not what you think. It was Qin Luo who struck him with my hand. Enough, the squad leader shouted angrily. Do you think I'm a fool? He uses your hand to hit you, and you just let him? Exactly. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Zheng Qian, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. It's just that he is too strong. Shut up, the squad leader bellowed. I don't know what nonsense you two are up to, but neither of you is innocent. Immediately drop and give me 200 push-ups, right now, squad leader. It's not what you think. We point 300, the squad leader roared. If you keep babbling, I'll penalize you both. Chung Haonan and Zheng Qian, frightened, immediately dropped to the ground. They knew that if they were to be assigned to a unit in the future with a penalty on their record, it would spell disaster. You count. The squad leader pointed at Qin Luo. No shielding. I'll be watching from the side. Yes. Qin Luo grinned and nodded. Point 1, 2, 3. Qin Luo shouted loudly while Zheng Qian and Chung Haonan performed their push-ups, glaring at him. You scoundrel, how can you call out like that and not uphold martial virtue? Chung Haonan's face was filled with fury. Qin Luo squatted in front of him. Do you think you're a cowboy from the West? Ready for a duel? With your intellect? You dare come at me? You can't defeat me. Don't get too cocky. We simply underestimated you. Zheng Qian glared fiercely at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Don't be a stubborn duck. Listen, my previous conditions still stand. You think of me as your little brother. Go to hell. Chung Haonan retorted angrily. You think I'll be your little brother? Dream on. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. I seldom take in little brothers. I am already being generous to you. Besides, following me means living a life of luxury. Qin Luo, Chung Haonan gritted his teeth. You're scared. Afraid we'll deal with you? Huh? You want to reconcile? Unless you bow your head and admit your mistakes and agree to my original conditions, we won't let this go. Right? Zheng Qian nodded. Qin Luo frowned. Do I have to submit to you for you to be satisfied? Yes. They both nodded in unison. Chung Haonan coldly declared, You're too arrogant, and you love to be the center of attention. You've dragged us into being punished. You must listen to us. No more negotiations? Qin Luo fixed his gaze on them. Yes, they both affirmed together. Qin Luo smiled faintly at them. It's always others who submit to me. I, young master, have never backed down to anyone. Fine. Let us see how long you can hold out. Chung Haonan looked at him smugly. It's us who will see how long you can endure. Squad leader. Qin Luo suddenly shouted. This guy is slacking off, damn. Chung Haonan was on the verge of exploding. You're the one breaking martial virtue again. Chapter 13. Scaring me, then laughing at me, bang. The class leader angrily threw his hat onto the bed, causing all the class members to stand at attention immediately. Qin Luo. Chang Lei stormed over to Qin Luo. But upon seeing Qin Luo's face, his anger diminished significantly. He pointed at Qin Luo, trying to suppress his fury. Why is your designated area not cleaned properly? Huh? Qin Luo looked bewildered. He distinctly remembered sweeping it clean. without a single leaf left. What do you mean, huh? Chang Lei pointed a finger at him. Your area has several pieces of trash. Our class has been criticized because of it. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Cheng Haonan's smug expression. That bastard. Qin Luo's eyes blazed with fury, and your shoes are scattered everywhere. Chang Lei's voice grew louder. Your water cup is in disarray, and there are numerous water stains beneath it. Because of you, our class has to hand over the moving red flag this week. You? Chang Lei wanted to explode again, but looking at Qin Luo's face, he couldn't muster the anger. You're quite perceptive and learn quickly, especially in military matters. Chang Lei said earnestly, but as soldiers, we must be well-rounded and meet standards in every aspect. You need to pay attention? Yes. Qin Luo straightened his chest. Chang Lei glared at him, sighing heavily in his heart. 2 days ago, the company commander held an emergency meeting, announcing that this new recruit assessment would be conducted together with 2 other recruit training regiments. This was a major event, and it was said that high-ranking officials from the military would be present. If they achieved good results, it would be remarkable. Qin Luo had already become a prized gem in Chang Lei's eyes. He couldn't bring himself to scold him. All right, go about your business. Prepare for training later. Chang Lei turned and walked out. Is that it? Once Chang Lei left, Cheng Haonan looked utterly speechless. The others wore similarly incredulous expressions, not even receiving the moving red flag, and the class leader didn't punish Qin Luo. It was infuriating. You're deliberately setting me up, aren't you? Qin Luo coldly glared at everyone. Not me. Hao Duo quickly waved his hands, but Li Dashing immediately poked him, causing him to retract his hands in pain. Hey. Cheng Haonan walked over to Qin Luo with a smile. You need evidence when you speak? Don't bite like a rabid dog. Zheng Qian smiled and said, someone didn't do well and was scolded by the class leader. Are you feeling wrong to the point of tears? Then go ahead and cry loudly. Cheng Haonan laughed heartily. Let us go. Zheng Qian waved his hand. Let us train and not hinder him from crying. Hey. Qin Luo growled, and everyone immediately halted. What, do you want to hit me with my own hand again? Zheng Qian grinned and retracted his hand. No chance for you. Qin Luo coldly stared at them. You were the ones who started it. I merely retaliated. Cheng Haonan sneered. Who told you to be so showy, causing us to be scolded by the class leader every day? You deserve it. Qin Luo glared back. Who told you to be so incompetent? If the class leader punishes you, it's your own fault. You slapped me and made me do so many push-ups. What are you so arrogant about? Cheng Haonan was furious and ready to charge, but Zheng Qian quickly pulled him back. Qin Luo. Zheng Qian smiled. We don't want to make things difficult for you, but don't make things hard for us either. Just train adequately, and don't exceed our average level by too much. You like to overexert yourself. We don't. He rubbed his hands. If you want us not to make things difficult for you, it's simple. Just maintain the same level as everyone else during training. Also, since you join later, at least show us some respect. Not a chance, Qin Luo replied decisively. Zheng Qian's smile froze on his face. You insist on opposing us? Qin Luo shrugged. You're the ones insisting on opposing me. My training is my own business. If you're punished for your incompetence, that's your issue, not mine. He said coolly. If you find the punishment too exhausting, fine. Recognize me as your big brother. I'll give you money to eat well and replenish your strength. Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan angrily pointed at him. We're giving you a way out? I am also giving you a way out. Qin Luo spread his hands. Zheng Qian coldly snorted. Let us go. If he enjoys being bullied, then we'll accommodate him. All the new recruits glared at Qin Luo before turning to leave. Qin Luo looked dismissively at them. He was determined to be the top recruit and would never settle for their level. You don't want a way out? You want to play? Huh? Qin Luo shrugged. I have 100 ways to scare you into submission. As night fell and the lights-out signal sounded, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Chang Lei's bunk. Chang Lei was sound asleep, mouth wide open. Qin Luo smiled slightly and slowly sat up. A glance around revealed that all the new recruits were snoring, with Cheng Haonan's snores particularly loud. Qin Luo approached Cheng Haonan, and a foul odor wafted from him, prompting Qin Luo to immediately cover his nose. Eating like a pig, looking like a pig, and sleeping like a pig. Qin Luo snorted coldly, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This is what you get for opposing me. He slowly turned and walked toward the others. The night grew darker, and a cold wind swept through the barracks, prompting the cadre on patrol, Xia Hui, to wrap his coat tighter. Xia, the advisor, Chief of Staff Kong Xiang said with a smile. It's getting colder. Let me handle the bed checks, you should hurry back. Xia Hui chuckled. Old Kong, you know what our regiment leader is like. If I don't check the beds and he finds out, he might report it to higher-ups. I still want to make progress. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. The regiment leader is indeed very serious about his work. All right, let us go together. The two strode toward the dormitory of the 9th Company. They all sleeping soundly. Xia Hui shone his flashlight into the dorm. Kong Xiang chuckled. Of course. Our training regiment has the toughest training. The moment the lights out signal goes off, the new recruits fall asleep immediately. Who has the strength to run around? Xia Hui nodded. Your company is indeed impressive. I'll check out the other companies. Some new recruits run to the toilet late at night, some wash their clothes, and a few even enjoy stargazing. Damn it, they're just not tired enough. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. That sort of thing would never happen in our company. The new recruits are too busy with training to have any spare time for that. Ah, Xia Hui suddenly jumped up, dropping the flashlight onto the ground. Kong Xiang jumped in surprise. What's wrong with you? Xia Hui pointed at Class 1. What are those soldiers doing? They're all wide awake staring at me. It's terrifying. How is that possible? Kong Xiang looked incredulous. Class 1 has the toughest training. They must be asleep at this hour. Listen, the snoring is so loud. No, it's real. Xia Hui nervously pointed towards the dormitory, exclaiming, You can see for yourself. Kong Xiang picked up the flashlight, his expression one of disbelief as he shone it inside. Holy cow! Just a glance was enough to send Kong Xiang jumping back to Xia Hui's side. The flashlight crashing to the ground once more. Is it true? Xia Hui fixed his gaze on him. Are they all staring at you? Kong Xiang, still shaken, nodded fervently. It's just so creepy. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing the situation, and in a fit of anger, picked up the flashlight to shine it inside again. This time, he saw clearly. It wasn't that everyone was awake and staring at him. Rather, this group had painted grotesque faces, particularly an eye drawn on their eyelids. The sight was so startling that it seemed they were all wide-eyed and gazing at him. Kong Xiang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Xia Hui slowly leaned closer, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Old Kong, your entire squad, the one that trains the hardest, certainly knows how to have fun, huh? You're just here to scare me. Aren't you? They seem more restless than the new recruits from other squads. No, old Xia, it's not what you think. Kong Xiang began to explain. Just then, Cheng Haonan let out an unexpectedly loud shout, startling both Kong Xiang and Xia Hui. They turned to see Zheng Qian turning his head, his fake eyes glaring at Xia Hui, a painted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is he mocking me? Xia Hui fumed, pointing at Zheng Qian. Qin Luo squinted his eyes, observing the furious Xia Hui outside, a smirk appearing on his lips. Let this be a lesson for opposing me, he thought, coldly scoffing. Your nightmare has just begun. Chapter 14. Why did you draw this on your face? At 1 o'clock in the morning, all members of Class 1 stood in a neat line before the barracks. Wu Ziyuan, flashlight in hand, prowled around them like a hawk, and everyone was too frightened to move, eyes fixed straight ahead. Kong Xiang stood aside, stifling a laugh as he spotted Haodua's face painted with Ultraman. Glancing at Zheng Qian beside him, whose face bore a Hello Kitty, he nearly burst out in laughter. But when he caught sight of Cheng Haonan with a rocket drawn upside down on his face, he could no longer contain himself and let out a hearty laugh. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, and Kong Xiang quickly covered his mouth, though a few chortles still escaped through his fingers. Ha! Ha ha ha! The new recruits exchanged glances, unable to hold back their laughter. You've got a giant turtle on your face. You look like a skull. You've got a big mustache on you. Shut up, Wu Ziyuan bellowed, silencing everyone instantly. What's so funny? Is this amusing to you? Chang Lei cast a glance over the recruits' painted faces, his expression darkening. At that moment, it seemed they would rather find a hole to hide in. Qin Luo, observing Wu Ziyuan's sour expression, chuckled to himself, knowing a spectacle was about to unfold. All right, enough standing around. What are you all frozen for? Seeing Wu Ziyuan's face darkening, Kong Xiang quickly intervened. It's late. Hurry back and rest. Rest? Wu Ziyuan growled. Class 1 seems to be quite the pranksters. Huh? Staying up all night and painting faces, preparing for a performance. His gaze landed on Cheng Haonan, his eyes twitching in irritation. While others draw cats. dogs, and Ultraman. You, for heaven's sake, Drawed, what is this? Are you out of your mind? Chung Haonan nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this, shouting, "Which bastard drew on my face? Step forward, or I swear I'll kill you." The sight of him in such a state made the others laugh to the point of tears. Chung Haonan had 2 circles and 2 dots painted on his eyelids, which, upon a glance, looked like eyes blinking. Silence! Wu Ziyuan growled again, his murderous glare making Chung Haonan clamp his mouth shut. Now, who came up with this idea? I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Chung Haonan howled, startling Wu Ziyuan. His voice cracked as he pleaded. Squad leader, I'm innocent. We're all victims here. We didn't do this. The others chimed in. Squad leader, this has nothing to do with us. We're honest folks. How could we do such a thing? Then who did? Wu Ziyuan glared at them. It was him. It must be him. Chung Haonan pointed an accusing finger at Qin Luo, his eyes blazing with indignation. Yes, it's definitely him. Zhang Qin quickly echoed. No one else could have done it. Kong Xiang looked at Qin Luo in disbelief, while Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Qin Luo immediately played the victim. Report, squad leader, they're framing me. His face portrayed a blend of innocence and grievance. I trained so hard during the day, exhausted like a dog. The moment lights out sounded, I fell straight to sleep, and I have no idea what happened afterward. I'm truly innocent. Report, squad leader. Chang Lei interjected quickly. I can vouch for him. He definitely didn't do it. He trained earnestly, and the moment lights out sounded, he fell asleep right away. I saw it with my own eyes. All the new recruits looked at their squad leader with expressions of disbelief. No one expected that at such a critical moment, the squad leader would defend Qin Luo. A sly smile crept across Qin Luo's face as he realized his mimicry skills had kicked in unconsciously while he feigned innocence. His heartfelt performance could easily win him an award for Best Actor. Even the new recruits were left dumbfounded by his incredible acting. Could it really not be him? Had they wrongly accused him? Perhaps a traitor lurked among them, but Chung Haonan hesitated only for 2 seconds before snapping back to reality. Impossible! It has to be him. No one else could be so despicable. Report. Chung Haonan barely managed to start before Wu Ziyuan yanked his ear, causing him to yelp in pain. What report? You're just framing people. Wu Ziyuan's anger flared. Even if you were pressed for time and couldn't draw something decent for yourself, couldn't you ask someone else? At the very least, you could have put in more effort. Drawing such a thing on your own face? You certainly have a unique sense of style. Chung Haonan felt wronged, on the verge of tears. Who would draw such a thing on their own face? I swear it wasn't me. Class 1, Wu Ziyuan shouted. Yes, Chang Lei stood at attention. Your class is just too lively, Wu Ziyuan said, nearly laughing in frustration. Not only is your imagination rich, but you're all artists when it comes to framing others, and so united in it. So, aside from Qin Luo, everyone else will run 3 kilometers before heading to bed. What? The recruit's jaws dropped in disbelief. What the hell, Chung Haonan? You'll run 5 kilometers. Chung Haonan felt utterly wronged. Why is it always me who suffers? Class 1, on my command. Run, Chang Lei ordered, and everyone reluctantly followed him toward the training ground. Casting fiery glares at Qin Luo as they left, Wu Yuan shot a glance at Qin Luo before turning to lead Kong Xiang away. Old Wu, how did you know? Kong Xiang looked back. Hesitant to speak. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. Is it not obvious? Qin Luo has the most terrifying face paint. It's clear someone is targeting him, trying to set him up. Are you defending him? Kong Xiang asked with a smile. Wu Ziyuan snorted. Though I dislike that kid, I must judge fairly. As a squad leader, I must handle matters in the unit impartially. Otherwise, how can I maintain authority? His frustration simmered. Moreover, Chung Haonan's drawing is the sloppiest. With the fewest strokes, he clearly ran out of time and hastily scribbled a little on his face, not expecting it to turn out looking like this. Who is framing whom? That's evident at first glance. Kong Xiang tapped his head, nodding in agreement. You make a good point. But that kid, why draw something like that on his face? Old Wu, I truly didn't see this coming. You have the makings of a detective. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily, pleased with himself. I have many talents. Don't think you can use me as a pawn. Watching the two depart, Qin Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of pride. Such a risky scheme had succeeded. He truly was a genius. Thankfully, Wu Ziyuan hadn't he grown suspicious. Otherwise, he would have been punished to run alongside the others. That would have been a case of losing 1,000 while inflicting 800 in damage, a terrible outcome. Qin Luo turned his gaze back to the training ground, where his comrades were running in frustration. They were not only running but also being kicked in the rear by Chang Lei. A sight both pitiful and amusing, a wicked smile crept across Qin Luo's face. Trying to play tricks on me? You're all just my pawns. As the morning exercises concluded, the new recruits tidied their personal spaces before rushing with their tools to their assigned area. Just as Qin Luo had swept a few times, a crowd of figures suddenly surrounded him. Hey! Qin Luo straightened up, grinning at everyone. You all are quick today. Finished cleaning up so soon? Did you do this? Chang Haonan glared at him, flames of fury in his eyes. Qin Luo asserted with righteous indignation, Of course not. You're full of it. It was definitely you. Zheng Qian angrily pointed at Qin Luo. You're so despicable. Playing dirty when you can't win fair? You little brat. I'll get you for this. Chang Haonan shouted, jabbing a finger at Qin Luo's nose. You took advantage of us while we were asleep and painted that nonsense on my face. Are you even a man? Seeing the murderous glares directed at him, Qin Luo shrugged with a smile, dropping the pretense. Who threw garbage in my area? Who messed up my space while I was away? If you started this dirty play, you can't blame anyone else. All the new recruits were seething with rage, and Chang Haonan clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. I see you, you little brat. Are just asking for a beating. What do you think you're doing? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, causing everyone to turn and fright. 3 squad leaders strode over with an intimidating presence, prompting everyone to stand at attention. Good morning. Squad leaders. The third squad leader glanced at them and then turned to Qin Luo. Are they trying to bully you again? Don't be afraid. Just tell us if anything happens. The second squad leader snorted coldly. You lot have no sense of unity at all. What has the first squad leader taught you? Bullying someone last night and then trying to do it again today. Even we outsiders can't stand by and watch. The new recruits were instantly taken aback. When did Qin Luo become associated with these squad leaders? They were actually coming to his aid. What frustrated the recruits the most was that they had clearly been the ones who were bullied last night. Yet Qin Luo had somehow turned into the victim. Qin Luo. The fifth squad leader patted Qin Luo on the back. Speak boldly. If they bully you, we will stand up for you. Indeed. The other 2 squad leaders nodded in agreement. The new recruits nervously turned their gazes toward Qin Luo, and Chang Haonan instinctively took a step back. Seeing their cowardly demeanor, Qin Luo chuckled softly. He didn't wish to escalate the matter. A little discomfort for them was sufficient, as he still needed to complete his system task of winning over these guys. Just a bit of suffering would suffice. It shouldn't go too far. Thank you, squad leaders. I'm fine, Qin Luo replied with a smile. They only feel guilty for bullying me last night, so they specially came to help me clean the designated area. I'm actually trying to decline their offer. So that's how it is. The third squad leader laughed. What is there to decline? This is what they should do. Let them do it. The group of new recruits stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Who said we wanted to help you? The third squad leader pointed to the side. Also, trim that grass over there. Look how overgrown it is. Make sure to finish cleaning up before breakfast. All the new recruits' eyes widened in disbelief. This wasn't even in their designated area. What are you staring at? If you don't clean it well, you want to get breakfast. That's our decree. The squad leaders glared fiercely, their expressions menacing. Yes, the group of recruits, with faces full of dismay, could only turn to fetch tools. Damn Qin Luo, Zheng Qian lamented. He actually got the other squad leaders to deal with us. That scoundrel is a traitor. Fine, if he wants to play this way, I want to let him off easy. Chang Haonan gritted his teeth. Each new recruit felt utterly wronged. They had been played last night, and now they were being toyed with again early in the morning. Who could understand this feeling? Chapter 15. What are they up to? Hey, you lot, move quicker. The third squad leader shouted from a distance. We're all watching you. Don't even think about slacking off. The second squad leader pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Make sure to cut it evenly. Otherwise, I'll go tell your squad leader and make you run 3 more kilometers. Terrified, all the recruits hurriedly sped up, the sound of scissors snipping echoing through the air. The fifth squad leader chuckled. This is what happens when you bully the new comrades. How Duo was on the verge of tears, but we didn't bully him. Shut up. Chang Haonan shot him a glare, then looked at the others. We absolutely must get back at him. I was kicked over 20 times by the squad leader last night. My butt has taken at least 10 kicks. Zhang Qian gritted his teeth. Even squatting down now, it still hurts. So how do we deal with him? Li Dasheng turned to Zhang Qian. Physical retaliation is definitely out of the question. That guy has these squad leaders backing him. Zhang Qian's eyes glinted mischievously, and he grinned. If physical means one work, let us use cunning. He is crafty, but we can be craftier. Meanwhile, the squad leaders retreated to a corner, puffing out smoke rings while watching the recruits toil away. The third squad leader took a drag on his cigarette. This comrade Qin Luo is truly remarkable. Even after being bullied, he still insisted we don't intervene. He is quite the unifier. The fifth squad leader nodded with a smile, and he knows how to handle people well. It's just a matter of helping him seek justice. And he even offered us cigarettes. What courtesy! Let me tell you, the second squad leader said earnestly, these cigarettes are not for free. We need to keep a close eye on Qin Luo from now on and ensure he isn't bullied again. That's a must. The group chuckled and nodded in agreement, then shouted at the new recruits in the distance. Pick up the pace, quicker. After breakfast, Chang Lei took Qin Luo to a small grove. Don't take last night's events to heart, Chang Lei said, casting a comforting glance at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled. Squad leader, I'm not upset at all. Really? Chang Lei scrutinized Qin Luo. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Really? Chang Lei sighed in relief. That's good to hear, he smiled. The military is a large collective, and the squad is a smaller one. You have talent and intelligence. I believe you can blend in with everyone. Seeing the hopeful expression on Chang Lei's face, Qin Luo felt speechless. He had no desire to blend in with that bunch of misfits. Those guys were probably thinking about how to take him down. Don't worry, squad leader. I'll definitely fit in with them. Chang Lei smiled broadly, giving him a pat. The military is a great melting pot. And there are also social nuances. Never mind. I believe you can do it. He patted him once more, smiling as he turned to leave. Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, the smile on his face vanishing instantly. These guys had taken 2 losses. They should be a lot more obedient this time. As long as they called him Big Brother, his task would be complete. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. As usual, Chang Lei took Qin Luo for extra training. The others had been doing drills all morning and had also run 5 kilometers, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. During mealtime, everyone shot Qin Luo fierce glares while dishing out food, as if they were staring at a sworn enemy. Qin Luo felt exasperated. How resilient are these guys? After all that, they still want to challenge me. His eyes twitched. Since they were so unyielding, he would continue to press on. His body was close to breaking down, and he absolutely needed to unlock a new superpower or upgrade his gene enhancement level, or he would truly be exhausted. Thus, he had to complete this task first. After lunch, Qin Luo hurried back to the barracks, eager to gauge Cheng Haonan and the others' attitudes. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he froze. Where is my blanket? Where did it go? What happened to my sheets? He stepped back outside, looked up, confirmed it was indeed the first barack, and then walked back in. Though his dismay, all that remained on his bed was a green mattress. Oh, the young master is looking for his blanket? Huh? At that moment, Cheng Haonan's smug voice rang out. Qin Luo spun around, glaring at the few of them who had entered with smug expressions, his brow furrowing. What did you do to my blanket, and what about my sheets? The new recruits exchanged mischievous glances and broke into laughter. To make amends for what we did to you last night, we gathered this morning after finishing our chores and decided we had to do something to make it up to you. Cheng Haonan patted his chest. Since the weather is so nice, we took your blanket out to air it. After a morning of sunbathing, it should be fluffy and warm for you tonight. Qin Luo was instantly furious. In the military, especially among new recruits, the most taboo thing was airing out blankets. Once aired, the cotton would expand, making it nearly impossible to fold back to its original form. It had taken him considerable effort to fold it just right. Now, after airing it would be utterly ruined. When Chang Lei discovered that his blanket was worse than when he first arrived, he would surely face reprimand. Furthermore, Cheng Haonan added with a smirk, Old Zhang saw you training hard, so he brought them along to help wash all your dirty clothes and shoes. How is that for a heartfelt apology? Qin Luo's head buzzed, and he immediately flung open his wardrobe. Sure enough, all his clothes, including his military coat, were gone. Not even a single pair of socks remained. He was infuriated, his eyes blazing. Did you morons wash all my clean clothes? I need to change tonight. The new recruits erupted into wicked laughter. Chung Haonan smugly remarked, "You should have said something earlier. If you had, we wouldn't have washed them. Why didn't you say anything? How are we supposed to know? We were just trying to be kind but ended up making a mistake." Zhang Qian chuckled, "Haonan, how can you say that? We washed his clothes until they were fragrant. He'll have the motivation to train in them, right? Qin Luo?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Clenching his fists, Qin Luo strode forward. "So you all want to play with me?" "Huh?" Chung Haonan's smile faded, his gaze icy. "You provoked us first, new recruit. You brought this on yourself." "Exactly," Zhang Qian fumed. "Look at what you've done to us. You had it coming." Qin Luo's cold smile betrayed his anger. Initially, he wanted to negotiate with them further, but it seemed unnecessary now. He glanced at his filthy, stinky clothes and then at the line of wet clothes flapping outside. His head felt like it was about to explode. "Fine, if you want to play this way, then just wait and see. I'll make you regret it. Squad leader, thank you." Outside the supply room, Qin Luo smiled broadly as he stuffed items into Chen Liang's arms. Chen Liang raised his arm with a serious expression, questioning, "What are you doing?" Qin Luo patted his pocket and replied with a smile, "For such a trivial matter, your willingness to assist is truly commendable. Class leader, let us say no more. Everything is understood without words." Chen Liang shot him a stern glare, warning, "This must not be disclosed. Consider it a one-time exception." "Understood." Qin Luo saluted and cheerfully dashed out. Once he was completely out of sight, Chen Liang glanced at his pocket, a smile creeping onto his lips. This lad is quite adept at navigating social situations. It was merely retrieving a bottle of cough syrup from his bag. Yet he went to such lengths to express gratitude, as the lights out signal rang, the lights of each class extinguished in succession. "Everyone, settle down." Chong lay in bed, his voice cold. "If any mischief occurs again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Yes, class leader," they responded in unison, collectively turning their gazes towards Qin Luo, who appeared nonchalant, half of his face concealed by the blanket. Zhang Qian nodded to everyone, signaling them to be cautious that night. All the recruits placed their pillows over their faces, securing them with ropes around their ears. Should Qin Luo attempt to sketch their faces, it would undoubtedly rouse them. They knew that if caught in the act, he would have to run 3 kilometers as punishment. As time passed, fatigue from the day's training took its toll, and within 20 minutes, they were all fast asleep. Qin Luo opened his eyes, slowly lifted his head, and surveyed the classroom before quietly retrieving a small bottle and stealthily stepping down from his bed. "Old Xie, our company commander already reprimanded us yesterday." In the early hours, Kong Xiang accompanied Xie Kanmu through the barracks, cheerfully remarking, "It was merely a prank. They recognized their mistake and surely will not repeat it." Xie Hui smiled faintly at him. "Old Kong, to be frank, among all the new recruits in the regiment, yours are the most mischievous. I have truly witnessed something remarkable." Kong Xiang laughed awkwardly. To be honest, he too had seen quite a spectacle. "Let us go," Xie Hui said with a grin. "Let us see if they heeded your advice and are behaving." Kong Xiang confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Old Xie, rest assured. Our recruits are the most obedient in the entire regiment." Xie Hui smiled noncommittally as he headed straight towards Class 1. Upon reaching the window, Kong Xiang confidently switched on his flashlight. "Listen, they're sleeping soundly despite the ruckus. Surely they won't." Suddenly, Kong Xiang jumped in fright. Xie Hui, taken aback, quickly turned on the flashlight. "Old Xie, don't." Kong Xiang realized too late, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The flashlight beam illuminated Class 1, and Xie Hui's eyes nearly popped out. There sat each new recruit, rigidly upright in their beds, staring blankly at him. This sight sent chills down Xie Hui's spine. Akin to a horror film, a gust of wind swept through, leaving Xie Hui pale. As he glared furiously at Kong Xiang. "Old Kong, is this what you call obedience? Keeping me on edge in the dead of night?" Kong Xiang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Xie Hui fumed. "You lot are getting increasingly outrageous." Chapter 16. "Qin Luo, you are utterly shameless." In front of the dormitory, the new recruits of Class 1 lined up with expressions of grievance, their eyes wide like saucers. Wu Zhiyuan stood opposite them, glaring with a murderous gaze. Chong Lei, feeling embarrassed, whispered to the group, "What are you doing awake at this hour? Quickly admit your mistakes." "Admit what?" Wu Zhiyuan roared. Look at how terrified the instructor and Xie Qianmu are. It's too late to confess now. Chang Lei sighed helplessly, while the recruits looked utterly aggrieved, tears brimming in their eyes as they gazed at Wu Zhiyuan. Old Wu, the person has been sent away. Kong Xiang, panting, rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow. I had to part with 2 packs of cigarettes just to soothe Xie Qianma. He left me parched. Stand at attention, Wu Zhiyuan suddenly bellowed, startling all the recruits into immediate formation. What do you intend to do? He glared at them. His gaze swept past Qin Luo, twitching slightly at the corner of his eye. He disdained soldiers who obeyed the rules. Yet it was the ones he had high hopes for. Wu Zhiyuan shouted in anger. Speak. All the recruits jumped, and Chang Lei quickly declared, Report, Company Commander, we intended to sleep. However, for some reason, we found ourselves unable to do so. Report, it's true. Zhang Qian quickly chimed in. I was almost asleep, but suddenly I felt wide awake again, and no matter how I lay down, I couldn't sleep, so I sat up to take a breather. And then, it just got worse and I couldn't sleep at all, Li Dashing lamented. Company Commander, it's not our fault. We didn't mean to startle the leaders. Qin Luo struggled to contain his laughter. He had indeed administered 2 whole bottles of medicine, so it was hardly surprising they couldn't sleep. It's not your fault? Then it must be mine. Wu Zhiyuan shouted furiously, still blaming your class leader? Huh? Chang Lei was bewildered, wondering what it had to do with him. Everyone, Wu Zhiyuan abruptly halted, glaring at Qin Luo before continuing his tirade. So many of you can't sleep collectively? Do you take me for a fool? Seeing the recruits thoroughly frightened, Kong Xiang hurriedly interjected, Old Wu, I believe they realized their mistake. How about Class 1? Wu Zhiyuan suddenly roared, startling Kong Xiang. ATEs? Chang Lei stepped forward. Wu Zhiyuan glared at him furiously. Your recruits? The good recruits you brought out. Not only are they not sleeping, but they also have to be seen by the duty officers every time. You've humiliated our company. Chang Lei, blushing with shame, shouted, Report, it's all my responsibility. You can't escape, Wu Zhiyuan pointed at him. Take this bunch of miscreants and run 5 kilometers immediately, followed by 300 push-ups. If they're not tired, they won't stop. Yes, Chang Lei bellowed, Class 1, aim for the playground. Run. March. Qin Luo rolled back. Wu Zhiyuan tossed out, pulling Kong Xiang with him. I hope such incidents will not occur again. Yes, Qin Luo cheerfully saluted, shrugging at the recruits as he skipped back. Class leader, Cheng Haonan protested. Why him? Because he didn't play dead like you all. Is that not enough? Chang Lei roared. His anger startled Cheng Haonan, who hastily nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All the recruits set off running towards the playground, glancing back at the dormitory with resentful looks. Tonight, they not only lost face but also faced physical torment. Such misfortune. Qin Luo glanced back at them with a mischievous smile. If you think this is the end, it has only just begun. Let us see how brave you truly are. As dawn broke, the wake-up call rang out. Each class shouted their spirited slogans, marching in unison towards the playground. 121.1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted within the ranks. The lead squad leader shot a glare at the formation before bellowing, 1, 2, 3. Again. A cacophony of sounds followed. The entire batch of recruits erupted into laughter, many covering their noses. No more of that. The duty squad leader, with a grim expression, glared at the crowd. All the recruits immediately stifled their laughter, marching forward solemnly. The duty squad leader scoffed and shouted, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Bift, bift. This time, the sounds were even more frequent and louder. Furious, the duty squad leader turned and yelled, Who is it? Who insists on making noise while I'm speaking? Many recruits were on the verge of tears from laughter, but upon seeing the squad leader's furious countenance, they could only suppress it with all their might. Not only them, but even the other new recruit classes passing by joined in the uproar. What's going on? Wu Zhiyuan sensed something amiss and hurried over. Report. The duty squad leader fumed. Every time I call out a slogan, someone in the ranks lets out a series of farts. Loud and foul-smelling. It's happened 3 times in a row. Wu Zhiyuan's eyes blazed with fury. But before he could turn around, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, Report, I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom. Wu Zhiyuan shot him a fierce glare. You're the one who? Report, I can't hold it either. Zhang Qian suddenly cried out, writhing in apparent agony. Report. Me too. Li Dashing yelled urgently. Report. In an instant, all the recruits from Class 1 shouted in unison, with only Qin Luo standing obediently in line. It's you all again. Wu Zhiyuan felt like he might explode from anger. However, before he could unleash his wrath, Cheng Haonan dashed out of the formation. Sorry, company commander. I really can't hold it anymore. Pift, pift, pift. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Zhang Qian and his companions appeared exceedingly pale, scarcely having time to utter a word before they turned and sprinted alongside Cheng Haonan. However, after only a few paces, they left a trail of marks behind them. A passerby happened to witness this scene, and soon, even their squad leader joined in the laughter. Wu Ziyuan, his mouth twisted in anger, exclaimed, Scoundrels, scoundrels, why is it always them? After breakfast, Qin Luo let out a hearty burp, cheerfully making his way back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the air. Qin Luo turned, his heart skipping a beat. Chapter 17. The squad leader is terrified. What are you up to now? Wu Ziyuan stood beneath a large tree, beckoning Qin Luo with a stern expression. Swallowing hard, Qin Luo thought, could it be that he has discovered my mischief? He was well aware of Wu Ziyuan's disdain for him. If he found out Qin Luo was behind it, he would undoubtedly be sent back. Damn it, I'll just deny it to the end. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo strode towards Wu Ziyuan. Good day, squad leader. He saluted nonchalantly. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him coldly, cutting straight to the chase. Was it you? Ah? Qin Luo feigned innocence. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. Is it true that your classmates have been behaving unusually lately? And you have nothing to do with it? Squad leader, are you joking? Qin Luo replied with an innocent expression, feeling relieved internally. He had come to understand Wu Ziyuan's temperament and knew he was straightforward. If he had known it was Qin Luo's doing, he wouldn't have asked but would have presented the evidence directly. Clearly, this was a test. I have no such capability. Qin Luo shook his head repeatedly. Wu Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Then why is it that everyone in your class is except for you? Qin Luo felt a surge of amusement. Wu Ziyuan was indeed probing. He shrugged. Squad leader. If you are unaware of something, how could I possibly know? They didn't include me. Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo for a long moment, but discerned nothing amiss. With a cold snort, he warned, you better not be behind this. If you are, I won't let you off easily. And remember to get along well with your comrades. Yes. Qin Luo immediately saluted. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare before turning to leave. His head shaking in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend what was happening with Class 1. A smile crept onto Qin Luo's face as he glanced towards the restroom where groans of anguish were echoing. This time, you surely can't hold out any longer. Qin Luo smiled softly. As night fell, the soldiers, having trained all day, lined up neatly to head to the mess hall. Shortly after dinner, the entire squad gathered to watch the evening news broadcast. With no training scheduled for the night, the classes were free to engage in activities post-news. While the other classes' recruits happily made their way to the library or basketball court, the recruits from Class 1 trudged back to their dormitory. Utterly exhausted. Throughout the day, they had either been in distress or rushing to the restroom. They had exhausted their supply of clean clothes and were now wearing borrowed ones. Their spirits were utterly deflated, seeking merely a place to hide. How utterly humiliating. Not only their squad but other recruits had witnessed their plight. They had now become the laughingstock of the entire rookie battalion. Who allowed you to rest? Chang Lei entered, his face cold. Did you train today? Seriously, squad leader? The others cried in unison, feeling wronged. Zhang Qian begged with a quivering voice. Squad leader, we had a tough day as well. We simply can't endure any more physical training. It could be lethal. Indeed, squad leader. Cheng Haonan chimed in, his voice tinged with grievance. Even I, a grown man, can hardly withstand it. I feel utterly drained. You can't put someone like Hao Duo through this. He is still growing. He can't be lost so soon. Hao Duo, terrified, burst into tears. Squad leader, I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet. Initially infuriated, Chang Lei's heart softened upon seeing Hao Duo sob uncontrollably. Fine, he pointed at them. I'll let you rest properly, but you must all be in good shape tomorrow. Thank you. Squad leader, everyone exclaimed gratefully. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and a foul odor permeated the air. Chang Lei shook his head in exasperation and turned to find the squad leader. Out of sight. Out of mind. He feared that lingering too long might drive him mad. Once Chang Lei departed, everyone's faces turned pale as they rushed out with paper in hand. Half an hour later, the recruits sat on the ground, panting heavily. Why hasn't the medicine worked yet? Cheng Haonan complained, clutching his rumbling stomach. What on earth is happening to us? It must be Qin Luo, Zheng Qian suddenly declared, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards him. Qin Luo? Yes, Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. We just messed with him, and now we can't sleep and are suffering from diarrhea. If it's not him, who else could it be? Exactly, Cheng Haonan seethed, punching the ground. It's definitely that scoundrel Qin Luo who has ruined us. Old Zheng, think of a new plan. Before Zheng Qian could respond, Qin Luo, wearing a cheerful smile, strolled in. Oh, everyone's here. All eyes fixated on Qin Luo, burning with rage as if he were their sworn enemy. Don't look at me like that, Qin Luo chuckled. You're the ones who insisted on crossing paths with me. How dare you? Cheng Haonan pointed angrily. What have you done to us? I didn't do much. Qin Luo shrugged. Just gave you some potent caffeine and strong laxatives. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. No wonder they couldn't sleep last night and had been running to the restroom all day. It was all Qin Luo's doing. You scoundrel. Cheng Haonan was ready to charge at him. But the slightest movement intensified his stomach's turmoil, causing him to halt and panic. Whatever you do, don't get excited. Qin Luo smiled broadly. If you do, your intestines will start moving faster. I only administered a small dose. So as long as you stay calm, it won't be so frequent. After all, you have no spare clothes. Qin Luo, you scoundrel. Zheng Qian glared at him, furious. You're truly despicable. Likewise, Qin Luo shrugged. You all washed my belongings. You're not faring any better. Yes, everyone glared at him. Qin Luo grinned. Don't worry, I actually have the antidote. It can restore you to normal. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. Then hurry up and bring it. Qin Luo smiled faintly. I can give it to you, but you must agree to one condition. Let us make peace, and you must acknowledge me as your leader. That's all it takes. Dream on, scram! Cheng Haonan bellowed in fury. The expressions on the faces of all the recruits became utterly animated. But before they could respond, Cheng Haonan pointed at Qin Luo. You've made us suffer so badly. If you want to talk peace, you must first apologize to us. All right. Qin Luo waved his hand. Then it appears we cannot come to an agreement, so you may continue. Go on, with a slight smile. Qin Luo turned and walked out. What should we do now? Li Dashing asked, clutching his belly. I don't believe his nonsense. Cheng Haonan scoffed. What nonsense about strong laxatives? Tomorrow morning, we'll be fine. Don't worry. The next evening arrived swiftly. The lights out signal sounded, and each class began to turn off their lights. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Meanwhile, in Class 1, Chang Lei and Qin Luo lay in bed, soundly asleep. Qin Luo even emitted a contented snore. As for the other recruits, they were wide awake, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. How could he still be sleeping so soundly? Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo. His fists clenched in anger. I really want to beat him to a pulp, Haonan, Li Dashing chimed in energetically. Didn't you say the medicine wasn't potent? It's been 2 days, and the effects are still incredibly strong. Cheng Haonan's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Luo was not merely boasting. The effects of the medicine were indeed formidable. This won't do? Zheng Qian shook his head. We may endure the diarrhea, but we absolutely cannot forego sleep. If we lack energy today, and it continues tomorrow, then the squad leader. Everyone swallowed hard. They had endured a sleepless night, appearing alert, but in reality, they were utterly drained. During the day's training, their performance had been woefully inadequate. Fortunately, Chang Lei attributed it to their bodies still recovering, so he didn't say much. But if it persisted, previously, they had doubted Qin Luo's words. Yet, having reached this point, they were no longer unafraid. Old Zheng, you're crafty. Cheng Haonan turned to Zheng Qian for help. Think of a way. All eyes turned to Zheng Qian, their hopes resting on him. Zheng Qian clenched his fists, glancing at Qin Luo, who appeared to be in a deep sleep. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, there's no choice. We must resort to this plan. He quickly laid out his proposal, and everyone stared at him in shock. Can this really work? Cheng Haonan asked, bewildered. Do you have any other options? Zheng Qian shot back. The group exchanged looks of resignation. Cheng Haonan cast a glance at Qin Luo, his eyes ablaze with fury. We must not allow this young lad to continue reveling in our misfortune. Cheng Haonan nodded affirmatively. Let us do it. Old Xie, what do you have to say for yourself? You've been searching for 2 consecutive nights. Kong Xiang, standing beside Advisor Xie, wore a broad smile. Is there really a need to inspect our company again? We can handle it ourselves. Indeed, Wu Yuan nodded vigorously, yet his heart was rife with anxiety. Advisor Xie glanced at Kong Xiang and then at Wu Ziyuan, chuckling. The esteemed Captain Wu, who never checks the sentries, has surprisingly joined us today. What does this indicate? It signifies your unease, validating my presence here. Therefore, a thorough inspection is imperative. Kong Xiang hurriedly replied with a grin. How could that be? Old Wu simply couldn't sleep. So he decided to accompany us. We have absolute confidence in our troops, don't we, Old Wu? Wu Ziyuan nodded, though his countenance betrayed his discomfort. Advisor Xie observed Wu Ziyuan's expression and smiled faintly. Well? We've come this far. Let us see what we can find. Let us go. Seeing him quicken his pace, Kong Xiang had no choice but to follow along with Wu Ziyuan. You just checked? Right? Everything is fine, Wu Ziyuan whispered. Kong Xiang nodded. I checked just half an hour ago, and everything was in order. No one was causing any trouble. Wu Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm at ease. The 3 of them proceeded directly to the first squad, where Advisor Xie switched on his flashlight. Kong Xiang, with a beaming smile, inquired, So, how is it? All good. Advisor Xie's smile instantly froze. What the hell? Wu Ziyuan, startled, leaned forward and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 18. Youngsters, do not despair so easily. What on earth are you all doing? Wu Ziyuan exclaimed in fury, his words spewing forth. Outside the dormitory, the new recruits stood in a row, shivering in fear. They never imagined that their desire for a peaceful sleep would lead to the unfortunate encounter with Advisor Xie. What in the world is happening here? Speak up. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them, trembling with rage. Day after day, causing trouble, refusing to sleep, now even contemplating collective self-harm. Are you all out of your minds? Is it necessary for you to oppose me so stubbornly? Now, tell me, what are you all planning to do? Wu Ziyuan stormed up to Cheng Haonan, shouting. Cheng Haonan, almost on the verge of tears, stammered, Captain. We don't even know what we're doing. Wu Ziyuan nearly fainted from anger, while Chang Lei's face flushed crimson. Qin Luo struggled to suppress his laughter. He hadn't anticipated the situation developing to this extent. He never imagined that this group of people, in their desperation for sleep, would concoct such a ludicrous plan to knock each other unconscious with a single blow, only to achieve a good night's rest. Yet, despite their efforts, none had succeeded in rendering anyone unconscious. Instead, they had unwittingly provided Advisor Xie with a comical scene of individuals bashing their heads together. Qin Luo was nearly in stitches, reveling in the misfortune of those who could devise such a plan. Advisor Xie, pointing at them in exasperation. Today has truly opened my eyes. I've gained new insights. Your squad truly embodies teamwork. Must you all engage in every endeavor together? Upon hearing this, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei's faces burned with embarrassment. Kong Xiang quickly interjected with a smile. Old Xie, let us not be too harsh. They're just young and full of energy. It's understandable. We were the same in our youth. Advisor Xie shot him an annoyed glare. When I was young, I certainly wouldn't have rallied so many to engage in such antics. Would you confront old Wu in such a manner? Well, Kong Xiang's face reddened. Look at how you phrased that. Advisor Xie, in a fit of anger, pointed at them, only to suddenly notice Qin Luo, who was struggling to contain his laughter. At least this soldier seems somewhat normal. Advisor Xie pointed at him. Among the entire squad, he is the only one who isn't a lunatic. Wu Yuan cast a glance at Qin Luo, his eye twitching. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel pleased or dismayed. The new recruits all turned their gazes towards Qin Luo. Seething with rage, for he was currently making faces at them, this moment, they all harbored a desire to eliminate Qin Luo. Enough, Advisor Xie exhaled. I'm heading back. This is too painful to watch. Don Tigo, Old Xie, Kong Xiang hurriedly followed. Give the young ones a chance. Please don't report this. Watching Kong Xiang and Advisor Xie depart, Wu Ziyuan cast a dark glance over all the new recruits, causing them to lower their heads in fright. Wu Ziyuan's voice trembled with fury. What on earth are you all thinking about? Can anyone enlighten me? What exactly are you planning to do? Captain, Chang Lei stood tall. It's all my fault for not teaching them properly. The responsibility lies with me. I doubt I wasn't even addressing you. Wu Ziyuan, fuming, pointed at him. What sort of squad leader are you? How is your work being conducted when your soldiers are preoccupied with such nonsense? Yes. Chang Lei's expression turned serious. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him for what felt like an eternity, finally bellowing. You? I hereby issue you a warning. Reflect carefully on how to lead your troops. Yes. Chang Lei shouted. Qin Luo's smile vanished in an instant, his heart sinking. He had merely intended to prank Cheng Haonan and the others, never considering that it would backfire on Chang Lei. Captain, silence. Wu Ziyuan interrupted him coldly, fixing him with a steely gaze. You are a soldier now. Consider how to integrate into the squad. Why do they not involve you in their activities? Suddenly, he paused. Of course, I didn't mean for you to partake in their antics. What I mean is, reflect on why you are not well regarded, and whether you are suited for this role. Yes, Qin Luo nodded. However, this matter has nothing to do with the squad leader. Please don't punish him, Captain, Zhang Qian shouted. This has nothing to do with our squad leader. It's all our fault. You all be quiet. Wu Ziyuan angrily gestured at them. You've disgraced your squad leader and tarnished our company's reputation. Think carefully about why you came to the army. If you enjoy playing, go home and play. Chang Lei. Yes, Wu Ziyuan roared. Now, take them to do push-ups, and take the time to reflect carefully. Remember, if you're not tired, don't stop. Yes. Chang Lei shouted at Wu Ziyuan spun around abruptly. Glaring at Qin Luo, get back to sleep, and think carefully about what I just said. He snorted coldly, storming off towards the company headquarters. Captain, we caused you trouble. Zhang Qian looked at Chang Lei with a bitter expression. Chang Lei surveyed everyone, sighing internally. Enough, let us not say anything more. Reflect on what the captain just said, move out. Everyone followed Chang Lei towards the training ground, while Qin Luo watched their retreating figures. Feeling utterly helpless, I'm sorry, squad leader. Qin Luo sighed. This was purely collateral damage. I made a mistake and will surely make it up to you. As dawn gradually broke, the resounding sounds of slogans echoed throughout the training regiment. Wu Ziyuan stood at the edge of the training ground, his expression dark and forbidding, resembling a panda with its dark circles. Kong Xiang approached with a smile. What's wrong? Didn't he sleep a wink last night? You look like a giant panda. How could I possibly sleep? Wu Ziyuan retorted angrily. After all these years in the army, having led many troops, I have truly never encountered a squad like the first one. Why am I so unfortunate? Kong Xiang reassured him. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Advisor Xie. He agreed not to report the incident and to give the new recruits a chance. He patted Wu Ziyuan on the back. The new comrades are all spoiled by their families. Unlike us back in the day in this new era, we must adopt new methods of leadership. Patience is key. Wu Ziyuan sighed, then replied coldly. But this is the army. We are here to be ready for battle at all times, to defend our homeland. With them like this, sigh. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. That Qin Luo? Isn't he quite good? Don't even mention him. Wu Ziyuan retorted dismissively. The entire squad engages in activities without including him. He simply cannot integrate into the collective. I truly don't understand what Chang Lei is doing. Why hasn't he kicked him out yet? Kong Xiang shook his head. You are simply too biased against him, preventing you from seeing his potential. I think he is quite good. What good? Wu Ziyuan scoffed. A person who relies on connections and favoritism can possess any potential. No, you must speak with Chang Lei and remind him not to forget our previous agreement. I do not wish for my good soldier to be dragged down by that nonsense. Kong Xiang observed his obstinate demeanor, smiling helplessly. While Wu Ziyuan had not been paying attention to Qin Luo, he had been observing him all along. He had noticed Qin Luo's transformation, but Kong Xiang was well aware that no matter what he said, Wu Ziyuan would not believe him. Perhaps it's best to let you discover it for yourself gradually. As the day swiftly came to an end, after dinner, the new recruits were organized to watch the news as per usual. Following the news, each squad conducted their evening exercises. Once the exercises concluded, they were granted a brief respite. The new recruits hurried to the small shop to seize the opportunity to buy some snacks. Others went to the restroom, some washed their clothes, while others attended to their personal hygiene, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere within the company. Bang! Cheng Haonan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. The other new recruits were equally exhausted, sprawled in various corners. From the previous night until now, they had been engaged in continuous training, hardly pausing for a moment. Since entering the new recruit company, they had never felt this fatigued. Everyone hurried to freshen up. Chang Lei, holding a basin, coldly remarked, "Let us get a good night's sleep tonight. No more antics." "Yes," everyone responded weakly. Chang Lei shook his head and turned to leave. He has exhausted every means possible to torment everyone to the brink of despair. He firmly believes there is nothing more he can do. If anything else were to arise, it would be beyond his capacity to remedy. Qin Luo hastily grabbed a basin and rushed out. After a day of relentless fatigue, all he craved was a soothing hot shower. Observing his departing figure, a wave of indignation surged through the crowd. That scoundrel, having inflicted such misery upon us, dares not even utter a word of apology. Li Dashing clenched his fists in fury. "Apologize?" Zhang Qian seethed with rage. "He even had the audacity to tell me today to bow down and concede, or else face even harsher consequences. Damn him!" Cheng Haonan erupted in anger, but an immediate pang in his stomach caused him to grimace in pain. "Everyone," Cheng Haonan glared at the group. "This is no longer a matter of him riding roughshod over us. We are now sworn enemies." Indeed, flames of fury ignited in everyone's eyes. The entire unit was aware that they had collectively engaged in a scandalous act last night that had now been exposed. Wherever they ventured today, they were met with mockery, and some even mimicked their plight in derision. Their dignity lay in tatters, thanks to Qin Luo. Old Zheng, Cheng Haonan fixed his gaze on Zhang Qian. "If we do not confront him, we will be less than men. This matter is far from over." Zhang Qian nodded silently. "You are right. This brat's methods are utterly shameless, and we certainly cannot match him. The only course of action left is to subdue him." "Then what are we waiting for?" Cheng Haonan bellowed with menace. "Let us take him down." Chapter 19. One punch to overwhelm all today. The common folk are truly jubilant. "Hey!" Qin Luo sang heartily while washing himself. Holding a bar of soap as if it were a microphone, he twirled around joyfully. However, as he turned, he suddenly froze, and the soap flew from his hand. Just as he was about to bend down to retrieve it, he noticed a pair of feet standing beside the soap. Qin Luo lifted his gaze to find Zhang Qian, Cheng Haonan, and others glaring at him with fierce anger. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. He hesitated, pondering whether to pick up the soap or leave it be. Qin Luo swallowed hard. "I will not partake in that. I do not accept your method of seeking forgiveness. Shut your mouth." Cheng Haonan furiously pointed at him. "We come to apologize to you? How dare you say that? You scoundrel, you've made us suffer terribly, and now I'm both exhausted and in pain. Today, we shall settle this." Qin Luo's eyes lit up. "Settle? Really?" Zhang Qian scoffed, turning to the soldiers still in the shower. "Everyone, this is our class's own conflict. Make haste and leave. Do not speak of this outside." The new recruits, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly dried themselves and wrapped towels around their waists before fleeing. They were not afraid of collateral damage, but rather of the notorious reputation of this group. Fearing they might be. Once everyone had departed, Li Dashing closed the bathroom door, and the group menacingly encircled Qin Luo. Qin Luo quickly shielded himself. Hey, I really have no interest in this sort of thing. Although I was just singing, that was merely a song. It wasn't an invitation. To hell with you." Cheng Haonan's eyes blazed with fury. "You're nothing but nonsense. How can you be so shameless as to use tricks against us?" "What a fool!" Zhang Qian interrupted, then coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, we do not wish to prolong this any further. Today, we shall resolve this matter." Qin Luo had already donned his trousers, smiling benignly at them. "Have you agreed to my terms? It was about time. Become my subordinates, call me Big Brother, and there's money in it for you. You won't be at a loss." "Shut up," Zhang Qian pointed at him. "I am drawing a line for you. First, you must apologize to all of us and treat us to a meal as compensation. One meal is not enough." Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. "It must be 3 meals. Yes, 3 meals, Zhang Qian nodded. "Then we can forgive you, however. You must refrain from showing off during training. We cannot endure daily punishment." Qin Luo rolled his eyes. "State the second condition." "Second," Li Dashing snorted. "If you do not agree to the first, we will beat you until you comply." Zhang Qian glared coldly at Qin Luo. "We have already made concessions. it would be wise for you to agree. Otherwise, we are more than willing to beat you senseless. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone tightly clenched their fists, glaring at him. Qin Luo was left speechless. These conditions were tantamount to nothing, especially the training clause. If he agreed to that, how could he maintain his status as the top recruit? I refuse to comply with either of those. Everyone stepped forward in unison. How about this? Qin Luo smiled at them. I will also take a step back. You can call me Big Brother, and I will still give you money, but you need not assist me with any work. In the future, during training, I can also teach you, helping you improve. How about that? Not bad, right? Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. You. Chung Haonan trembled with rage. You dare to teach us? We arrived 2 months earlier than you. Do you think you are a veteran? Qin Luo shrugged. I do not wish to teach you. But since you seem too weak and often face punishment, I can help you so you won't have to bear the consequences. Damn it. Stop wasting time with him, Chung Haonan roared. This guy must be taught a lesson before he settles down. Zhang Qian nodded. Qin Luo, since you refuse to take the olive branch, do not blame us. Attack? He immediately stepped back, standing alongside Hao Duo. Chung Haonan and the others could no longer contain themselves, grinning wickedly as they charged at Qin Luo. Hey, let us talk this out. I really do not want to fight you. Qin Luo retreated to the corner, while his one-punch man ability was ready to unleash. His right fist surged with power. You still wish to fight us? Chung Haonan laughed in anger. Soon, I will make you kneel and call me father. He raised his fist and struck directly at Qin Luo's chest. The others followed suit, knowing they should avoid the face to prevent detection by the class leader. However, a blow to the body would leave no visible marks. No. As Qin Luo stepped back, he unleashed a precise punch. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Don't. Bang. In the next moment, Chung Haonan's face contorted in pain. It felt as though his stomach had been struck by a heavy hammer, his pupils dilating in shock. His feet left the ground, and his whole body bent into a C shape, uncontrollably flying backward. The 3 soldiers behind him felt a rush of wind, then darkness enveloped them as a colossal force collided with them, sending them all tumbling backward. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 soldiers were knocked away like bowling pins. Chung Haonan fared even worse. Not only did he fly over 2 meters, but when he hit the ground, he fell to his knees with a thud. Tears streaming down his face from the pain, he quickly braced himself on the ground, barely managing to stay upright. However, at that moment, his posture resembled that of a child bowing to an elder. Silence, an absolute stillness. Zhang Qian and Hao Duo stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, quickly stepping back several paces. Haonan, are you all right? Zhang Qian stammered. Chung Haonan struggled to lift his head, shaking his finger at him while offering a weak smile. I am. Ugh. Just as he uttered the 3rd word, he retched violently, expelling the contents of his stomach from dinner. The force of his vomiting startled the other recruits, who hurriedly retreated and covered their noses. Good grief, the stench is overwhelming. Zhang Qian watched in dismay at his comical predicament. Swallowing hard, he slowly turned his head, witnessing Qin Luo retracting his hand, wearing the solemnity of a martial arts master. He could hardly believe that this seemingly frail individual possessed such formidable strength. With a single, light tap, he had reduced the nearly 6-foot-tall, 200-pound Chung Haonan to this state, and had sent 3 others flying along with him. What kind of power does Qin Luo possess? At this moment, Qin Luo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had been unable to unleash this strength last time, nearly bursting with frustration. Now that he had successfully demonstrated it, he was astonished by its potency. If he were to upgrade in the future, who knows what might happen? Qin Luo suppressed his overwhelming joy and slowly shook his finger at them. Initially, I merely wished to coexist with you as an ordinary person. Why did you insist on forcing me to take action? All the new recruits felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling. Why you know martial arts? Zhang Qian gazed at Qin Luo in terror. Of course. Qin Luo executed a few elegant moves, adopting the stance of Wing Chun, and declared, Young men, I advise you to reconsider. Do not compel me to act. That punch just now contained 20 years of my martial prowess. Can you withstand it? Beneath Qin Luo's seemingly inscrutable exterior, he was actually panicking. After executing the One Punch Man ability, he was now in cool-down mode. If these fellows charged at him now, he would have no choice but to endure their blows. Fortunately, his movements were exceptionally precise, resembling those of a master in a Donnie Yen film. Zhang Qian and the others exchanged glances, all drawing in sharp breaths. This guy is indeed a master. Thank goodness they hadn't rushed in earlier. Otherwise, the outcome would have been grim. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated them, Qin Luo relaxed slightly but still threatened. So, do you wish to continue? Very well, come on. This time, I'll take on 10. At the moment when Zhang Qian was terrified to the core, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Instantly, everyone felt a pang of panic. Just as they turned their heads, the door swung open with a resounding bang. Chang Lei, along with several other squad leaders, rushed in with an air of urgency. Following closely were the company commander and the instructor. However, upon seeing Cheng Haonan kneeling on the ground, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Chang Lei bellowed, "What on earth are you doing? Cheng Haonan, why are you on your knees?" Cheng Haonan's expression was contorted, saliva stringing from his mouth as he mustered the courage to reply, "Report. Squad leader, the ground is too slippery, and I slipped. Then why the hell are you crying?" Chang Lei glared fiercely at him. Cheng Haonan, feeling a storm of emotions churning within him, was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. "It hurts, squad leader. Please come here. You're crying too." Chapter 20. Why is everyone so nice to Qin Luo? Chang Lei scanned the room, and before he could speak, Wu Ziyuan pushed him aside. Upon seeing the company commander arrive, all the new recruits quickly straightened up, and Qin Luo hurriedly put on his pants. Wu Ziyuan glanced at Qin Luo and the others, immediately deducing what had just transpired. His face darkened ominously. Well, what a commotion. A different scene every day. This time, a group of you ganged up on one person. And look at the state he is in. Truly impressive. Company commander, I really just slipped, Cheng Haonan blurted out, only to immediately retch again. Enough with the nonsense. You can't possibly fall and end up like this. Clearly, you were beaten down. Several onlookers among the squad leaders chimed in, and Chang Lei's eyelids twitched angrily. It was said that family shame should not be aired in public, and his soldiers causing such a scandal was already embarrassing enough. Now, with so many witnesses, his face was utterly lost. Wu Yuan shot a cold smirk in Chang Lei's direction, who was now blushing, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You might as well kill me." Wu Ziyuan glared at him. After all, he was one of the best soldiers under his command. With no outsiders present today, he couldn't bear to punish him harshly. "Get up already. What are you still kneeling for?" Instructor Kong Xiang quickly stepped in to mediate. "Hurry and tell the company commander the truth." Zhang Qian hastily waved his hand, and the new recruits rushed over to help the fallen individuals to their feet. Cheng Haonan was still in agony, tears flowing freely, bent over as he was assisted. Little did he expect that Qin Luo could actually fight. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never confronted Qin Luo head-on. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. What more is there to say? Even a fool can tell what happened. Kong Xiang nudged him and whispered, "This incident reflects poorly. It must not be spread. They've already disgraced the regiment. Do you think I care about it getting out?" Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. Kong Xiang awkwardly chuckled, retreating helplessly, leaving them to fend for themselves. Wu Ziyuan's eyes blazed with fury. A bunch of useless soldiers. You've been in the army for 2 months longer than him, and you still got beaten to such a state. If you were assigned to my company, I would train you to death. Such disgrace. Zhang Qian and the others were so mortified they wished they could vanish into thin air. Who would have known Qin Luo was so formidable? Squad leader. Yes, your squad's energy levels are too high. Wu Ziyuan roared. You, take them and run laps on the field for 2 hours, not a minute less. Then, tomorrow, each of you will write a self-criticism to be presented before the entire company. Understood? Chang Lei shouted. Company commander, the 5th squad leader said with a grin, let's spare Qin Luo. He was the one being bullied, and this is merely a case of self-defense. Indeed, company commander, the 3rd squad leader hastily added. He didn't provoke anyone. It was purely instinctive retaliation. Wu Ziyuan abruptly turned his head, causing the squad leaders to immediately fall silent. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Isn't he a soldier? Aren't they comrades? Furthermore, does the army allow fighting? All the squad leaders were at a loss for words. Wu Yuan roared. The military is a collective. We share glory and disgrace, advance and retreat together. Do I need to elaborate further? Yes. All the squad leaders quickly straightened up. They all knew that the company commander was furious and hoped desperately not to be caught in his crossfire. Changlei, why are you still dawdling? Wu Ziyuan turned his head. Run, first squad. Changlei bellowed. Target. The field. Run? Yes. All the new recruits trudged along behind Changlei with grim faces. Chang Haonan grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet, under the murderous gaze of the company commander, he dared not utter a word. Qin Luo, having quickly dressed, followed suit. Although he was being punished, he felt rather pleased at the moment. He had long wanted to personally deal with these rascals and had finally gotten the chance. And the repercussions weren't too severe. If possible, he wanted to throw another punch later. After all, Zhang Qian and the others hadn't had their fill yet. Qin Luo glanced at the disheveled appearance of Cheng Haonan and the others, a smile creeping onto his lips. This punch should have subdued them, right? Perhaps tomorrow would bring unexpected surprises. Who knows, by the time I wake up, they might come to acknowledge defeat. As the group rushed out of the restroom, Qin Luo swiftly caught up with Changlei. Squad leader, why don't you stop running? Qin Luo was principled. He would find trouble with whoever provoked him. Changlei had treated him well, but after repeatedly being scolded by Wu Ziyuan because of them, Qin Luo felt a twinge of guilt. I'll run with them, Qin Luo stated. You just watch. We will not slack off. Zhang Qian and the others shot him annoyed glances. Damn it, are you playing the good guy now? Enough of that, Changlei said without turning back. You are comrades and should look out for one another. On the battlefield, you must be able to trust each other's backs. You may not be blood brothers, but you should be closer than brothers, he solemnly declared. I have always aimed to enhance your military skills, yet I overlooked teaching you this aspect. That is my failing. The company commander is right. Your current state is largely my responsibility. Now run, Changlei growled. We must reflect together. As they watched Changlei's retreating figure, not only Qin Luo, but everyone fell into silence. Changlei was a commendable squad leader. Yet due to their conflicts, he had suffered continuously, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Qin Luo took a deep breath, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't fully grasp Changlei's words. Why should one trust their back to another? Isn't it better to rely on oneself? Can one truly place their faith in others? He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and strode forward. The others silently followed suit, not uttering a word. Now it was Changlei's turn to observe their backs. I hope that after today, you all can grow. You are no longer civilians. You are soldiers now. At this moment, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang also exited the restroom. Several squad leaders greeted them before hurriedly retreating. Old Wu, don't be angry. Kong Xiang patted Wu Ziyuan. Changlei is your soldier. Trust him to manage these new recruits well. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. How can I not worry? Initially, I thought Qin Luo was a troublemaker, but now I realize this entire squad is a handful. I fear they might drag down my best soldier. He took a deep breath. I've been focusing my attention on the 7th and 8th squads and have neglected them. It seems I need to shift my focus. Kong Xiang gazed deeply at Wu Ziyuan, understanding Changlei's significance in Wu Ziyuan's heart. When Wu Ziyuan first became an officer, Changlei was already a squad leader. They had walked through many years together, naturally reluctant to let Changlei leave the army so easily. He sighed. I still stand by my words. Trust Changlei. He is a good squad leader. However, that Qin Luo really surprised me. Kong Xiang chuckled. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. That's an unexpected gain. But skill means nothing. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. No matter how capable he is, he doesn't seem like a soldier. Just look at his interpersonal relationships. Can the army accommodate someone like him? Don't speak well of him. I simply do not see anything in him. I can tell at a glance that he is different from the others. At the very least, his mindset diverges from theirs. Kong Xiang smiled wryly, realizing that Wu Ziyuan's fixation was too profound. By the way, Wu Ziyuan suddenly frowned. Have you noticed that the attitudes of the other squad leaders seem a bit off? Kong Xiang was taken aback. Is that so? Of course it is, Wu Ziyuan snorted. I instructed them to target Qin Luo, yet look at them. They just defended Qin Luo. These guys have issues. Kong Xiang hastily cleared his throat. All right, don't overthink it. Let us head back and rest. He grabbed Wu Ziyuan and steered him toward the company headquarters, fearing he would create further complications. In the dormitory, Qin Luo sprawled across his bed, comfortably snoring. The other new recruits, resembling elderly men on their last legs, were utterly exhausted and sore all over. The 2 hours of running had drained them, yet they were brimming with energy, unable to fall asleep for the moment. Watching Qin Luo snoring loudly, everyone clenched their fists in frustration. However, no one entertained the thought of beating up Qin Luo again. On one hand, they didn't want to implicate their squad leader, and on the other, they simply couldn't win. Zhang Qian noticed that the squad leader had already fallen asleep and muttered softly, "That bastard Qin Luo sleeps like a dead pig while we're in agony." "It's infuriating," Cheng Haonan angrily remarked. "This matter isn't over. Old Zhang, think of a way. We need to get our revenge." "Are you serious, bro?" Li Dashing lamented. "Let it go. We can't possibly take him on." "Exactly." Hao Duo shook his head vigorously. "Let us yield, for he is indeed formidable, a bunch of cowards." Cheng Haonan glared at them, while Zhang Qian shot him a discontented look. "Haonan, you have already been beaten to a pulp by him. How could we possibly overcome him? What do you have left to confront him with?" Everyone silently nodded, genuinely intimidated by Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, I cannot defeat him. Who would have thought he was so powerful? In truth, I also wish to concede." Even now, the pain from his punch lingers. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wasn't this the right attitude? Zhang Qian chuckled lightly. "In reality, he has not truly harmed us. We simply, however, they could not afford to concede at this moment." "What?" Zhang Qian glared at Cheng Haonan. You just now." Cheng Haonan waved his hand dismissively. "We cannot simply yield after being beaten. That would be utterly humiliating. At the very least, we must excel in certain aspects, or at the very least, stand on equal footing. Otherwise, he will truly ride over us and show us no respect." Hao Duo whispered. "I believe Qin Luo is not as you portray him." "As long as we be quiet." "What do you know?" Cheng Haonan said earnestly. "I have a keen eye for character." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes. "If you can judge character, then even a sow could climb a tree. You just want to save face, don't you, old Zhang?" Cheng Haonan looked at him pleadingly. "I am enduring the beating for everyone. In critical moments, you cannot show cowardice. You have plenty of clever ideas. Help me out." Zhang Qian turned to the others. "What do you all think?" "Everyone." Cheng Haonan quickly addressed the rest. "I am your brother. You cannot waver now, I implore you." Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Li Dashing reluctantly nodded. "All right, but this is definitely the last time. If you fail, you must concede. I do not wish to experience the ordeal of the unyielding golden lance again." The others nodded in dismay, as that experience was one they never wished to endure again. It was far too terrifying. It is a must. Cheng Haonan looked at Zhang Qian with excitement. "Old Zhang, I am counting on you." "Fine." Zhang Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. "This is the last time. If we still cannot win, we shall concede." The other soldiers nodded repeatedly, genuinely fearful of provoking Qin Luo, as they may not survive to see the next enlistment. Qin Luo's methods had already left them psychologically scarred. "Congratulations, sir, on securing another 100 billion order." Wang Rifa cheerfully handed Qin Jiaqing a glass of Norman Conquest. Qin Jiaqing gazed at the swirling red wine in his glass. Letting out a heavy sigh, he slumped on the sofa, lacking any semblance of energy. Wang Rifa inquired softly, "Sir, are you thinking about the young master again?" Qin Jiaqing set down his glass. "Indeed. The conditions in the army are harsh and the food is terrible. Xiao Luo must have lost a considerable amount of weight. I wonder if he has been bullied. I truly worry for him." Wang Rifa comforted him. "Sir, once the young master has endured enough hardship, he will naturally return. Your anxiety is of no use." "Though that may be true," Qin Jiaqing lamented. "However, without Xiao Luo by my side to spend money, I feel devoid of any sense of accomplishment or motivation, as if I am utterly useless." Wang Rifa chuckled wryly. "If those competitors whom you have defeated heard this, they would surely faint in the restroom." After a moment of thought, he suggested, "How about I call Chief Qi and inquire about the young master's recent situation? Perhaps he is overwhelmed and crying to return." Yes, that is quite possible." Qin Jiaqing instantly perked up. "Hurry, what are we waiting for? Only when he returns will I have the motivation to earn money and work." Chapter 21. "Do you still wish to be tormented by me?" "All right, thank you, Chief Qi." Wang Rifa had just hung up the phone with a smile when Qin Jiaqing immediately leaned in. "So, is Xiao Luo going to be sent back?" Observing Qin Jiaqing's eagerness, Wang Rifa nodded with a grin. Chief Chi mentioned that the battalion the young master is in is the most arduous training ground. Thus, I believe he should be reaching his limits soon. Qin Jiaqing anxiously asked. Then when can he return? Wang Rifa calculated. If I had to estimate, at most 2 weeks. Finally, Qin Jiaqing let out a great sigh of relief. His face alight with joy. Now I can rest easy. Ha 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 ha. I suspect that he is regretting joining the army right now. Perhaps he is hiding under the covers, secretly crying and thinking of me. Ha 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 ha. Wang Rifa hesitated. However, the young master went there to pursue military flowers. If he returns in such a disgraceful manner, it may be quite a blow. Then let him go on vacation to clear his mind. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand. Did you not just buy him an island in the Caribbean? Send over 100 supermodels for a grand oceanic celebration. In a few days, he will naturally feel better. Wang Rifa gave a thumbs up. Your foresight is truly commendable, sir. I will get right on it. Wait, Qin Jiaqing said with a serious expression. After everything is arranged, let me take a look first. Not every woman is worthy of being close to my son, Qin Jiaqing. We must be discerning, understood, sir. Wang Rifa felt a bit awkward. You truly are an admirable father. At 2 in the morning. Outside the 9th Company, Chief Xie smiled and said, Commander, I can handle this patrol. There is no need for you to come personally. Gao Kun shot him a glare. Stop with the nonsense. As the commander, it is only natural to understand the conditions of each company. Otherwise, how could I avoid being misled by you? Chief Xie awkwardly chuckled. Commander, how could you say that? I would never dare. Everything is fine in the 9th Company. Quit the chatter and lead the way. Gao Kun impatiently strode inside, and Chief Xie had no choice but to follow swiftly. He had wanted to notify Kong Xiang and Wu Ziyuan. But Gao Kun's sudden appearance left him no time. Gao Kun walked ahead with a stern expression, filled with displeasure. He had no idea what had gotten into the division commander to drag him out of bed in the middle of the night, demanding to know about Qin Luo's situation. How could he possibly know? After handing him over to Wu Ziyuan, he had not given it a second thought. From the beginning, he had a poor impression of this kid, perceiving him to have a rough demeanor, so he did not bother to inquire. Who knew why the division commander suddenly asked about him in the dead of night? He could only deflect a few vague responses and hurry over to check the situation. Otherwise, if the division commander asked again and he stuttered, he would be in serious trouble. Commander, this way. Chief Xie glanced at Class 1 and immediately intended to lead Gao Kun to another class. He had already developed a psychological aversion to the newcomers in Class 1, fearing that if Gao Kun discovered any issues there, it would leave Wu Ziyuan in his debt. Qin, what was his name? Qin Luo, right? Gao Kun suddenly inquired, the last soldier assigned. Which class is he in? Chief Xie's heart sank, fearing the worst was about to unfold. He. Chief Xie awkwardly smiled. Speak up, Gao Kun glared at him. You're not telling me you don't know the situation? What are you even doing on patrol? With no other choice, Chief Xie reluctantly pointed to Class 1, and Gao Kun immediately strode over. Sorry, old Wu, I did my best. Chief Xie sighed internally and hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the front, Gao Kun snatched the flashlight and shone it directly inside. The dark dormitory was suddenly illuminated, revealing a group of new recruits sitting huddled together. Upon seeing the light, they turned in shock, their eyes reflecting the light in a frightful manner, almost scaring Gao Kun out of his wits. Damn. Not sleeping at this hour. Are you trying to commune with spirits? Chief Xie covered his face. This class is truly a bunch of oddballs. They are hopeless, utterly hopeless. Run. Run quickly. On the playground, Chang Lei bellowed furiously. You all really embarrass me. I thought you would reflect on your actions, but instead, you are causing trouble. If the company commander doesn't run you to death today, I will. Cheng Haonan and the others were gasping for breath, large beads of sweat pouring down. Zhang Qian had just begun discussing strategies to deal with Qin Luo when they were caught off guard by the inspection. Haven't we been checked once already? Why are they back again? Why are we so unfortunate? Li Dashing lamented. Cheng Haonan looked aggrieved. Who could have predicted that they would come to check at 2 in the morning? Is the leadership so restless that they can't sleep? What are you babbling about? Chang Lei roared. Speed up, run. With no other choice, everyone could only grit their teeth and sprint forward. At the headquarters, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang obediently stood before Gao Kun. Chief Xie stood to the side, helplessly shrugging at them. Sorry, Commander. Wu Ziyuan, with a grim expression, said, It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Class 1. It's my responsibility. Enough. Gao Kun waved his hand. The previous incident was inconsequential. He was concerned about Qin Luo. Now, tell me about Qin Luo. How has he been lately? Upon hearing this, Kong Xiang immediately recognized that Gao Kun was no longer angry and quickly smiled. Commander, he is not doing well. That Wu Yuan interrupted, his face stern. He is performing abysmally. I suggest we send him back immediately. Kong Xiang's scalp prickled, glaring fiercely at Wu Ziyuan. Can't you see the commander is specifically asking about Qin Luo's situation? Why are you throwing yourself into the line of fire? Bang. Sure enough, Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at Wu Ziyuan. What did you promise me? You said you would take good care of him and ensure he completed his tasks. Oh, now you're backing out? Regrettably, I once praised you as the finest company commander, yet now I find you utterly lacking, unable to even guide a single recruit. Commander, Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. It is my incompetence. And you are entirely correct. However, you have witnessed that he struggles to integrate into the group. The soldiers in his squad refuse to engage with him. Is such a person truly fit for the military? Anyone can change. Gao Kun stood up in anger. The army is a great melting pot. Even rusted iron can be reforged into fine steel. His failure to improve is your responsibility. Indeed. Wu Ziyuan straightened his chest. I accept all responsibility. You bear no responsibility at all. Gao Kun stormed towards him, ready to curse, but the words caught in his throat. He lowered his voice. Wu Ziyuan, reflect on your beginnings. You were nothing but a proud rooster, unable to fit into the collective. Yet, did you not eventually assimilate, through your own efforts, to become who you are today? Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched, memories of his past surfacing. Gao Kun spoke gently. Back then, your father deemed you unfit for anything, yet you chose the hardest path to transform into your current self. I recall you telling me that you would overcome any obstacles that lay ahead. Now, Qin Luo is merely a challenge. Can you not surmount it? I got no need to say more. Gao Kun stated coldly. He must participate in the recruit assessment. Should he fail, at least you will have tried your best. However, if you abandon him now, you will have surrendered to yourself. Since he has donned this uniform, as commanders, we cannot forsake any soldier. Luan fixed his gaze on Gao Kun, who met his stare without yielding. Very well, Wu Ziyuan nodded. Nearby, Kong Xiang let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Wu Ziyuan might continue to resist and provoke the commander. Gao Kun smiled slightly, patting him. I look forward to witnessing his performance. If he succeeds, it will also reflect your capabilities. With that, he strode out. Assistant Xia exchanged a glance with the instructor and hurriedly followed suit. After bidding Gao Kun farewell, the instructor returned with a smile. Old Wu? It seems you've finally come to your senses. What were you hoarding all that steel for? Wu Ziyuan slumped into his chair. Inform all squad leaders not to make things difficult for Qin Luo. Additionally, notify the next squad leader to give it their all and not to abandon Qin Luo. I owe him that much. Kong Xiang's lips curled into a faint smile. He thought to himself that it was likely unnecessary for Wu Ziyuan to issue such orders. As the squad leaders would not trouble Qin Luo. Moreover, he could see that Chang Lei had long since committed himself fully to. As the wake-up call sounded, Qin Luo instinctively sprang up. Just as he prepared to dress, he noticed the other recruits sluggishly rising, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. What's wrong with you all? Did you not sleep last night? Qin Luo inquired with curiosity. All eyes shot daggers at him. While he had slept soundly like a pig, they had been punished with laps, and upon their return, his snoring had been so loud that they could hardly rest. What's the matter? Qin Luo asked. Bewildered, the recruits exchanged glances, then suddenly turned to him, collectively wearing knowing smiles. Before he could process this, they had already donned their uniforms and dashed outside. Qin Luo's brow twitched in confusion. What madness has overtaken them? Chapter 22. You are filled with defiance. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent whistle blew. All squads assemble. The barracks erupted in activity. Soldiers rushed out, gathering by squad in front of the dormitory. They then quickly made their way to the training ground. Once the entire company was assembled, Wu Ziyuan stood before them, his expression stern. Listen up. With a loud bang, everyone straightened and stood at attention. Eased. Wu Ziyuan surveyed the crowd, his voice cold. I have just received news that this year's recruit assessment will undergo significant changes. The crowd fell silent, and he continued. Our military has 3 divisions, totaling 3 recruit training regiments, which will assess together. The soldiers exchanged astonished glances, especially the squad leaders. In previous years, each division's training regiment conducted assessments separately, after which recruits were distributed to various units. A combined assessment of all three training regiments has never occurred before. Wu Ziyuan spoke with enthusiasm. This assessment needs no elaboration. Everyone should understand its importance. Since it involves three training regiments, we will not only compete against our regiment's recruits but also against those from other divisions at that time. Not only will the division commander attend, but leaders from the army will as well. Whether you are a mule or a horse, we will find out through this trial. You are not only fighting for our company's honor but also for our division's reputation. In the time to come, each squad should intensify their training. If you can impress the entire army, the benefits will be substantial. Need I say more? Understood. Yes. The collective roar echoed. The squad leaders wore expressions of excitement, fully aware of the rewards that awaited them. If they could showcase their talents before the division commander or army leaders, their chances for retention or promotion would significantly increase. Qin Luo stood among the ranks, a smile gracing his face. The system's task promised rewards for securing first place among recruits, and with three training regiments competing, the stakes had risen dramatically. Achieving first place would surely mean multiplied rewards. However, upon glancing at the company around him, his heart sank. He had already inquired of the system, and the task sequence could not be skipped, meaning he must win over his fellow recruits before the assessment. Otherwise, even if he secured first among all recruits, exceeding the task, he would gain no rewards. Taking a deep breath, he hoped that the punch from last night would suffice to intimidate them. If not, he truly would be out of options. Squads, disperse and continue training. First squad, right turn. Second squad, right turn. Third squad. Each squad marched in unison, heading in various directions. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. Their company currently ranked first in the regiment. With all three training regiments together, securing a top 3 finish should not pose a problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qin Luo in the distance. He took a step forward but immediately halted. He had intended to personally encourage Qin Luo, yet found himself unable to bring himself to do so. Never mind, the instructor had already briefed Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. Qin Luo, I will no longer trouble you. The opportunity is yours. Should you still falter, he snorted coldly and turned away. Stand firm. Bang. Left turn. Bang. The entire first squad faced the squad leader. Chang Lei looked at everyone seriously. You all heard what the company commander said, right? This year's assessment is more crucial than ever. If you achieve excellent results, I will take you to the division's reconnaissance battalion. Excitement washed over their faces. They had long heard that both the squad leader and company commander hailed from the division's reconnaissance battalion. The Iron Blood 2nd Company IT was a place every soldier dreamed of, a realm where the strong thrived. It was said that soldiers from there could walk tall among other companies, noses held high without a care. Chang Lei continued, therefore, starting today, our training regimen will intensify. We must enhance your strength while ensuring quality. This is a combined assessment of 3 training regiments. Do not underestimate the competition. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. All right, as I mentioned this morning, Qin Luo will train with me individually. The rest will be led by Zheng Qian. This morning, we will focus on formation drills. Your foundations are too weak, and we will improve step by step. Report, Chang Haonan suddenly shouted. Qin Luo turned in surprise. Speak. The squad leader nodded. Chang Haonan said earnestly, Squad leader, we have discussed this and request to train alongside Qin Luo. Qin Luo was taken aback, and Chang Lei appeared equally astonished. But you all report, squad leader. Chang Haonan insisted. We recognize that Qin Luo excels in every aspect, which is why we wish to train with him. This way, we can improve more swiftly than if we trained alone. Chang Lei paused, then his face broke into a wide smile. Had these boys finally come to their senses? Is this how you all feel? Chang Lei looked at Zheng Qian and the others. They nodded vigorously. Report, squad leader, we share the same sentiment. We genuinely feel this way. Then, they all turned their gaze to Qin Luo, their eyes filled with a plea. They had genuinely conceded. Qin Luo's strength was overwhelming, and the power of that punch still left them a bit shaken. They no longer cared about the distinction between new and old soldiers. Continuing to contend with Qin Luo would likely result in their downfall. It was far better to train with him and strive for good results in the upcoming assessment. Squad leader, we implore you. Chang Haonan focused intently on Chang Lei. We are truly eager to improve. Chang Haonan remained oblivious to Zheng Qian and the others' true intentions. mistakenly believing they still supported him, and he cast a provocative glance at Qin Luo. Qin Luo's brow twitched. He realized that Cheng Haonan was rather foolish. Did he not see that he was the last one standing? Very well. Cheng Lei nodded with a smile. This is the spirit of a soldier. Knowing shame and striving to improve, I believe you will certainly catch up to Qin Luo. We shall not only catch up to him, but we shall surpass him in speed, height, and strength, Cheng Haonan bellowed. The others exchanged awkward glances, and Zhang Qian quickly interjected. Qin Luo is just too formidable. We may not be able to catch up. Hopefully, he'll have some time to teach us. After all, we are good comrades. Yes, we are good comrades, Li Dashing and the others chimed in with forced laughter. Cheng Haonan stared at them in bewilderment, yet all eyes shifted away from him. Cheng Lei could hardly contain his laughter. These mischievous youngsters have finally bonded with Qin Luo. Splendid. That's more like it. Cheng Lei stepped back a couple of paces and commanded, everyone, spread out 2 meters apart and prepare for formation. Yes, sir. The group immediately dispersed. Kid. Cheng Haonan lowered his voice, casting a cold glare at Qin Luo. Don't you think you're impressive just because you've trained in martial arts? I hadn't exerted myself before, but now I'm serious. Just you wait. We will outshine you in military skills and grind you into the ground. Don't you think your wealth makes you superior? We poor folks can also excel through hard work. Hearing Cheng Haonan's words, Zhang Qian and the others frantically shook their heads at Qin Luo. Their faces filled with innocence. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. How much rebelliousness does this guy possess? Everyone else has conceded, yet he remains stubborn. What on earth has shaped him? Listen to my command. Cheng Lei called out loudly, march in step, execute the movements. 1. Whoosh. Cheng Haonan almost simultaneously glanced at Qin Luo, swiftly mimicking his actions. Whatever Qin Luo did, he followed suit, instantly correcting any discrepancies. The others were much more subdued. Although they watched Qin Luo, they merely learned incrementally, in stark contrast to Cheng Haonan's fervor. Cheng Lei beamed with joy, delighted that the entire class was training in unison. 2. Whoosh. As Qin Luo changed his movements, Cheng Haonan immediately followed suit, his eyes defiantly fixed on Qin Luo. 1. 2. Again and again, Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Cheng Haonan buzzed around him like a fly, mimicking his every move, which was incredibly irritating. Is he really trying to outlast me? Once training concluded, Qin Luo marched straight up to Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan was startled by his gaze and quickly retreated. Hey, let us talk this out. Don't hit me. I just wanted to have a serious competition with you. A competition? Is it? Qin Luo shot him a cold smile. Then let us have one final contest. If you lose, you must obey me. Deal? Chapter 23. The new recruits have gone mad. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the morning training session. Qin Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the morning, Cheng Haonan and his friends had not taken their eyes off him for a moment. Even love-struck couples don't stare at each other that intensely. Qin Luo longed to practice on his own, but Cheng Lei, seeing the encouraging results, had everyone form a circle around Qin Luo for closer observation. This, however, made it torturous for Qin Luo, as he spent the entire morning locked in a staring contest with Cheng Haonan. Whenever he turned his head, he either saw Zhang Qian or the other recruits gazing at him with lifeless eyes. Although their movements were nowhere near Qin Luo's caliber, it was quite irritating, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Finally, when training concluded, Qin Luo thought he could finally catch a breath. Little did he know, this group of oblivious recruits was not only competing with him in training but in every aspect of military life. The whistle for assembly rang out, and the entire company quickly gathered. Every member of Class 1 marched in with great vigor, every movement executed with meticulous precision. Just as Qin Luo intended to relax, he was compelled to fall in line, and the whole class became the center of attention for the entire company. Upon arriving at the mess hall to prepare for the singing, Qin Luo hadn't even caught his breath before Cheng Haonan let out a triumphant roar that dominated the atmosphere, prompting Zhang Qian and the others to join in with equally loud enthusiasm. Not only did they startle the soldiers from other classes, but even Qin Luo and Cheng Lei, who were in the same class, nearly jumped at their volume. The class managed to sing with the might of the entire company. The delighted duty officer scolded the other classes thoroughly. Once the song concluded, Cheng Haonan and his friends proudly raised their chins at Qin Luo, their faces brimming with arrogance. Qin Luo was left speechless. These guys are genuinely out of their minds. What's there to compare? Once they entered the dining hall, everyone sat down in unison at the sound of a command. As soon as the command to eat was given, just as Qin Luo was about to pick up his chopsticks, Cheng Haonan and the others pounced on the food like ravenous dogs, their chopsticks raining down on the dishes with such speed that it was as if they were mere shadows. The surrounding soldiers gaped in astonishment, only hearing a cacophony of clattering sounds, reminiscent of woodpeckers. When they turned to look, the dishes on Class 1's table had vanished in an instant. Even Chang Lei was left dumbfounded, in the brief moment he was caught off guard. His bowl magically filled with a pile of food. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood there holding a bowl of plain rice, staring blankly at his plate that was cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. Utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? At least leave me a bite. Cheng Haonan, with his cheeks stuffed full, slammed his empty bowl down on the table. Muffled sounds escaped his mouth as he gleefully proclaimed, finished before you. I win, you loser. Qin Luo's head was filled with black lines. How childish. It's not like we're in kindergarten, competing over who can eat faster. He shook his head helplessly, preparing to grab some soup to go with his rice. However, the moment he moved, the other soldiers sprang into action. Qin Luo stood there, dumbfounded, as they swiftly emptied the soup pot, leaving him in a state of shock. What a bunch of animals. They're even fighting over the soup. Is there no humanity left? Cheng Haonan burped loudly, nearly choking, and looked at Qin Luo with a grin. When soldiers eat, they must be fierce as tigers. Learn from us, burp. Stop being so dainty. The other soldiers were equally amused. Finally feeling they had gained some ground, gritting his teeth, Qin Luo angrily sat down, scooping up his rice. You all wait. When training resumes, I'll make you regret this. After the meal, Qin Luo strode purposefully toward the restroom. Upon reaching the urinal, he unzipped his trousers, ready to relieve himself, when he suddenly felt a gust of wind brush by. Turning, he saw a group of heads crowding around him, startling him into a hasty retreat. What the heck are you doing? Cheng Haonan and the others glanced at Qin Luo's equipment and then at their own, immediately raising their heads proudly. This is not a competition, Cheng Haonan snorted. Indeed, not a competition. The others nodded vigorously. That doesn't count. Zhang Qian laughed. This is innate. It's not acquired, so it can't be counted as a win for him. Right? Right? The others nodded earnestly again. Qin Luo's eye twitched. He was utterly speechless, realizing they were truly insane. But the next moment, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, but let us compete in urinating. See who can pee the farthest and the strongest. Yes. Everyone eagerly agreed. Cheng Haonan quickly positioned himself parallel to Qin Luo, and the others swiftly backed away. Before Qin Luo could react, Cheng Haonan suddenly howled, ready position, fire. Whoosh! Everyone quickly drew imaginary guns, resembling a bunch of Western cowboys. All of them, red-faced and straining, thrust their bodies forward. Streams of water shot out, splashing against the wall before rebounding and drenching their pants. Qin Luo quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Ha ha ha! Cheng Haonan laughed heartily at his expression. Now you know our prowess. Don't you? Scared, are you? You've lost again. Watching them exuberantly shake their bodies, Qin Luo's face turned green with anger. Damn it, you idiots! Qin Luo shouted. What's wrong with you? His urge to urinate had vanished. Pulling up his pants, he turned to leave, muttering angrily under his breath. Dashing laughed. Look, he can't compete with us. He is scared and running away. Size doesn't matter. It's all about the strength and explosiveness. Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. Right, small is small, but skill is key. The essence is in the concentration. Hearing this, Qin Luo nearly fell to the ground in disbelief. What a travesty! Upon returning to the barracks, Cheng Haonan and the others shadowed him once more. Qin Luo lay down to sleep, but even though he managed to rest, his eyes were still fixed on him. What's so fascinating? Qin Luo couldn't hold back any longer and stood up to shout. The others quickly jumped up, and Zhang Qian smiled. You're not actually that good-looking, but we want to imitate you and surpass you. Yes, Cheng Haonan nodded. We'll make you submit. Qin Luo, no longer interested in their antics, flopped back down to sleep, disregarding their stares. After enduring until afternoon training, Qin Luo glared fiercely at the group, and they returned his gaze with equal intensity, the air thick with tension. Chang Lei, observing the standoff, was all smiles. To him, Soldiers should not fear competition but should strive to improve their skills. He never expected Qin Luo would inspire the entire class's training enthusiasm. Moments later, the 5-kilometer cross-country run commenced. Qin Luo dashed ahead, determination fueling his every stride. He had had enough of this day. If they wanted a competition, then they would receive one. He ran forward, lapping others time and again, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Normally, the other soldiers would ignore him, but this time, they pursued him as though he were a sworn enemy. Even though they were panting heavily, they gritted their teeth and kept up the chase. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in helplessness. Had these guys truly lost their minds? Did they really need to push themselves this hard? As the day's training came to a close, the lights-out whistle sounded. Qin Luo lay on his bed, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the relentless pressure exerted by his comrades. Drowsiness gradually enveloped him. Just as he contemplated slipping into the realm of dreams, he was startled awake by the sudden sounds of heavy breathing emanating from both sides of his bed. With a jolt, he opened his eyes to find a multitude of figures leaping up and down beside him. In shock, he sprang upright. What the hell? At that moment, all the new recruits surrounded his bed, engaging in a vigorous series of push-ups, panting and grunting with effort. Qin Luo's eyes twitched in frustration. Squad leader, can you not control them? Chang Lei, seated at the edge of the bed, offered an awkward smile. Qin Luo, bear with it a little longer. They just want to use you as their target for motivation. I can't do anything about it. Just consider it a way to help them. Qin Luo was utterly speechless. He glanced down to see Cheng Haonan grinning like a lecherous panda emoji, straining to complete push-ups while fixating on him. He mumbled incessantly, "We will surpass you. We will surpass you." The others joined in, chanting softly as if casting a spell in exasperation. Qin Luo pulled the blanket over his head and pressed his hands tightly against his ears. Yet their voices pierced through the fabric, seeping through the gaps between his fingers, echoing in his ears like a cacophony of madness, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. After what felt like an eternity, the ruckus finally subsided, allowing Qin Luo to drift into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a rumbling in his stomach jolted him awake. He quickly clutched his belly and sat up, grabbing some tissue before racing to the restroom. Finding an empty stall, he squatted down, and soon his furrowed brow began to relax. He closed his eyes, a look of sheer comfort washing over his face. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the surrounding stalls, nearly causing Qin Luo to retract his freshly baked golden treasure. The disruptive noises in the dead of night were akin to setting off firecrackers. Anyone would be startled. "Who is it?" Qin Luo growled. Heads popped up from various stalls, and Cheng Haonan and the others shot him cold smiles. "Trying to compete with us in the restroom? Huh? You're bound to lose. Keep going. Give it your all." A barrage of loud noises followed, filling the restroom with a foul stench. Qin Luo's perception of reality shattered. Were they really competing over urination and defecation? These people were not merely eccentric, they were downright deranged. He quickly held his breath, wiped himself, and pulled up his pants to leave. "Ha ha ha, he can't compete with us." "Ugh, it stinks," they jeered. "He can't out-pee us, nor can he out-poop us. We've already won." As he stumbled toward the door in darkness, he nearly collided with the frame upon hearing their taunts. He had to put an end to this madness. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to the brink of insanity. In the following 2 days, Qin Luo found no respite. His comrades subjected him to relentless torment from every angle. Training continued as usual. Whatever Qin Luo did, they mirrored his actions, gritting their teeth to keep up. Beyond urination and defecation, they had once again shattered his understanding of the world. Not only was there a race to see who could brush their teeth the fastest, but they also competed over who could achieve the whitest teeth. After brushing, a line of them would surround Qin Luo, grinning widely, making him feel as if he were having nightmares even in broad daylight. Showering was no different. They also measured who could scrub the most dirt off themselves. Watching a group flaunt their piles of grime before him nearly pushed Qin Luo to the edge of a meltdown. Most absurdly, they even turned washing socks and underwear into a competition. Within just 2 days, their socks and underwear were riddled with holes, yet they still paraded them before Qin Luo, boasting about their cleanliness. After 3 days of this, Qin Luo felt as though he were on the verge of a mental breakdown. No matter where he went, he couldn't escape these people, who clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Even when he spat, They would collectively aim their saliva in one direction, then start comparing who could spit farther or with more force. Days passed, and Qin Luo could no longer endure it. Initially, he had intended to crush them militarily, hoping to gain their respect, so, during training, he exerted every ounce of his strength, striving to complete tasks with greater speed and efficiency. However, to his dismay, as he pushed himself harder, Cheng Haonan and the others matched his intensity. Each day, Qin Luo felt as if he were being pursued like a dog. Not only was he exhausted from the original training regimen, but now he was being relentlessly chased by these comrades. Completing the tasks felt like a daily struggle for survival. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo realized he could not drag this out any longer. Otherwise, he would either be worn out or driven insane. He needed to negotiate with them. It was imperative to have a serious discussion. The sky in the northwest was as fickle as a child's temperament. While the sun shone brightly, a sandstorm began to whip up from the ground. Fortunately, the new recruits' training regiment was sheltered by the mountains at the foot of a hill. Even so, visibility diminished to a mere 15 meters. Cheng Haonan spat out a mouthful of sand, casting a cold glare at the approaching Qin Luo. "Let's step behind the restroom. No one can see us here." Cheng Haonan beckoned him over. Qin Luo hesitated, eyeing the restroom with distaste, but it was indeed the safest place for a discussion. Following Cheng Haonan to the back of the restroom, Zhang Qian and the others were squatting near the cesspool. "He's here," Cheng Haonan signaled to the group, and they all sprang to their feet. "Qin Luo, are you unable to hold on any longer? Planning to surrender?" Zhang Qian scrutinized him from head to toe. Qin Luo took a deep breath and solemnly replied, "Everyone, I apologize for my previous actions. I should not have insulted you with money." The group fell silent, yet before they could process his words, Qin Luo continued, "Cheng Haonan is right. Everyone is equal in the army. I disrespected you all, and I sincerely apologize for the insult." Zhang Qian's lips twitched. "I actually wish you would insult me with money a few more times. We're all in the same unit. Let us call a truce." "There is no need for this to escalate further," Qin Luo suggested. "What do you want?" Zhang Qian asked eagerly. In truth, they could hardly bear it any longer. If it weren't for Cheng Haonan's foolishness, they would have surrendered long ago. Competing with Qin Luo was exhausting. Qin Luo earnestly stated, "Let us stop the competition. It's unnecessary for us to mutually destroy each other. Everyone has been worn out these past few days, and besides, you can't win against me." "What do you mean?" Cheng Haonan suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was taken aback. "I am just stating the facts." Zhang Qian quickly pulled Cheng Haonan back. "Old Cheng, he is not entirely wrong. We indeed." "What do you mean he is not wrong?" Cheng Haonan shook off Zhang Qian's hand. Pointing at Qin Luo, "He is saying we can't compare to him, that we can't win against him." "How duo?" Scratching his head innocently, chimed in, "We really can't compete." "Shut up." Cheng Haonan shot him a fierce glare. Then turned back to Qin Luo. "You are merely slightly stronger than us for now. Don't think that just because you know some martial arts, you're invincible. At the end of the day, you re just a rookie who has been here for less than a month. As veterans, if we want to, we can easily crush you." Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. Why was it so exhausting to talk to this guy? It was like trying to reason with a brick wall. Ahem. Zhang Qian suddenly cleared his throat, glancing at Qin Luo with a sly expression. "Qin Luo, why don't you just admit you're not as good as Cheng Haonan?" Before Qin Luo could respond, Cheng Haonan waved dismissively. "No need. I have the strength. I don't need someone to lie about it." He strode up to Qin Luo, fixing him with a fierce gaze. "I am not trying to prove how strong I am. I want to show everyone that what I've lost, I will reclaim, even if it's just once. Let us go." Cheng Haonan marched off. "Hey, Haonan," Zhang Qian called out anxiously. "Qin Luo is being sincere. Let us talk some more. What is there to talk about? We'll see the results. I will win against him." With a cold snort, Cheng Haonan walked away, leaving the other recruits to sigh in resignation as they followed him, their spirits dampened. "What a great opportunity wasted," Zhang Qian lamented, glancing at the bewildered Qin Luo. "Don't hold it against Haonan. He watches too many Hong Kong movies and tries to emulate those characters." He smiled and added, "Regardless, thank you for being willing to talk with us. Your willingness to apologize shows you're not a bad person. Had you arrived 2 months earlier, perhaps we would not be entangled in this predicament." Qin Luo felt a tinge of helplessness within. However, a small circle had formed, making it exceedingly difficult for newcomers to integrate. an unavoidable reality. Zhang Qian clapped him on the shoulder. Though your sincerity is commendable, our bond with Cheng Haonan runs deeper, and no matter the exhaustion, we stand by him. Thus, I must apologize. After Zhang Qian departed, Qin Luo remained stationary for quite some time, his emotions inexplicably complex. Since entering the new recruits battalion, he had considered himself merely a transient presence. The other recruits, in his eyes, were individuals he would never see again after a month. He had even refrained from forging any connections, remaining blissfully unaware of their lives. Yet, the myriad events that had transpired during this time subtly cultivated a peculiar chemistry between Qin Luo and his peers, an extraordinary sensation he had never encountered before. Chapter 25. Is your name Haonan? Do you think you're quite impressive? A voice echoed as steam enveloped the bathroom, where Cheng Haonan grimaced in pain. How about we switch places? Your back is far too fragile. A gentle touch has you yelping, protested Hao Duo, feigning innocence. Nonsense, Cheng Haonan retorted, glaring at him. Am I weak? There's no one in the entire battalion stronger than I. Just this afternoon, I practiced crawling and nearly caught up to Qin Luo. Don't stop, keep scrubbing, faster. Hao Duo lamented, reluctantly clutching a towel. As he resumed, Cheng Haonan winced again, exclaiming in discomfort. Old Cheng, Zhang Qian remarked, lathering his hair, I suggest you concede. Qin Luo is a freak. Why provoke a freak unnecessarily? Indeed, Haonan, you've exerted considerable effort, but that fellow is astonishingly strong. Another chimed in. Address him as Big Brother. It wouldn't hurt. He certainly resembles one, and we might benefit from it. Silence. Cheng Haonan shot up indignantly. Do you think I wish to compete? I am nearly exhausted. We've been humiliated by him. If we don't defeat him at least once, how will the veterans perceive us? Once we become veterans, what will the recruits think? They'll only recall our disgraceful moments. Cheng Haonan held his head high, declaring, I have always been the big brother. I've never acknowledged anyone else as such, thus, I must defeat that fellow, at the very least once. The other soldiers rolled their eyes in exasperation. Zhang Qian sighed resignedly, you are simply too concerned with appearances for your own good. Cheng Haonan grinned at them mischievously. Fine, the day after tomorrow, I will challenge him one last time. The others shook their heads in disbelief, accustomed to his stubbornness. Just then, Qin Luo approached, causing everyone to freeze. In an instant, Cheng Haonan shoved Hao Duo aside, his hands moving with the speed of flight, scrubbing soap across his body with fervor. Tenfold faster than before, it was as if he wielded nunchaku made of soap. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Are you attempting to channel Bruce Lee? Come on, Cheng Haonan, puffing with pride, retorted. Let us see who can lather faster and create denser foam. Qin Luo stared at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Who would waste time comparing such trivialities? If you have the skill, best me in military tactics instead. If you cannot, just concede and spare us this nonsense. Upon hearing this, Cheng Haonan puffed out his chest and approached. Qin Luo waved him off disdainfully. Step back? Step back. Such a trivial matter. I would certainly conceal it. Enraged, Cheng Haonan hastily covered himself with a towel. Fine. You wish to compete in military prowess? The day after tomorrow's physical training will settle this once and for all. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled. A definitive conclusion? Are you serious? Indeed, Cheng Haonan boasted. Do you dare? Qin Luo nearly leaped for joy. The others were disheartened, as this fool was the only one still opposing him. With the new recruits battalion nearing its conclusion, yet his task unfulfilled, Qin Luo felt a surge of relief at this unexpected proposition. You said it. He pointed at Cheng Haonan. If you lose and refuse to acknowledge it, whoever does not concede will face consequences, Cheng Haonan declared confidently. If I win, you will call me Big Brother and provide me with a complete set of items from the canteen. Instant noodles, ham, braised eggs, drinks, and cigarettes, none can be omitted. Qin Luo chuckled, agreed, but should I win, you'll call me Big Brother, Cheng Haonan insisted, his gaze unwavering. And from now on, you will obey me. Qin Luo smirked, rubbing his hands together. If I win, you shall receive none of the items you desire. How about this? If you concede now, I will grant you everything you seek. Are you afraid? Cheng Haonan stared intently at Qin Luo, with a slight smile. Qin Luo replied, very well, it's settled. He nodded at Zhang Qian and the others, taking a basin and heading outside. With Cheng Haonan around, he would not be able to bathe in peace. However, the prospect of resolving matters with Cheng Haonan the day after tomorrow kept his spirits high. Zhang Qian and the others exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces. Although Cheng Haonan was formidable, everyone understood he was no match for Qin Luo. The day after tomorrow would be the final showdown. Once concluded, everything would be well, filling their hearts with delight. The day after tomorrow, Cheng Haonan proclaimed with utmost confidence, "I will surely defeat him and restore our pride." Li Dashing raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Haonan, are you that certain? What gives you such confidence? He is a monster." Cheng Haonan grinned smugly. "My physical abilities have improved significantly over this period. The day after tomorrow, not only will he be astonished, but you will be as well." Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of feet approaching from behind. Cheng Haonan, startled, turned to find new recruits from other squads glaring at him menacingly. "What do you all want, staring at my backside?" he exclaimed, hurriedly shielding himself. The new recruits looked at him with incredulity, and one with a red nose stepped forward. "Cheng Haonan, we come to warn you. From today onwards, you are not permitted to train during your rest periods, especially after lights out." Cheng Haonan was taken aback. "On what grounds? On what grounds?" The red-nosed recruit retorted angrily. "If you want to train, find a secluded place. No one will bother you. But when you make such a ruckus, you disturb us, and we get dragged into extra training sessions by the squad leader. How is that fair? Our training is already grueling enough. Our squad has the heaviest training load in the entire training brigade." Another recruit chimed in, fuming. "Our most enjoyable moments are during our rest periods. Yet since you began your extra training, we haven't had a single peaceful day." A third recruit lamented tearfully. "I barely get enough sleep as it is. Now, our squad leader has us training 2 extra hours after lights out. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. My beauty is being ruined." Zhang Qian and the others were taken aback, realizing that their attempts to counter Qin Luo had inadvertently caused distress among the other squad's recruits. Zhang Qian quickly interjected, "Fellow comrades, we apologize. We had no idea this would happen. Moving forward, from now on, they 1T train. I will take on all the extra training myself." Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted. Zhang Qian wanted to facepalm. Wasn't he fanning the flames? As expected, a throng of new recruits surged toward Cheng Haonan. "Listen closely. None from your squad are permitted to train." "Exactly. As long as one of you trains, our squad leader will likely make us do extra training too. Stop talking. It's non-negotiable. We must march in unison." Zhang Qian frantically signaled Cheng Haonan with his eyes. "Stop, Haonan. They outnumber us," he warned. "If you provoke them, you might end up skewered like a porcupine." But Cheng Haonan was not one to back down. "Damn it, if Qin Luo can bully me, who the hell do you think you are to try? Do you think I was raised in fear?" He held his head high, his tone unapologetic. "Whether I train or not is my business. It's none of your concern. Even the King of Heaven cannot prevent my progress. Are you intent on opposing us?" The red-nosed recruit glared at him. Cheng Haonan, hands on hips, replied smugly. "I can train discreetly, just to accommodate you. But as for stopping me, that is out of the question." "Oh, getting anxious, are we? What, do you want to fight me?" He taunted. "I'll tell you, he needed to defeat Qin Luo. Without extra training, how could he hope to win?" But before he could revel in his bravado, a mob of new recruits charged at him, hands reaching out from all directions. Hey, what are you doing? You really dare to lay hands on me? I will call for help. I'm serious." Cheng Haonan attempted to resist, but he was outnumbered. Zhang Qian and the others tried to assist but were immediately blocked by the incoming recruits, who swiftly confined them all within the bathroom. Lift him up, the red-nosed recruit bellowed. In an instant, 8 individuals exerted their strength, hoisting Cheng Haonan into the air. "What do you want? What are you doing?" he cried in panic. "Hitting someone is against the rules. You'll face penalties. Comrades, do not tread the path of crime. I will count to 3. If you stop now, there's still time." 1.2.3 Zhang Qian heard the scream and shouted anxiously. "Haonan, what has happened? Bastard! You wretched beasts, you scoundrels!" Cheng Haonan bellowed. Zhang Qian and a few others, who had initially intended to rush to his aid, were so frightened by his outburst that they instinctively retreated several steps. "Cheng Haonan, I'll give you one more chance. Are you still going to practice?" roared the man with the alcohol-sodden nose. Cheng Haonan defiantly lifted his chin. "You old goat, Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Let me tell you, I'm the boss of the southern city. I thrive on softness, not hardness. Even if it hurts. The alcohol-sodden nose interjected. So you're the boss, huh? Thrive on softness, is that right? Then we shall confront you head-on. If you dare to practice again the day after tomorrow, I'll make it my mission to deal with you whenever I see you. Everyone, attack. With a wave of his hand, the alcohol-sodden nose commanded. And the new recruits lined up and charged forward with swift, forceful strikes. Exhausted from the days of rigorous training, they unleashed their pent-up fury. The sound of Chung Haonan's anguished cries was truly soul-stirring. Zhang Qian shouted anxiously, "Don't act recklessly. I will report this to our squad leader." The alcohol-sodden nose scoffed, "Go ahead and report. We haven't laid a finger on him. Is he hurt?" Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps there was some truth to that. "Oh ho ho!" Chung Haonan's tears streamed down. "Bro, let us discuss this. We can talk, please. No. Let's negotiate. Please." The alcohol-sodden nose frowned. "One moment you're willing to talk, the next you're not. Are you trying to play me for a fool? Continue, hit harder." With another wave of his hand, even more new recruits surged forward. Chapter 26. No more reductions, can't I just admit defeat? The next morning, the company commander delivered an impassioned speech. Each squad proceeded in turn, resuming their training. Lao Wu poked Kong Xiang. "What are you staring at?" Wu Ziyuan, his face filled with astonishment, replied, "Haven't you noticed that the skill level of each squad seems to have improved significantly?" Kong Xiang smiled slightly. The entire company has been intensifying their training lately. After lights out, each squad practices for at least 2 hours. If they don't improve, that would be a miracle. Wu Ziyuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. "So diligent?" A smile crept onto his face. "With such enthusiasm, our company is bound to achieve good results this time." Watching Wu Ziyuan jog cheerfully toward the third squad, Kong Xiang smiled broadly. "If only you knew that all of this was due to Qin Luo. But never mind, you wouldn't believe it anyway." Kong Xiang shook his head. Although Wu Ziyuan had changed his attitude towards Qin Luo, he still looked down on him. Once someone dons tinted glasses, it becomes exceedingly difficult to recognize the merits of others. However, Kong Xiang knew that soon enough, during the new recruit assessment, Wu Ziyuan would come to understand everything clearly. "Lao Wu, don't be too shocked when that time comes," he chuckled. "This kid truly resembles you in some ways." "Chung Haonan, why are you walking with your legs crossed?" Chang Lei asked, his face a mask of confusion. Last night, after their shower, they had returned just as the lights-out signal was sounded in the pitch darkness. Nothing was visible. During morning exercises, in the rush, he had only now noticed Chung Haonan's peculiar gait. Qin Luo glanced sideways at him, his face devoid of words. He had heard about last night's incident. He could hardly believe that Chung Haonan had endured over 100 hits and still managed to act tough. Yet, no one knew the torment Chung Haonan felt inside. Last night, he had contemplated conceding. But for reasons unknown, the new recruits continued to bombard him, leaving him feeling utterly wronged. "Report to the squad leader." Chung Haonan grimaced. "Yesterday, I sat on the parallel bars and got my jewels crushed." Chang Lei nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself as he said, "Well, that must have hurt a bit. But you're not broken, right?" Chung Haonan shook his head. "I checked. Nothing's broken, just a bit sore." "Then perhaps you should take it easy today," Chang Lei suggested with concern. "This is no trivial matter, no need." Chung Haonan puffed out his chest. "I'm fine. I can train." "Really fine?" Chang Lei scrutinized him. Chung Haonan nodded vigorously. He still wanted to settle the score with Qin Luo. If he took a break now, it would be akin to fleeing the battlefield. It was just a bit of soreness. He could endure it. Chang Lei nodded. "All right then." The commander just announced that in 4 days, the new recruit assessment will commence. The last day will be a rest day, but for the next 3 days, we will intensify our physical training. Today, we will cover all aspects of physical conditioning, and in the remaining 2 days, we will focus on areas that need enhancement. Everyone, right face, march. They followed him toward the back of the camp. In the vast expanse of the northwest. Sparsely populated, the new recruit training regiment occupied a considerable area. 1 training regiment could accommodate 9 new recruit companies, 9 standard-sized sports fields, along with 7 or 8 400-meter obstacle courses and a facility for equipment training. More than sufficient to meet the training needs of the entire regiment. ATEs. With a stomp, everyone came to a halt on the sports field. Chang Lei produced a stopwatch. As per usual, Let's start with a 5-kilometer run at your fastest pace. Yes, everyone lined up at the starting line, and Qin Luo lowered his voice. Hey, if you want to change your mind, now's your chance. Qin Luo fixed his gaze on Cheng Haonan. Call me big brother, and you'll gain so much. You won't be losing out, especially since you can't outdo me anyway. Quit the nonsense, let us go. Cheng Haonan took a deep breath. I've been training diligently these past days. I am not the person I once was. I will definitely win against you. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This guy truly was oblivious to the truth until faced with consequences. Then let us finish this once and for all. Go. With a thunderous shout from Cheng Lei, a figure immediately shot forward. Qin Luo surged ahead, leading the charge. Following closely was Cheng Haonan, striding vigorously, attempting to maintain a 5-meter distance from Qin Luo. Zhang Qian waved his hand, and the remaining recruits formed a line behind him as they sprinted forward. Shortly, they completed one lap, and Qin Luo glanced back to see Cheng Haonan glaring at him fiercely. You can't shake me off. Cheng Haonan managed a strained smile, but his breathing was noticeably labored. Qin Luo smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly accelerated. His pace doubled, and gradually he widened the gap between himself and Cheng Haonan. 2 laps, 3 laps. Qin Luo turned his head, astonished. Although Cheng Haonan had fallen behind by quite a distance, he still managed to keep approximately 50 meters between them. At this moment, Cheng Haonan's breathing was completely erratic, each breath coming in heavy gasps, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit of Qin Luo. You can't shake off. Qin Luo smiled faintly. You have indeed made some progress, but the system had elevated his physical capabilities to that of an amateur athlete. Yet through this period of training, Qin Luo had further enhanced his endurance. Even veteran soldiers from the company would find it difficult to keep up with him, let alone Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo beckoned to Cheng Haonan. Aren't you determined to beat me? I'll be speeding up now. Come on, die in the next instant. He surged forward, his speed doubling once more. Damn. Cheng Haonan nearly gasped in disbelief. He was already using every ounce of strength he had. Yet Qin Luo was just starting to unleash his potential. How could he possibly catch up? Haonan, give it up. You can't compete with him. Zhang Qian yelled from a distance. Yes, Haonan, surrender. Qin Luo is amazing and instant noodles are delicious. Li Dashing also shouted. Cheng Haonan's lips twitched, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. I refuse to call him big brother. I refuse to believe you can keep this up. He clenched his jaw, lowered his head, and leaned forward, trying to gain a bit more speed through momentum. But just as he was striving, a figure suddenly matched his pace. Cheng Haonan turned to see Qin Luo smiling at him, startling him into jumping. What the hell? Where did you come from? I caught up from behind you. Qin Luo shrugged. I've already lapped you once. Cheng Haonan nearly collapsed. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Having been lapped, how could he still chase? Hey, Qin Luo said as he ran, it's still not too late to admit defeat. Cheng Haonan's eyes lit up momentarily, but the next second, Qin Luo added. However, the terms will be halved. What? Cheng Haonan jumped. No way, not even one can be less. Then you keep going, Qin Luo said, not waiting for him to finish, and continued to sprint ahead. Hey, wait, I haven't finished. Cheng Haonan shouted desperately, but Qin Luo was already far ahead. Cheng Haonan watched his retreating figure, tears nearly spilling. How has he become even faster than before? What has he been consuming lately? Now he regretted challenging this monstrous freak. After all, calling him big brother wasn't such a big deal. But now, there was no turning back. He could only force himself to continue. Yet, not long after, Qin Luo was once again running alongside him. 2 laps down, Qin Luo remarked, holding up 3 fingers. Before Cheng Haonan could utter a word, he hastened his pace. I know you want to continue. Qin Luo. With a voice tinged with desperation, Cheng Haonan cried out, You, don't leave. I've surrendered. Qin Luo abruptly slowed down, smiling at him. What? Cheng Haonan gasped for breath, his face contorted in despair as he lamented. Don't you dare run away. You've won, you're the big brother. Also, can't you stop reducing the stakes? If you reduce them any further, there will be nothing left. Qin Luo gazed at him with a playful smile. I can refrain from reducing, but I still want to confirm. Are you certain you don't wish to compete any longer? I don't want to compete, for heaven's sake. Cheng Haonan collapsed onto the ground, wishing he could detach his head just to catch his breath. You're too abnormal. You've exhausted me. I would rather die than compete with you again. All right, All right, it's finally over. Zhang Qian and the others rushed over, their faces alight with excitement as they encircled Cheng Haonan. They were truly relieved to no longer be opposing Qin Luo. They simply couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Luo let out a long sigh, finally having tamed this bunch of rascals. Who among family understands how arduous it has been? At that moment, not far away, Chang Lei looked at them in astonishment. What on earth are these fellows doing? Chapter 27. From this day forth, you shall be our Luo Gu. The ham sausages are simply delectable. The instant noodles are so fragrant. Pepsi is absolutely delightful. In the small shop, Cheng Haonan cradled a luxurious instant noodle set, enhanced with 2 sausages, nearly brought to tears by the taste. Zhang Qian and the others squatted or stood around, wildly showcasing their instant noodles, besidely dashing Lei 4 marinated eggs. After a few bites of noodles, he would take a bite of an egg, his face radiating satisfaction before entering the sage moment. Hurry up and eat. Hurry up. In the shop, Qinliang, cigarette in mouth, grilled sausages while saying, the lights will go out soon. If the duty officer catches you, you won't have a good time. Got it, class leader. Shoo shoo shoo. Zhang Qian stuffed 10 spicy strips into his mouth, mumbling, we're doing our best to clean up the battlefield. Qinliang shot him an irritated glance and then handed the grilled sausage to Qin Luo. Qin Luo beamed as he patted his pocket. Thank you, class leader. Qinliang glanced at his bulging pocket, his face full of smiles. No need for formality. We look out for each other. I'll go grab some biscuits. Anyone want some? Yes. Cheng Haonan jumped up excitedly. I want the scallion-flavored ones. I want the bear biscuits. How Duo raised his hand. Class leader, Li Dashing added. Could I have 4 more marinated eggs? Please? Chen Liang's eye twitched, and he lowered his voice. Is your class a bunch of gluttons, reincarnated from starving ghosts? You've consumed more than the new recruits have in 3 days. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly. They train hard and expend a lot of energy. Class leader, just give them what they want. Fine. Qinliang nodded, and considering that Qin Luo often provided him with cigarettes, he decided it was acceptable to go out and buy more. These grilled sausages are simply too delicious. Cheng Haonan took a huge bite of a sausage, chewing with tears of joy streaming down his face. How come I never had this before? It's simply exquisite. This is class leader Chin's secret recipe. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He only sells them to the various class leaders and the squad leaders. We new recruits certainly can't get any. Qin Luo smiled. You're really something. Qin Luo Li Dashing gave him a thumbs up. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be enjoying all these goodies. Cheng Haonan, with a look of grievance, turned to Qin Luo. Why didn't you invite us earlier? If you'd started this sooner, our relationship would have been harmonious already. We really love this kind of thing. Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. Exactly. We're the kind of people who get along splendidly. If you had treated us to a luxurious meal earlier, we would have gladly acknowledged you as our big brother. Qin Luo clenched his fists in frustration. For heaven's sake, I have treated you before. After eating, you didn't acknowledge it, and now you're pretending to have amnesia. How shameless can you be? And you call yourselves easy to get along with. You are the most peculiar bunch of oddballs in the world. Then will you compete with me again in the future? Qin Luo looked at them anxiously. Only 3 days left. Let's just get through this normally. All right. I have admitted defeat today, and you all have eaten my food. You can rest assured. Cheng Haonan stood up, his mouth full of grease, and declared solemnly, I am one to stand firm on principles, but I'm not foolish. Only a fool would want to compete with you again, he continued, his face full of grievance. I can't take it anymore. Do you know how exhausting it is to chase after you day and night? It's utterly draining. As he spoke, Cheng Haonan's tears fell again. If it weren't for you making things so miserable for us, causing everyone to lose face, I would have surrendered long ago. From now on, whoever wants to compete with you can go ahead. I would rather die than compete with you. Seeing the muscular man cry, resembling a black bear rubbing its eyes, Qin Luo couldn't help but find it oddly endearing. A smile inexplicably crept onto his lips. However, he really wanted to tell Cheng Haonan, you're such a fool. If you couldn't take it, why not just tell me to make peace? Biscuits are coming. Just then, Qinliang walked in carrying 2 boxes. Upon seeing him, Cheng Haonan immediately beamed and wiped his tears, shouting, Class leader, bring me 10 more of those sausages. Qinliang nearly stumbled in shock, glaring at Cheng Haonan with irritation. Are you a pig? You've already eaten 3 bowls of instant noodles, 5 packs of spicy strips. 10 marinated eggs and 10 sausages, and you still want 10 more? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Chung Haonan scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I can still eat quite a bit. Chen Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. No way. I'm not some street vendor out here. Before he could finish, Qin Luo quickly stepped in front of him, shoving something into his other pocket. Class leader, he's big, and he's been working hard these days. Please, just help him out. Chen Liang sighed, then shot a fierce glare at Chung Haonan. I'm only doing this because of Xiao Qin. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago. Thank you, class leader. Chung Haonan beamed, bowing 3 times to Chen Liang, nearly causing him to leap in frustration. What do you think this is, a grave visit? Get back and wait to eat? Yes. Chung Haonan cheerfully picked up a pack of spicy strips again. At that moment, Zhang Qian stood up, wiped his mouth and said, Qin Luo, from today on, we are friends? No, we are comrades. Qin Luo was taken aback, and Zhang Qian smiled. Don't overthink it. We are only here for this luxurious meal. Chung Haonan approached with a grin, wrapping an arm around Qin Luo. I've come to realize that you possess great talent and strength. We certainly can't compete with you any longer, from now on. We will follow you. You are our goal, but we will absolutely refrain from competing with you. Right? We will follow you from now on. Qin Luo, we will listen to you and train with you to improve quickly. Looking at the sincere smiles of the crowd, the heavy burden in Qin Luo's heart finally lifted. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to see Ryo accomplish his task and win over this bunch of rascals. He had truly exerted every ounce of strength he had. It had been utterly exhausting. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, at this moment, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, having this group of friends, albeit a motley crew, was better than having none. Zhang Qian patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. Actually, it's thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be achieving such good results now. We will definitely be able to follow the class leader to the reconnaissance camp. Indeed, Chung Haonan nodded excitedly. Qin Luo, it's truly thanks to you. I've heard that the class leader's unit is exceptionally difficult to get into. That, of course, Chen Liang said with an annoyed expression. Your class leader and our company commander both come from the reconnaissance camp of the division, and they are from the most formidable Iron Blood 2nd Company. The division's reconnaissance camp is already impressive, ranking first in the military's reconnaissance competition. Your class leader's 2nd Company is even more extraordinary. It's not something just anyone can enter. Normally, they walk with their heads held high. Really? Chung Haonan exclaimed with excitement. And they even cook. Chen Liang shot him an annoyed glance. If you manage to get in, don't celebrate too soon. They are tough on themselves, so don't think you can slack off once you get there. I'm not afraid, Chung Haonan cheerfully replied. As long as I can walk upright? What's a little hardship, right? Zhang Qian nodded. If you're a soldier, be the best. Being able to go to the reconnaissance camp makes any hardship worth it. All the new recruits wore expressions of excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Luo remained silent. He had originally intended to find a regular unit to relax, complete the system task, and perhaps flirt with the military flowers for the reconnaissance camp. He didn't particularly wish to go. However, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, his feelings began to grow conflicted. He was somewhat reluctant to part with this group of oddballs. Brother Luo. Qin Luo was startled and turned to see Hao Duo timidly staring at him. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Do you want more sausages? Although the entire class had opposed him before, Qin Luo could tell that Hao Duo had always been swept along by the others. From the very beginning, he never intended to make things difficult for himself, so Qin Luo held a favorable impression of him. However, this fellow appeared weak and timid, lacking experience, yet he was surprisingly the one with the best conditions among this group. Coming from a middle-class family in a big city, Qin Luo found it puzzling how a city kid could be more naive than those coming from the mountains. No, I do not desire any ham sausage. Hao Duo's eyes flickered as he gazed at Qin Luo. I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Qin Luo was taken aback. Hao Duo nervously intertwined his fingers, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. I'm rather slow-witted. If, in the future, I could be assigned to the same squad as you, I implore you to guide me. May I? Qin Luo was utterly stunned, staring blankly at Hao Duo, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Hao Duo cautiously lifted his gaze, managing to force a faint smile. Luo, Brother Luo, to be honest, I have always admired you greatly. I think you are incredible. I know I am not very bright, but I still wish to be with you all. I do not want to be separated from you. I beg you. I won't be a nuisance. I can assist you in many ways. Suddenly, Qin Luo extended his hand and firmly placed it on Hao Duoduo's shoulder. A mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before joining the army, he never thought someone would need him as much as Hao Duoduo did. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The feeling of being needed was truly delightful. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Chapter 28. Acquisition of new superpower. Beep. Rewards are being dispensed. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Qin Luo felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. This task had proven exceedingly challenging, even more so than spending 1 billion in a day as his father had instructed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 superpower points. And for acquiring a new superpower. Eagle Eye. Qin Luo was momentarily bewildered. Eagle Eye? Does that mean my eyes will transform into those of an eagle? In the next instant, a wondrous sensation coursed through his eyes. A coolness akin to a refreshing massage. Moments later, the world before him suddenly magnified at an astonishing rate. Hao Duoduo's face expanded immensely, allowing him to see even the protruding strands of his nose hair. Wow! Qin Luo jumped back in shock. Hao Duoduo was equally startled. Luo, brother Luo, did I say something wrong? Pointing at him, Qin Luo exclaimed, nose hair. You have a booger hanging from your nose. What? Hao Duoduo quickly began to search. I can't find it. Furrowing his brow, Qin Luo instinctively looked at his nose. His eyes, as if equipped with magnifying glasses, rapidly enlarged everything before him. He could distinctly see the offending hair, adorned with a booger. Moving between Hao Duoduo's fingers as if discovering a new continent, he swiftly turned his gaze. The door, once hundreds of meters away, now seemed to be within arm's reach. Even the sentry discreetly adjusting his waistband was clearly visible. Shifting his focus again, he observed the vibrant green flies flitting about in the flower bed just a few dozen meters away. One fly, flapping its wings, charged directly towards his eyes like a scene from a 3D movie. My goodness! Qin Luo stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. Qin Luo, what is wrong with you? Chunliang asked, his expression one of astonishment, as other new recruits gathered around. Shaking his head, Qin Luo regained his normal vision. I'm fine, he chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating joy, realizing that with just a thought, his eyes could transform into a powerful 8-fold magnification. If he chose not to use it, he could revert to normal with another thought. This ability was remarkable. The instructor had mentioned that they would be practicing aiming tomorrow. With this newfound power, aiming would be a piece of cake. Shooting had always been his only weakness, but now Qin Luo felt no concern. This superpower had arrived just in time. He had no worries for the new recruit assessment. With Eagle Eye, hitting the target would be a certainty. What is he so happy about? Cheng Haonan looked at Qin Luo, who was grinning widely. Zheng Qian stroked his chin. He must be thrilled at the prospect of becoming friends with us. Cheng Haonan nodded in agreement. That must be it. He suddenly pulled Qin Luo into an embrace, snapping Qin Luo back to reality. What is going on? Qin Luo asked, feeling a bit awkward. Cheng Haonan laughed heartily. I just heard everything Hao Duoduo said to you. I have a request for you as well. You do? Qin Luo stared at him in surprise. Cheng Haonan winked mischievously. I need protection. What? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Cheng Haonan grinned playfully. Hao Duoduo needs looking after. And I do too. You're so talented and learn quickly. Once we're in the squad, you must look out for me. Don't forget about me. Zheng Qian interjected shamelessly. When the time comes, UVE gotta help us out. Qin Luo, we need your protection too. Other recruits chimed in, encircling him and pushing Hao Duoduo to the back. What are you all doing? Cheng Haonan glared at them. From now on, it's Brother Luo. Call him Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone shouted in unison. We seek your protection. Before Qin Luo could respond, Cheng Haonan clapped him on the back. All right, it's settled. We'll stick together in the same squad and follow Brother Luo. Exactly. The others cheered, their spirits soaring as they bounced around, delighting in their newfound camaraderie. Qin Luo's smile faltered slightly, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. If these fellows were to discover that he had joined the army solely to complete a system task and perhaps pursue a romantic interest, it would surely be never mind. Why dwell on such matters? Qin Luo exhaled deeply. After the new recruit assessment, he would see how things unfolded. Ideally, he would be assigned to a regular unit where he could take it easy. If luck were to forsake him and he ended up in a reconnaissance battalion, well, he could always work as a liaison or clerk, which wouldn't be too taxing. He pulled out some cigarettes from his pocket and distributed one to each person. Come on, let us smoke. A post-meal cigarette brings joy akin to that of a deity. Wow, Huazi, damn. It's been ages since I smoked. This is such fine tobacco. I've only ever dreamt of it. Chang Haonan took a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The rich aroma of the tobacco sent shivers down his spine. This is a heavenly smoke, but I don't know how to smoke, Hao Duo admitted, holding the cigarette awkwardly. If you can't smoke, give it to me. Don't waste such a good thing. Chang Haonan grinned as he took it back. I'll smoke too. Ha bliss. You all should hurry up and smoke. Chen Liang reminded them. Time is running short. All right. Qin Luo chuckled as he lit their cigarettes. Having spent considerable time in the new recruit camp, they had hardly had the chance to smoke. Now, they reveled in the pleasure of puffing away. Their expressions filled with sheer contentment. Chang Haonan, with 2 cigarettes dangling from his mouth, stood up unconsciously, as if he might float away. He beamed. With food, drinks, and cigarettes. This is pure bliss. Brother Luo, following you is a treat. Before Qin Luo could respond, Zhang Qian chimed in irritably. Where have you been? If you had reconciled with us sooner, we would have been enjoying ourselves instead of suffering. Chang Haonan slapped his own face. Grinning at Qin Luo, its all my fault, truly. My fearsome yet powerful vanity and pride got in the way. Losing to Brother Luo is absolutely justified. It was all my stubbornness. I really should watch fewer gangster films and Hong Kong movies. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Why does it feel like you're praising yourself? Not at all. Chang Haonan laughed heartily, waving his hands. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will reflect on my actions. From now on, I absolutely will not act foolishly in your presence. Qin Luo smiled faintly. When Chang Haonan wasn't being foolish, he was actually quite endearing. Brother Luo, suddenly, Hao Duo looked at Qin Luo with pleading eyes. Filled with hope. About what I mentioned earlier, have you agreed? Qin Luo felt a surge of conflicting emotions, uncertain of how to respond to Hao Duo. After all, he had yet to sort out his own matters. The sound of a sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. You fools! Everyone jumped, quickly crouching down. Chang Haonan, startled, followed suit. It was the duty squad leader. Chen Liang leaned against the wall, smiling. Looks like you're in trouble now. Zhang Qian, frightened, crawled toward the window. Just as he poked his head out, a flashlight beam shone on his face, causing him to retract in fright. It was indeed the duty squad leader. Zhang Qian's face fell. Don't you think that hiding will save you? Whoever was smoking just now, step forward. All eyes turned to Chang Haonan. Chang Haonan widened his eyes in disbelief. What are you all staring at? I'm not the fool here. Think of a way out. There's no way out. Zhang Qian shook his head. Only you can go. What? Chang Haonan gaped at him in disbelief. Aren't we best friends? Aren't we comrades? How can you say that? Qin Luo nodded in agreement. I think Zhang Qian is right. It's a sacrifice of one for the survival of all. Haonan, now is the time to demonstrate the spirit of friendship and camaraderie. We will remember you. Everyone fixed their gazes on Chang Haonan, then collectively shoved the struggling Chang Haonan out the door. You traitors! You traitors! Chang Haonan pointed toward the shop, despairing. I misjudged all of you. Fool! Come here! The squad leader bellowed. Chang Haonan was startled, rising in despair, his face a mask of frustration. Why must misfortune always befall me? A thunderous roar echoed, lightning striking with blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire night. Master, good news. Wang Rifa rushed into the opulent bedroom of Qin Jiaqing, brimming with excitement. Qin Jiaqing set down his newspaper, standing up with enthusiasm. Has there been news about Xiao Luo? Wang Rifa nodded affirmatively. Yes. I have already contacted Colonel Qi, and it is indeed good news. Qin Jiaqing burst into hearty laughter. That rascal is finally coming back. I never imagined he would endure for so long. Nevertheless, returning is what matters. It can be regarded as a valuable experience in his life. From now on, he can simply focus on how to spend money every day. Master. Wang Rifa spoke softly. Young master has not been sent back. You are mistaken. What? Qin Jiaqing was momentarily stunned, then erupted at Wang Rifa, spewing words in disbelief. Not sent back. What on earth does that count as good news? What is good about it? Huh. Chapter 29. So? Shall we head to the reconnaissance camp? No more lying idle, master. Please do not rush. Wang Rifa hastily consoled him. What nonsense! Qin Jiaqing glared at him. Do you not know that my greatest concern is Xiao Luo? I am anxious about any news regarding him. Wang Rifa sighed. The situation is as follows. Colonel Qi mentioned that young master is training diligently and has been persevering. It is impossible for him to be sent back. Qin Jiaqing quickly focused on him. Then what do you mean by good news? Wang Rifa smiled. However, I have requested Colonel Qi to allow us to observe the new recruit's assessment. What? Qin Jiaqing's mouth fell open. Wang Rifa continued. Think about it, master. Young master is persevering, but it must be for the sake of pride. Given his current abilities, he cannot shoulder burdens nor lift weights, so he is certainly unable to pass the assessment. Therefore, we shall be present at the scene. Once he fails, then I will rush in to comfort him and bring him home. Qin Jiaqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Rifa immediately gave a thumbs up. Master. As expected, you see right through my little scheme. Qin Jiaqing burst into laughter. Indeed, if Xiao Luo is eliminated, he will surely be disheartened and might not wish to return. At that point, I would have to go through great lengths to find him. It is better to wait for him on site, embrace him with love, and take him home. Qin Jiaqing rubbed his hands together. Resolving issues on site saves time and effort. Excellent, Wang Rifa, well done. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Master. In 2 days, they will be assessed. Please review your schedule. Cancel everything for that day. Qin Jiaqing's face radiated with joy. I am going to fetch my precious son home. As night enveloped the land, the sounds of snoring filled the dormitory, each louder than the last. Qin Luo lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a moment. After experiencing so much, he suddenly gained a new perspective on the military. Those who enlist are not merely seeking hardship to spout grandiose rhetoric about defending the homeland. Each person here is flesh and blood, capable of annoyance, humor, and warmth. Just before falling asleep, Cheng Haonan had cheerfully brought him foot-soaking water. Zhang Qian had massaged his shoulders, and Hao Duo had kneaded his legs. Though no words were exchanged, their smiles seemed to convey to Qin Luo, "We apologize for our past behavior. Do not hold it against us." Qin Luo turned over. Should I go to the reconnaissance camp with them or not? If I go, it will be exhausting. If I don't go, where else could I meet such a delightful and loyal group of friends? Ding. Host, would you like to upgrade your gene enhancement from level C to level B? Qin Luo was taken aback. What do you mean? Report to the host. Your super ability points have reached 100. Currently at 105, you may enhance any super ability. Would you like to enhance gene enhancement? Or upgrade another super ability? Qin Luo's face brightened. He had long wished to enhance his physical constitution. The stamina of an amateur athlete was utterly insufficient for his current needs. As for other super abilities, they seemed unnecessary at the moment. Enhance. Gene enhancement. Do not make a mistake. Nodding decisively, he chose to upgrade. Ding, deducting 100 super ability points, remaining super ability points, 5. Gene constitution upgrading from C to B, please wait. Mere seconds later, the upgrade was complete. Qin Luo excitedly clenched his fists. There was no need for experimentation. He could already feel the surging power within his body. He could even distinctly sense his muscles rapidly growing. Looking around, he noticed that his muscles were indeed starting to bulge on his arms and thighs. A surge of robust strength was gradually developing. Previously, he had merely had a slight outline of abdominal muscles, but now, simply sitting there, he could see 8 clearly defined abs. If he were to take a photo and post it on short video platforms, he would undoubtedly attract a swarm of admirers. But then he thought it might also draw many young men. Ding, congratulations to the host, gene enhancement upgraded to level B. Your physical abilities are now equivalent to those of a reconnaissance soldier. Qin Luo could only laugh at this. It seemed as though he was destined to enter the reconnaissance camp. Nevertheless, regardless of where he went, an increase in physical fitness was always beneficial. Qin Luo exhaled, prepared to face the new recruit's assessment or any challenges to come. With this newfound stamina, he could easily cope. He turned over, intending to close his eyes and sleep. But his mind began to race. Should I go? Or should I not go? The next morning, Wu Ziyuan gathered the entire company for a final briefing before the squads dispersed. Today was the last day of training. No intense exercises would be undertaken, focusing instead on filling in any gaps. Military assessments differ from examinations. One cannot rely on last-minute cramming. If one does not accumulate effort gradually, it is futile to seek shortcuts during assessments. Chang Lei stood before everyone, not only motivating them but also anxious about any unforeseen mishaps. All right, that is all I have to say. Chang Lei smiled. Just remember to showcase your best abilities. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Squad leader. We will certainly put in our best effort, Cheng Haonan exclaimed. We want to go to the reconnaissance camp as well. Yes, squad leader. We all want to go. Zheng Qian chimed in excitedly. Chang Lei beamed. Very well. As long as you all perform well, I am confident you can all go. Hearing Chang Lei's affirmation, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces, and Hao Duo exhaled a sigh of relief. All right. Chang Lei clapped his hands. Today, we will not train physically but will practice formations and focus on the finer details. Yes, Qin Luo, come here for a moment. Chang Lei turned and walked to the side. Qin Luo was taken aback, glancing at the others before running over to Chang Lei. Squad leader. Chang Lei gazed at him, his face radiating warmth. When you first arrived, the company commander wanted you to leave. I thought you were a burden, and the other squad leaders did not have faith in you. Yet you have fiercely proven us all wrong with your strength. Qin Luo immediately stood tall. Squad leader, I know you care for me. Chang Lei waved his hand, sighing. That is not what I meant, he said bitterly. I just want to tell you that you do not need to push yourself so hard. He looked deeply at Qin Luo. No matter what others say about you, or how they perceive you, just remember that your squad leader will always stand behind you in support. All of your comrades in the squad will always stand by your side, united in both fortune and misfortune. Chang Lei smiled, patting him. You are a good soldier. Since you arrived, it seems everyone in our squad has changed. You have taught me quite a bit as well, in any case, just give it your all. Qin Luo gazed blankly at his squad leader. From the genuinely warm smile on his face, it was evident that his words were heartfelt. For a moment, Qin Luo felt as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. An indescribable joy washing over him, he suddenly realized that the phrase comrades are like brothers was not mere rhetoric. Squad leader, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo truly regarded him as a dear comrade and friend. Qin Luo observed Chang Lei's profile, the sunlight casting a reassuring glow upon his sturdy shoulders. He resembled an elder brother, exuding a sense of security. Qin Luo's heart was profoundly moved, his fists slowly clenching. Damn it! I will go to the reconnaissance camp. At worst, I can seek connections to become a clerk or a communications officer. It's decided. I will go to the reconnaissance camp. I refuse to remain idle. With great difficulty, Qin Luo made this decision. Yet, as soon as he did, regret washed over him. For heading to the reconnaissance camp meant enduring hardships that were unavoidable. As night descended, the lights out signal echoed throughout the camp. One by one, the dormitory lights turned off, followed by a chorus of snores. With no training scheduled for the following day, the recruits savored this rare respite, resulting in a particularly deep slumber that night. Beep, 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 in the dead of night, the piercing sound of the alarm shattered the tranquility. Qin Luo jolted awake. Having grown accustomed to military life over the past few days, he remained alert even in slumber. Emergency assembly! Chang Lei jumped out of bed, lowering his voice. Quickly, everyone, get up for an emergency assembly. An urgent assembly. The official assessment begins. The sudden shout from downstairs left everyone momentarily stunned. What the heck? Weren't we supposed to have a day off? How could it start early? Qin Luo wore a look of utter disbelief. The higher-ups certainly knew how to play. Chapter 30. The hardest mouth on you. Hurry. Pack your bags, quickly. Chang Lei urgently growled. The emergency assembly demanded silence, and since the lights could not be turned on, he could only lower his voice. Yet, everyone could discern the urgency lacing his tone. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone sprang into action, beginning to pack their bags. Qin Luo spread out his blanket, stuffing in the mosquito net and other essential items, then folded it up swiftly. Once he finished, he rushed over to the flustered Hao Duo. Upon seeing Qin Luo, a frown instantly transformed into a smile on Hao Duo's troubled face. Luo Gu, cut the nonsense, Qin Luo interjected, snatching his backpack. Get busy with the others. Tears of gratitude welled up in Hao Duo's eyes. Luo Gu, you're so kind. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, enough chatter. We're comrades. Helping each other is only natural. Qin Luo kicked him lightly. Although Hao Duo nearly stumbled, he felt elated. There was something wonderful about having someone to look after him. Meanwhile, Chang Lei wore a smile of satisfaction. That moment, Qin Luo no longer resembled a novice soldier, but rather embodied the essence of a dependable veteran. "I am ready," Cheng Haonan suddenly exclaimed. "Then hurry down," Qin Luo replied without looking up. "You all better not embarrass the squad leader. Got it?" Cheng Haonan nodded, striding confidently outside. Following him were Zhang Qian and then Li dashing one after another. Figures rushed out, and Chang Lei clenched his fists in excitement. His gaze fell back on Qin Luo, and he suddenly felt like the luckiest person alive. Qin Luo was truly a precious gift from the heavens. This young man was bound to become an exceptional soldier, perhaps even surpassing both me and the company commander. Chang Lei felt a surge of certainty. "All right, let us go." Qin Luo tossed the backpack to Hao Duo. He then turned to grab his own, hastening downstairs. Chang Lei composed himself and swiftly followed suit. Thud, thud, thud. The stairs echoed with urgent footsteps. Some rushed out while others darted back in. The barracks sounded as though a battle had erupted. Clattering and clanging incessantly. This surprise assembly caught everyone off guard, and most were jolted from their sweet dreams. It was only natural to feel flustered. "Upstairs, why are the lights still on?" a major shouted, pointing at the building. "Do you not know the regulations for an emergency assembly? And you over there, what else with the running around? If you haven't packed properly, don't come out, that soldier. Put on your pants before coming out. Haven't you noticed you're only in your underwear?" Standing nearby, Wu Ziyuan wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the entire building, fists clenched tightly. Kong Xiang chuckled softly beside him, lowering his voice. "Calm down. Getting angry won't help that they're being assessed now. Once they're out of the company, they won't be your concern anymore. Bear soldier." Wu Ziyuan huffed angrily. "Until they leave the company, they're all under my command. A bunch of undisciplined fools, making a spectacle of themselves." Just then, a group of individuals rushed over, swiftly forming a line in front of the company commander and several officers. Wu Ziyuan's expression softened into a smile as he observed them. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. One officer nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing this time, both Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang were taken aback. The new recruit company mandated that everyone must complete the emergency assembly within 5 minutes, ensuring their bags were packed correctly and essential items were in order. Achieving 3 minutes and 15 seconds was impressive. Even for seasoned veterans, and only the most well-trained soldiers could manage it. The fact that the entire first squad managed such speed truly astonished them. Wu Ziyuan's gaze landed on Qin Luo, and an unexpected discomfort washed over him. While he could understand other soldiers achieving such results, Qin Luo's performance was a different matter entirely. He had done it too? Kong Xiang elbowed him playfully. "Didn't I tell you not to underestimate them?" Surprised. "Aren't you?" He chuckled. "Didn't he expect you'd misjudge someone, did you?" Wu Ziyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly cleared his throat. "What good is a quick assembly? If it comes to combat, he'll surely escape quickly too. This is just the beginning. Don't get too optimistic." Kong Xiang rolled his eyes. The purpose of an emergency assembly is precisely to react faster than the enemy during combat. You really grasping at straws here, at that moment. Although Qin Luo stood among the ranks, his eyes were darting around excitedly. Aside from the major, there were 2 captains standing nearby. These individuals likely did not belong to the training regiment. Qin Luo felt an inexplicable thrill. If he could exceed the assessment requirements, perhaps he might indeed earn double rewards. If he could acquire a few extraordinary abilities, even if he were assigned to the reconnaissance regiment, he would undoubtedly thrive in that environment. He clenched his fists slowly. For the upcoming assessment, he needed to give it his all. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The major lifted his head, observing the new recruits trickling in. Before returning his gaze to the watch, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang gradually relaxed their furrowed brows. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. All the new recruits had assembled. They had passed the test. The major breathed a sigh of relief. "Not bad," he turned to Wu Ziyuan with a smile. "In such a relaxed environment, to complete the emergency assembly within the stipulated time. You truly are the most renowned company commander in the entire division. I commend you." Wu Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me, really. May I check on them?" "Of course not." The major maintained a polite smile. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched in irritation as he glared at him. The major grinned. "Commander Wu, don't look at me like that. This is a directive from above. The assessment has already commenced. Neither you nor the instructor can intervene." Ziyuan inhaled deeply, helplessly waving his hand. "Then please proceed." The major nodded with a smile and strode to the front of the ranks, commanding loudly, "At ease, stand at attention, clap." Everyone quickly took their positions. The major declared, "Listen up, now everyone will jump in place 30 times. Begin." All the new recruits were taken aback. What kind of order was this? Can't comprehend. Start, jump 30 times in place, jump with all your might. The major bellowed. "Jump!" Qin Luo shouted, leading the way. Whoosh! The other squad leaders quickly reacted, urging their recruits to jump alongside one jump after another. Everyone exerted themselves to leap. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang were tense, not daring to breathe, their palms clammy with sweat. They understood all too well what this was intended for. The purpose was to assess whether the recruits had properly packed their bags, and if they were sturdy enough. If not packed well, jumping 30 times would likely result in the bags falling apart, spilling their contents, thus rendering them unqualified. Once all had finished jumping, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Smiles broke out on their faces, for not a single item lay on the ground. The major turned to Wu Ziyuan, giving him a thumbs up. "Commander Wu, you truly excel in leading troops." Wu Ziyuan chuckled proudly. "Just basic skills, basic skills. You flatter me. Ha ha ha." The major laughed heartily. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Off you go." Wu Ziyuan waved cheerfully. "Everyone, listen closely." The major bellowed. "Right turn, march, clap." Everyone immediately turned right and began marching. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all shouted in unison. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang exchanged smiles, joining in. "Still stubborn, are we?" Kong Xiang remarked as they ran. "That kid Qin Luo packed his bag as solid as a rock. I just checked, not even a wobble." Wu Ziyuan's smile faded instantly. I saw. You really know how to kill the mood. Always bringing up the negatives when others are happy." Kong Xiang laughed. "I'm just standing up for the underdog. He really is a good soldier," Luan snorted. "I've said it before, packing a bag doesn't signify much. The forthcoming assessments are the real challenge. Whether he's a horse or a mule, we'll see when he's put to the test, as long as he doesn't embarrass me. I'll be grateful. I don't want to be held accountable for his failures. Moreover," Wu Ziyuan said seriously, "this is also the contribution of the squad leader. Without his guidance, how could Qin Luo have improved so rapidly?" Kong Xiang shook his head with a smile. He knew Wu Ziyuan was merely putting on a tough front, but in reality, he was starting to soften. In the past, he had always prepared himself to take the blame when Qin Luo left. But now it seemed he was beginning to believe that Qin Luo could indeed state you're just being stubborn. Wu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Qin Luo's back, observing his rock-solid backpack and flawless running posture. Qin Luo stood out among the ranks like a seasoned veteran. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched again. This kid, could it be? He suddenly shook his head fiercely. "I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. It's only been a month. Even if the squad leader taught him well, he could at most reach the passing mark. Packing a bag should be his strongest skill. It has to be like that." Chapter 31. Leading ahead. As dawn breaks, a faint glimmer of morning light spreads across the earth. Stop them, kill them. Training ground. Hundreds of soldiers, brimming with ferocity, charge towards several officers. Yet the pursued officers evade like nimble rabbits, striking with remarkable ruthlessness. A dozen soldiers attempting to block their path are swiftly taken down, and the officers quickly leap into an off-road vehicle. "Drive, step on it." They aren't joking. A colonel bellows, though a smile plays upon his lips. The major at the wheel nearly floors the accelerator, the vehicle roaring to life as it speeds away. "Hu Fei, you scoundrel, don't run if you have the guts," a colonel shouts, pushing past soldiers, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle. "If you're brave, get down here. I'll take you on one-on-one. Special forces, so impressive, come down here." The colonel named Hu Fei grins broadly, poking his head out to wave at the pursuing officer. "Old Lei, don't chase anymore. You're getting on in years. Take care of your health, and remember to train well. Next time I want to go easy on you. Train your grandpa. Get down here, and I'll spar with you." Hu Fei chuckles as he settles back into the vehicle, which continues to distance itself from the group of soldiers. The officers inside erupt into hearty laughter, the driving major nearly in tears from mirth. "Chief of Staff, are we being overly harsh?" says Shen Xinran, seated in the passenger seat, turning awkwardly to the others. "We didn't select a single soldier from their elite group, and yet you struck them hard. Aren't you afraid?" Enough, Xiaoxun. A captain in the back interjects with a smile. We need to strike them down. That's south what fuels their drive to advance. You used to handle intelligence, and you've not been here long. Our chief of staff picks soldiers based on instinct. If he likes someone, even a butcher can be chosen. If he doesn't, those top soldiers are worthless. Shinran, perplexed, thinks, isn't at the overall quality that matters for selecting special forces. The soldiers just now clearly met the requirements. Glancing at Hu Fei, who has closed his eyes in the rearview mirror, she finds herself utterly baffled by his thoughts. Chief of Staff, where are we headed now? Shinran inquires. I heard that the Sea Army is conducting a collective assessment for all new recruits today. Hu Fei replies nonchalantly. Let us go take a look. What is so interesting about the new recruits? Shinran asks, puzzled, glancing at the others. They all shrug, as if this were expected. Have you ever witnessed a collective assessment of new recruits from 3 regiments in one army? Hu Fei chuckles. It's conveniently on the way, and since we have time to kill, why not find some amusement? The group in the vehicle lights up cigarettes, laughter filling the air, except for Shinran, who remains bewildered. After years undercover, she was reassigned to the training division upon her return. However, the operations here are utterly beyond her understanding. The recruitment process is entirely in Hu Fei's hands, conducted at his whim. Is he really choosing from new recruits instead of seasoned soldiers? As the cold wind sweeps across the land, small buildings stand like sentinels upon the yellow earth. They resemble silent soldiers, steadfast in the frigid air. Guarding the soil beneath their feet, Rolls-Royce Phantom rolls to a stop beneath one of the buildings. As Qin Jiaqing steps out, Qi Shengli greets him with a beaming smile and an outstretched hand. Mr. Qin, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Qin Jia laughs heartily, clasping his hand firmly. I've missed you immensely too. Director Qi, by the way, my subordinate slaughterhouse has processed 1,000 pigs. Specifically to honor our soldiers, it should be arriving at your brigade shortly. Qi Shengli's grin widens. Mr. Qin, you're too kind, truly too kind. You've already promised to renovate our barracks and are sending us so many provisions. As the brigade commander, I feel quite embarrassed and no need for such formality. Qin Jiaqing laughs heartily. These small gestures are simply my duty. By the way, where shall we watch? Qi Shengli beams as he leads him. Qin Jiaqing, feeling elated, follows behind with Wang Rifa, ascending the stairs together. Upon reaching a conference room on the 3rd floor, Qi Shengli personally pulls out a chair for him. Mr. Qin, please sit here. He then produces a walkie-talkie from his waist and hands it to him. Here, this is for you. You know how to use it, right? Press this to speak, and don't press it when not speaking. I've already set the channel. Qin Jiaqing looks bewildered at the walkie-talkie and then back at him. Wait, Director Qi. Aren't you taking me to witness the assessment? Well, here's the thing, Qi Shengli chuckles. This assessment isn't being conducted solely by our brigade. It's a joint assessment involving the teaching regiments from all 3 brigades. With even personnel from the army present. Is it Major Yu? Qin Jiaqing asks. I'm quite familiar with him. We had dinner together just last month. Qi Shengli shakes his head with a smile. Not him. This assessment has escalated to a level of confidentiality, classified as military secrets, and outsiders are not permitted to approach. But don't worry. I'll use this to keep you updated on the situation. He adds, moreover, the assessment site is nearby. If you listen closely, you might catch some sounds. Qin Jiaqing's eyes widen in disbelief. After all this effort, is this all he gets? How is this any different from waiting at home for news? Before he can voice his thoughts, Qi Shengli hastily interjects, Mr. Qin, just stay here and don't wander off. I must return immediately. The leadership may have already arrived. Take care and keep an ear out. As he speaks, he turns and rushes out. Hey, wait. Qin Jiaqing calls after him, only to be halted by 2 guards who appear at the entrance. What's going on? He asks, bewildered. A second lieutenant approaches with a smile. I am sorry, Mr. Qin. This area is a military restricted zone. The brigade commander has stated that you may only operate within this space and cannot exit through this door. Qin Jiaqing feels as though his jaw might hit the floor. After traveling all this way, not only can he not witness Qin Luo's assessment, but he is also confined here. What on earth is this? He disregards his demeanor and shouts angrily into the distance. Qi Shengli, you. The second lieutenant chuckles. I'm sorry. The brigade commander has gone too far to hear you. Qin Jiaqing feels ready to explode. If I can't go out, how am I supposed to take care of my needs? The next moment, He freezes in shock as the second lieutenant produces a spittoon emblazoned with a red peony, presenting it to him. "You can make do with this," the captain adds. "We'll clean it up later." Qin Jiaqing twitches as he angrily turns away, plopping down onto the sofa. Wang Rifa approaches with a grimace. "Well, at least we made it this far, my lord. Didn't Director Qi say to listen closely? Perhaps we might hear the young master's voice?" Qin Jiaqing glares at him, exasperated. "What voice?" His cries of agony. He closes his eyes in frustration, Qin Luo's image flooding his mind. Never mind, never mind. It's probably for the best he doesn't see me. Better he doesn't get eliminated and throw a tantrum afterward, refusing to return with me. This is actually quite all right. Meanwhile, Qi Xingli's vehicle speeds along the dirt road, racing toward the observation platform. With a screech of tires, the car halts abruptly, and he dashes toward the platform. "Good day, Chief of Staff." Qi Xingli runs up to a middle-aged man with a square face. Saluting vigorously, Chief of Staff Chen Long returns the salute with a smile. "Old Qi, no need for such formality with me." Qi Xingli smiles faintly, suddenly noticing the two men standing behind Chen Long, none other than the commanders of the other two brigades, Yin Jun and Li Wangguang, who are also his competitors. In a place that reveres martial prowess, there is no first in literature and no second in arms. Especially within the military, if one desires something, they must demonstrate true capability. Thus, Qi Xingli often finds himself in competition with them for resources, funding, and even training opportunities. Observing the tension among the three, Chen Long interjects, "All right, stop glaring at each other like roosters. Your recruits will be competing shortly," he adds with a smile. "Before I arrived, the army commander and the political commissar mentioned that whichever teaching regiment takes first place will receive a bonus at the end of the year from the army, specifically for commendation." The eyes of the three brigade commanders immediately light up, the competitive atmosphere intensifying. The chief of staff observes them with satisfaction. This is precisely the rivalry he wishes to foster. If soldiers do not strive and compete, they become a bunch of cowards, unfit to protect their homeland. Only through competition can they grow stronger. "Look, the first unit has arrived," a military officer suddenly shouts, causing everyone to turn their attention to the entrance of the training ground. A company marches in, shouting their spirited slogans, their steps in perfect unison. "Which unit is this?" Chen Long lowers his binoculars and glances at his watch. "They've arrived quite early, nearly 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Report, this is the 9th Company of the A Brigade Teaching Regiment," a military officer announces. Qi Xingli pauses, then bursts into laughter. "Look at that, Chen Long, and the other two brigade commanders. I must apologize for accidentally getting so far ahead of everyone. Truly sorry, ha ha ha." The two brigade commanders clench their fists in frustration, feeling outdone even before the assessment has officially begun. Chapter 32. The competition has just begun, and yet it feels as though victory is already in my grasp. I had forewarned them to maintain a low profile and to avoid outshining Brigade B and Brigade C. Qi Xingli, with an air of smugness, pointed at the 9th Company. "Just look at their overwhelming prowess. Despite our best efforts to keep a low profile, we simply cannot do so." Yin Jun and Li Wangguang seethed with indignation, their eyes ablaze. "Qi Xingli, stop your sarcastic remarks. This surprise assessment caught our recruits off guard. In every other respect, they are undoubtedly superior to yours." "Exactly." Qi Xingli nodded vigorously. "Our recruits were equally unprepared. Yet they managed to excel so swiftly." "What does that indicate?" he chuckled, gazing at them. "It signifies that my recruits are exceptional, just as I am." As the two commanders seemed on the verge of exploding like volatile powder kegs, Chen Long interjected hastily. "Come now, Qi, don't be too cocky. The assessment has only just commenced. Perhaps your soldiers are merely fortunate." "Indeed. What is there to gloat about?" Li Wangguang scoffed. Yin Jun grunted in agreement. "The real challenge lies ahead. To claim first place, one must demonstrate true skill." Qi Xingli, with an air of arrogance, held his head high. All right, you are both right. However, having begun on such a triumphant note, how could the future possibly be bleak? Prepare yourselves mentally for a continuation of your losses." The two commanders clenched their fists in frustration, and had it not been for Chen Long standing between them, they might have eagerly sought to confront Qi Xingli. Before long, various units began to arrive in succession. However, compared to the early arrival of the 9th Company, their appearances were rather disheartening. Some units arrived running, only to have equipment fall off behind them with a cacophony of clatter. The ground was littered with slippers and liberation shoes, and there were even cases of soldiers losing their blankets. This was still relatively mild. Some of the later arrivals were seen sprinting with blankets clutched in their arms. A sight most pitiful and chaotic. The expressions of the two commanders grew increasingly grim, while Qi Shengli's laughter only grew louder. Old Yin, Old Li, your recruits truly are something else, losing equipment left and right. Chen Long chuckled awkwardly at their expense. In a real battle, they would become the enemy's logistics team. The enemy would surely thank them. The two commanders' faces reddened with embarrassment, wishing they could sink into the ground. A glance at the 9th Company revealed their sturdy backpacks, making it clear that their recruits were operating on an entirely different level. Report. A major rushed over, saluting Chen Long. All battalions from the 3 training regiments have assembled. Awaiting your command. Chen Long nodded, his tone cold. Have they been inspected? Report, sir. All battalions were thoroughly checked upon entering the assessment area. The 5th Battalion of Brigade B fared the worst, with over half of their recruits' backpacks falling apart. Yin Jun's face was nearly dripping with blood from embarrassment, while Brigade A's 9th Company boasted the best performance, with not a single backpack in disrepair, and all remarkably sturdy. Ha 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 ha. Qi Shengli gleefully turned to the two commanders. I apologize, but it appears I've won the first round. He grinned at them. You ought to provide more guidance to your recruits. Feel free to come and seek my advice anytime. Don't be shy. Shut your mouth. The two, teeth gritted in frustration, snapped at him. What a nuisance you are. Suddenly, Chen Long ordered. All units that have lost equipment must turn back and retrieve what they dropped. Understood. The major saluted and dashed away. Chen Long then addressed a colonel nearby. How did the second round of assessments fare, HM? The 3 commanders were collectively taken aback. Was it already time for the second round? Report, sir, the colonel replied. We have completed the tally. Yesterday, we discreetly dispatched personnel to the 3 training regiments, quietly photographing and scoring each company's internal organization. The 7th Company of Brigade C scored the lowest, while the 9th Company of Brigade A topped the charts. Particularly, Class 1 of the 9th Company exhibited exceptional discipline, nearly rivaling that of seasoned veterans. Upon hearing this, all 3 commanders gasped in astonishment. The assessments had commenced the day prior, and the secret of scoring was quite underhanded. It was akin to a teacher conducting surprise quizzes on recitations in class. Ha 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 ha. Qi Shengli, momentarily stunned, suddenly burst into laughter, startling Chen Long and the 2 commanders. Clapping his thighs in delight, he beamed. I never expected this. I thought I had merely won 1 round, but it turns out I've triumphed in 2. My apologies, gentlemen. I'm practically invincible. The 2 commanders glared at him, their eyes smoldering with ire, feeling utterly helpless. They could only cast furious glares at their own recruits, who were proving to be a source of disappointment. Chen Long, grinning, clapped Qi Shengli on the back. You truly have a knack for this. Those 2 ought to learn from you. Qi Shengli waved his hand dismissively, still smiling. You flatter me, you flatter me. This is merely standard procedure. We soldiers should always be prepared for assessments, never allowing ourselves to become complacent. That's why seasoned soldiers lead by example. It is our regiment's tradition, ha 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 ha. Listening to his infectious laughter, the 2 commanders wished they could cover their ears. Chen Long turned away. Once all units return, inform them to prepare for the next assessment immediately. Yes, sir. Qi Shengli took out his binoculars, scanning the direction of the 9th Company. His gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Class 1. Spotting Qin Luo, he stealthily moved aside. Qin Dong, can you hear me? At that moment, Qin Jiaqing was using a spittoon. Upon hearing the sudden voice from the intercom, he quickly turned around. Wang Rifa, seated nearby, shouted, leaping to his feet. Qin Jiaqing looked at Wang Rifa, now drenched, with a sheepish expression. Old Wang, I am so sorry, I didn't see you there. Wang Rifa, wiping his face in dismay, replied, It's fine, sir. Your temper seems a bit volatile lately. You should drink more water. Hurry and grab the intercom. Right? Qin Jiaqing, disregarding his hands, dashed over and snatched the intercom. What is going on? What is the situation? Qin Dong, I have good news, Qi Shengli exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The company that Qin Luo isn't just clinched first place in 2 assessments, especially Class 1, they performed exceptionally well. Now, Not only have they passed the assessment, but he is on the verge of being recognized by the military, ha 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 ha. What do you think? I arranged it well, didn't I? Qin Jiaqing's smile vanished entirely. His jaw nearly hitting the ground. I intended for him to be sent back. And now you tell me he is leading the way? Qin Dong, a new assessment is about to begin. I'll inform you shortly. The line went silent. Qin Jiaqing stood there, dazed, holding the intercom with a bewildered expression, his mind spinning. He looked at Wang Rifa in disbelief. Slap me? Huh? Wang Rifa, alarmed, stared at him. Sir, are you all right? Quick, slap me. Qin Jiaqing bellowed. I must have misheard. How could Xiao Luo possibly take first place? Is he even cut out for this? It must be an illusion, a mere figment of my imagination. Chapter 33 Supercharged Rewards? Slap, slap, slap. Qin Jiaqing repeatedly struck himself, startling Wang Rifa into grabbing his arm. That hurts, really hurts. Qin Jiaqing grimaced. Wang Rifa, with a worried expression, advised, Sir, don't overthink it. Didn't Chi Commander just say? It was the young Master S-Class that took first place, which has nothing to do with him. He is merely riding the coattails of others. Is that so? Qin Jiaqing looked at him with hopeful eyes. Can I still bring Xiao Luo back? Wang Rifa scrutinized him. You know the young master best. He is not the type to endure hardship. Exactly. Qin Jiaqing nodded enthusiastically. You're absolutely right. That little brat can't even lift a finger. After a month in the army, he has transformed into a real man. No way. He is just tagging along, he chuckled. Wait until the next assessment. He is bound to reveal his true colors. He's simply isn't cut out for military life and will have to return to inherit our vast fortunes. Wang Rifa twitched slightly. He too wished to inherit some wealth. Such paternal love was profound. And he longed to possess it. 10 minutes remaining. All regiments prepare. The assessment instructor, holding a megaphone, bellowed from the front of the crowd. All recruits immediately sprang into action, their nerves palpable, while Qin Luo gazed ahead. This was the military's expansive outdoor training ground, immensely vast. Tanks from 7 or 8 regiments could race across it with ease, let alone the soldiers from 3 regiments, all lined up perfectly for a run. The upcoming assessment content was laid out. First, a 120-meter tactical assessment, followed by 30 meters of low crawling, 30 meters of high crawling, and another 30 meters of prone crawling. Finally, the last 30 meters required them to crawl under barbed wire in any position they chose. The recruits collectively directed their gaze toward the instructor's pointed finger. Indeed, ahead lay a multitude of barbed wire set up, stretching from left to right in a continuous line. Each company could be assigned 3 or 4 sections of barbed wire. The instructor continued, after the tactical assessment, there will be a 5-minute break, followed by a physical fitness assessment, 150 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 50 dips on parallel bars, and 20 pull-ups. After completing these, there will be another 5-minute break. With a hoarse voice, he shouted, in 5 minutes, we will commence a 5-kilometer run immediately. After completion, there will be a 10-minute rest, followed by immediate shooting training. The wicked smile crept onto his lips. Both the tactical assessment and the physical fitness test must be completed while carrying your backpacks. The 5 kilometers can be done with a light load. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The new recruits wore expressions of despair, while the squad leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the company and battalion commanders wore furrowed brows. Was this a test for the new recruits? It was evidently a challenge directed at the seasoned soldiers. In previous training assessments, only the most fundamental tasks were evaluated. Whether it involved barracks duties, formation drills, physical fitness, or shooting, they were all based on regular training standards, with only slight increases to serve as evaluation criteria. It resembled an organized health check, with each item checked off, culminating in a final score. However, today's assessment not only intertwined all the tasks but also required completion with minimal rest. Could mere recruits, who had only been enlisted for 3 months, achieve such a feat? Even seasoned soldiers would find it somewhat strenuous to complete all tasks. Yet, at that moment, the first platoon stood proudly, finding this training trivial compared to their usual practice. Cheng Haonan nudged Qin Luo and whispered, Luo Gu, we owe you one. If it weren't for your previous bravado, we wouldn't have become this strong. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. It was you who insisted on competing with me. Yet, he had not anticipated such an unexpected outcome, which could be seen as a fortunate stroke of serendipity. This assessment had no specific time constraints. The instructor continued, The first to complete the assessment will be judged by their time, and the one with the most precise execution of actions, combined with shooting performance, will ultimately be declared the winner. Prepare yourselves. There are only 10 minutes left. Remember to check your backpacks swiftly. If they fall apart, you will have to repack them and restart the assessment, wasting your own time. Get ready. Chaos erupted among the troops as the battalion commander summoned each company commander for an impassioned address. The company commanders swiftly returned to their units, rallying all squad leaders for another round of motivation. There was no choice. The assessment content had exceeded their expectations and surpassed the capabilities of most recruits. They could only improvise and rally the troops on site. Despite the differing assessment content from previous years, Wu Zhiyuan focused intently on all the squad leaders. But I have faith in you and all the new recruits. Encourage them well and let them unleash their latent abilities. If we don't strive now, we may never have another chance. Yes, everyone responded in a low roar. Wu Zhiyuan waved his hand for everyone to disperse, understanding that further discussions were futile. Only by boosting morale could they hope for better results. Squad leader, present. Chang Lei turned around to find Wu Zhiyuan standing before him. He glanced at Qin Luo in the ranks and lowered his voice. Give me a straight answer. Can this guy manage? Chang Lei stood tall. Report, company commander. Qin Luo is capable, very capable. Wu Zhiyuan's eyelid twitched. Though he had little faith in Qin Luo, he trusted Chang Lei. Wu Zhiyuan nodded. Good. But you must encourage him to give it his all. Don T let him hold back the entire squad, especially. Don't let him hold you back. Chang Lei smiled slightly. Company commander, just watch. He will certainly bring glory to the 9th Company. Watching him smile as he turned away, Wu Zhiyuan felt a pang of frustration. Glory for the 9th Company? As long as Qin Luo didn't hinder Chang Lei, Wu Zhiyuan would be grateful. Chang Lei hurried back to the ranks, where everyone stood tall, eagerly looking at him. He smiled at them. I won't say much. I'll stay by your side until the end. Show all of the army that you are the best recruits. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Qin Luo turned to gaze at the observation platform. A glint flashed in his eyes as he quickly narrowed in on the distance. He clearly saw numerous officers standing on the platform several hundred meters away. Quite a grand occasion, with so many high-ranking officials present. If they secured first place among the new recruits, surely the system would reward them handsomely. Qin Luo clenched his fist in excitement, knowing that with sufficient abilities, even the grueling environment of the reconnaissance battalion could become a piece of cake. It seemed he had to give it his all this time. Final 2 minutes of preparation. Moments later, the instructor shouted again. Chang Haonan and the others felt a mix of excitement and tension. Hao Duo looked around at the throngs of people, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his forehead. Qin Luo glanced at them and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. System, if I lead the entire squad to achieve first place among the new recruits, would that count as exceeding the mission? Will there be greater rewards? Qin Luo eagerly inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ding report, host, there is a certain probability. Qin Luo's eyes brightened immediately, confirming his suspicions. System, since the scale of this assessment has tripled, does that mean the rewards will also be multiplied by 3? Report, host, there will be a certain probability. Qin Luo felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed there was no guarantee of 100%. He took a deep breath. Regardless, a certain probability is better than none. As long as I receive a few extraordinary abilities, I can thrive anywhere. Hurry. All companies, organize yourselves. Line up as squads and take your positions. Move, move, move. The assessment instructor shouted through a megaphone while running in front of the ranks. The company commanders immediately directed their troops to the temporarily marked white lines. All squads swiftly arranged themselves, with countless nervous recruits glancing left and right at the sea of people, then forward at the track. Competing alongside so many others posed a new challenge for all recruits. Prepare. The assessment instructor dashed to the side of the crowd, bellowing into the megaphone. Final 30 seconds. The new recruits of each squad readied themselves, fists clenched in determination. Qin Luo turned to everyone. Earlier, you said you wanted me to look out for you after joining the company, right? Chang Haonan and the others stared at him in disbelief, not expecting him to ask this at such a critical moment. Yes, yes. Hao Duo nodded vigorously. We must cling to you. Chang Haonan raised his chin. Luo Gu, we're all in this together. Zheng Qian responded with a smile, and others nodded in agreement. All right. Qin Luo surveyed everyone. Follow my lead. I will guide you to first place, and then we will head to the reconnaissance battalion together. At that moment, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right. Chung Haonan enthusiastically nodded, and the others followed suit. Qin Luo flashed them a slight smile before turning his gaze coldly forward, on the side of the assessment ground. Gao Kun grinned as he offered cigarettes to the other two new battalion commanders. Come, have a smoke. The two men disdainfully shot him sideways glances but unceremoniously accepted the cigarettes. Gao Kun chuckled as he lit one for himself. Gentlemen, my apologies. The assessment is just beginning, and I'm already making you lose face. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, feigning helplessness. I truly don't wish to compete with you. Yet the army insists on having our 3 battalions compete together. Isn't that just setting me up to bully you? The 2 battalion commanders trembled with rage, their hands shaking as they held their cigarettes. But rest assured, Gao Kun patted his chest, I've already spoken to all the company commanders about the previous assessment. I told them to let all new recruits hold back a little. We can't let you look too bad that we're all brothers, I understand. Old Gao, stop showing off in front of me. One battalion commander snapped, pointing at him. The first 2 rounds barely qualify as your barracks duties. What good is that? When it comes to battle, are your soldiers prepared to rush in and make beds for the enemy? The other battalion commander snorted. The real competition is just beginning. Don't be too cocky. If you really let your new recruits hold back, you'll be in for a miserable defeat later. Gao Kun nodded earnestly. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're impressive, truly impressive. I completely agree. The 2 men were infuriated by his insufferable demeanor. Fiercely crushing their cigarette butts into the ground in a flash, they advanced with lightning speed, forcibly confiscating a pack from him before striding away. Gao Kun, in a frenzy, hurried after them. Hey, I only have half a pack left. Leave me one, you bandits, bang. At that moment, the starting gun reverberated across the training ground. Begin, the assessment instructor roared. Instantly, the squads that had been prepared surged forward like tigers unleashed, racing down their respective tracks. Just then, one team overtook all others, and with increasing speed, they quickly distanced themselves from the rest. The other new recruit squads watched in panic as they sped ahead, hastening their own pace. As the training commenced, chaos erupted among the newly enlisted recruits. Come on, Chang Lei shouted from a distance, clapping vigorously and cheering excitedly. This remarkable team was none other than Class 1. At this moment, Qin Luo led the way, with everyone trailing closely behind him, disregarding everything else. Their sole focus was on the figure of the person ahead. The only thought in their minds was Qin Luo's command. Just follow me and run. Get down. Upon reaching the tactical line, Qin Luo bellowed, plunging to the ground first. He slid nearly 3 meters across the grass before quickly shifting into a prone position. Using both hands and feet, he powered forward like a lizard gliding along the ground. Behind him, Chung Haonan and Zheng Qian followed suit, each diving down in succession, utilizing the momentum to slide 2 to 3 meters forward before swiftly transitioning into a crawling stance, mirroring Qin Luo's actions. Meanwhile, other new recruit classes were still racing frantically from behind. Good, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement amidst the crowd, drawing the ire of the other company commanders who shot him murderous glances. Kong Xiang looked around cautiously and swallowed nervously. Old Wu, keep it down. Everyone's watching. Let them watch. What is there to be afraid of? Wu Ziyuan retorted proudly. My recruits are leading the pack. Shouldn't I be happy for them? If they have the ability, let their recruits run just as fast. I'm not stopping them. The eyes of the other company commanders flashed with indignation. Were it not for Wu's surname, they might have already exchanged a few sharp words with him. Kong Xiang chuckled. So you admit they're your recruits now? You weren't saying that before. That Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. What? Kong Xiang stared at him. Come on, stop pretending. Can't you see who's at the front? Wu Ziyuan's face flushed crimson. He had also been astounded, unable to fathom that everyone in Class 1 was so tightly following Qin Luo's lead. Moreover, Qin Luo's tactical maneuvers were executed so flawlessly that even he felt compelled to give him a thumbs up. Kong Xiang patted him amiably. Old Wu, just admit it. Qin Luo is indeed an exceptional soldier. He is not wrong about being a class leader. Wu Yuan stared at Qin Luo, who was nearing the barbed wire, his fists clenched tightly. How could this backdoor soldier have improved so drastically in such a short time? Wasn't he utterly clueless when he arrived? Wu Ziyuan felt a twinge of shame. Due to his prejudice, He had paid no attention to Qin Luo. What had transpired with him? How had the recruits in Class 1 suddenly become so formidable? They were not like this just a month ago. The current level of Class 1 surpassed all his expectations. They all made it through. Kong Xiang suddenly cheered. Wu Ziyuan jolted back to reality. Realizing that the last recruit, Hao Duo, had already stood up from behind the barbed wire. The entirety of Class 1 had completed the first assessment, far quicker than the other recruit classes. Excellent, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed. Leaping up in exhilaration, the other company commanders, already irked, were now even more perturbed by Wu Ziyuan's display of triumph. Hurry up, what are you doing, crawling like a turtle? Can't you see that their entire class has crossed the finish line? Speed it up. Many commanders could no longer contain themselves. Although they couldn't issue commands directly, shouting from the sidelines was still permissible. On the other side, Gao Kun chuckled, patting the two stunned battalion commanders. My apologies, gentlemen. We bested you again. Your athletes aren't cutting it, and I even let my soldiers take it easy. How can they still be so slow? It's clearly a reflection of your poor coaching. The two battalion commanders fumed and swiftly turned to confront him, but Gao Kun was already prepared, taking 10 steps back. Don't get riled up. Please don't get riled up, he said with a grin. The competition isn't over yet. We'll be putting you through even more trials. If you let your excitement get the better of you now, you'll only suffer more later. Shut up. The two battalion commanders shouted in unison, their faces filled with rage. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Qi Shengli was equally smug and flaunting his success, inciting the ire of the other two division commanders who wished they could silence him. 1 minute and 50 seconds, Qi Shengli beamed, unable to contain his joy. Can you believe this is the performance of new recruits? But for our division, this is merely routine. We are Division A, the best of the best. The rest simply cannot compare. Be quiet. The two division commanders, unable to endure any longer, shouted collectively. Suddenly, a hand clapped firmly on Qi Shengli's shoulder. He turned to find Chen Long gazing in astonishment at the scene ahead. What's wrong, Chief of Staff? Qi Shengli asked, puzzled. Chen Long pointed forward. Old Qi, your recruits haven't rested. They've gone straight into the next exercise. What? Qi Shengli whipped his head around, only to see that everyone in Class 1 had already begun doing push-ups on the fitness training ground. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? After that tactical run, they're not resting at all? Are they super science or something? Chapter 35. Company Commander, I ask you, are you impressive or not? Just after completing the tactical run, having exhausted so much energy, aren't they feeling the strain at all? Chen Long swallowed hard, giving Qi Shengli a thumbs up. Your recruits are truly brave. Qi Shengli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But before he could respond, Li Wenguang sneered, brave indeed, but lacking in common sense. Exactly, Yin Jun chimed in, laughing. 120 meters of tactical maneuvers. How much energy does that consume? They must be gasping for breath by now. Right? Old Qi, don't you care for your recruits? Is this how you train them? Qi Shengli glared at them. Nonsense. I'm known for cherishing my soldiers. They're just incredibly strong, which is why they didn't need to rest. Keep telling yourself that. Yin Jun smirked at him. I reckon it won't be long before they start to falter. The two division commanders exchanged glances, both sporting knowing smiles. They had initially thought this class was exceptional, only to discover they were quite foolish in their view. It wouldn't be long before their recruits would catch up. The golden opportunity to maintain a lead was being squandered, that moment. Qi Shengli clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the training ground. Qin Luo and the others were performing push-ups in perfect rhythm, moving quickly without a hint of fatigue. Yet, Qi Shengli's heart raced with anxiety. After all, they had just completed a tactical run. Even seasoned veterans needed a break, yet these new recruits. Gao Kun, how do you train your soldiers? They're clearly capable, yet they seem so foolish. You'd better pray they maintain their lead. If anyone surpasses them, I won't let you off easily. Qi Shengli's grip tightened around his fists. After finally gaining a moment to revel in his success before the other two division commanders, he was unwilling to lose that joy so soon. Come on, come on. Outside the training ground, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan shouted in unison, their voices hoarse from the effort. They poured every ounce of energy into their cheering. On the training field, Qin Luo was nearing the end of his push-ups. He lifted his head, only to find everyone struggling to keep up. Seemed that jumping straight into the physical assessment without any rest was proving to be a bit much for them. To ensure they exceeded their targets and earned more rewards, he needed to ignite their spirits and unleash their potential. Suddenly, Qin Luo shouted, "Chung Haonan, aren't you the so-called street tyrant? Is this all you can do? How are you going to impress your girlfriend later? Hurry up. A man can't say he can't." Chung Haonan was immediately spurred into action, transforming into a human jackhammer. "I can do it. I can do it. I can do it." "Zheng Qian," Qin Luo called out. "How about some free instant noodles, spicy strips, ham, biscuits, cola, chicken feet? Do you want any?" "Absolutely." Zheng Qian joined in, pushing himself furiously. "I'm giving it my all." "Li Dasheng, do you still want to smoke good cigarettes? Want to watch those martial arts films from Japan? Don't say any more. I'm already at my limit." Qin Luo rallied them all, finally turning his gaze to Hao Duo. This lad, drenched in sweat, was struggling to perform push-ups with a butterfly stroke. As soon as he locked eyes with Qin Luo, he stammered, "Luo Gu, you can't neglect me, right? Then hurry up, if you want me to cover for you. Get moving." Qin Luo glared at him. Yes, yes, yes. Hao Duo immediately went into overdrive, frantically pushing himself up. The instructors watching were left flabbergasted. Are these guys insane? What on earth spurred them on? Before long, the entire group finished their push-ups. "Get ready for sit-ups," Qin Luo shouted. Everyone promptly lay down, synchronizing their movements to Qin Luo's rhythm as their bodies surged up and down rapidly. The instructors could only watch in astonishment, unconsciously distancing themselves. Not far away, the newly enlisted recruits who had just completed the tactical run gaped at the sight. Do these guys really not know what fatigue is? They look like they're about to die. Yet they can still move so fast. What a bunch of freaks. On the viewing platform, Qianlong, Qi Shengli, and the other two division commanders were all wide-eyed in shock, transfixed by the scene. At that moment, they forgot everything else. All that remained in their vision was this extraordinary group. Incredible. After expending so much energy, they can still perform so swiftly. It seems they haven't even paused, Qianlong exclaimed. Qi Shengli and the others nodded vigorously. They've never stopped. They've been going non-stop. Qianlong swallowed hard, exclaiming, "The soldiers in this class are exceptionally strong. Even when given a break, they refuse it. Are they preparing for continuous assessments?" He abruptly turned his head towards Qi Shengli. Yes. Qi Shengli stood tall immediately. Qianlong, with a hint of suspicion, queried, "You didn't gather a bunch of veterans to masquerade as new recruits, did you? How could new soldiers be this formidable?" The two commanding officers quickly caught on. "Oh, Qi Shengli, after mocking us for so long, it turns out you brought in a bunch of veterans? How shameless, to win. You are employing underhanded tactics." Qi Shengli, anxious, jumped up and down. "Who the hell brought in veterans? They are all registered new recruits. You can check if you don't believe me." The two officers knew well. But seizing the rare opportunity to suppress him, they felt compelled to speak a few more words, lest this fellow start showing off again. Qianlong turned away, his gaze fixed on the already mounted Qin Luo, while the others were nearing the conclusion of their physical assessments. Incredible! It's been ages since I've witnessed such fierce new recruits. Qin Luo, take a breather. Don't rush. The other recruits are still far behind. Recover your strength first, Chang Lei shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Wu Ziyuan, disregarding his pride, yelled, "Qin Luo, you're doing great. Don't overexert yourself. Just focus on securing first place steadily." Qin Luo glanced at them, his eyes twitching. Who wouldn't want to slow down? But who knew if someone would suddenly surge ahead? He looked back, seeing the company commanders shouting like madmen, and the new recruits of each company frantically starting to do push-ups. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. At this rate, if he didn't hurry, someone might catch up. Then, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Ignoring the words of the two, he turned to the others. Everyone was gasping for breath, their eyes fixed on him. Qin Luo, with a glint in his eye, prepared to rally them. "Let me ask you a question. Is our squad leader good to us?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yes, of course, he's exceptional. Qin Luo continued. This year, the squad leader is up for promotion. If we perform well and secure first place in all 3 training regiments, he will surely be promoted. Dio, you want to lend a hand? The group exchanged glances. Absolutely. We want to help, very much. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Then let us not rest. Keep pushing forward with me, huh? Everyone gaped. Chung Haonan, with a pained expression, protested. But, Luo Gu, we've already completed 3 tasks in a row. We're exhausted. Can't we at least take a break? Do you still want the squad leader to get promoted? Qin Luo awaited his reply. I know you do. Qin Luo interjected, stating bluntly, then no breaks. Didn't you see the other companies catching up? We need to be faster than them to maintain first place. If we win, I'll treat you all to a grand feast, plus a cigarette each. Deal? Instantly, their eyes lit up. Deal. We must strive for first place for our squad leader. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Who said monetary incentives were ineffective? In crucial moments, they proved quite useful. All right, I'll lead the charge because I want to claim the title of best new recruit. You all follow closely, and I'll come back for you later. What? The group stared at him blankly. Luo Gu, this is a bit what? Qin Luo glared at them. If you call me Luo Gu and I don't demonstrate some real skills, how can I live up to that title? Enough with the nonsense, run with that. He turned and dashed off. Come back later. Don't let me lose sight of you. Everyone, bewildered, exchanged glances. Actually, Qin Luo makes a point. A leader should indeed have the demeanor of a leader. Luo Gu is truly responsible. I'll follow his lead. What are we waiting for? Zheng Qian urged. If they catch up, we want to secure first place. And all the cigarettes, instant noodles, and snacks will be gone. Hurry up onward. The collective roar surged as they sprinted toward the 5-kilometer starting line. The new recruits from several classes, just arriving at the physical assessment venue, were momentarily stunned. Watching Class 1 vanish into the distance, their faces twisted in agony. Damn, do they even let us live? Seriously, can't you guys take a break? Will resting kill you? This was no new recruit assessment. It was a complete annihilation. Damn it, we cannot lose. We cannot lose. Meanwhile, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan stood with mouths agape, staring at the ever-distant Qin Luo. As he bolted past the starting line, they both swallowed hard. This kid's endurance is utterly monstrous. Is he not tired at all? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. Chang Lei turned to him with a grin. Squad leader. Isn't he impressive? What? Wu Ziyuan looked at him in surprise. Chang Lei, with a proud demeanor, replied, I just want to ask, is this soldier impressive? Does he bring glory to us? Wu Ziyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Squad leader, I just need your affirmation. Chang Lei, filled with enthusiasm, continued, he has been misunderstood for so long. I want to hear your sincere thoughts now. Is he impressive? Impressive, impressive, exceptionally impressive. Am I forgiven now? I misjudged him. Wu Ziyuan conceded loudly. Once the assessment ends, I will apologize to him, a formal apology, and make sure he feels good about it. Chang Lei rubbed his heated eyes, chuckling, no need for an apology, but your words are worth it. Stop with the sentimental stuff with me. Wu Ziyuan pushed him lightly. Weren't we supposed to accompany them? Are we chasing or not? They're getting too far ahead. Oh. Chang Lei snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to pursue Wu Ziyuan. Chapter 36. Breaking the 20-year record of the entire army. Thud, thud, thud. In the conference room, Qin Jiaqing paced back and forth with furrowed brows. Wang Rifa sighed, sir, please stop pacing. If you're not dizzy, I'm about to be. I am just anxious, Qin Jiaqing retorted while continuing his restless circling. I can't help but wonder how that rascal is faring. Has he been eliminated? Ancestors, please bless him. Let nothing go awry, Wang Rifa reassured. Sir, there will certainly be no issues. Mr. Qin, are you there? The voice of Qi Xingli crackled through the intercom. Qin Jiaqing, as if scorched by fire, rushed to snatch up the intercom. Commander Qi, it's me. What is the status? Guess, Qi Xingli teased, chuckling. Qin Jiaqing and Wang Rifa nearly choked on their breath. Guess my foot. Qin Jiaqing suppressed his irritation, forcing a smile. Commander Qi, please don't tease me at this moment. Just tell me. I am on the edge here. Ha ha ha. Qi Xingli laughed heartily. Mr. Qin, I must express my gratitude to you. Huh? Qin Jiaqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You've sent me a remarkable soldier. It brings me more joy than if you were to repair the barracks for us. However, the barracks still need repairing. That would make me even happier. Ha 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 ha. Qin Jiaqing felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. His face seemed to swell. Commander Qi, he swallowed hard. What is the situation? Oh, your son has truly made a name for himself today. Qi Xingli rambled on excitedly. Qin Jiaqing slumped into his chair, his mind swirling. Wang Rifa quickly set the intercom aside. Sir, are you all right? Qin Jiaqing grasped his hand, gazing at him with vacant eyes. Wang Rifa. Yes, sir, I'm here. Xiao Luo. I hardly know him anymore. When did he become so formidable? Wang Rifa, equally awkward, never imagined that Qin Luo could be this impressive. The young master has grown up. Perhaps he has fully matured now. Wang Rifa offered awkwardly. Qin Jiaqing, with a forlorn expression, slumped further into his chair. I, Qin Jiaqing, have braved storms and hardships for decades, enduring countless trials just to provide Xiao Luo with a carefree life. If he joins the army, who will enjoy the fruits of my labor? I have utterly failed. Hurry up. Put every ounce of strength into it. They're already out of sight, and you're just standing around? Move it. Get going, now. The company commanders yelled frantically from the sidelines, their throats nearly breaking. The two regiment commanders could no longer hold back, rushing over. The new recruits, as if possessed, sweated profusely but gritted their teeth, pushing themselves harder, significantly increasing their speed. Even the officers on the viewing platform were left dumbfounded. When had new recruit assessments been this intense? The instructors at the assessment venue instinctively took several steps back, distancing themselves from the new recruits. These recruits exuded a fierce aura, fearful that getting too close would earn them a beating. This was not merely a new recruit assessment. Even veteran assessments had never been this intense. I have served in the military for 12 years, yet this is the first time I have encountered such an astonishingly fierce newcomer. It is truly terrifying. It was the new recruits from the 9th Squad that caused this chaos. They overturned 3 entire battalions of fresh soldiers, especially the one leading the charge, who was nothing short of a complete maniac. The officers, consumed with envy and jealousy, nodded vigorously in unison. At this moment, the entire scene descended into disarray. Only Gao Kun strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, smoking a cigarette, as if he were an experienced veteran conducting an inspection, pacing calmly across the field. Observing the 2 other battalion commanders shouting until their necks bulged with veins, he chuckled with immense satisfaction. This is what you get for showing off in front of me before 30 years of ups and downs. Do not underestimate the middle-aged who are struggling. Today, it is finally my turn. Just wait, soon I shall outshine you both. Who? Qin Luo strode forth with determination, his body leaning forward. His hands tightly gripped the straps of his backpack, pressing it firmly against his body. Sweat streamed down his cheeks like a string of pearls cast aside. He gazed ahead, where a valley lay not far off. This was the finish line. If he could reach it, he would undoubtedly be the first among all the new recruits. No one could catch up with him now. A few instructors stood at the entrance of the valley. It's time. It's time. Everyone rushed to the finish line, positioning themselves from different angles to time the runners. At this moment, Qin Luo summoned every ounce of strength he had. His legs filled with power, sprinting wildly towards the finish line. As he crossed it, an instructor pressed the stopwatch with force while simultaneously signaling for him to stop. Yet, Qin Luo did not halt. Instead, he zipped past the instructor. The man turned, utterly dumbfounded. There stood Qin Luo, not far off, dropping his pants to relieve himself. Damn it, I could barely hold it in. What a relief. The instructor's eyes twitched at the sight. They had seen runners collapse, kneel, and lie down after finishing, but never had they encountered someone who immediately dropped his trousers to urinate post-race. Can you be any stranger? One instructor remarked. Suddenly, Qin Luo turned with an awkward smile. Do you have any paper? What do you think you're doing? The instructor exclaimed, wide-eyed. Qin Luo chuckled even more awkwardly. I just let out a fart and suddenly felt the urge to go. Wow! The instructors were left in shock, jaws nearly hitting the ground. This kid was truly bizarre. Fine, I can hold it. Qin Luo took a deep breath, managing to suppress the urge. The instructors watched him with a mix of concern and disbelief. As one could never trust a fart. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, feeling much better. He then glanced down the road. He still needed to bring those guys back. If they were caught by the newcomers behind, they would miss out on claiming the top spot, and how could he possibly attain the additional rewards? Shaking himself, he quickly pulled up his pants and turned to dash back. Hey, where are you going? An instructor raised his hand, attempting to stop Qin Luo. Yes. Qin Luo leaped up and slapped his palm against the instructor's hand. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, standing there in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, Qin Luo had already sprinted back along the same path. Hey, 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 you've already reached the finish line. You don't need to run back. But having relieved himself, Qin Luo was now full of energy, and in an instant, he had vanished from sight. The instructor stood there speechless. This kid was not just peculiar. He was downright insane. He had crossed the finish line and was running back. Suddenly, he noticed water on his hand, causing him to jump in anger. Damn it, that bastard even got me wet. Report, report. In the 5-kilometer assessment, one recruit has completed the course first. The voice of the instructor at the finish line crackled through the intercom on the observation platform. Chunlong and Qi Xingli immediately perked up, all ears. What is his name? Which unit is he from? Report the time. An instructor demanded loudly. Reporting, his name is Qin Luo, a recruit from the 9th Squad of the A Division's training regiment. His 5-kilometer assessment time is 15 minutes and 50 seconds. What? Everyone gasped in shock, eyes wide. Yin Jun's mouth hung open. Is there an error in the report? Please repeat that. The voice on the other end confirmed. Report? There is no mistake. 15 minutes and 50 seconds. We timed it simultaneously. There is absolutely no error. Chunlong hurriedly approached, snatching the intercom. Was his equipment checked? Did he forget anything? Report, it has been checked. Nothing is missing. A silence fell over the area for a couple of seconds. The astonishment on everyone's faces deepened as they swallowed hard. Understood. Chunlong returned the intercom to the instructor, looking at Qi Xingli with a face full of shock. Old Qi, this recruit of yours is no ordinary talent. Before Qi Xingli could respond, an instructor suddenly interjected. Report, I just checked, and this recruit named Qin Luo has broken the previous record for new recruits' estimates. Chunlong quickly inquired, by how much? The instructor replied solemnly, 20 years. What? Chunlong stared in disbelief. 20 years, the instructor reiterated. In the past 20 years, no recruit has achieved such a time. The last one to do so was 20 years ago. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Even Qi Xingli momentarily forgot to gloat. A record that had stood for 2 decades had been shattered. A smile slowly crept onto Chunlong's face. This assessment was indeed fortuitous. We have discovered a gem of a soldier. The 2 division commanders glanced at Qi Xingli and immediately turned away. Their mood was already quite dismal, and they had no desire to witness this fellow basking in glory. Such an outstanding soldier, and yet he was assigned to Qi Xingli. At this moment, Qi Xingli was brimming with excitement, tightly gripping the intercom. It might be a bit early to inform Qin Dong. If he finds out about Qin Luo's time, he will likely be overjoyed. How is that kid doing now? Is he in good condition? Chunlong inquired with concern. Report, he is doing very well. He just relieved himself at the finish line and has already turned back. The instructor replied. What? Chunlong could hardly believe it. He ran back. What for? Did he feel he ran too fast and wanted to redo it? Hurry up, keep up, Chung Haonan gasped as he led the pack, with others trailing behind him one after another. Hao Duo, who was nearly out of energy, found himself trapped in the middle. Unable to continue, he clutched the backpack of the person in front, while those behind him pushed him along. Zhang Qian panted heavily. We seem to already be in first place. Should we slow down? Chung Haonan wiped his sweat and looked back. I think we can. After all, no one is chasing us from behind. So let us just take it easy. Anyway, Luo Gu won't know. As long as we reach first place, that's all that matters. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Dashing suddenly deflated. I was just holding in a big one. The group looked at him in disdain. It's fine. I can use a branch to wipe, or I could just use my fingers, Li Dashing chuckled. That's just disgusting. The group collectively gave him the finger. Stop dawdling. Let us take a breather. We got a substantial lead. A minute or 2 of rest won't hurt. Zhang Qian shouted, panting. Everyone immediately began to slow their pace, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Luo's voice suddenly rang out ahead. Why are you all so slow? You're making me run so far. Hurry up. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out as they saw Qin Luo charging back towards them. Oh no, he really came back. Chung Haonan lamented. Don't. We want to rest. Why are you back? Chapter 37. What is Sandfox thinking? Run fast. Qin Luo brandished a branch fiercely, glaring at the group of new recruits. So, you thought you could rest without me? Have you forgotten that you need to help your squad leader carry out the tasks? Where's your integrity? With a resounding crack, Qin Luo struck the ground with the branch, startling all the new recruits into quickening their pace. Cheng Haonan, with a face full of despair, said, Luo Gu, I think we've done enough. We are in first place already. The other recruits can't catch up. With another crack, everyone jumped in fright. Dio, you still want to make a name for yourselves? Do you want free instant noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, century eggs, biscuits, and cigarettes? Stop it, Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan gulped hard. I'll run. I'll run. Run, Zheng Qian shouted. For the sake of squad leader, charge, charge. Everyone screamed hoarsely, bracing themselves to rush forward. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. A bunch of rascals, thinking you can slack off. If we take first place, I'll reward you all doubly, and you'll all get to go to the reconnaissance camp. This is a win-win situation. Even if you're exhausted, you still have to run for me. At this moment, behind them, Wu Ziyuan and Cheng Lei were closely following. Hey, why are they accelerating again? Wu Ziyuan pointed ahead in astonishment. Cheng Lei widened his eyes. I clearly saw Cheng Haonan and the others were almost out of energy and had slowed down. Why are they pushing themselves again? Cheng Lei, Wu Ziyuan chuckled, patting him on the back. I have to admit, you really know how to lead troops. Not only have you pushed Qin Luo to excel, but you've also done that Qin Luo? Cheng Lei suddenly pointed excitedly ahead. What? Wu Ziyuan followed his finger's direction and indeed spotted a figure strikingly similar to Qin Luo. It really him? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't he run ahead of us? How did he end up here? Did they catch up to him? That is impossible. Cheng Lei, filled with excitement, exclaimed. If Qin Luo were to run at full speed, not a single recruit in our class could keep up with him. I would barely manage. He would definitely reach the finish line and come back. What? Wu Ziyuan, taken aback, stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Squad leader, are you all right? Cheng Lei hurried over to assist him. Wu Ziyuan, covered in dirt, grasped Cheng Lei's arm, incredulous as he asked, You just said that Qin Luo, that kid, ran to the finish line and came back? Indeed. Cheng Lei nodded with a smile. Squad leader, how about I have you acknowledge him? Qin Luo is truly an exceptional soldier. He even mentioned wanting to help everyone pass the recruit assessment. In short, he is genuinely a remarkable soldier. Wu Ziyuan, dazed, turned his head to watch as Qin Luo and the others ran further away, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This lad, either he has a screw loose or he is an extraordinarily rare gem of a soldier. Otherwise, who in their right mind would run to the finish line and then come back? At the finish line, several assessment instructors were huddled together, smoking. What do you think that kid just ran off to do? One instructor inquired. Who the hell knows? Another instructor replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. I've never seen such an exuberant recruit. Suddenly, one instructor, who had been splashed with urine, widened his eyes. Look, is that him? All instructors immediately turned their heads, only to see a group of recruits being herded toward the finish line by Qin Luo, grinning and baring their teeth. Running ahead, Cheng Haonan resembled a bear, mouth agape with drool flying back in the wind. The expressions of Zheng Qian and the others were equally grim, each looking more ferocious than the last. Ugh! All the instructors took 2 steps back, visibly disgusted, especially the one who had been splashed. He instinctively recoiled, retreating 3 steps. Here we go! Qin Luo shouted excitedly. Cheng Haonan and the others summoned their final reserves of strength, charging toward the finish line like madmen. The instructors could only watch in horror as figures stumbled toward them, causing them to retreat in fright. Hey, stop! Holy bang, bang, bang. One by one, Cheng Haonan and the others crashed into the instructors, toppling them like bowling pins. Qin Luo crouched at the finish line, gazing at the disheveled recruits, his face beaming with joy. Finally, they had achieved first place. With only the shooting test left, no one should be able to surpass them. Qin Luo let out a long breath, having secured first place for the recruits, while Cheng Haonan and the others would take the collective first. With so many buffs combined, the rewards from the commanding officer would surely be substantial. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through the air. Qin Luo turned to see Wu Ziyuan and Cheng Lei rushing toward him, brimming with enthusiasm. Squad leader, commander! Qin Luo quickly stood up. Cheng Lei approached with a radiant smile, embracing Qin Luo tightly. You rascal! You rascal! Qin Luo, spinning in his grip, felt awkward. Squad leader, please put me down. This is rather strange. Chang Lei laughed heartily, releasing him only to deliver a playful punch to his chest. Commander? Chang Lei turned to Wu Ziyuan, slightly embarrassed, nodded at Qin Luo before suddenly asking, by the way, what were your scores? I don't know. Qin Luo shook his head. Wu Yuan immediately scanned the area. Where are the assessment instructors? Suddenly, he froze, staring at the ground nearby where 4 instructors were sprawled out, one of whom was frothing at the mouth. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them in shock. What happened to them? Qin Luo, looking sheepish, replied. It seems they were knocked out. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were at a loss for words. Knocking out assessment instructors during evaluations was certainly a first in history. What are you standing there for? Wu Ziyuan barked. Hurry up and go. Don't you want to eat? Oh, right? Qin Luo nodded, turning to Cheng Haonan and the others, giving each a nudge to hurry them toward the shooting range. Chang Lei looked at their unsteady figures, a pained expression crossing his face as he turned to Wu Ziyuan. Commander, don't say anything. Don't ask. Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, if you ask. I'll say I don't know. We saw nothing. Right? Chang Lei nodded vigorously, striding alongside Wu Ziyuan toward the shooting range. A sudden screech of brakes echoed from behind the observation platform. Amidst the swirling dust, Hu Fei hopped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings as though on an official inspection, brimming with enthusiasm and chaotic energy. Beaming broadly, Hu Fei remarked, Indeed, it's the recruit assessment. It doesn't catch my eye at all. Just then, Shen Xinyan, who had just exited the vehicle, wore a speechless expression, thinking, if it doesn't catch your eye, then why are you here? Isn't this pure nonsense? Chief of Staff, should we head back? Go! Before Shen Xinyan could finish her sentence, Hu Fei strode purposefully toward the observation platform. Shen Xinyan's eyes twitched. If he wasn't interested, why go up? Quit standing around, a smiling major nearby said, over time. You'll come to understand the Chief of Staff. You have to listen to him in reverse. The less interested he is, the more intrigued he becomes. Shen Xinyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Can't he just say things normally? The group made their way up the back of the observation platform, and although the guards attempted to stop them, Hu Fei simply smiled and pushed them aside. Upon ascending the steps, they spotted Qinlong standing amidst the crowd. Hu Fei's smile broadened, and he prepared to rush over when suddenly Qinlong shouted in shock, What are you joking about? He standing, not lying down, and he scored 50 rings? What? My heavens, he hit the target while standing. Are you all out of your minds? Hu Fei's foot halted midair, his ears perking up. What is going on? Shen Xinyan asked, intrigued. Shut up. Hu Fei shot her a fierce glare, his menacing gaze nearly making Shen Xinyan take a step back. The major shrugged helplessly at Shen Xinyan. Keep calm, keep calm. Over time, you'll understand. Shen Xinyan watched as Hu Fei leaned forward like a thief, utterly perplexed. After 3 years undercover, returning to be assigned to a frontline combat unit, she had expected a fresh start. Yet, she never anticipated being placed under such a neurotic leader. She couldn't fathom how this guy, so scatterbrained, had become the Chief of Staff of the Tianlang Special Forces. That moment, Hu Fei was entirely engrossed in listening to Qinlong and the others, his eyes wide open like a curious onlooker. After a while, he turned around with a smile. Let us go back. Huh? The major gaped. We're leaving just like that? Not going up. Going up for what? What is the point? Hu Fei glared at him, then suddenly laughed. I've already made an unexpected discovery. Why linger here? Shouldn't they be on guard? Let us go. Hu Fei cheerfully retraced his steps. Shen Xinyan looked utterly bewildered, grabbing the major by the arm. What just happened? I can't make sense of it. The major shrugged helplessly. I guess he found a good soldier and is planning to secretly recruit him. A good soldier? Here? Shen Xinyan turned back in disbelief. But these are all fresh recruits, and he considers them worthy of his attention? Who knows? The major spread his hands. Here is a piece of advice. Never try to guess what the Chief of Staff is thinking because you'll never figure it out. His codename is Sandfox. The major raised his chin. How can we mere mortals comprehend the thoughts of a fox? Shen Xinyan stood frozen, watching Hu Fei's retreating figure. Yet, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't reconcile Hu Fei with the infamous Sandfox. That moment, Hu Fei hopped down from the observation platform, grinning as he made his way toward the off-road vehicle. Qin Luo? Breaking the 20-year record for recruits? Quite interesting. Chapter 38. New recruits awarded third-class merit. Division commendation? Ha ha ha. Before the observation platform, Gao Kun and Zheng Wei, standing to the left and right, began to perform a lively dance. The two shook their heads and swayed their waists as if they were about to take flight. Behind them, the recruits of Class 1 hoisted Qin Luo onto their shoulders, strutting toward the observation platform like triumphant roosters. Not far away, the various recruit company leaders and 2 battalion commanders wore glum expressions, coldly watching them. A bunch of show-offs. What's so impressive? It's just first place. What's there to gloat about? Peh? Jealousy and resentment were evident on everyone's faces as they turned away, storming toward the training ground. Out of sight, out of mind. The more they looked, the more irritated they became. Stand at attention. Gao Kun shouted, and the entire group immediately came to a halt. Put him down, quickly! Wu Ziyuan shouted from the back, and the recruits hurriedly set Qin Luo down. Chenlong approached with Qi Shengli and the others. Grinning, salute, Gao Kun commanded, and everyone immediately stood at attention. Chenlong and the others returned the salute. You are the recruits from Class 1 of Company 9? Report, Gao Kun announced loudly. They are indeed from Class 1 of Company 9. This is the company leader, and this is the squad leader. Wu Ziyuan nudged Chang Lei, and both immediately snapped to attention. Good day, Commander. Chang Lei was exceptionally excited. This was a leader from the military. After so many years of service, it was his first time encountering such high-ranking officials up close. Very good. Chenlong smiled, patting Chang Lei on the back. You, as the squad leader, are quite capable. It's one thing to bring out a single soldier, but to lead an entire class of recruits, that requires. He then gave a thumbs up. Thank you for your kind words, Commander. Chang Lei exclaimed excitedly. This is what I ought to do. Wu Ziyuan quickly interjected. Commander, he is being promoted this year. Chenlong nodded with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Such an excellent squad leader deserves a promotion. Make sure to note down his name so that we can prioritize his application later. Yes, the secretary nodded and promptly took out a notebook to jot it down. Chang Lei trembled with excitement, astonished that what had once seemed an insurmountable task was resolved so effortlessly today. He cast a grateful glance at Wu Ziyuan, who responded with a subtle nod, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Wu Ziyuan, present. Wu Ziyuan stood tall. Chenlong playfully punched him in the chest. Nodding with familiarity, he then turned to Qin Luo. Are you Qin Luo? Reporting, Commander. Yes, Qin Luo shouted, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him. He had aimed for top marks solely to fulfill his duties, not to stand out. Please don't assign me any arduous tasks. I simply wish to work in the reconnaissance battalion as a clerk or a communications officer. If that's not possible, I'd be fine managing the supply depot. Anything comfortable would do. I just want to be inconspicuous. Chenlong smiled approvingly. A good soldier, a promising recruit. Lao Qi, here. Qi Shengli approached with a cheerful demeanor. Such a fine soldier must be nurtured well. We cannot let his potential go to waste. Understood. Also, he is the top recruit across the entire army, Chenlong remarked, gazing at Qin Luo with a smile. Doesn't he need to earn a merit? Third-class merit? Qi Shengli replied with a grin. I've already thought it through, plus a commendation from the division. Wow. Cheng Hao Nan and the others looked at Qin Luo with envy. They had heard that earning merit in the army was quite difficult. If one could achieve merit, it would ease future job prospects upon returning home. Yet, Qin Luo had only been here for a month and had already attained the coveted third-class merit they all dreamed of. Their envy was palpable. Chang Lei beamed with pride. This was his soldier. For a new recruit to earn third-class merit before even joining a unit was a rarity throughout the entire military district. Henceforth, wherever he went, others would surely give him a thumbs up. All right, let us proceed with this, Chenlong affirmed, then turned back to Qin Luo. Young man, work hard. You have great potential. As long as you don't falter, you will undoubtedly become an excellent soldier. Look to your squad leader as your example. Yes, Qin Luo saluted promptly, though his heart was heavy with bitterness. Why was a high-ranking officer coming to see a lowly soldier like him? It would have been better for him to develop freely without interference. Now, the division commander had remembered him. Qin Luo mentally sent his regards to Chenlong's family, wishing the commander would forget about him soon, as he yearned to coast through life. All right, you all may return for now. I still need to await the conclusion of the assessment. Chenlong waved his hand. Yes, everyone saluted in unison. Chenlong chuckled as he and the other 2 commanders returned to the viewing platform. Qi Shengli approached them, scanning all the new recruits with satisfaction. You all did very well. You have brought honor to our division right from the start. You are all fine soldiers, especially Qin Luo. Chung Hao Nan and the others grinned widely, stealing glances at Qin Luo. Embarrassed, Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, wishing Qi Shangli would just vanish and not favor him too much, for he was determined to become a clerk or communications officer. Qi Shangli, hands clasped behind his back, said, "The chief of staff just mentioned that if you work hard, you'll have a bright future ahead." "Yes," everyone shouted in response. Qi Shangli smiled at Gao Kun and Wu Zhiyuan, encouragingly patted Cheng Lei on the back, then turned and dashed up to the stands. Once he left, they all exchanged glances and suddenly hoisted Qin Luo into the air. Hooray! Qin Luo was tossed into the sky, caught upon his descent, and immediately thrown up again. Cheng Lei and the others stood by, grinning. Had it not been for their ranks, they would have joined in the revelry. All right, Gao Kun laughed. "I need to check on the other companies. You all can take it from here." "Yes," Wu Zhiyuan and Cheng Lei stood tall. "Safe travels, Commander." All the new recruits quickly assumed their positions and saluted the commander. Gao Kun smiled at them, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Luo, filled with admiration. He hadn't anticipated that this young man, whom he had thought to be just a streetwise kid, was actually so impressive. How wrong he had been. Gao Kun shook his head, smiling as he moved forward. Suddenly, Wu Zhiyuan spun around. Upon seeing Wu Zhiyuan's serious expression, the new recruits jumped to attention. Wu Zhiyuan approached Qin Luo, glaring intently. "Qin Luo, do you consider yourself a good soldier?" The eyes of everyone widened, including Cheng Lei's. What was happening with the squad leader? Qin Luo looked equally perplexed and promptly replied, reporting, "Squad leader, in comparison to the squad leader. I do not consider myself a good soldier." "No." Wu Zhiyuan fixed his gaze on him. "I believe you are a good soldier." Suddenly, Wu Zhiyuan raised his right hand and saluted him vigorously. This startled all the new recruits, causing Qin Luo to instinctively step back. He quickly regained his composure and returned the salute. Wu Zhiyuan maintained his steady gaze on Qin Luo's eyes, his lips moving as if struggling to form words. "Qin Luo, huh?" Qin Luo's eyes widened, and the others looked equally bewildered. "Appreciate you," Wu Zhiyuan stammered, his words barely coherent. "What are you saying, squad leader?" Qin Luo tilted his head. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. That's it. Take them back. All of you." Wu Zhiyuan, visibly relieved, turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, glaring at the new recruits. "By the way, all of you, new recruits, follow me now. Don't be too happy. This marks the start of your nightmare. I will train you rigorously, especially you." He pointed at Qin Luo, his eye twitching, before dashing off. The first platoon of soldiers stared at each other, bewildered. What did the squad leader just say? What does that mean? Li Desheng asked curiously. Everyone shrugged. Maybe the squad leader has a toothache. Wait, didn't the squad leader just say for us to follow him? We might get to go to the reconnaissance battalion, Chung Haonan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in excitement. Zhang Qian and the others suddenly realized. Yes, the squad leader promised. We're going to the reconnaissance battalion. Ah, this is wonderful. Everyone erupted in joyous shouts, and before Qin Luo could react, he was thrown into the air once more. Long live Luo Ge! Long live Luo Ge! Our crew can join the reconnaissance battalion together. Qin Luo was tossed into the air again, on the verge of tears. Stop throwing me. I need to pee. I can barely hold it. Cheng Lei looked at Qin Luo and then at Wu Zhiyuan's retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Oh, squad leader, your pride. Qin Dong. Hello? Qin Dong, are you there? Qin Jiacheng, in a panic, grasped the radio tightly, nervously asking, Qi Shizhong, is it to me? How did it go? Congratulations, Qin Dong. Qi Shengli exclaimed excitedly. Your son has made quite an impression in front of our entire Army's 3 divisions. Among the new recruits, he ranked first. Even the chief of staff praised him. Qin Dong, you truly have raised a fine soldier. Rest assured, I will certainly promote him and place him in a crucial position. With a loud thud, Qin Jiacheng slumped heavily into his chair, his face drained of color. It's over. It's all over. I've truly sent my precious son to the army. It's all ruined. Wang Rifa hurriedly approached. Sir, are you all right? Of course, I'm not. Qin Jiacheng lamented. Little Luo has joined the army. Who am I to spend all this money for? He is going to suffer and IVE let his mother down. As Qin Jiaqing's tears streamed down his face, Wang Rifa quickly reassured him, "Sir, I know you're anxious, but please, don't worry just yet. There are still other options. Even if the young master truly becomes a soldier, we can pull some strings to secure him a more comfortable position, allowing him to coast through a couple of years. Just try to stay calm and think positively." Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing shot up as if resurrected, startling Wang Rifa. "That's right." Qin Jiaqing vigorously wiped his face, revealing a smile. "There are indeed other ways. Isn't he going to the army to meet girls? If I help him win over, let us go. Hurry, make arrangements." Wang Rifa stood there, bewildered, wondering what the master was plotting. Qin Jiaqing dashed to the door, only to be stopped by a pair of hands. The guards, with stern expressions, said, "Sorry, Qin Dong, you cannot leave until you receive orders from Qi Shizhong. Please return to your quarters. Am I not even allowed to go home?" Qin Jiaqing exclaimed in frustration. Pacing furiously, meanwhile, in a speeding off-road vehicle, Hu Fei was resting with his eyes closed. Shin Xian sat in the front, perusing some documents when she suddenly spoke. "The D Army SF division has several outstanding soldiers with remarkable scores, though they are scattered across 3 regiments. Shall we go check them out today?" She turned to Hu Fei for his response. Hu Fei, keeping his eyes shut, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, not just the D Army. We'll also be visiting the E Army today." Shun Xinran's eyes widened in astonishment. "Does that mean it won't be finished until nightfall?" Hu Fei chuckled softly. "It's merely a matter of running a bit more." "What's the matter, Xiao Shun? Can't you endure this little hardship?" Shin Xinran's cheeks flushed. "Yes, I will obey the orders, Chief of Staff." Suddenly, the major sitting beside them interjected, "According to your instructions, the soldier's information has been gathered." As he spoke, he slid a tablet in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei immediately opened his eyes, gazing at the screen displaying Qin Luo's photo and details, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The child of a billionaire. Coming to the army to serve? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Shin Xinran glanced over, but paid little attention, turning back to her documents. "Qin Luo," Hu Fei mused, tilting his head and clicking his tongue. "This name doesn't sound appealing. It should be Qin Zheng. Now, that's quite imposing." "What?" Shin Xinran abruptly turned her head, her eyes wide as saucers. Chapter 39. Can this be called superpower? What are you staring at? Huh. Do you think a third-class merit can be seen just by anyone? Chang Haonan stood defiantly at the entrance of Class 1, blocking the curious soldiers attempting to sneak a peek. "Not just a third-class merit." Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows high. "Our Luogu has even received a commendation from the division. That's quite prestigious." "Exactly," Chang Haonan replied proudly. "Moreover, our Luogu has already been appointed by the company commander to the division's reconnaissance unit. Once he steps in, he will be the new recruit leader, able to stride through the division with confidence." Chang Haonan surveyed the new recruits from various classes with a smug look. "When Luogu joins your squad, even your company commander will have to receive him, for he is the king of soldiers." "Luogu is truly impressive," one new recruit exclaimed excitedly. "Haonan, let me have a word with Luogu. I hope he can take care of me when we get to the squad." "Haonan, let me meet Luogu. I once shared a moment with him in the restroom and we chatted a bit. I feel a bond with him. I have also shared a urinal with Luogu." "Not just once." Another chimed in, "Luogu, shall we have another go?" Quiet down, quiet down." As the crowd surged forward, Chang Haonan and Li Dashing quickly held the doors shut to block them. Zhang Qian cheerfully shouted, "If you want to meet Luogu, then come one by one, only 2 minutes each, mind you. How duo, collect the fees. No change given." Chang Haonan yelled with a grin. Meanwhile, seated in the dormitory, Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Am I being treated like a circus monkey?" He shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Qian, thinking how this guy's cleverness would have served him better in business with his father. Qin Luo silently resolved that once he was discharged, he would definitely bring Zhang Qian along. This fellow was a natural at making money and had an exceptional knack for socializing. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved first place among the new recruits and completed the mission." Qin Luo's face lit up with joy. It was finally time for the rewards to be revealed. Since the assessment, he had been eagerly waiting. "System, I have exceeded the mission requirements and brought the entire class to first place. You promised there was a chance for bonus rewards. Report to the host. The system will calculate shortly. Please wait a moment." Qin Luo chuckled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained eligibility to enter the reconnaissance unit and completed the mission. Huh. Qin Luo paused in surprise. Wait, when was this task assigned? Report to the host. The original mission was to be issued post-assessment. However, since the host completed it ahead of schedule, all rewards are granted at once. Additionally, the host has exceeded the original mission by leading the entire class of new recruits to achieve first place in the army. Rewards are currently being calculated. Please wait a moment. Qin Luo felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, unsure whether to laugh or feel resigned. Initially, he had no intention of entering the reconnaissance unit, but it seemed the system had already paved his path. Sigh, superpowers aren't so easily obtained. Qin Luo sighed helplessly. By the time he completed 10 tasks, he might already be the king of soldiers. For now, he just hoped the superpowers he received would be somewhat useful and that he wouldn't have to endure too much hardship ahead. He truly just wanted to relax and find an opportunity to approach Shinran, that little girl. Ding! The system has completed calculations, and rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of Elevator Battle God, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of Sword God, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of Super Senses, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,500 superpower points, totaling 1,505 points. In the next moment, waves of peculiar power surged rapidly into his body. Qin Luo trembled, and a wealth of information flooded into his mind. It poured in like a tidal wave, overwhelming his consciousness. Moments later, Qin Luo opened his eyes, feeling a subtle transformation within himself. System, have the rewards been unleashed? Qin Luo hurriedly inquired. Report to the host, the rewards have been added to the existing ones. Qin Luo nodded and immediately began to examine the newly acquired abilities. The Elevator Battle God ability grants Qin Luo an invincible status within a confined space, even if an opponent possesses greater strength or martial prowess. As long as they remain within this specific area, Qin Luo becomes a deity, free to fight as he pleases. However, at level C, there is a time limitation. 1 minute. 1 minute should suffice to handle 3 or 4 opponents. At least for now. Qin Luo beamed with satisfaction. This ability seemed far more practical than that of a one-punch hero. As long as he remains stationary within the designated space, he can hold his ground as a true man for a minute. The Sword God ability enables Qin Luo to master all cold weapons with finesse. By combining it with the appropriate strength, speed, and agility, he can become the king of cold weaponry. However, like the previous ability, Level C also imposes restrictions, allowing Qin Luo to wield only 5 types of cold weapons: axe, fruit knife, kitchen knife, shovel, and needle. Qin Luo nearly choked in disbelief, while he could tolerate the kitchen knife. What on earth was he supposed to do with a shovel and a needle? Especially the needle. Who goes into a fight with a sewing needle? He could hardly envision himself facing a group of burly men brandishing a needle. Was he expected to become the Eastern Invincible? At least let him learn to use a military dagger or something. Qin Luo was left speechless. He had once regarded the super imitation as useless, but now it seemed the Sword God's superpower was the real joke. Next, as Qin Luo fumed, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His hearing sharpened, and his skin felt alive, as if he could sense the air brushing against the hairs on his legs. Wow, is this Super Senses? Qin Luo exclaimed in delight. Finally, another useful superpower had arrived. Instantly, a message flooded his mind. Super Senses enhanced the host's hearing and perception abilities. Through sound, air, wind, humidity, and more, he can assess everything around him. Currently at level C, the sensing distance extends 50 meters. Qin Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. This ability was akin to granting him an additional pair of eyes. He promptly closed his eyes to focus on his perception. And indeed, a hazy world appeared in his mind. There were no distinct images, yet Qin Luo could sense everything within a 50-meter radius. Flowers and grass, sunlight filtering down, even the ants scuttling beneath the leaves. This ability was extraordinary. Qin Luo excitedly opened his eyes. From now on, when encountering inspections, I can sense them in advance. Cheers to beer and chicken feet. You'll never catch me. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in his ears, startling Qin Luo to his feet. The booming grew louder, reverberating in his head. Annoyed, Qin Luo turned around. Cheng Haonan, Are you seriously letting out a continuous stream of farts? Chung Haonan looked at him in disbelief. I've been holding it in with all my might. You can hear it? Wow, it stinks. Just then, the crowd at the entrance collectively pinched their noses and dispersed, their faces filled with disdain. Chung Haonan chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I had a bit too much onion this morning. He. Qin Luo was left utterly speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of the super sense's ability. He would have to use it cautiously in the future. Otherwise, his ears might just explode. Why is everyone gathered here? Chang Lei's voice rang out from a distance. Is it time to relax after the assessment? Disperse now. The new recruits lingering at the entrance reluctantly glanced at Qin Luo before turning with ill intentions toward Zheng Qian and Chung Haonan. Hey, don't be impulsive. We're supposed to go to the Division S reconnaissance unit as well. Maybe we'll end up in your squad in the future. Let us talk things over. I can't refund the money, but I'll arrange for you to meet Luo Ge. Before he could finish, the crowd dashed away in a flurry, with new recruits from all classes sprinting after them, igniting a frenzy throughout the entire new recruit battalion. Chang Lei shook his head with a wry smile and strode into the class. Squad leader, Qin Luo quickly approached. Please don't blame them. I know, Chang Lei replied with a smile. The past 3 months have been tough for you new recruits. It's normal to unwind a bit. But once you reach the squad, that's when the real hardships begin. Qin Luo's heart sank. He had intended to ask Chang Lei for a favor. Although he had acquired new superpowers, he still wished to serve as a clerk or communicator. The easier, the better. Squad leader. I have a request. Chang Lei smiled. Why the formality? Just speak. Qin Luo took a deep breath, wearing a bright smile as he said, Squad leader, the announcement for the squad will be made tomorrow. I came to ask if you could help me, so that don't worry. Chang Lei, with an earnest expression, interrupted him, asserting, I will absolutely not allow you to join a subpar unit. I guarantee that I will personally guide you. Since I have brought you out, I will continue to do so in the future, even if I get promoted. Qin Luo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is that what I meant? I never said I wanted to join the combat unit and endure hardships. Captain, he quickly added, you misunderstood. I was referring to logistics. In that case, it is even less likely that you will go there. Chang Lei retorted, slapping him on the shoulder. I know you are an aspiring soldier. Rest assured, I will ensure you become the best soldier, the finest in our reconnaissance battalion. There is no way I will allow you to go to a logistics position. If someone dares to send you there, I will confront them. Qin Luo was on the verge of exploding. No, I want to go to logistics, he exclaimed. Captain. Captain. Suddenly, Chunliang shouted from a distance. The company commander wants you to come over. There's a meeting. All right, Chang Lei replied with a smile, patting Qin Luo reassuringly. Don't worry. The captain will never abandon you. As Chang Lei strode away, Qin Luo felt a pang of anxiety. He needed to find another opportunity to discuss this matter with the captain. He could not end up in a combat unit. The new recruit battalion was already arduous enough. He had no desire to suffer further. Clenching his fists, Qin Luo thought, if the captain's plan fails, he would seek out the company commander. After all, didn't he dislike me? This time, I will bring him more gifts to make him detest me, and then assign me, yes, that's the plan. Sighing in relief, he considered Wu Ziyuan's explosive personality. If he navigated this wisely, he could certainly persuade Wu Ziyuan to assign him to logistics. Qin Luo, yes. Qin Luo hurriedly turned around, spotting Staff Officer Xie from the regiment. Sir, he said, rushing over to salute. Officer Xie glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then smiled and put an arm around him. Come, I'm taking you to meet someone. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Who wants to see me? The regiment commander. But with little time for contemplation, Officer Xie was already leading him outside. Chapter 40. Hello, my surname is Sure. Officer Shun. Such trivial matters I can handle on my own. You need not drive me. The major in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle spread his hands. We are all staff officers here, of the same rank. Your insistence makes me feel quite flattered. Shin Shinran smiled at him and replied, I just returned and must quickly sync up with everyone. Otherwise, I might create a blunder. Just consider it a favor. The major chuckled, your awareness is commendable, by the way. Let me give you a little inside scoop. Our Tianlang has 3 key figures you must be wary of. Shin Shinran raised her eyebrows, eager to listen. Having spent time gathering intelligence outside, she was largely unfamiliar with the internal dynamics of Tianlang. The major held up 3 fingers. The first to watch out for is Mo Lang, the second is Bai Lang, and the third, Well, that's naturally our chief of staff, Shahu. Who are Mo Lang and Bai Lang? Shun Shinran inquired curiously. You will find out later. They are both peculiar individuals, exceptionally so. The major fixed his gaze on her. But you must understand our chief of staff. Tianlang is a den of wolves, and he is the sole fox among them. Just imagine, a fox thriving in a den of wolves. How formidable that must be. Shinran nodded, the image of Hu Fei's nonchalant, yet slightly neurotic demeanor flashing through her mind. However, no matter how she considered it, she couldn't reconcile him with being formidable. We've arrived, the major announced. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Shun Shinran halted the vehicle and glanced into the distance. She noticed two figures approaching them. Her pupils dilated in surprise, and a hint of panic crept into her expression. Even though the man was dressed in military attire and appeared much darker, she recognized him instantly. It was the very person she thought she would never see again. It really is him? Shinran's eyes widened. The scene from that night replayed vividly in her mind. She never anticipated that this spoiled brat would actually enlist. Sir, I just came out like this without reporting to anyone. Are they going to come looking for me? Qin Luo hesitated as he glanced at Officer Xie, whose face bore a constant mischievous grin, as if he were selling him out. Should I go back and report before coming? Just as he prepared to move, Officer Xie tightly embraced him. No need. The regiment commander has approved it. Who would dare deny you? It's fine. Follow me without worry. I will handle any issues that arise. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Qin Luo's heart skipped a beat. Who on earth was he going to meet? Surely this guy wouldn't really sell him out, sir. I doubt the person you need to see is right there. Go on. Officer Xie smiled and gave him a gentle push forward. Qin Luo glanced at the shadow ahead, then turned back to Officer Xie, who was retreating while waving goodbye. Go, go, go. Don't keep them waiting. It's impolite. Qin Luo shot him an irritated look. What else with the nonsense? Can't you just— Hello? A voice suddenly interrupted him. Qin Luo whipped around, stunned to find the shadow had transformed into a smiling face right before him. The figure, adorned with 2 stars on his shoulder, was surprisingly a major. Greetings, sir. Qin Luo saluted quickly, though he felt a surge of astonishment. Although he had not actively engaged his heightened senses, his hearing had improved significantly. This man had seamlessly approached from 10 meters away without him noticing. Was this person a ghost? Did he float over? The major returned the salute, grinning as he extended his hand. Comrade Qin Luo, nice to meet you. My surname is Sure. Qin Luo paused for a moment. Is it worth meeting you under any circumstances? What's wrong? The major scrutinized him. Qin Luo snapped back to reality and quickly shook his hand. Hello, Major Sure. The major smiled slightly. Let us drop the formalities. We don't have a subordinate relationship. You can just call me by my name, Shirlu. Understood, Major Shirlu. Qin Luo nodded emphatically. Shirlu chuckled heartily, then fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Have you heard of Tianlang? Qin Luo's heart raced. He nearly blurted out, Tianlang? The Tianlang Special Forces? Shirli's smile broadened. Even a new recruit like you knows about us. It seems Tianlang has quite the reputation. Qin Luo forced a smile, thinking, had it not been for Shen Shinran's connection to Tianlang, who would have known who they were? Shirlu continued with a grin. In the northwest, Tianlang is always the leader. You have a discerning eye. Well done. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This guy certainly knew how to boast. Would you like to join Tianlang? Ah? Qin Luo was suddenly taken aback. Shirlu pulled a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Lowering his gaze, he saw it was a transfer order, stamped with the military district seal. He stared blankly at the major, bewildered by its significance. Shirlu stated plainly, Tianlang recruits newcomers exclusively from among the elite veterans. This time, we are making a rare exception for you. I haven't seen such an impressive new recruit in a long time. You are the top of the entire army's newbies and have broken several records. TSK, you have considerable potential. Staying in a local unit would be a waste. He appraised Qin Luo. You are so young and full of vitality. You are sure to be highly malleable. Come to Tianlang. This will be the place where you can truly shine. Qin Luo was left dumbfounded. All he wanted was a stable life, to complete his tasks comfortably and perhaps flirt a little, if it weren't for his brothers. He wouldn't even want to go to the reconnaissance battalion. Now, they wanted him to endure hardships in a special forces unit. I'll go to your grandmother, he thought. Sir, I doubt there's no rush to answer, Shirlu interrupted. This is not a transfer order but an invitation. Take your time to think it over tonight. He added with a smile, of course, you can refuse, but if I were you, I would never say no, because we are the leaders in the entire Northwest. Tianlang can walk sideways. Who wouldn't want to be the leader? Compared to our reconnaissance battalion, they are mere children. He clapped Qin Luo on the back vigorously and turned to leave. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. With a loud slam, the car door shut. Qin Luo was momentarily blinded by the headlights of the off-road vehicle. Inside, Shun Xinran fixed her gaze on him, her expression a complex mix of emotions. She had never dreamed she would encounter Qin Luo here. Moreover, this guy had only been in the army for a month and was already uniquely recruited by Tianlang. Shin Xinran suddenly recalled Qin Luo's words from that day before he left. Just wait. You can't escape. I will definitely find you. She swallowed hard. How did he find his way here? Could it be that he truly came for me? As she watched the taillights fade into the distance, Qin Luo spat in annoyance. What a joke. You want me to go suffer with you? Are you foolish, or am I? No way. I just want to spend a couple of years in the army, then walk away with powers and a beautiful woman. After my discharge, I will continue living as a wealthy young master. They actually think they can push me into a pit of fire? Not a chance. What a load of nonsense, this Special Forces unit. Whoever wants to go can go. I have no interest. Gazing at the transfer order in his hand, he was about to tear it up and toss it in the trash when, ding. A new mission has been issued. Please accept the invitation to join the Tianlang Special Forces. Task completed. Randomly acquiring superpowers and super points. Qin Luo's head buzzed, leaving him utterly disoriented. What the hell? This cursed system, why does it always lead him into pitfalls? All I desire is a life of comfort, yet it offers me no opportunities whatsoever. Qin Luo was at a loss for words. Seriously. System, even if you intend to assist me in attracting women, must you do so in such a convoluted manner? I have my own methods. He had already agreed to join his comrades at the reconnaissance battalion, and now this sudden turn of events was forcing him to go back on his word. How could he face the squad leader, let alone his good brothers? Yet, he had no choice but to fulfill the task. Otherwise, not only would the cursed system vanish, but the superpowers he had acquired would also be lost. Moreover, he genuinely needed an opportunity to see Shin Xinran. After contemplating for quite some time, he could not devise a solution. Standing there in a daze, with no other recourse, he could only break his promise. After all, the Special Forces were a good place. They should understand. Qin Luo sighed inwardly. Hey, why are you just standing there like an idiot? Suddenly, Chief Su appeared behind him like a ghost, startling him. Damn it. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't even noticed someone like him approaching. It's you? Chief Su? What's wrong? Qin Luo, what are those 2 pieces of paper you have in your hand? Chief Su inquired curiously. 2 pieces. Qin Luo was taken aback. Wasn't it just one? He looked down, and his eyes nearly bulged out. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I slipped. I was merely joking. How did I actually tear the orders? This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Qin Luo jumped up as if his butt were on fire. Chief Su was startled as well. What the hell are you doing? Is everyone in your squad so fond of scaring people? Qin Luo had no time to pay him any mind. Rushing back frantically, he needed to find some glue to piece it back together. Watching Qin Luo dart away without even a word, Chief Su's teeth itched in frustration. He had thought that among the entire squad, this guy seemed the most normal. Now, it appeared this fellow was just as neurotic. The whole squad was utterly abnormal. Chapter 41. I consider you brothers, yet you treat me like an ATM. A melodious song floated across the barracks. The new recruits from each squad began to grab their basins and toiletries. Heading toward the shower room, as Qin Luo entered the squad, Chung Haonan immediately stood up. Luo Gu, where have you been? We searched everywhere for you. Yeah, we looked through the entire building and we couldn't find you. We were worried sick. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, Qin Luo asked in astonishment. What's going on? What happened? Everyone exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together while grinning mischievously. Qin Luo frowned slightly. You all look suspicious. What are you planning? Zheng Qian grinned and said. Aren't we all heading to the reconnaissance battalion together tomorrow? Luo Gu, are you still keeping your word? Seeing everyone fixated on him, Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. What did I say? Look, Chung Haonan pointed at him. I knew you wouldn't keep your word. You promised to look out for us once we joined the squad, Everyone heard it. Yeah, we all heard it. Luogu, you can't go back on your word? Li Dashing nodded repeatedly. How Duo clutched his clothes, looking at him pitifully. Luogu, once we join the squad, it's all up to you. What will I do if you don't take care of me? Zhang Qian pulled Hao Duo aside, looking at Qin Luo earnestly. Look at him, such a pathetic sight. This unfortunate child looks like he hasn't developed properly. With a guy like him, if I were a veteran, I could bully him 8 times a day without repeating myself. They say new recruits joining a squad means veterans are having a holiday. Luogu, you're our backbone, the king of new recruits in our cohort. You can't go back on your word. Luogu, you must look out for us. Whether I can keep this handsome face depends entirely on you. The scene was chaotic, with everyone eagerly pleading for protection. Qin Luo took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably guilty. He forced a smile and waved his hand. Don't worry, there will be instant noodles, cola, and sweet drinks. There will also be cigarettes as long as we stick together. I will definitely look out for you. This title of Luogu isn't in vain. I guarantee it. Luogu is so great. Luogu, I love you. I want to have your children. Everyone excitedly surrounded Qin Luo, jumping with joy. Yet, looking at their genuinely sincere smiles, Qin Luo felt even more guilty. Although he hadn't spent much time with them, after all they had been through, they had already considered him their closest brother. The greatest magic of the military is its ability to unite people from all walks of life into a single force. Yet now, Qin Luo felt somewhat uncertain, taking it one step at a time. That, Zhang Qian grinned as he leaned in, nudging him. Luogu, about that matter we discussed earlier, is it still valid? Qin Luo was taken aback. What matter? Zhang Qian smiled. When you just arrived. Didn't you offer us money to help you wash your clothes and shoes? Now that you're in the squad, we will take care of your miscellaneous tasks. It's still the same price, right? Yes, we have exclusive rights. No one else can take it? Luogu, besides washing shoes and socks, I'm also adept at leg massages and shoulder rubs, and I can even wield a big sword. Why don't you get a membership with me? A monthly subscription is just $9.98. Qin Luo nearly spat blood. These guys were too shameless. Were they really trying to milk him dry? So, I consider you brothers, yet you treat me like an ATM? He rolled his eyes. Oh, you didn't agree when you first came, but now you're all for it. What happened to your pride and dignity? Huh, Xiao Ma Gu. Cheng Haonan rubbed his nose, grinning foolishly. That was because we weren't familiar with you back then. When we weren't familiar, not even a million would do. Now that we are familiar, we can be your loyal servants for just a few trifles. Yes. The others nodded, all wearing the look of crafty merchants. Qin Luo was utterly speechless. You guys. All right. Luogu has agreed. Before Qin Luo could react, Zhang Qian immediately jumped up and shouted. Luogu is truly magnanimous. Come, let us bow to Luogu. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Luogu. Everyone bowed to him 3 times in unison, nearly bursting with laughter. This military life was too delightful. Not only did they have someone looking out for them, but they also had free snacks and money to earn. This was not military life. It was clearly living like a deity. What are you all doing? A low roar interrupted them as Chang Lei walked in. The new recruits stuck out their tongues at Qin Luo, smiling mischievously. Cheng Haonan lowered his voice, giving Qin Luo a thumbs up. Luogu, you are truly righteous, and no matter what, we will stick with you from now on. Following you means 3 meals a day. With that, he cheerfully grabbed his basin and dashed outside. Chang Lei looked at the group with suspicion. What are these little rascals up to every day, sneaking around? He turned to Qin Luo, immediately breaking into a smile. Qin Luo, we just had a meeting, and I discussed with the squad leader. We've reached a consensus that once you join the squad, you will stay in our class and won't be allowed to go anywhere else. He patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. I told you, as long as you want to be a good soldier, I'll accompany you to the end. We keep our promises. Seeing Chang Lei's sincere smile, Qin Luo felt a mix of emotions. He had not only promised those new recruits, but also the squad leader. Squad leader, what's the matter? Chang Lei smiled at him. Don't you trust the squad leader? Don't worry. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely help you. Looking at Chang Lei's smile, Qin Luo opened his mouth to speak, but found the words lodged in his throat. Unable to express himself, if it were the first day he entered the army, he could have acted boldly and without hesitation, not caring about the opinions of others or considering their feelings. He had thought about explaining, telling everyone that he was just temporarily leaving and would return later. But who would believe him? Qin Luo swallowed his words, forcing out a bitter smile. Thank you. Squad leader. Chang Lei laughed heartily. Why such sudden politeness? It feels a bit strange. Besides, I should be the one thanking you. You're a shining light in my military career. He patted Qin Luo firmly. Go wash up quickly. Don T. dawdled. Yes. Today was his lucky day. An old wolf was treating him to chicken, Trala Chang Lei saying cheerfully as he walked out. Qin Luo watched his back, feeling increasingly uneasy. Originally, his purpose in joining the army was simple, to complete tasks. Gain superpowers, and perhaps woo a girl. As for the army and comrades, they were of no concern to him. Yet, he never imagined that he would one day care so much about the feelings of others. He couldn't quite articulate why, but it felt like a knot in his heart, akin to a child who had done something wrong. Qin Luo slowly clenched his fists, his gaze vacant and perplexed, standing like a statue for a long time. The next morning, Chon Liang emerged from the restroom, yawning. Suddenly, a face popped up in front of him, startling him. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Qin Luo flashed a grin at him. Squad leader, I need you to do me a favor. It's the convenience store. Chun Liang's jaw nearly hit the floor, disbelief etched on his face. You mean to say you want to take over this whole place? I must have heard wrong. He glanced around. Although the small shop was rather sparse in its offerings, it was sufficient for an entire platoon of soldiers. This fellow is actually trying to reserve the whole place? Truly extravagant, indeed. Qin Luo stuffed a few items into his pocket. Squad leader, I must thank you for your care over the past month. I thought to show my appreciation one last time. Just a small token of my gratitude. Please don't refuse it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chon Liang looked at Qin Luo's sincere demeanor, feeling a warmth in his heart. Although this lad had entered through the back door, in his 5 years of service, he had never encountered someone so considerate. He was diligent in his tasks, serious in training, and particularly polite to the veterans. The key point was, his military prowess was astonishingly strong. He was the top recruit in the entire army, a true gem among men. A soldier like this is simply adored by all. Who wouldn't like him? Good. Chun Liang clapped Qin Luo on the back. We will definitely meet again. Where did Qin Luo go? Chang Lei kept glancing outside, then turned back to the group. We're about to assemble for the platoon. Has anyone seen where he went? No idea. Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Qian remarked. He has been gone for quite a while, and didn't he tell us where he was headed? Chang Lei was growing anxious. Stamping his feet. This rascal hasn't even packed up his things yet. He'll be late. Squad leader, we can help him pack. Cheng Haonan waved his hand, and Zhang Qian, along with Hao Duo and a few others, immediately rushed over to assist. In no time, they had neatly packed all of Qin Luo's belongings. Chang Lei watched with a smile creeping onto his face. He remembered when Qin Luo first arrived. The entire squad had looked down on him, opposing him at every turn, and no matter what tactics he employed, he couldn't seem to reconcile with them, as if they bore some ancient grudge against each other. Yet, in less than a month, their camaraderie had blossomed, as if they were one cohesive unit. He was merely a misfit. This lad would never truly belong to the squad. He simply wasn't a soldier. Wu Ziyuan's words echoed in Chang Lei's mind, causing him to chuckle even more brightly. Just thinking about how Wu Ziyuan had boasted about Qin Luo in the office last night made him laugh. Qin Luo, oh Qin Luo, once you reach the second platoon, you will realize how drastically the company commander's attitude towards you will change. Right now, you are his prized possession, his most cherished treasure. Squad leader. Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, everyone turned quickly. They saw him beaming as he wheeled in a cart brimming with an assortment of snacks. Qin Luo, did you rob the shop? Chang Lei exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Luo chuckled, of course not. Since we're moving to the platoon, I was worried that the shop's goods would expire and go unsold. So I bought everything. I suppose this also counts as supporting the troop's morale, right? Chang Lei nearly dropped his jaw. He bought everything out of fear it would expire? Is this level of extravagance really necessary? Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan and the others rushed over excitedly. Is there any for us? Qin Luo gestured. Aren't these all for you? Take as much as you want. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Thank you, Luo Gu. You're the best. The group immediately began to scramble for the snacks. The old pickled cabbage is mine. I want the spicy chicken feet too. The jelly is mine. I want to be an astronaut. No one can snatch it from me. Everyone, don't fight. There's enough for all of us. We divided evenly. In an instant, biscuits and instant noodles were flying everywhere as they gleefully fought over the treats. Chang Lei's eyes twitched. What a bunch of gluttons. Make sure to hide all this food. Once we switch platoons, we must consume it quickly. Understood? Understood, squad leader, Chung Haonan replied, munching on some spicy strips, grinning. With this, I could finish it all in one night. Even a mouse would leave in tears. Chang Lei sighed, shaking his head, wondering what kind of mischief he had brought upon himself. Squad leader. Qin Luo suddenly handed him several packs of cigarettes. Chang Lei looked down, surprised to find they were all high-quality brands. He exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Before he could return them, Qin Luo hurriedly pushed them back. Squad leader, this is just a small gesture of gratitude for all your hard work during this time. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved such good results. A verbal thank you is enough. These gifts are too precious for me to accept. Squad leader, just take them, Qin Luo insisted with a smile. We have plenty at home. Squad leader, Qin Luo's family is wealthy. Just accept them. The others chimed in with laughter. Chang Lei looked at the cigarettes in his hand and then back at Qin Luo. Consider these as temporarily entrusted to me. Furthermore, what you just said is incorrect. My efforts for you stem from the fact that you are my soldier and you wish to improve. There's no need to feel indebted. We are comrades. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's smile faltered momentarily, and he felt a pang of emotion. He turned away, hurriedly stuffing a few more packs into Chang Lei's hands. Squad leader, please pass these along to the company commander and the instructor. I can't take them back. As a backdoor recruit, I've undoubtedly caused them a fair bit of trouble this past month. Don't say that. You're doing quite well, Chang Lei smiled. I can pass these along, but whether they accept them is beyond my control. Luo Gu, do we get any? Chung Haonan and the others began to cheer. Qin Luo laughed as he pulled out the last few packs from his bag, handing them all out. Yes, 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 everyone gets some. I can't leave anyone out. Wow, these are all great cigarettes. We've hit the jackpot. No one take more than their share. Let us open them up and divide them fairly. Observing the jubilant expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Luo's smile gradually faded, and his mood grew increasingly somber. I hope you won't hold it against me. Once the mission is complete, I will return to find you all. Truly, I shall come back, without fail. Lin Hui would also strive to update the story as much as possible, as a means of repaying everyone's kindness. Tomorrow, the young author will do their utmost. I hope everyone can lend a hand by clicking on the free update requests and gifts. The young author humbly asks. Chapter 42. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. In the stillness of the night, Shirlu slurped instant noodles while amusing a parrot. Keep your distance, Hu Fei quickly pushed him away. Don't smoke him out. Shirlu rolled his eyes. Beef noodle soup? How delightful. If that bird can smell this aroma, it would be worth dying for. Pfft. I paid a hefty price for this, and I hope it lives a long life. Hu Fei shot him a glare. Why are you still here? Hurry and go pick him up. I know. But, Shirlu gazed intently at Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, do you think he will come? Hu Fei smiled. During the 5-kilometer assessment, he could have run with his comrades and maintained the lead, but he chose to finish first all on his own. Hu Fei replied casually, this kid is eager to improve. Our Tianlang is far superior to the reconnaissance unit. He definitely wants to join us. Shirlu nodded, then suddenly asked, so, can he stay? Hu Fei glanced at him, a smile curving his lips. Beep, beep, beep. All units assemble, new recruits, backpacks in tow, excitedly dashed out of the barracks and towards the training ground. They were about to leave the recruit company for an unfamiliar new platoon, and every new recruit felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. For them, the end of the recruit company signified the end of their hardships. Life in the new platoon was bound to be much better, free from such exhausting routines. Luo Gu, hurry up! Chung Haonan shouted excitedly. We 10 old pals are heading to the reconnaissance platoon together. Off to the reconnaissance platoon, Zheng Qian exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Luo Gu, you'll lead us to become the top in the reconnaissance unit. Qin Luo was surrounded by the group, wearing an embarrassed smile. He longed to tell them that he was heading to an even better place, but seeing their excited faces, the words caught in his throat. Once the entire unit was assembled, with Wu Ziyuan giving the order, everyone marched in unison towards the troop headquarters training ground. From a distance, Qin Luo spotted over 20 vehicles parked at the edge of the field, trucks, buses, and minibuses. We must be taking the luxury bus. Chung Haonan said excitedly, going to the best unit in the entire division means we'll get the highest treatment, right? Li Dashing boasted. Everyone will surely envy us later. I wish my dad could see this. Who's talking in the ranks? Wu Ziyuan barked, causing everyone to promptly hush. The various units marched to the training ground from different directions and lined up in formation. Stand at attention, bang. All the new recruits straightened their backs. Gao Kun smiled as he approached the front of the line, announcing, at ease, clack. Observing the neatly arranged formation, Gao Kun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You look like soldiers now. Taking a deep breath, he continued, comrades, the training in the recruit company has concluded, but your military journey is only just beginning. The past 3 months have transformed you from civilian youths into defenders of the homeland. As you move on to your new platoon, your company commander, squad leader, and platoon leader will mold you into true warriors. The military is a great melting pot, no matter who you were before joining. Here, you will be forged into fine steel, Gao Kun added with a smile. You have all performed admirably over these 3 months. I have no criticisms. I only hope that you remain true to your original intentions and continue to strive in your new platoon. Never forget, we are the steadfast support of our nation and its people. Although each day may seem monotonous, as long as we don this military uniform and stand here, no one dares to bully our country, nor to belittle our people. Gao Kun proclaimed loudly, I wish each of you could achieve great glory in the new battalion. Strive for honor for your unit and bring pride to your families. With a swift motion, Gao Kun saluted everyone. Salute! The duty officer bellowed, and all the soldiers immediately returned the salute in unison. All right. Gao Kun lowered his hand. Let's begin the troop allocation. Now, we shall commence with the distribution. Assistant Xie stepped onto the stage. When your name is called, proceed to your respective vehicle. Qin Luo, present. 273 RD Regiment, Vehicle 4. Not affirmative. The new recruit excitedly grabbed his bag and turned to find Vehicle 4. Had he really boarded a luxury bus? Chung Haonan gaped in shock. Isn't that our ride? Just relax, Zheng Qian whispered. There are certainly more than one. Ours must be among them. Tong Zhenxing, present. 274 Regiment, Vehicle 5. Affirmative. Wang Fei, present. 275 Teach Regiment. One by one, the new recruits were called, joyfully boarding their vehicles. Qin Luo surveyed his surroundings, noticing the number of soldiers on the playground dwindling. Where could that scoundrel be? Surely he has indeed decided not to show up. Su Yuchao, present. Su Yuchao stood tall with excitement. Assistant Xie glanced at him. Affiliated to the Reconnaissance Battalion, Vehicle 11. Affirmative. Su Yuchao, with a beaming smile, lifted his bag and exchanged a knowing glance with the crowd before rushing to the back. A large truck? Chung Haonan's face fell in disappointment. Li Dashing frowned. Aren't we supposed to be the best? How come we didn't even get a minibus? Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Stay calm. Stay calm. Perhaps we are simply too outstanding, and we must consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, how disheartened would they be? Hence, we should remain low-key. The others nodded in silent agreement, convinced of this rationale. Zheng Qian, present, affiliated to the Reconnaissance Battalion, Vehicle 11. Affirmative. Zheng Qian joyfully picked up his bag. Brothers, I'll head off first. Save a good spot for Luo Ge. Absolutely. Zheng Qian winked at Qin Luo and dashed away. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, relieved that they boarded first. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to say goodbye. He sighed. Brothers, I apologize, but one must always strive for higher ground. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chung Haonan, present. Chung Haonan grabbed his bag. Luo Ge, I'll head off first and wait for you. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, watching him rush towards the large truck. Kaibingkuan, 273 RD Regiment, Vehicle 9. Affirmative. The last new recruit lifted his bag and dashed away with enthusiasm. The playground was now left with only Qin Luo. The duty officer closed the ledger and announced loudly, troop allocation is complete. We may now depart. Wait. Changlei suddenly sprinted over. Commander, there is still one soldier. Wu Ziyuan quickly followed. Old Xie, how could you overlook him? Assistant Xie smiled awkwardly. Old Wu, he has other arrangements. What do you mean? Wu Ziyuan bristled. During the allocation, I had his name at the very top. With so many in the battalion, I am only taking these few. Who dares to snatch them from me? Old Wu, quit the nonsense, Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. He is my soldier. No one is taking him away. What are you still standing there for? Wu Ziyuan looked at Changlei. Grab his bag and take him. Yes. Changlei was eager to step forward. Old Wu. Assistant Xie shouted anxiously. Stop, Gao Kun suddenly called out, striding over. Chang Lei's foot halted mid-step. Wu Ziyuan, Gao Kun said coldly. Qin Luo already has arrangements. You have enough soldiers? Just leave. Wu Ziyuan stubbornly retorted. Commander, what do you mean? I explicitly stated that I must take him. He is my soldier. Chang Lei nodded vigorously, pleading with Gao Kun. Gao Kun took a deep breath. I have said it. He already has arrangements. This is not something you can decide. No. Wu Ziyuan glared at Gao Kun, refusing to back down. Commander, I reiterate. This soldier is a must for me. Wu Ziyuan. Gao Kun raised his voice. Are you trying to provoke me? This is the military, not your home. You cannot just take whoever you want. Obey orders. Wu Ziyuan's neck bulged with veins. Fine, then I will forego the others and take him alone. Do you think this is a market for buying vegetables? Gao Kun fumed. Get out immediately, or I will discipline you. Wu Ziyuan held his head high. Commander, where else can be better than our reconnaissance battalion? He is a good soldier. If I don't take him back, he will be wasted. Gao Kun was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a vehicle approaching in the distance. The personnel had arrived. Gao Kun sighed. You can see for yourself whether they are better than the reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan immediately turned his head as a rugged vehicle roared towards him and came to a stop nearby. Shirle got out of the vehicle with a smile and approached Gao Kun. Saluting, Commander Gao, I am here to pick someone up. Comrade. Wu Ziyuan stared at him in disbelief. Which unit are you from? Shirlu smiled. You must be Team Leader Wu, right? I apologize, but I am from the 0451 unit. Sent here on a mission to pick someone up. 0451. Wu Ziyuan was left speechless. As a member of the reconnaissance battalion, he understood all too well what this designation represented. Compared to them, the reconnaissance battalion truly fell short. Team Leader Wu, we are not in the habit of taking people without consent. We have already consulted Comrade Qin Luo, and he is willing to come with me, Shirlu stated calmly. Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo in disbelief. You. He suddenly smiled bitterly. Your choice is wise. How many have fought tooth and nail to join them? There, indeed, is far better than our reconnaissance battalion. They will value you even more. You will definitely have a brighter future. Wu Ziyuan wanted to pat Qin Luo on the back, but his hand retracted halfway. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. I wish you smooth sailing. Take care. Wu Ziyuan nodded at Qin Luo, saying nothing more, and turned to walk towards Vehicle 11. Squad Leader. Qin Luo looked at Chang Lei with guilt. Chang Lei's eyes were red, yet he managed to smile. Qin Luo, the squad leader is right. Go and work hard. That is a place all our reconnaissance soldiers dream of going to. Don't overthink it. Your choice is correct. If it were me, I would choose the same. Chang Lei gave him a slight smile before turning and rushing towards Vehicle 11. Qin Luo watched their retreating figures and suddenly saluted with force. Squad leader, class leader, I will definitely work hard. Vehicle 11 slowly pulled away. Cheng Haonan and the others leaned over the back, shouting for Luo go. Soon, their vehicle exited the camp and vanished down the distant road. Let us go. Shirlu helped Qin Luo with his bag. We still have a long journey ahead. Let us grab something to eat first. Qin Luo gazed longingly at the road where Vehicle 11 had disappeared. Squad leader, class leader, Cheng Haonan and I will definitely thrive in the special forces. Chapter 43. Do not call me Qin Dong. Call me Uncle Qin. The rugged vehicle roared away from the training battalion. Qin Luo looked back. All the new recruits left joyfully, not a single one glancing back. Yet at this moment, Qin Luo felt a twinge of nostalgia for this place. Despite having longed to leave before, don't dwell on it, Shirlu said with a smile as he drove. The affiliated reconnaissance battalion is a good place, but it is not the best. We are the Tianlang. Every year, how many reconnaissance soldiers vie desperately to join us, yet only a few can make it. For a new recruit like you to have such an opportunity, even veterans would envy you. Qin Luo rolled down the window, feeling the cool breeze, watching the desolate yellow earth slopes rush past. Shirlu chuckled. Stop overthinking. This is the right choice. In the future, your comrades will take pride in you. Commander, may I ask a question? Qin Luo suddenly spoke. Go ahead. Qin Luo looked at him. Once I join the special forces, can I be sent back to my old unit? Shirlu looked at him in surprise. Of course. This is completely normal. In our Tianlang, no one is fixed in one place. If one day you cannot adapt or meet the requirements of a special soldier, you will naturally be sent back. What are you thinking? We Tianlang never keep idle people. A smile gradually spread across Qin Luo's face. If that's the case, then I am relieved. Hee hee. Shirlu twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. What do you mean by hee? Are you hoping to be sent back? At that moment, Qin Luo's worries dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. 1 month, just 1 month, and I can find an opportunity to leave. I will explain everything to them later. And if it doesn't work, I'll sincerely apologize. As long as my attitude is sincere, they will definitely understand. This way, I can accomplish my mission, earn rewards, and also get closer to Shen Xinyan. It's simply perfect. Qin Luo felt a surge of happiness. Shen Xinyan, you are a soldier, and I am a soldier too. Now we finally have a topic to discuss. Progress will surely be swift. He had begun to envision that upon encountering such an exceptional version of himself, Shen Xinyan would undoubtedly regret her previous treatment of him. Perhaps she might even take the initiative to embrace him. The more Qin Luo contemplated this, the more elated he became, breaking into a blissful smile. Shirlu, startled, nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. What on earth are you laughing at? This kid must have a screw loose, Commander, Qin Luo said with a cheerful glint in his eyes. Didn't you just mention taking me out for a meal? This is my first time in the Northwest. Could you recommend any good restaurants? After we eat, we can take a shower, and then perhaps sing some karaoke. Sounds perfect. Doesn't it? Rest assured, I'll cover all the expenses. No need for the army to foot the bill. Shirlu felt as though he might choke on his own blood. This kid appeared more and more like a idol, hardly resembling a good soldier at all. Report. Come in. Shen Xinyan pushed open the door to the office, only to be taken aback. Hu Fei had a mynah bird in the office. At tea that moment, he was bent over, feeding it while teaching it to curse. Shen Xinyan felt her worldview shattering. What on earth was he up to now? What's the matter? Hu Fei asked without turning around. Then grinned at the black mynah, lifting his chin. Say fool, come on. Shen Xinyan's eye twitched, and she took a deep breath. As per your request, I have conducted a final screening of the qualified soldiers. There are a total of 32 individuals, and the list is right here. She placed the documents on the table. Hu Fei pointed at the table, still grinning at the mynah. Come on, say fool. Shen Xinyan placed the files on the table. I'll be leaving now. Yes. Shen Xinyan shot him a bemused glance, but as she opened the door, she paused. What's wrong? Hu Fei asked, seemingly sensing her hesitation without looking back. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xinyan turned back. Chief of Staff, are you really planning to recruit that new soldier? Traditionally, we select outstanding veterans with over a year of experience from the grassroots units. The main recruitment targets are reconnaissance battalions or companies. We've never had a precedent for enlisting new recruits, no matter how outstanding their assessment scores may be. All right, I understand, Hu Fei interrupted. I have my own arrangements. You may leave now. But, Shen Xinyan hesitated. Hu Fei suddenly turned his head. With a teasing smile. What's the matter? Do you know this new soldier? A jolt ran through Shen Xinyan, but she maintained a serious demeanor. Chief of Staff, I'm merely adhering to protocol. Enough already, Hu Fei chuckled. Protocols are rigid, but people are not. Have you ever encountered such an extraordinary new recruit? His assessment scores surpass those of some veterans. That kid has great potential. Our Tianlang is always exceptional. As long as he possesses the capability, he can join us. Now, please leave. Yes. With a resigned salute, Shen Xinyan turned to exit. Once outside, she took several deep breaths, realizing she had nearly let something slip. Hu Fei's gaze seemed almost magical. She had merely said one extra word, and he had guessed her acquaintance with Qin Luo. This guy was terrifying, however. Shen Xinyan had also spoken the truth. She did harbor some prejudice against Qin Luo. After their last encounter, she had secretly investigated him, but the results were disappointing. Aside from his wealth, he was practically devoid of merit. Shen Xinyan was genuinely surprised that someone like him could enter the military. Perhaps this fellow had changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved the title of the top new recruit in the entire army in just 1 month. Nevertheless, she still felt a sense of anxiety and apprehension. She was uncertain how to face Qin Luo after his special recruitment. Should she act as if she didn't recognize him, avoiding him at all costs, or simply pretend nothing had happened? The more she pondered, the more disarrayed her thoughts became, even questioning whether this fellow had indeed joined the military with her in mind. Surely not, right? No one could be that ridiculous. She shook her head vigorously and quickened her pace. Just as she exited the building, a lieutenant rushed towards her. Advisor Shen, I was just looking for you. Is there something you need? Shen Xinyan inquired curiously. The lieutenant smiled. There's someone outside looking for you. It's an elderly gentleman who appears quite affluent. Shun Shinran paused, then shook her head. I don't recognize him. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. But the deputy battalion commander called and asked you to meet him. What? Shin Shinran halted abruptly. The deputy battalion commander wants me to go out and meet him? Yes, the lieutenant shrugged. I heard he's a patriotic businessman who frequently sends supplies to our battle zone and has a good relationship with us. So, Shin Shinran furrowed her brow. What could a businessman want with her? And how did he manage to establish ties with Tianlang? Who on earth was this individual? You should hurry. He's waiting outside, the lieutenant urged, enviously adding, he arrived in some luxurious car, quite an expensive one, I believe. It certainly makes a statement. Feeling somewhat helpless, Shun Shinran could only stride towards the exit, laden with doubts. Approaching the barracks, she spotted a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. A meticulously dressed middle-aged man stood beside the car with a courteous smile. Comrade, are you looking for me? Shin Shinran inquired, filled with suspicion. Wang Rifa scanned her from head to toe and nodded with a smile. The young master certainly has excellent taste. Indeed, you are quite beautiful and striking. No wonder, no wonder. Huh? Shin Shinran was momentarily taken aback. Hello, Miss Shin, I am Wang Rifa. Please, get in the car. Shin Shinran eyed him warily. Comrade Wang, I'm very busy. Could you please state your business directly? Wang Rifa opened the car door, smiling. Miss Shin, it's not I who seeks you out, but our master. There are matters that are inconvenient to discuss here. You should get in the car. We've already secured a half-day leave for you from the command post through Deputy Commander Luo. What do you think? Shun Shinran's eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this person to have connections that reached the command post? It was no wonder the Deputy Battalion Commander had asked her to come out and meet him. She fixed her gaze on him. Can you at least tell me what this is about? Wang Rifa maintained his polite smile. Once we arrive, you will naturally know. Shin Shinran glanced at him, then at the car, and with a sense of resignation, climbed inside. Drive. Wang Rifa gently closed the door and hurried to the passenger seat. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of the Junhua Hotel, the doorman respectfully opened the passenger door. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Rifa nodded slightly, then promptly rushed to open the door for Shan Shinran. As she stepped out of the car and gazed at the opulent hotel before her, she regarded Wang Rifa with increasing skepticism. Wang Rifa continued to wear a smile. Miss Shun, this way? Please. Shin Shinran nodded and followed him inside. Had it not been for the superior's orders, she would have wanted to leave immediately. But since she was there, she decided to see what they were up to. Upon entering the elevator, they ascended to the top floor. As the doors opened, 30 or so elegantly dressed, attractive waitstaff stood in 2 rows, collectively bowing and greeting her. Miss Shun, welcome to the Junhua Hotel. Shin Shinran was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a display. Although she had seen her fair share of grandeur during her missions, she had never encountered anything quite this lavish. This only heightened her curiosity regarding the identity of the master Wang Rifa had mentioned. Mr. Wang, Chairman Qin is waiting over there. A manager trotted over, nodding to Wang Rifa while smiling at Shin Shinran. Miss Shan, hello? You can call me Xiao Chan if you need anything. Don't hesitate to let me know. We will be at your service, miss, this way, please. Wang Rifa gestured for her to proceed. Having come this far, Shin Shinran decided to go along with it. Walking ahead, above them was an enormous rotating arc-shaped restaurant, where one could overlook the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior decor, while simpler than the opulence below, exuded a sense of ultimate luxury. At that moment, the restaurant was largely empty except for a single table placed by a massive window. A middle-aged man with silver-dyed hair stood beside it, beaming. You must be Shin Shinran, Miss Shin? Shin Shinran nodded politely. Qin Jiaqing appraised her with a nod. Indeed, indeed. Quite stunning, very remarkable. No wonder Xiao Luo has taken a liking to you. No wonder, no wonder. Shin Shinran felt her eye twitch involuntarily. What was wrong with these people, always whispering? Wang Rifa stepped forward to introduce. Miss Shun, allow me to introduce. This is our master, Qin Jiaqing. He is a highly respected patriotic entrepreneur and a close friend of many leaders in your battle zone. Chairman Qin, hello, Shin Shinran acknowledged with a nod. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Ah, little Shun, calling me that feels too formal. Just call me Uncle Qin. Tio introduce myself. I am Qin Luo's father. Huh? Shin Shinran was momentarily stunned. struggling to comprehend. Who? Qin Luo, the Qin of Qin Shi Huang, the Luo of Luo Bin Wang. What do you mean? You can't possibly not know who Qin Luo is. Qin Jiaqing was left utterly bewildered. His heart was filled with intense fury. That little brat, after all this time. No one even recognizes you. And you still rush to the military to chase after them? What a ridiculous pursuit. It's utterly futile. Chapter 44. Is 1 billion enough? If not, shall we add a bit more? Qin Jiaqing looked at Shen Xinran with a beaming smile. Do you remember now? Shen Xinran's body trembled slightly as she gazed at him in disbelief. It was incredibly difficult for her to associate Qin Luo with the middle-aged man before her. Although Qin Jiaqing wore a smile, an indescribable aura emanated from him, invoking a sense of respect. How could a patriotic entrepreneur, who donates so generously to the military every year, produce such a carefree son who only knows how to spend money? Is it a genetic mutation or a failure in education? Sir, shall we serve the dishes? Wang Rifa approached and inquired. Yes, please. Qin Jiaqing elegantly waved his hand. Have the head chef present the finest standards, the highest level. Certainly, sir, Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. After checking with Shen Xinran about any dietary restrictions, he turned to leave. Miss Shun, Qin Jiaqing adjusted his cashmere sweater and leaned against the soft chair back, saying, the executive chef here previously catered for state banquets. He is a true master of Huaiyang cuisine. Although he has now transitioned to Western cuisine, the flavors are unique, and I hope you will provide your feedback later. Please feel free to express any concerns. Shen Xinran felt a bit awkward. Chairman Qin? Please, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Shan or Comrade Shun. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. All right, I will call you Xiao Shan. And please, do not call me Chairman Qin. Just call me Uncle Qin, it sounds more affectionate. Ha ha da da. I think I'll still call you Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran offered a polite yet slightly awkward smile. Chairman Qin, I have some matters to attend to later. So let us get straight to the point. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand with a smile. No rush, let us eat first. We can discuss it later. Your matters can wait. I have already spoken with your superiors. Chairman Qin, Shen Xinran interrupted him. I truly have urgent matters to handle and need to be straightforward. Upon noticing the undeniable assertiveness in her brow, Qin Jiaqing nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Xiao Luo endures hardships to join the military. I understand now. Xiao Luo? Qin Luo? Shen Xinran's brows furrowed slightly. She could roughly guess what Qin Jiaqing was about to say. Chairman Qin. Qin Jiaqing raised his hand to interrupt. Xiao Shan, since you are so forthright, I will be direct as well. He crossed his fingers in front of him, smiling as he said, the main reason I invited you here today is to discuss your marriage with Qin Luo. Pooh! Shen Xinran nearly spat out her drink in shock, staring at Qin Jiaqing in utter disbelief. It seemed that Qin Jiaqing had anticipated her reaction, as he chuckled. To marry into a prestigious family like the Qin family is a dream for countless young women. It is only natural to be stunned when such an opportunity falls from the sky. Shen Xinran's jaw nearly dropped. Do you know what you're saying? What marriage? What wedding? I'm not even acquainted with your son. Not even a little, Chairman Qin. I believe there is a misunderstanding. I understand. Qin Jiaqing continued. Our Qin family is not a feudal relic. We would never resort to coercive practices of the old society. He spoke earnestly. Once you enter the Qin family, you become one of us. Suddenly, he extended a hand. What does this mean? Shen Xinran's eyes widened. 500 million. Qin Jiaqing stated generously, 500 million in cash as a betrothal gift, plus an additional 50 million in gold and jewelry and a seaside villa. You can choose any vehicle you like. Yachts and helicopters are also available. Bang! Shen Xinran slammed her palm on the table. Startling Qin Jiaqing. She suppressed her anger. Chairman Qin, I know. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand dismissively. 500 million is too little. Isn't it? Then let us add another hand. 1 billion. If you have children in the future, I will additionally reward you another billion and a private estate, plus 5% of the shares in the Shanghai Group, valued at 5 billion. What do you think? Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran's eyes blazed with fury as she stood abruptly. I respect you as a patriotic entrepreneur and admire your immense contributions to the military. But you should also learn to respect others. Not everything can be bought with money. Respect. Huh. Qin Jiaqing fell silent for 2 seconds before asking earnestly. Then, shall I add more? Shen Xinran was on the verge of exploding, clenching her fists as she glared at him. It's not about the money. I have no feelings for your son. I don't even know him at all. Qin Jiaqing paused. then suddenly burst into laughter. Such personality. No wonder Xiao Luo is willing to endure hardships for you. Shinran was left speechless. So it's true. That lunatic actually came to the military to chase after me, Chairman Qin. If you know, why didn't you stop him from enlisting? Why should I stop him? Qin Jiaqing chuckled. For an outstanding girl like you, it's worth it for him to endure some hardships. At least it shows he is sincere about you. Come, Xiao Xian, let us sit down and talk some more. If 1 billion is still not enough, I can add more. You can propose the terms? And I will accept. Shinran could no longer tolerate it and turned to leave. Hey. Xiao Xin, we haven't finished our conversation yet. Wait a moment. As Shinran reached the elevator, she suddenly halted, turning to glare at Qin Jiaqing. Do not call me Xiao Shan. Chairman Qin, we are not familiar. Either call me by my name or Comrade Shun. Also, starting today, do not come looking for me. And please tell your son to refrain from bothering me. I cannot afford such a high status. With that, she strode away. Qin Jiaqing stared blankly as she entered the elevator, sitting back down after a long while. Wang Rifa rushed over from the kitchen, glancing at the now empty chair, and asked in confusion. Sir, did Miss Shun? She left. Qin Jiaqing exhaled deeply. She has quite the temper. What are the women in the military thinking? With so much money, is she not the least bit tempted? Or perhaps is she trying to play hard to get with me? Wang Rifa smiled wryly. Sir, not everyone in this world loves money. Especially those who wear military or police uniforms. Wasn't he madam like that back then? Qin Jiaqing suddenly shot a glare at Wang Rifa, causing him to immediately shut up. Not everyone is like my wife. Qin Jiaqing gazed out the window, a gentle face appearing in his mind, and eventually sighed. Let it be. This path is unfeasible. Let us find another way for Xiao Luo. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. Yes? Yes, let us arrange a more manageable position for the young master. The subsequent matters will be left to him. Whether he can catch up depends on his own abilities. Qin Jiaqing sighed, rising. He may not return, but it can only be this way now. I just hope he doesn't suffer too much in the coming days. Squeak. The off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of a certain military camp. Shirlu nudged Qin Luo. Get down and wait. Huh? Qin Luo looked outside, bewildered. You're not taking me in? Shirlu shot him an exasperated glance. This place is not accessible to just anyone. I need to report first and bring back the approval. So troublesome? Qin Luo rolled his eyes, opening the door to get out. Whatever. He hadn't planned to stay in this lousy place for long anyway. As the door closed, the vehicle roared away into the camp. The black smoke spewed from the back of the vehicle made Qin Luo cough. He waved his hand vigorously. What a broken car. And it's a special forces vehicle too. The equipment is simply subpar. Comrade, please step back beyond the yellow line to wait. A guard suddenly shouted. Qin Luo looked down and realized he was standing exactly on the yellow line. He smiled and raised his head. Squad leader, I came to step back beyond the yellow line. The guard raised his voice, his tone now much more serious. Qin Luo's lips twitched as he reluctantly stepped back. What kind of place is this where I can't even stand on a line? Don't they know this young master is a genius specially recruited? They have no discernment. If I ever run into them again, I'll make them salute me every day. Suddenly, Qin Luo perked up. He turned his head to look down the road, which was empty. But just a few seconds later, an off-road vehicle drifted sharply onto the road. Speeding towards the camp, Qin Luo quickly stepped back, fearing he might get hit. Seems my super senses are still working. I can detect a vehicle approaching from so far away. The off-road vehicle zipped past him. But as it neared the camp entrance, it suddenly slammed to a halt, tires screeching smoke. Did it hit someone? Qin Luo turned in surprise. Just then, the off-road vehicle suddenly reversed, roaring back towards him. What the hell? Qin Luo grabbed his bag and jumped to the roadside. With a screech, the vehicle stopped right where he had just been standing, tires smoking again. Do you even know how to drive? Qin Luo shouted angrily at the off-road vehicle. If you can't drive, go back to driving school. Driving like this will get old people killed. Why? Suddenly, the window rolled down, and Qin Luo was left stunned. That exquisite visage, a countenance he could never forget even in his dreams, belonged to Shinran. Shinran fixed her gaze on him, her eyes sharp as daggers, emanating an unparalleled intensity. Shinran. A radiant smile blossomed on Qin Luo's face, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Surprised, aren't you? Happy, perhaps? Did you ever think I would actually find you? Your man possesses quite the prowess. Ha ha ha. Observing his unabashed self-satisfaction, Shinran felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, as if she had ingested 1,000 decaying flies. Such was her revulsion. Having recently endured humiliation at the hands of Qin Jiaqing, she was now confronted by this insufferable scoundrel upon her return. In the days since, she had nearly forced herself to forget the events of that fateful night. Yet, at this moment, seeing Qin Luo before her unleashed a torrent of memories, flooding her with emotions akin to a broken dam. You scoundrel, how did you come to know my name? Shinran pushed open the door and angrily leaped out of the vehicle. Chapter 45. You remain that profligate. As Shinran stormed toward him in a fit of rage, Qin Luo met her with an air of triumph. For me, discovering your name was exceedingly simple, he declared with a smug glance at her. I told you I would find you. So, how does it feel to see me? Surprising, unexpected, joyous. Shinran's unwavering gaze bore into him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Initially, she had hoped that Qin Luo, having secured the top spot among the new recruits, would exhibit some semblance of change, at least a departure from his former self. However, the events of today had thoroughly extinguished that notion. Qin Luo, Shinran exhaled deeply. Let me be clear. Maintain your distance from me. From today onward, no. From this very moment, the farther away you are from me, the better. With that, she pivoted sharply and strode purposefully toward her off-road vehicle without so much as a backward glance. Wait! Qin Luo hastily pursued her. Why do you insist on being so contradictory? We had an agreement. Once I found you. Silence. Shinran spun around, her eyes locking onto his with fierce intensity. When I made that statement, it was merely to evade your incessant pursuit. Nothing more. She articulated each word with deliberation. You saved my life, and I am genuinely grateful. You are indeed a good person. I can repay your kindness in any manner you desire. But let that night be a thing of the past. I do not wish to be entangled with you again, nor will I ever harbor feelings for you. Do you understand? She lowered her voice. That night, let us consider it a misunderstanding. I have already forgotten, and I hope you can do the same. Forget. A bitter smile flickered across Shinran's face. In truth, she had never forgotten, nor could she. After all, that was her first time, and Qin Luo was the first man in her life who had saved her. How could she possibly forget? This encounter with Qin Luo left her both astonished and elated. Astonished that he had truly joined the military, and elated by the significant changes he had undergone. She had even entertained various thoughts about their meeting. Yet, Qin Jiaqing's words had deeply wounded her, making her feel that Qin Luo remained just as he had always been. No. Qin Luo clenched his fists. I sacrificed over an hour of my life for you, nearly at the brink of death. And you expect me to act as if nothing ever transpired? He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I was once a wayward youth, someone you looked down upon. Fine, I accept that, but now, I stand as a soldier, one of exceptional caliber. He tilted his head slightly, pride radiating from him as he regarded Shinran. In the new recruit assessments, I achieved first place across the entire army, shattering a 20-year record. Even the military leaders commend me, declaring I am an exemplary soldier. This latest recruitment into the Tianlang Special Forces is proof that I am no longer the person I once was. I am now a king of soldiers, Shinran chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly. What are you laughing at? Qin Luo asked impatiently. If you doubt me, feel free to verify that I believe you. Shinran regarded Qin Luo intently. You are indeed impressive now, but you are not a true soldier. What do you mean? Qin Luo glared at her. Shinran replied calmly. Every individual who enlists does so with their own objectives. Some seek favorable employment after discharge, others aspire to remain in the service, and some are sent by their families out of concern for their safety. Regardless of their motivations, they ultimately become qualified soldiers. For they no longer dwell on their initial reasons for joining. Instead, they focus on the responsibilities they bear and the significance of their military uniform. But you are different. Shinran shook her head. Even though you are strong now, you are still fixated on your original purpose for enlisting. You merely wish to win me over, and then you will resign. Do you truly consider yourself a soldier? Recalling the scene where Qin Jiaqing had offered her a price, disappointment filled Shinran's gaze as she looked at Qin Luo. This uniform held a meaning for her that few could comprehend. It was a legacy. Do you think wealth is impressive? Shinran shook her head. You have no idea why I donned this uniform, nor do you understand that money is utterly insignificant compared to it. Qin Luo stared at her in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. She was right. At least half of his motivation for enlisting had been for Shinran, a sentiment that had not changed. As for the responsibilities of a soldier and the significance of the uniform, he had never contemplated them. Shinran's powerless smile lingered. You do not truly know me. We are fundamentally different people. Even if you wear this uniform, you remain that profligate young master. Shinran took 2 steps back, creating distance between herself and Qin Luo. So, please forget that night, go your own way. We are not suited for one another. Farewell. She cast one last deep glance at Qin Luo before turning toward the driver's seat. And tell your father not to seek me out again. Inform him that I am unworthy of you and cannot aspire to such heights. With a resounding slam, the car door closed and Shinran pressed the accelerator, the off-road vehicle speeding away into the compound. The guard at the entrance saluted, then cast a puzzled glance at Qin Luo, who stood outside, lost in thought. This young man knows Shan, the advisor? It appears they are quite familiar. However, it seemed they had just been embroiled in an argument. The soldiers whispered among themselves, while Qin Luo remained frozen in place. His mind echoing Shinran's words, he could not grasp why she had reacted so vehemently. What was the responsibility of a soldier, and what significance did the uniform hold? Clenching his fists, he found it impossible to comprehend at that moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shinran had mentioned Qin Jiaqing, indicating that his father had sought her out. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the absurdity. What a mess you've made. Old man, surely, you have bungled things up once again. No wonder she was so unreasonably angry with me. Why would you seek her out? I was on the verge of sorting things out, and now you've delayed everything. Ugh, with a sigh, Qin Luo believed that his father must have stirred up some trouble, leading Shinran to harbor biases against him. Yet, he was on the brink of joining the Tianlang's special forces. Surely his excellence would shine through, and winning her over should not be insurmountable. Hey, come here. As Qin Luo pondered these matters, a voice called out to him. He looked up to see Shirlu waving him over at the gate. Hastily, he grabbed his bag and sprinted toward him. Sign here, Shirlu instructed, pointing to a document. After Qin Luo signed, Shirlu exchanged pleasantries with the guard and led Qin Luo into the compound. Navigating a lengthy corridor and several office buildings, a vast training ground soon came into view, where rows of soldiers were engaged in a raucous training session. Qin Luo was instantly captivated. On one building, 3 soldiers suddenly leaped into the air, causing Qin Luo to gasp in shock. Just as they were about to touch the ground, the ropes behind them tightened, and they came to a steady halt. Mere inches from the earth, before he could exhale in relief, another training area showcased soldiers being thrown by their comrades. Qin Luo's mouth dropped open again, yet those soldiers landed safely and then charged at their teammates with knives in hand. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, startling Qin Luo into jumping. Turning his head, he beheld soldiers soaring through the air, ropes in tow, while explosions continued to reverberate below. Shirlu observed Qin Luo's wide-eyed astonishment with a smirk. You won't witness such training in conventional units. Only here will you see it. The people here know no fatigue, no pain. Each is an elite among elites. He patted Qin Luo on the back. You, my friend, are truly fortunate. You'll soon become one of us. Others will envy you immensely. Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. What is there to envy in this? It's exhausting beyond belief. The new recruit camp was far superior. He inhaled deeply, eager to escape. This place was perilously dangerous, not meant for human habitation. He had no desire to linger here. As for Shinran, he would seek another opportunity to win her over later. Before long, Shirla guided Qin Luo to a small building. They ascended to the 2nd floor and arrived at the door of an office, where Shirlu knocked firmly. Report. Come in. Shirlu pushed the door open and gestured for Qin Luo to enter. Qin Luo straightened his posture and saluted fervently to Hu Fei, who was turned away, playfully coaxing a bird. Good day, sir. Qin Luo reporting for duty. Fool, fool. Huh? Qin Luo's expression soured instantly. Why was he being insulted right upon his arrival? Not you, Hu Fei chuckled, turning around. I'm teaching this silly bird to speak. Qin Luo glanced at the black mina, a weary smile creeping across his face. These special forces are indeed a peculiar bunch. Close the door, Hu Fei called as he made his way to the desk. Yes. Shi Lu turned to shut the door, then stood at attention by the side. Shao sat down with a grin. Surveying Qin Luo from head to toe, To excel as the top recruit in a battalion's assessment and shatter a long-standing record is truly remarkable, Hu Fei remarked with a smile. Qin Luo puffed out his chest, replying, Thank you for the compliment. Sir, it has been a challenge. Hu Fei chuckled. Sha'll attend. He waved his hand, instructing, First, have him fill out a form and treat him to a good meal while we await the results. Understood. Shao promptly retrieved a form from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Fill it out and be thorough. Qin Luo accepted it but was momentarily taken aback by the words on the page. A psychological health assessment? You think I'm mentally unwell? Chapter 46. Are you kidding me? Shao quickly waved his hands. Not at all. You don't seem like you have any mental issues, haha. Qin Luo's lips twitched. Then why make me fill this out? Hu Fei replied matter-of-factly, it's just a form. Everyone joining Tianlang must complete it. Exactly, Shao nodded. I filled it out myself. With a hint of skepticism, Qin Luo took the pen. Fine. Shao clapped him on the back cheerfully. Just go with your first instinct. Don't overthink it. Once you're finished, we'll head to the mess hall. The meals here are up to pilot standards, something you won't find elsewhere. Leaning over the table, Qin Luo scrutinized the questions. Are you able to accept solitude? If faced with death during an earthquake, would you eat your dog that you've raised for 10 years? Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. What absurd questions were these? Was this truly a test of psychological stability? He sensed that the creators of these questions had issues themselves. Dismissing his thoughts, he swiftly completed the form. All done. Qin Luo handed it back to Sha'll. Great, let's go eat, Hu Fei beamed. I'll have an expert evaluate it. Come on, let's eat, Sha'll exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Qin Luo as they moved toward the door. Just as it closed, it swung open again, and a female officer approached Hu Fei with a stern expression. See? Hu Fei handed her the form. Be meticulous, don't make any mistakes. The female officer replied coldly, Chief of Staff, please trust in science. Hu Fei smiled bitterly. Qin Luo, I must admit, I do have a bit of fondness for you. So, how's the food? Not deceiving you, right? Shao picked at his teeth. Qin Luo nodded, curious, what are the next arrangements for me? Shao chuckled, be patient. Let's first see your assessment results. Qin Luo hesitated. What if the results are unfavorable? Not a big deal. You can fill it out again later. Shao laughed heartily. Qin Luo sighed in relief. He had come this far, and he must not falter now. Too much had transpired in the last few days, altering his mindset. Especially after Wu Zuan had praised him as a good soldier and following his encounter with Shan Xinran. He suddenly yearned to grasp what it meant to be a good soldier, and no more lounging about. Let this be the beginning. Qin Luo's gaze sharpened. At least I should serve for 2 years to understand what being a soldier truly entails. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Report. Come in. Shao swung the door open, pulling Qin Luo inside. Hu Fei looked at Qin Luo with a smile. So, how is the food here? Very good. Qin Luo affirmed. I'm glad you like it. Hu Fei chuckled. I'll have Shao take you to enjoy it for a couple more days, savoring the variety of our mess hall. Huh. Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Sir, what do you mean? Sha'll was also taken aback, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Hu Fei regarded Qin Luo for a moment before explaining. Well, here's the thing. Your assessment hasn't passed, so this year is a no-go. However, next year, you must return. I believe you will definitely succeed then. Qin Luo's mind buzzed, and he trembled with disbelief. Sir, that's not a joke. He glared at Hu Fei. Haven't I already joined the Tianlang Special Forces? I'm one of you now. He quickly pulled out the orders from his pocket and slammed them on Hu Fei's desk. Look, I'm already here. Why send me back? Are you toying with me? Hu Fei cleared his throat. Qin Luo, you see, that invitation, it's merely an invitation, not an official transfer order to Tianlang. You still need to pass the psychological assessment and undergo a 3-month selection process. Bang. Qin Luo slammed both hands on the table. If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have come. Are you deliberately messing with me? Qin Luo. Shao urgently pulled him back. Calm down, calm down. How can I not be agitated? Qin Luo shouted, eyes reddening. I promised my comrades I would join the reconnaissance battalion, and because of your invitation, I chose to come here. Now you want me to return. How am I supposed to face them? Shao exchanged a helpless look with Hu Fei. Who wore a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Qin Luo," Hu Fei said earnestly. "Our rules are the same for everyone." Qin Luo glared fiercely at him. "So a mere form dictates my fate? Those questions are the product of a lunatic? You trust that nonsense over my abilities?" Hu Fei sighed. "Qin Luo, that is not just any form. The questions within can assess whether you are a qualified soldier." Qin Luo froze, staring blankly at Hu Fei. "How can you keep saying that?" Hu Fei replied calmly. "We only select seasoned soldiers. Most people passed, I admit. I was too hasty this time. You performed exceptionally well, even surpassing some seasoned soldiers we selected. I insisted on inviting you against the consensus, thinking that if your military skills were so outstanding, your mindset would surely be in line as well." Hu Fei sighed. "I apologize, Qin Luo. I misjudged you. But rest assured," he said with a smile, "I believe you will pass the assessment next year, and you will undoubtedly excel in the subsequent selection. Qin Luo, we shall meet again at the pinnacle." Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. "Meet at the pinnacle? I'll smash your face." With a thought, his superhuman abilities surged forth. Hu Fei felt a sudden gust of wind and instinctively recoiled. However, Qin Luo was too close, and before he could brace himself, a punch landed on him. Bang! The fist struck Hu Fei's chest, causing him to stumble back 2 steps before halting. "What the hell?" Shile was startled and quickly shielded Hu Fei. "Qin Luo, have you lost your mind? You all are the ones who are insane." Qin Luo yelled, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I was just fine being a soldier, and now I can't stay in the special forces. Nor do I have the face to return to my old unit. Hitting you is a light punishment." "Qin Luo," Shao shouted, "your actions could lead to confinement or worse. It's fine." Hu Fei pushed Shile aside, offering a wry smile to Qin Luo. "It's my fault. I'm truly sorry. If you're still upset, feel free to hit me again." Qin Luo glared at him, but striking him now would serve no purpose. Images of Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and Cheng Haonan flooded his mind in the moment of parting from the recruit company. They had expressed their reluctance, but still wished him well. And what about him? If he were to return now, how would he face them? "If you have any concerns, I can help you resolve them," Hu Fei noted. Sensing Qin Luo's distress, "I'll explain the situation to your old unit. The responsibility lies with me. I won't let you face any difficulties." Qin Luo shot him a furious glare. "There's no need for that. Just stay out of it. Goodbye. No, never again." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed out. "Hey," Hu Fei called after him, "I genuinely invite you to come back next year. You'll definitely make it. Get lost. I'll never return." Qin Luo walked away without looking back. Watching Qin Luo leave in distress, Shao sidled up to Hu Fei. "Chief of Staff, that was really unkind of you. You have no idea how chaotic it was when I picked him up." Hu Fei chuckled bitterly. "I calculated several times. With his outstanding results, I assumed his mindset would surely pass. Otherwise, how could he endure so much hardship to come in first?" He sighed helplessly. "I miscalculated this time. It's my first failure. Why don't you hit me for him?" "So I feel better?" "No." Shao quickly waved his hand. "You can settle the score with me later. I can't handle this." With that, he turned and dashed out to catch up with Qin Luo. "Make sure he is taken care of," Hu Fei called after him. Once Shile's figure disappeared, Hu Fei turned to the window, muttering to himself, "Fool, you really are a fool." Standing by the window, Shin Shinran watched as the somewhat disheveled Qin Luo got into a vehicle. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Goodbye, Qin Luo. No, it's likely we shall never meet again. I hope that by the time you leave the service, you'll understand the essence of being a soldier. May these 2 years become the most beautiful memories of your life." Chapter 47. You want me to be an inspector? I'll put you all on the ground. In the conference room of the division headquarters, Qin Luo sat quietly. His emotions had settled into a profound calm. Hu Fei's recent blunder has utterly shattered his spirit. The initial purpose of joining the military has been completely cast aside. Whether it be the systematic tasks or his pursuit of Shin Shinran, all have become insignificant. In his lifetime, he has never been so manipulated by another. Now, even if he were to return, there remains the question of whether the reconnaissance battalion would still want him. And if they do, how could he possibly face Wu Ziyuan or confront Chang Lei and Cheng Haonan? Ultimately, he has abandoned the reconnaissance battalion in favor of Tianlang. Although both Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei wished him well in his pursuit of Tianlang, Qin Luo vividly recalls their expressions of disappointment on that date. At this thought, Qin Luo feels an intense urge to perish alongside Hu Fei. Clenching his fists, he mutters, "Hu Fei, "You foolish idiot, you have ruined me. I am now left with nowhere to go." Taking a deep breath, his mind suddenly drifts to Shinran. He recalls her impassioned demeanor at that moment, realizing that he may have indeed hurt her, leading her to misunderstand him. What is going on with her? Qin Luo inhales deeply. Never mind. He gazes up at the ceiling, quickly coming to a resolution. He must return to the reconnaissance battalion, to rise once more from where he has fallen. He intends to apologize to the company commander, as well as to Chang Lei and Chang Haonan. Even if it means getting beaten up by them, he is determined to stay. Shinran's words and the damned form from Tianlang stoke his competitive spirit. Before enlisting, who would dare to deny him, the super-rich second generation? Whatever he did, everyone praised him as the best. But now, everyone claims he is not a true soldier, and he is resolved to prove them wrong. Especially Hu Fei and Tianlang. Clenching his fists, he declares, "Hu Fei, just wait, I will ensure you understand that form is nothing but nonsense. Today, you have missed out on the finest soldier." Suddenly, the door swings open, and Shirlu strides in. Qin Luo casts a cold glare his way, his eyes ablaze with anger. Shirlu forces a smile. "Don't look at me like that. It wasn't me who wanted to drive you away. Nor was it our chief of staff. It was that form. It's science, my foot." Qin Luo leaps to his feet. "A mere form can dictate life and death. I will show you how absurdly wrong you are. You have missed out on a once-in-a-century soldier." Ift. Ha ha ha. Shirlu bursts into laughter, nearly in tears. Qin Luo glares at him, annoyed. "What's so funny? Do you think I'm bragging?" Shirlu covers his mouth and nods vigorously. "Isn't that the case? Ha ha ha. Little Qin, you are the most boastful recruit I have ever met, and you don't even blush while doing it. So righteous. Ha ha ha." Qin Luo's eyelids twitch violently, seeing his grim expression. Shirlu quickly suppresses his laughter. "Ambition is commendable. You seem to be over it now, which is good. However, you must remain grounded moving forward." Shirlu pats Qin Luo on the back. "Our Tianlang is the finest in the entire military district. Each member is a king among soldiers. Even if you become the best in your battalion, it doesn't guarantee entry here." He smiles slightly. "We demand comprehensive qualities. One individual should be capable of leading a platoon. You still have a long way to go, so refrain from grandstanding, at least until you've achieved success. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock." Qin Luo stares blankly at him, while Shirlu beams, genuinely guiding him without a hint of mockery. "Thank you." Qin Luo nods in appreciation. Shirlu smiles gently. "It's nothing that I brought you here, and now I'm sending you off to be honest. If it were an old soldier, I wouldn't be worried. But you are a recruit, and I fear this setback might ruin you. I don't know if you are a once-in-a-century talent, but you are certainly talented. Seeing your renewed fighting spirit puts me at ease." Qin Luo sincerely shakes his hand. "Sir, I truly appreciate your words. I promise that when we meet next time, I will be a different person." They exchange a knowing glance and burst into laughter. "I am leaving. Now it's up to your division to make arrangements. Safe travels, sir." Though Qin Luo did not join Tianlang, Shirlu remains confident in him, because what cannot break him will ultimately make him stronger. Although he is part of Tianlang, he secretly looks forward to seeing Qin Luo impress everyone in Tianlang one day. After all, he is still young and enjoys a good spectacle. In the division commander's office, Qi Shengli paces back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, frowning. Zheng Wei, seated on the sofa with a smile, observes him intently. "Old Qi, you've been pacing for ages. Why not settle on a plan?" Qi Shengli abruptly halts, a troubled expression on his face. "How can I devise a plan? This kid chose to join Tianlang, rejecting the division's reconnaissance battalion, and has already incurred the wrath of many. This matter has spread throughout the division. Which regiment or company dares to take him now? What do you expect me to arrange?" Zheng Wei chuckles wryly. Recruiting for special forces is a common occurrence. In previous years, several individuals have joined the special forces, but they were all seasoned soldiers. Never has a recruit been specially selected right after entering a company. Although special forces are indeed superior to reconnaissance battalions, joining them is still a legitimate choice. However, the military also values relationships. No one would obstruct your entry, but returning is a different matter entirely. The reconnaissance battalion has its own pride. It's not as simple as coming and going as one pleases. If they refuse you, which other company would dare accept you? Even if Qin Luo is exceptional, it would all be in vain. They could indeed forcibly assign him, but they must also consider everyone's feelings and sentiments. If all else fails, Zheng Wei ponders before continuing, you might as well arrange for him to become a civil servant in the division, serving tea and sweeping floors. 2 years will pass in no time. Didn't his father also reach out to you, wanting a more relaxed position for him? Qi Shengli sinks into his seat with a bitter expression. I would like to arrange that, but this kid is the best new recruit in the entire military. To have him serving tea and running errands would be a waste of talent. I can't accept that. Zheng Wei shrugs. Then what do you propose? Simply assign him to any regiment. Let the company commanders deal with the headache. That won't do. Qi Shengli jumps up, agitatedly pacing. Aren't you asking them to? Suddenly, the phone on the table rings. Zheng Wei gestures for him to answer, and Qi Shengli, annoyed, picks up the receiver. Hello? Who is it? The next moment, he straightens his posture. I apologize, Chief of Staff, I had no idea it was you. Earlier, I ate something spicy and my temper flared. Yes, yes, yes. Qi Shengli nods repeatedly. What? His brow furrows deeply, his mouth agape, as Zheng Wei leans in closer. Yes, yes, understood, I will execute the orders. After hanging up, Zheng Wei anxiously inquires, what happened? What is going on? Qi Shengli sighs. The special forces returned that kid and reported to the military. They have made arrangements for him. Zheng Wei's eyes widen. The military is personally taking care of it. Is it because of his father's connections? Qi Shengli smiles wryly. Qin Jiaqing is acquainted with our military commander. Not only has he donated to our division, but he has contributed even more to the military. He is quite the benefactor, and a particularly influential one at that. Zheng Wei nods enviously. Having a good father is indeed a blessing. Let us go find that kid. Qi Shengli strides purposefully toward the exit. Creaking, the door swings open again. Qin Luo, lost in thought, quickly stands when he sees the division commander and Zheng Wei enter. Good day, sir? He salutes vigorously. Qi Shengli approaches him. Exhaling deeply, I'm sorry, Commander, I've brought shame to the division. Qin Luo solemnly states, please punish me, Commander. There's nothing to punish you for. Qi Shengli reassures him, patting his shoulder. Being sent back by the special forces is not something to be ashamed of. Each year, we have seasoned soldiers selected by them, and most are returned. Everyone continues to serve just fine. Commander. Qin Luo's eyes well with tears. Please allow me to return to my old unit. I will apologize to our company commander and will surely be a good soldier. I will rise from where I fell. Qi Shengli and Zheng Wei exchange glances, taken aback. They had underestimated Qin Luo. If it were any other soldier, who would dare return, or have the face to do so? But Qin Luo possesses a certain resilience, confronting his mistakes head-on. Qi Shengli waves his hand dismissively. All right, don't think about going back. Arrangements have already been made for you. Qin Luo's face falls in disappointment. Then to which regiment or company am I assigned? Commander, do I still have a chance to join the division's reconnaissance battalion? Qi Shengli smiles slightly. You want to be assigned to any regiment or company. And as for the division's reconnaissance battalion, well, you can forget about that. The military has issued orders for you to report to the garrison command. Qin Luo looks utterly bewildered. The garrison command? What kind of place is this? In the evening, within the confines of a dormitory, Qin Luo sat on a stool, cradling a white steel helmet inscribed with the large characters for inspection. He stared blankly at the helmet, a twinge of emotion flickering at the corners of his eyes. Qin Luo, Qi Shengli said with a smile, standing across from him, just do your best here. Although you're no longer in the frontline unit, your role in inspection is equally significant. The discipline and demeanor of the entire army depend on your supervision. Your contribution is of great importance, Commander. Qin Luo sprang to his feet, looking at him with a sense of grievance. But Qi Shengli waved his hand dismissively, still smiling. Don't think about returning. Isn't it just fine here? It saves you from seeing Wu Yuan's sour face. Rest assured, even if he finds out you're here, he wouldn't dare to trouble you. Inspections are feared within the army. People are wary of them. Just do your job well, and you can still become an excellent soldier here. Work hard. I'm off now. Commander, Qi Shengli grinned at him, turning away without looking back. Qin Luo stood at the doorway, staring blankly as he receded into the distance, gripping the helmet ever tighter. Damn it. He had intended to work hard, to return and slap Hu face, but now he had been assigned to inspections. The work of inspections primarily involves monitoring the troops, not engaging in combat, which means there's hardly any training. Without training, how could he improve his skills and return to the battlefield? Qin Luo glanced at the white helmet in his hand and then at Qi Xingli's departing vehicle, fire igniting in his eyes. So, they want me to do inspections? Fine. I shall make them regret it. I will not let you off easily. Chapter 48. The Tri-Services Inspection Team. We are the best. The main points of discipline. First, adhere to political discipline. Second, uphold organizational discipline, practicing democratic centralism, obeying the organization, and resolutely safeguarding. Third, observe combat discipline, obeying orders, following commands, and fighting valiantly. Commands must be executed, prohibitions must be heeded. Seventh, maintain integrity, conduct clean work, and lead a respectable life. 10th. All right. The inspection squad leader, Yuan Hong, interrupted Qin Luo while wiping the cold sweat off his brow. Squad leader, Qin Luo said, fixing his serious gaze on Yuan Hong. I can recite it backwards, would you like to hear? With a thud, Yuan Hong's manual dropped to the ground, followed closely by his jaw. He swallowed hard, a bitter smile on his face. Damn it, does this kid have such a good memory? He can recite it perfectly after just 2 hours? Squad leader, Qin Luo insisted, his gaze fixed on Yuan Hong. Can I go on duty now? He was growing increasingly impatient. Yuan Hong assessed Qin Luo from head to toe, initially wanting him to familiarize himself for a few more days. But seeing that he was already more familiar with the regulations than himself, and his military bearing was even more imposing, there was no reason not to let him go on duty. Moreover, he was personally recommended by the commander of Sea Army. Yuan Hong cleared his throat and said earnestly, Shaoqin, very well. You've memorized it nicely. Let us aim for tomorrow. You'll be in my group, and I'll guide you myself. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo saluted excitedly. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile, however. Before you go on duty, I still need to explain our responsibilities to you. With a proud expression, Yuan Hong declared, inspections are divided into 3 types. One is internal, primarily checking the grassroots officers and soldiers. One is external, mainly examining military vehicles and personnel going out, and we are the 3rd type. The most formidable. Yuan Hong's head rose high as he proclaimed, we are known as the Tri-Services Inspection Team, officially referred to as the joint inspection of the 3 armies. Qin Luo's eyes widened. That name sounds impressive. Our authority is even more formidable, Yuan Hong boasted, patting himself on the shoulder. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a 3rd-class non-commissioned officer. Even generals would tread carefully in my presence. Really? Qin Luo was thrilled. Qi Xingli is merely a colonel. If Yuan Hong can make generals wary, then surely he can instill fear in Qi Xingli. With that thought, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Do you think the squad leader is boasting? Yuan Hong glared at him. Let me tell you, the most remarkable aspect of our Tri-Services Inspection Team is that regardless of who we encounter, our rank is immediately elevated by 1 level. Above the rank of commander, we have no authority. However, from the deputy commander downwards, we have the power to oversee. Qin Luo excitedly asked, can we oversee a division commander? Yuan Hong scoffed dismissively. Of course we can, as long as he violates discipline. You can make him stand by the roadside and recite the regulations. Really? Qin Luo was now fired up. There won't be any repercussions? Right? Yuan Hong confidently snorted. This is the authority granted to us by our superiors. If he dares to retaliate, he is asking for trouble. He slapped Qin Luo on the chest. Who would dare to cause you trouble? The squad leader has your back. Dealing with a division commander is a piece of cake. We are the most formidable unit in the entire army. A wicked smile spread across Qin Luo's face. With Yuan Hong's words, he felt empowered. Now, he could act with boldness. They think they can confine him to inspections and prevent his return to his old unit? Fine. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Then I shall be the most upright and outstanding inspector. I must ensure Qi Xingli and the others are entertained. By the way, squad leader, Qin Luo tentatively inquired, can we go to Sea Army? Yuan Hong glanced at him and suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. I know what you're thinking. You want to return to Sea Army and show off, right? Perhaps settle some old scores along the way. Qin Luo quickly waved his hands. Squad leader, I absolutely do not have such thoughts. I thought that's precisely the right mindset. Yuan Hong clapped him on the shoulder. Huh? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Yuan Hong chuckled. As inspectors, we must be impartial. Even if we encounter acquaintances, if they breach discipline, we cannot show any leniency. He regarded Qin Luo with admiration. Many newcomers find it hard to enforce the rules, so our usual approach is to start with acquaintances. If you can handle your friends, you'll be able to withstand any pressure from anyone in the future. Qin Luo felt embarrassed. When it comes to toughness, you guys are the real deal. It's truly unfortunate to be your acquaintance. But you need not worry, Yuan Hong said slyly. If you find yourself unable to stay in the unit in the future, you'll be discharged earlier than the other soldiers. Even if they want to seek revenge, they won't be able to find you. So just act boldly, maintain the discipline of the troops. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He had already concluded that these guys were particularly cunning. Tomorrow, I will take you to Sea Army and let you show off. Yuan Hong patted Qin Luo. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo excitedly saluted. The thought of walking confidently around Sea Army filled him with anticipation. The next morning, Qin Luo meticulously arranged his uniform in front of the military mirror. Looking at his tall and handsome reflection, he smirked with a devilish smile. You want to let me return, but you want me to do inspections, huh? Fine. I hope none of you cross my path. Qin Luo, let's go. Coming. Qin Luo adjusted his cap and strode purposefully outside. Several open-top off-road vehicles were lined up neatly, and the soldiers from various squads rushed towards their respective vehicles. Drive. Yuan Hong commanded, and the off-road vehicles roared out. Upon reaching the entrance of the garrison command, the vehicles immediately dispersed towards different barracks. Stop! Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, and the driver slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, Yuan Hong leapt out. Comrades, halt! Qin Luo turned to see 3 lieutenants casually eating as they walked. When they spotted the inspectors approaching, they immediately stood at attention, terrified. Wow, they really are that imposing. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled. During his training, even a mere second lieutenant could make the recruits tremble, yet now, these lieutenants were quaking in front of the inspectors. Now you know our power, don't you? An experienced soldier chuckled, patting him on the back. Come, watch how we handle this. Okay. Qin Luo nodded with a grin, promptly following them out of the vehicle. We're sorry. We won't do it again next time. One lieutenant pleaded with Yuan Hong. Comrade, please give us a chance. Yuan Hong looked at their identification with a serious face and replied without lifting his gaze. If you were soldiers, I would certainly give you a chance. But you are administrative personnel. Did you not see how you just behaved? 3 in formation and 2 in line, and you still didn't know? Eating while walking, with such a large breach of discipline. Yuan Hong raised his head and coldly stared at them. This is already the entrance of the administrative office. How can you expect me to give you a chance? Another lieutenant hurriedly took out a cigarette. But Yuan Hong boldly waved his hand to refuse. Comrades, we truly know our mistakes. We won't do it again next time. Please, at least don't report it. Otherwise, yes, comrade, please give us one more chance. The 3 lieutenants pleaded. Yuan Hong sighed. All right, I won't report it, but you must stand here and recite the regulations for half an hour. Fine, no problem. The 3 lieutenants immediately stood tall, like recruits. Qin Luo watched, his eyes wide. Wow, the Tri-Services inspection team is truly impressive. The squad leader wasn't lying. A blooming smile spread across his face. He now felt emboldened. When he returned to his old unit later, he must showcase his skills. Qin Luo turned his head to see a vehicle halted on the road. Shi Lu leaned out of the car window, a look of astonishment on his face. Is it really you? Qin Luo was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Shi Lu here. He quickly approached and saluted. Sir, no need for formality, Shi Lu replied with a jovial smile as he exited the vehicle, eyeing Qin Luo up and down. Didn't I send you back to your old unit? What brings you here as a patrol officer? Qin Luo sighed helplessly. It's a long story. Noticing the disappointment etched across his face, Shi Lu patted his shoulder. You've really had a stroke of bad luck. Not only can you not return to your old unit, but now you're a patrol officer as well. To be honest, I usually can't stand seeing you fellows in white hats. Just the sight of you gets me riled up. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and his smile gradually faded. Shi Lu, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, chuckled as he remarked, You actually look quite the part in that hat. All prim and proper, like a big turtle. However, I must warn you, people in your line of work are both despised and feared. Be cautious, especially when walking alone at night. Otherwise, you might find yourself knocked out or even tossed into a toilet. Ha ha ha! The smile had completely vanished from Qin Luo's face, his eyes twitching with agitation. This guy really knows how to strike a nerve. All right, I'm off, Shi Lu said cheerfully. You keep up the good work. It's reassuring to have you around. If I ever breach any regulations, you'll let me off, right? As Shirlu turned to get back into the car, he found the door wouldn't close. He glanced back to see Qin Luo gripping the car door tightly. What's wrong? Shirlu asked, bewildered. Get out of the car, Qin Luo growled. Show me your identification. What? Shirley's eyes widened, then a grin spread across his face. Hey, don't joke around. I have matters to attend to. Get out, Qin Luo shouted. Show me your ID and stand over here. This is your first warning. Get out immediately. Shirlu looked completely flabbergasted, while Yuan Hong and others nearby turned to look. Who is he stopping? Yuan Hong squinted in their direction. Looks like a special forces soldier, one soldier remarked. What the hell? Yuan Hong nearly jumped, his hat almost falling off. Is this kid out of his mind? I was just bragging, and he actually believes it. Chapter 49. Qin Luo's frenzy. Shut off your engine, get out, stand straight, and show me your identification. Qin Luo raised his voice. Hey, I'm Shirlu. We old friends. Shirlu forced a smile. Stop joking. I have urgent matters. Qin Luo promptly pulled out his camera and began taking pictures. Hey, what are you doing? Shirlu hastily covered his face. What is going on, Qin? What happened? Yuan Hong rushed over, placing himself between the two. He smiled at Shirlu. Sir, it's all good. Let us go. Shirlu, still shaken, nodded and prepared to get back into the car. But Qin Luo's hand pressed firmly against the door. You can't leave. Shirlu looked to Yuan Hong for help. Yuan Hong lowered his voice. Don't overdo it. He is from the Special Forces. He has privileges in the combat zone. Squad leader, Qin Luo stated solemnly, you mentioned yesterday that anyone below the rank of major can be checked, regardless of their unit. Besides, he is just a major. Look at him. His shirt is unbuttoned, his cap is off, and his vehicle is parked in the middle of the road. Also, his license plate is covered in mud, which raises suspicions of deliberately obscuring it. As a patrol officer, I must address this. Yuan Hong was stunned. This was indeed what he had said yesterday, but it had been mere boasting. One must consider personal relationships and be flexible. Checking lower-ranked soldiers is one thing, but confronting high-ranking officers? Squad leader, I've already taken a picture and recorded it in my notebook. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong was utterly bewildered. Patrol work cannot be altered or destroyed. The photographs are on film and cannot be deleted. If he let the man go now, he would face disciplinary action upon returning. Yuan Hong helplessly shrugged at Shirlu, indicating he was powerless in this situation. Damn, is this really being recorded? I have urgent business. Shirlu exclaimed in frustration. Please cooperate with my work immediately, or I have the authority to detain you. At that moment, Qin Luo resembled a cold-faced enforcer devoid of emotion. Shirlu, at a loss for words, could only comply, turning to hand his identification to Qin Luo. Qin Luo snorted, stand straight. Don't you know how to assume a military posture? Shirlu's lips twitched. You little rascal, fine. I even considered you a friend. Cozying up to a patrol officer won't do you any good. As he spoke, Qin Luo recorded the details in his notebook. Shirley's eyes nearly bulged out, incredulous that this was being noted down. Yuan Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Well, this is just fantastic. Now we've offended the Special Forces. With a screech, the off-road vehicle halted in the Sea Army's camp. All patrol officers promptly disembarked, and the surrounding officers and soldiers quickly stood at attention, some discreetly turning away to adjust their uniforms. Squad leader, we're heading this way. Squad leader, we're going over there. Squad leader. Yuan Hong nodded, and the entire group dispersed in various directions. Squad leader, are we going to the A Division? Qin Luo asked eagerly. Yuan Hong looked at him, his cheeks twitching in irritation. I must remind you, if you encounter any officer of colonel rank or above violating regulations, you need to inform me first. Also, you must consult with me on the penalties. We can't have someone standing at the entrance for 2 hours like earlier. He is from the Special Forces. What if he truly has an urgent task? Qin Luo chuckled. Squad leader, I'm following the regulations to the letter. You said yesterday that patrols must not show favoritism. We must be as impartial as Judge Ba. Yuan Hong nearly collapsed. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Why did he even brag to this kid? He is so stubborn. Yuan Hong took a deep breath, feeling defeated. All right, you're not wrong according to regulations. But take it easy, just take it easy, yes. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Why now? Yuan Hong felt a bit guilty, but since they were already here, There was no turning back. He could only lead Qin Luo toward the A Division. As they walked from one camp to another, Qin Luo consistently identified issues. His heightened senses were in full effect. Even without using his eyes, he could perceive everything within a 50-meter radius. Who had poor military attire, who wasn't marching in formation, or who had violated discipline, as long as one entered Qin Luo's perceptual range. He could detect them in advance, even through walls. Over the course of the morning, they checked 19 groups of people, on the playground, along the paths, by the flower beds. Officers in violation were everywhere, standing in punishment. Yuan Hong struggled to keep pace with Qin Luo, panting heavily. After so many years of being a patrol officer, today was the most exhausting. They had covered more ground in a single morning than he usually did in a day. Even more astonishing for Yuan Hong was that often, despite being the seasoned officer, he failed to notice infractions, while Qin Luo seemed to catch every single one with uncanny precision. The most alarming part was that Qin Luo primarily reprimanded soldiers with educational guidance while directly punishing officers. It was like he was courting disaster. "Oh, isn't that Qin Luo, the top rookie of the entire army?" A voice suddenly rang out, causing Qin Luo and Yuan Hong to stop and turn. An officer with the rank of captain approached with a grin, hands behind his back. Qin Luo recognized him immediately as Zhao Tian, the captain of the 6th Company from the initial recruit training regiment. They both saluted, and Zhao Tian returned the gesture. He scrutinized Qin Luo, a mocking expression on his face. "You certainly stole the spotlight during the recruit assessment. I heard the higher-ups in the army appreciate you. What is this? Aren't you supposed to be in the special forces? Why are you here, playing the role of a patrol officer?" Zhao Tian smiled broadly. "Qin Luo, did the special forces reject you and kick you out? You deserve it. With all your talents, you're still just a patrol officer." He snorted dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Luo before walking away with his hands still behind his back. Yuan Hong, concerned, nudged Qin Luo. "Hey, are you all right? Don't take it to heart." The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently as he suddenly turned around. "Stop right there." Zhao Tian looked back, surprised. "What's the matter? Are you looking to find fault with me? I just checked myself. You won't find any mistakes." Yuan Hong, standing nearby, nodded at Qin Luo. "He*s in the clear. Don't act rashly." Qin Luo strode over, fixing a serious gaze on Zhao Tian. "Comrade, which regulation allows you to walk around the camp with your hands behind your back?" Zhao Tian's face paled instantly, his hands flying to his sides, pressing against his pants seams. But Qin Luo had already pulled out his notebook. "Stand straight. Show me your identification." Zhao Tian's eyes twitched as he contemplated cursing him out for his audacity. But he never expected to be caught in a violation. "Qin Luo, is this really necessary? After all, identification." Qin Luo extended his hand. Yuan Hong sighed in resignation. "Just show him your ID. He has already noted it down." "Uncooperative, you are aware of the consequences." Zhao Tian, feeling helpless, could only produce his identification and hand it over. Qin Luo swiftly recorded the details and coldly gazed at him. "As the squad leader, do you not comprehend the most fundamental responsibilities? Stand here for half an hour and diligently memorize the regulations." Yuan Hong observed Zhao Tian, whose face had turned pale with anger, and could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow had already apprehended several lieutenant colonels throughout the morning. Why provoke him unnecessarily? In the afternoon, within the commanding officer's office, the phone suddenly rang. Qi Shengli set down the documents in his hands and answered the call. "Hello. This is Qi Shengli, Commander. That Qin Luo has returned." "Ah?" Qi Shengli was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a broad smile. "Isn't that lad supposed to be at the security command as a patrol officer? Has he come home to visit?" "Visit?" On the other end, Gao Kun exclaimed in a state of urgency. "This fellow has already apprehended over 30 groups of individuals since this morning. From deputy battalion commanders to ordinary soldiers. No one has escaped his grasp." "What?" Qi Shengli sprang to his feet, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "What is this fellow up to? This is his old unit, his home. So why is he arresting people here? And in such large numbers?" Gao Kun smiled wryly. "Commander, this lad clearly harbors a great deal of resentment. You sent him to be a patrol officer and did not allow him to return to his old unit. Now he has come to create trouble. Is it my fault for not allowing him to return?" Qi Shengli was on the verge of exploding with fury. It was evidently a military arrangement. What did it have to do with him? "In any case, Commander, you ought to be especially cautious. Gao Kun awkwardly remarked. This fellow is as stern as a judge, akin to a living Yama. He apprehends anyone who violates the regulations, regardless of rank. If you happen to be caught by him and made to stand by the roadside for an hour, that would be quite he dares. Qi Shengli slammed his palm on the table. How dare he challenge me? I am the commander, and he is merely a soldier from our ranks. Gao Kun couldn't help but chuckle. My dear commander, do not forget that he is from the military inspection office, and technically, even a division commander can be investigated by him. Moreover, he reports directly to the military district. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. This lad is on a rampage, apprehending people everywhere. After hanging up the phone, Qi Shengli's eyelids continued to twitch. He never imagined that Qin Luo would pull such a stunt. What is the military thinking? They could have just assigned him to the logistics base to tend to pigs. Why make him a patrol officer? Qi Shengli sighed in resignation. Well, let us just avoid this fellow for now. As evening approached, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the camp. Various units sounded their meal calls. Yuan Hong, panting and dripping with sweat, looked at Qin Luo. All right, Qin Luo, that's enough for today. Let us head back. It's time for a shift change, squad leader. Qin Luo smiled at him. It's mealtime. Let us grab a bite to eat before we leave. Yuan Hong's eyes widened. You want to eat at their mess hall? Are you not afraid of getting beaten up? Do you not realize how many people you have apprehended today? Qin Luo grinned at him. Squad leader, we are the most esteemed in the entire army. With this hat and insignia we wear, we shall be respected wherever we go, especially alongside you. Who would dare to cast us a disdainful glance? We would immediately deal with them. Besides, you are an old patrol officer. Who wouldn't he show you some respect? Hearing Qin Luo's words, Yuan Hong felt a rush of confidence. Although he had boasted a great deal with Qin Luo the previous night, much of it was indeed true. The power of a patrol officer is substantial, and the army's reputation for being fearsome is not without reason. Coupled with the prestige he felt in a division today, Yuan Hong felt a sense of small pride. Fine. I am indeed hungry. Let us eat here before heading back. All right, squad leader, let us go. The two of them walked cheerfully towards the nearest mess hall. Qin Luo's eyes darted towards the nearby area. A mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. It has been a day since I last saw anyone from the headquarters. Surely they have tea all hidden away? However, once we change shifts, they should be coming out, right? Chapter 50. Who authorized him to be a patrol officer? This dish, and that dish too, and also this one. Yuan Hong pointed at the food trays, while the cook serving the dishes shot him a sidelong glance. His serving spoon trembling as though afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Despite his best efforts, only 2 morsels made it into Yuan Hong's bowl. He glanced around anxiously, from the squad leader down to the ordinary soldiers. Everyone was casting sidelong glances at him. He regretted listening to Qin Luo's suggestion to come here for a meal. It felt as though the entire mess hall was regarding him as if he were a sworn enemy. Yuan Hong dared not linger and quickly found a corner to sit down. Where is Qin Luo? Curiously, he scanned the area. That boy had clearly finished serving first. Where could he have gone? Meanwhile, in a small grove beside the headquarters building, Qin Luo crouched behind a tree, intently observing the headquarters. I suppose this could be considered entrapment, but he quickly shook his head, knowing he was merely fulfilling his duty. If they had nothing to hide, they wouldn't fear his presence. Suddenly, Qin Luo instinctively turned to look towards the reconnaissance unit adjacent to the headquarters. He longed to approach, but dressed in this uniform, how could he face Cheng Lei and Cheng Haonan? With a resigned sigh, Qin Luo's gaze turned fierce as he looked towards the headquarters. I only wish to return, yet you compel me to be a patrol officer. Very well, I shall stand my ground against you. At that moment, his heightened senses picked up a signal, prompting him to quickly turn his head. He saw Qi Shengli and 2 officers walking out of the headquarters with smiles on their faces. The lad has returned, right? Qi Shengli grinned as he glanced outside the headquarters. He has returned. He has returned. A lieutenant colonel beside him nodded. They changed shifts at 5 o'clock. A different batch will take over in the evening. Qi Shengli exhaled a long breath. As long as Qin Luo was not present, no one else would come to trouble him. Commander, why are you so afraid of that lad? He is merely a rookie. Qi Shengli glared at him fiercely. Who said I am afraid of him? Am I, the esteemed commander, to be intimidated by a rookie? I was simply busy during the day. The 2 officers nodded vigorously, stifling their laughter. Who doesn't he know what you were thinking? The entire division is aware of Qin Luo, this reckless young man. Relying on his status as a military inspector, he fears no one, and is even less concerned about potential retribution afterward. After all, he is due to be discharged early. The key is that his inspections are justified and well-founded. His discerning eye leaves no room for rebuttal, and everyone fears being caught by him. This lad shows mercy only to soldiers, while officers receive no leniency, facing severe penalties. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Let us go, time for dinner, Qi Shengli said, hands behind his back. There is still a mountain of work awaiting me tonight. Yes. The three of them walked side by side toward the mess hall. Halt! Qi Shengli was taken aback. Who is calling for us to stop? The three turned in unison, only to be startled the next moment. A patrol officer in a white cap strode towards them. Qin Luo. Qi Shengli's scalp tingled. He was supposed to go back. Didn't you say he was changing shifts? I don't know either, stammered the lieutenant colonel beside him. At that moment, Qin Luo had already reached them, saluting sharply. Before they could react, he swiftly pulled out his camera and took 2 shots of them. What are you doing? Qi Shengli quickly shielded his face. Don't start taking pictures the moment we meet. Qin Luo tucked away his camera, then extracted a notebook. Apologies, gentlemen, but you are violating relevant regulations. You have failed to form pairs or trios. Additionally, none of you are wearing your hats, and that you have left your uniforms unbuttoned and opened 2 extra buttons. Please step aside and present your identification. Qi Shengli felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This lad is serious. Qin Luo, the lieutenant colonel glared at him sternly. This is the commander. You are a rookie from our division, one of the commander's soldiers. How dare you? Snap! The flash suddenly illuminated the scene, leaving the officer dumbfounded with wide eyes. Qin Luo tucked away the camera, jotting down notes. Not only did you attempt to ingratiate yourselves, but you also tried to intimidate a patrol officer performing his duties. I did not. I was merely reasoning. Stand aside. Qin Luo pointed to the side. Present your identification. The 2 officers glared at him, eyes blazing with indignation. Qi Shengli awkwardly interjected. Qin Luo, young Qin, please don't do this. After all, I am a dignified commander. Having me stand here for others to see would be quite embarrassing. Qin Luo looked up and smiled at him. Commander Qi, not only must you stand here, but I must also report this to higher-ups. As your superior, your blatant violation of so many regulations will surely be reported to the military district. Reported? Qi Shengli's eyes widened. Qin Luo, my father is a friend of yours. We have an excellent relationship. Even if my father were here, I would still have him stand here. Qin Luo replied earnestly. Comrade Commander, please cooperate with my duties, otherwise. Seeing his pen poised to write again, Qi Shengli hurriedly shouted. All right, I will stand. He angrily pulled out his identification and handed it over, while the other 2 officers, resigned, did the same. After registering their details, Qin Luo returned their IDs. Thank you, gentlemen. Please stand here for half an hour while I observe you memorize the regulations. He took 2 steps back. Begin. You still going strong? Qi Shengli glared at him furiously. Qin Luo pulled out his camera once more. Memorize, is that enough? Qi Shengli glared furiously at the 2 individuals beside him, exclaiming, Hey, give me a hint. Oh. The 2 officers immediately began to back away. Qi Shengli followed suit, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qin Luo. What a rascal! You seek personal vengeance, do you? How ruthless! He shouldn't have taken on the role of a patrol officer. He ought to be raising pigs instead. Around 8 in the evening, Qin Luo entered the dormitory, helmet in hand. The moment Yuan Hong spotted him, he leapt up as if his seat were on fire. Qin Luo? You have quite a lot of nerve. He bellowed as if he had consumed gunpowder. You left me all alone in the cafeteria while you went off to apprehend the commander of the A Division, making him stand at attention for half an hour in front of everyone, reciting regulations for another half hour. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Squad leader, the leadership just praised us. Praised us? What a load of nonsense. I was merely boasting. Yet you actually made the commander. Yuan Hong suddenly stopped short. Wait, what did you just say? Who praised you? Qin Luo grinned. I submitted today's notebook and photos, and the leadership acknowledged our work, even stating that you lead excellently, with an iron fist, fair and just, and that you enforce the rules without mercy. They also mentioned that you effectively executed the military district's stringent supervision requirements, which has guaranteed the enhancement of our entire army's combat effectiveness, and they intend to award you. Yuan Hong's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Really? Truly? The leadership actually praised me. Qin Luo nodded. They also expressed hope that you will continue your efforts, not only for our squad, but also to inspire others, ensuring that every unit is rigorously supervised. Maintaining equality from top to bottom. They told us not to worry. The higher-ups will shoulder any issues. We are the guardians of discipline. Without discipline, our troops cannot maintain combat effectiveness. Yuan Hong was beaming. Clapping Qin Luo on the back. The leadership is overestimating me. This commendation is half mine and half yours. Little Qin, you did exceptionally well. Let's keep this up. Just as I said before, below the division commander. Anyone who violates discipline must be thoroughly investigated. We are simply executing orders from our superiors. Qin Luo smiled softly at him. Then, squad leader, today Yuan Hong instantly perked up. Keep going. We still have another round tomorrow. You, with your keen eyes, conduct your inspections boldly. I'll have your back. Yes. Qin Luo saluted excitedly. Commander Qi, we shall meet again tomorrow. I hope you adhere to discipline. The next morning, Yuan Hong, invigorated as if he had been injected with caffeine, led the entire squad directly towards each battalion. Many had hoped to rest a bit longer, but upon seeing them leave, they could only scramble to board vehicles. Over the next few days, Qin Luo and Yuan Hong launched a series of inspections, traversing every company of the A Division. They caught individuals smoking in violation, misusing mobile phones, sneaking off to the convenience store during training, and even apprehended those who ventured out to make purchases unlawfully. They combed through nearly every nook and cranny of the division, leaving their footprints in even the most obscure corners. They moved stealthily, appearing from the woods one moment and emerging from behind walls the next. Utilizing his heightened senses, Qin Luo caught everyone off guard, instilling a sense of dread throughout the A Division. As soon as the soldiers stepped out of the dormitory, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing the sight of a white cap. However, the most unfortunate ones were those at the division headquarters. Yuan Hong fully supported Qin Luo, even foregoing his shifts at night. He shadowed Qin Luo near the headquarters, specifically targeting the big fish. When the lights-out signal was blown, Gao Kun lay in bed, having just turned on the television for a brief moment when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Qin Luo immediately began snapping photos of him. Gao Kun was left dumbfounded. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Comrade Commander. Qin Luo saluted him. Lights are out, yet you have not followed the regulations to rest and are still watching television. This is a serious breach of discipline. With that, he swiftly jotted it down in his notebook. Gao Kun's eyes widened. I was just preparing to work. Qin Luo stated. Working must be done in the office. This is the dormitory, don't try to quibble. The photo has been taken. Indeed, Yuan Hong nodded. But I am your teaching regiment's commander, Gao Kun exclaimed, growing frantic. Qin Luo nodded. Indeed, you were the commander before. You taught me to be a good soldier. Now that I am a patrol officer, I must fulfill my duties diligently. This too is in accordance with your teachings, striving to be a good soldier. That's right. Yuan Hong enthusiastically agreed. Gao Kun's eyes burned with fury. Get lost. Not so fast. Qin Luo blocked the door. Please turn off the television and lights, then report downstairs for half an hour to recite the regulations. What? Gao Kun felt as though he might explode. In the dead of night, Qi Shengli threw off his blanket, sleepily opened the door, and headed towards the restroom. Just as he was mid-relief, he suddenly felt warmth at the back of his neck. Upon turning around, a white cap emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at him. Damn! Qi Shengli jumped up in fright, his pants nearly dampened. What are you doing? He stammered, shrinking against the wall, trembling as he pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was swiftly jotting down notes, then lifted his head to look at him. Comrade Commander, I am on duty. You have no issues. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Qi Shengli clutched his racing heart, crouching down. You are out of your mind, patrolling in the restroom? You nearly scared me to death. Downstairs, Yuan Hong stretched lazily, glancing up at the floor. Is it about time? There's nothing left to check at this hour. Qin Luo turned back, a smile gracing his lips. They had already conducted ample inspections over the past days. Qi Shengli and the others were almost on the verge of developing psychological trauma. With a slight smile, he mused. You wanted me to be a patrol officer. How long can you endure this? If you have the capability, send me down to the grassroots. Let us go, squad leader. Back to rest. We shall continue tomorrow, Yuan Hong said with a grin. The night breeze was slightly cool as the off-road vehicle cruised along the road. Yuan Hong wore a beaming smile, his spirits high. Although they hadn't conducted as many inspections today as the previous day, it signified the effectiveness of their efforts. Little Qin, the A Division is now orderly thanks to us. The leadership specifically approached me this morning to commend our work, asking me to prepare a report for everyone. Yuan Hong burst into laughter. I sense this is the rhythm of earning merit. Qin Luo smiled faintly. That is all due to the squad leader's efforts. Your iron-fisted approach has transformed the A Division from top to bottom, enhancing its combat effectiveness. A second-class merit award is only fitting. Ha ha. Yuan Hong laughed heartily, his brows dancing with joy. Second-class merit is too much. A third class will suffice. Qin Luo gazed out the window with a smile, suddenly spotting something. He noticed a military vehicle parked beside a bustling food stall, where a familiar figure was casually sipping beer. Stop the car, Qin Luo shouted excitedly. The vehicle screeched to a halt. What's wrong? Yuan Hong asked curiously, but Qin Luo had already leaped out in excitement. Chapter 51. Offending the entire army. Can one still earn merit? Bang! A beer bottle was slammed onto the table, and Shi Lu fumed. Chief of Staff, you have no idea how embarrassed I was at that moment, he belched, his face contorted with indignation. At the entrance of the commander's office. For heaven's sake, so many people passing by, including civilians. How many pulled out their phones to take pictures of me? Here I am, a dignified major, standing there for 2 hours reciting regulations. My reputation is utterly ruined. Hu Fei chuckled, sipping his cold beer. Don't forget, you were reported to the entire army. Oh right. The captain also gave you a demerit. The more Shi Lu thought about it, the angrier he became. He took large gulps of beer. That ungrateful bastard. I was the one who brought him in, and I was the one who sent him off, even comforting him, when he became a patrol officer. I congratulated him. Yet, he turned his back and disowned me. He is truly insufferable. If I see him here, I will. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with you? A nearby Shinran asked, amused. Are you planning to go beat him up? Run. Shi Lu dropped his beer bottle and abruptly turned to flee, knocking over a chair as he leapt into a nearby flower bed. Disappearing from sight, the two stared in bewilderment, utterly dumbfounded. What got into him? Shinran shook her head, puzzled. Could he be in a rush to the restroom? Hu Fei chuckled. He probably drank too much just now. This guy he turned around, only to see a figure rushing towards them, the white cap glaringly visible in the dark. Hu Fei's eyes widened in a near-reflexive response as he leapt up. Run? Run? Huh? Shinran didn't he understand. Click, click, click. The flash of a camera began to flicker. Hu Fei, stop. I've already taken your picture. If you run, it'll be resisting inspection. Hu Fei's foot halted midair, his face turning green with anger. What rotten luck. Just as I mentioned that scoundrel, he shows up right away. He awkwardly turned around, forcing a smile. Oh, isn't he this Qin the young master? Didn't he return to your old unit? How come you are still a patrol officer? Do not speak, truly, do not speak. This outfit suits you rather well. Quite handsome, indeed. Shinran regarded Qin Luo as he approached, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had thought she would never see him again, yet fate had contrived for their paths to cross so soon and in such a manner. Qin Luo cast a cursory glance at Shinran, then disregarded her entirely, turning his focus to Hu Fei as he pulled out his notebook. Stand straight, produce your identification, and state your name. Hu Fei's eyes twitched in irritation. Cut it out, little Qin. Did you not just call my name? We are acquaintances. There is no need for this. He feigned camaraderie with the inspector. Attempting to leverage their familiarity, Qin Luo shot him a look before jotting something down in his notebook. All right, fine. No need to write that. Hu Fei retorted angrily. Where's your superior? I'm right here, Yuan Hong called as he hurried over. Hu Fei flashed a grin at him. Comrade, I am Hu Fei, Chief of Staff of the Tianlang Special Forces. Oh. Yuan Hong's mouth formed an O-shape as he nodded vigorously. Sensing an opportunity, Hu Fei continued, we just completed a mission and haven't eaten since lunch. We merely grabbed a late-night snack on our way back and unexpectedly ran into you. Look at this, it's just like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Comrade, perhaps you could show us some leniency? Yuan Hong glanced at Qin Luo, then back at Hu Fei, lifting his chin with a cold smirk. What is so impressive about Tianlang? Is being chief of staff really that significant? Let me tell you, even our brigade commander has been made to stand in punishment. Don't think for a moment that your rank grants you any immunity. Hu Fei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It was one thing for Qin Luo to be impervious to reason, but how could a mere squad leader join in his folly? Stand straight. Yuan Hong glared at him. Identification and name, Hu Fei. His temper flaring, protested, Comrade, I am from Tianlang. We are. Yuan Hong cut him off. If you continue to waste my time, I will inform the military command and have your brigade commander come personally to collect you. Exactly, Qin Luo added coldly. You're out in uniform. Your military bearing is disgraceful, lounging about while drinking beer and driving carelessly. If I were your brigade commander, I would be too embarrassed to come collect you. Hu Fei was on the verge of exploding. This was precisely the sort of situation they often found themselves in, yet the inspectors would typically turn a blind eye to their antics, simply because they were from Tianlang, which held a certain prestige. But today, they had crossed paths with these two, especially Qin Luo, who seemed like a harbinger of doom. Once more, I implore you to cooperate. Qin Luo commanded, snapping several photographs. Otherwise, all right. Hu Fei grumbled, begrudgingly producing his identification, glaring daggers at Qin Luo. You're settling personal scores, aren't you? Qin Luo accepted the documents with a nonchalant smile. Hu Fei, are you a good soldier? He chuckled softly. You don't even adhere to basic military discipline, yet you dare instruct others on how to serve. The mockery on Qin Luo's face filled Hu Fei with rage. This was undeniably a personal vendetta. And one last thing, Qin Luo said as he returned the identification. That day, I left in a hurry and forgot to mention something. I will ensure you regret saying what you did that day. One day, I will return to Tianlang, and it will be at your personal invitation. Dream on? Hu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Luo stepped back a couple of paces. Stand straight and recite the regulations for an hour. And you? He turned to Shinran. Shinran was taken aback. Don't think that just because you look good, you won't face punishment for standing with him. Her eyes twitched. She had hoped Qin Luo would show her some leniency due to their past. But alas, with a wry smile, she approached Hu Fei, puffing out her chest, and began reciting the regulations. Little Qin, this is exhilarating, Yuan Hong exclaimed, laughing heartily as he drove. These Tianlang folks, each one with their noses in the air, looking down on us, especially when they regard us inspectors with disdain, as if we are beneath them. I've longed to give them their comeuppance. Today, we managed to catch their chief of staff. Satisfying, indeed. Qin Luo chuckled, glancing at him. Squad leader, are you not afraid of retaliation? Afraid? Not a chance, Yuan Hong replied, puffing up with bravado. We have leadership backing us. What do I have to fear? Besides, I'll be transitioning out of service soon. What's there to worry about? He beamed at Qin Luo. You've got guts, kid. It feels like a long-held grudge has finally been avenged by teaming up with you. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo smiled faintly, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery. His mind drifting to Hu Fei and Shinran. He did not seek revenge for personal reasons. He merely wished to send a message. Qin Luo was no longer the person he once was. If he desired to be a good soldier, he would become one. Just wait. I will prove myself and make you eat your words. Chief of Staff, hop in, Shinran called, opening the car door. Not a chance. Hu Fei shot back, his eyes burning with anger. I need to walk and get some fresh air. Otherwise, I'll suffocate, with a smile. Shinran closed the door and walked alongside him. Hu Fei, still irritable, remarked, drive back on your own. There's no need to follow me, I've eaten so much. I want to walk a bit to help digestion, she replied cheerfully. Hu Fei scoffed, about to retort when suddenly, a large head covered in leaves popped out from the bushes, startling both of them. What on earth? Hu Fei barked. Since the establishment of the Republic, transformations are forbidden. Reveal yourself at once. Shirlu grinned widely, shaking off the leaves. Chief of Staff, Little Shin, you finally emerged. I've been waiting for you for ages. He jumped out from the flower bed, and Hu Fei glared at him. You traitor! You should have pulled me along at the first sign of danger. Yet you fled on your own? The words I had for that brat should have been directed at you. Selfish, self-serving, Despicable. Exactly. Shinran chimed in. At least give a shout. You fled faster than a monkey. Disappearing in an instant. Shirley protested. I had to run. After that incident, the brigade commander has already warned me in situations like that. If that guy catches me again and reports me, the brigade commander would have my head. I need to stay alive. Hu Fei snorted. That brat is just settling old scores, looking for trouble. Indeed. Shirley nodded vigorously. Chief of Staff, you dismissed his nonsense and aimed to undermine his military spirit. Of course, he would retaliate, Hu Fei glared at him. Are you implying that I was in the wrong? Shirley hastily shook his head, smiling broadly. I once thought you were mistaken, but now, I believe you are right. That brat deserves to be dealt with. He needs to be kicked out. Hu Fei shot him a look of annoyance. That kid is merely trying to show off, attempting to change my perception of him. He wants to re-enter Tianling. Expecting my personal invitation? Let him dream. As long as I'm around, there is no place for him in Tianling. That is a promise, right? Shirley added enthusiastically. Now that he has become an inspector, he'll never get that chance again. Even if he did, I'd help you kick him out. We must avenge this grudge. Watching their retreating figures, Shinran couldn't help but smile bitterly. Last time, she thought Qin Luo would never find her, yet he had. She had a nagging feeling that this time, he might very well succeed again. Though they had not interacted much, she understood that Qin Luo was a peculiar and complex individual. Enough of this, she thought, shaking her head and quickening her pace to catch up with them. The following morning, the assembly whistle blew. Members of each squad swiftly donned their uniforms and iconic white hats. Racing outside, assembly, a colonel bellowed from the front of the barracks, catching everyone off guard. They had initially thought it was a call for attendance, only to realize it was an assembly. Quickly, everyone fell into formation. The colonel scanned the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yuan Hong, Qin Luo, present, they shouted in unison. Step forward. Yes, sir. They jogged to the front of the line and saluted the colonel, who returned the gesture before addressing the assembly. The purpose of today's gathering is to announce some good news, he declared. Comrades Yuan Hong and Qin Luo have been diligent in their duties, maintaining strict oversight. The Sea Army's A Division has undergone a complete transformation under their supervision. Just yesterday, senior officials inspected the Sea Army and noted that a division's military appearance and condition were far superior to those of the other two divisions as well as other units. The leadership has fully acknowledged our achievements, thanks to the efforts of comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong. A division has resolved to implement a comprehensive reform from top to bottom, leading to yesterday's commendation from the military district's leadership. Therefore, today we commend comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong, each receiving a third-class merit medal. Everyone should learn from them. Let us give them a round of applause. Applause erupted throughout the assembly. Yuan Hong beamed. Unable to contain his joyits, just a matter of being a bit strict. How did I earn a third-class merit? He mused. Our leaders are truly wonderful. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, his face radiating joy like a sunflower. Qin Luo, however, was taken aback, his mind racing. Had he offended so many, and yet still earned a third-class merit? The colonel solemnly handed the wooden box containing the medals to Qin Luo. Subsequently, with a beaming smile, he remarked, Comrade Qin Luo, at such a tender age, you exhibit an unwavering integrity and a commendable fearlessness in the face of authority. You are a paragon for our inspection team, and I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Yes. Qin Luo responded with a vigorous salute, declaring, Sir, I assure you that upon discovering any violations, regardless of who is involved, I will address them with utmost seriousness. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the military merit badge in his hand, a look of incredulity on his face. It seemed far too easy to obtain. He merely wished to instigate some matters that would allow the inspection team to recommend his return. Little did he expect that this would lead to accolades. The colonel chuckled heartily, encouraging him, rest assured and act boldly. The garrison command supports you. He patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, adding with a grin. Moreover, do not fixate solely on the A Division for petty gains. If you continue to do so, you'll soon find it barren. Broaden your horizons to encompass the entire Sea Army or even other military districts. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly rejuvenate the demeanor and discipline of other units. Yes. Qin Luo nodded earnestly. Reflecting on this, He realized that he had devoted all his energy to the A Division recently, and the entire unit had become overly cautious. Even without the white hats in view, their military bearing and discipline were commendable, leaving little room for criticism. Given this, it was time to shift his focus to the military at large. A sly smile crept across Qin Luo's lips at this thought. Meanwhile, the colonel turned to address the others, stating, "Everyone must learn diligently from Qin Luo, not always scrutinize the grassroots soldiers. Cast your gaze towards those above the rank of major. The only difference is the position. Everything else remains unchanged. You need not fear. Should any issues arise, the garrison command stands as your steadfast support, and I will shield you." "Yes," the crowd roared enthusiastically. "Continue your duty." With that, the colonel departed. As soon as he left, everyone immediately encircled Yuan Hong and Qin Luo. "Squad leader Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, with your discerning eye, you recruited Qin Luo the moment he arrived. As you are about to transition to civilian life, securing a third-class merit is truly enviable. You must have accumulated 3 third-class merits by now, right? You could be assigned to a decent unit upon your return." Yuan Hong chuckled, unable to contain his smile, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, calm down, it's merely a third-class merit. You all can achieve it too. The team leader just mentioned that as long as you learn from me and Qin Luo, you will have your opportunities." The group collectively rolled their eyes, for it was clear that he had only mentioned learning from Qin Luo. When did he become included? "Squad leader Yuan, let me team up with Qin Luo today." "No, I want to be in his team. I wish to learn his unyielding spirit. I too wish to learn. I tend to be the most timid and hesitate to stop a captain casually. I need to get close to Qin Luo to enhance my skills. Let me take a turn. Let me. A throng of individuals crowded around Qin Luo, exchanging knowing glances with him. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He understood their intentions all too well. Opportunities for inspection accolades were exceedingly scarce. "Everyone, step aside." Yuan Hong forcefully pulled Qin Luo behind him, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "What are your intentions? Do not even think about coveting Qin Luo. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. I assure you, Qin Luo is mine." Qin Luo nearly knelt in shock, exclaiming, "Squad leader, your words leave me at a loss for how to respond." Bang, bang, bang. Gao Kun stared in disbelief as Qi Shengli lifted a document and slammed it down on the table with the fervor of a chimpanzee cracking a walnut. "Commander, what on earth are you doing?" Qi Shengli, red-faced, hurled the document to the floor. "I've been reported and criticized by the military again. I've even been designated as a negative example and a target for assistance. The very ones aiding me are the commanders of the B and C divisions," he lamented. "I have been in a rivalry with them for 20 years, and I have always had the upper hand. Now, they dare to educate me. It drives me to the brink of madness." Gao Kun, standing across, gaped in shock. "Commander, you weren't reported again, were you? What was the reason this time? What else could it be?" "Unauthorized absence." Qi Shengli lamented, covering his face in despair. "I managed to evade them at midnight, again in the early morning, and even during the midday break. But I never anticipated that I would be caught on Sunday. On a rest day," he exclaimed to Gao Kun, slapping the table in agitation. "Even during our downtime, there is no peace. That little rascal Qin Luo appeared like a specter, and he even discovered that I left my post half an hour early. Now, I've been labeled as a typical case by the military region." He slumped weakly in his chair. "It was merely half an hour. I even arranged for the chief of staff to cover for me." Yet he still unearthed the truth. Gao Kun, looking embarrassed, remarked, "You truly are having a stroke of bad luck. Such incidents are commonplace in the army. A simple heads-up suffices, as it is a normal occurrence that shouldn't be taken too seriously. But ultimately, it is indeed a breach of discipline, and the evidence against you is irrefutable. There is no explanation for it. I am utterly exasperated." Qi Shengli shot him a look of frustration. "Gao Kun, among the commanders, you harbor the most cunning schemes. Quickly think of a way out for me." Gao Kun's lips twitched. "That is merely resourcefulness." With a pained expression, he replied, "Commander, if you cannot devise a solution, I certainly have no ideas to offer." Qi Shengli waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If all else fails, I'll go to the military for help. If that doesn't work, I'll reach out to his father and have him discipline his son properly." Suddenly, the phone rang. Qi Shengli answered grumpily. "Hello? This is Qi Shengli. Old Qi, why are you in such a foul mood?" came the voice of Military Chief of Staff Qianlong from the other end. Recognizing the Chief of Staff, Qi Shengli's demeanor softened, and he plaintively replied, "How can I not be irate? I was just reported and criticized by the military and labeled a negative example and a target for assistance. Old Qi, I called to inquire about this matter. What exactly have you done to that Qin Luo? Why is he targeting your division like a rabid dog?" Qi Shengli grimaced, "This has nothing to do with me." "It was all orchestrated by your military us?" Qianlong exclaimed in surprise. "When did we offend that lad?" "Of course, it's you," Qi Shengli retorted angrily. "That rascal was returned from the special forces, eager to return to his original unit. Yet, you all had the audacity to transfer him to the inspection team. What a place that is, forever estranged from the grassroots troops. He must be quite displeased. All his frustrations are being directed at us. Chief of Staff," he lamented, "you all need to come up with a solution. Our division is truly at its wit's end." Gao Kun nodded vigorously in agreement. Qi Shengli continued, "Even I am starting to struggle with it. The personnel below are so paranoid that they must be fully armed even when using the restroom. At least give us a moment to breathe. Alas, we are powerless to remedy this." The Chief of Staff chuckled wryly. "You think this is a military command? It is, in fact, an order from the military region. The military is merely executing it." "What?" Qi Shengli was taken aback. "His father has connections with the military region?" Qianlong replied helplessly, "Qin Jiaqing's Shanghai group has a deep cooperative relationship with our military region. Over the years, they have provided us with countless supplies and financial support, and just recently, they donated several thousand air conditioners to the military region. He is an old friend of Deputy Commander Luo, and even the commander has some ties with him." Qi Shengli's face fell. "So, there's no way out?" He sank heavily into his chair. "It's over. This lad will be hounding me until I retire. Someone, please promote me to military commander. Then he won't be able to keep an eye on me. Old Qi, solve the problem at hand." "Don't speak such nonsense," Qianlong said coldly. "I'm calling you to find a way to resolve this issue." "What can I do?" Qi Shengli replied with irritation. "I've already pleaded with you. This ISN team I will. It's the military's directive," Qianlong asserted. "What?" Qi Shengli stood up abruptly. "After all, Qin Luo is a new recruit from your division. There must be someone among you who understands him. Any underlying issues must be resolved by your own personnel." Qianlong insisted, "As long as there's a solution, the military will fully support you. You have 3 days. It must be resolved." He raised his voice. "This lad is already causing a ruckus in the military. Just yesterday, he detained Director Wang of the propaganda department along with his vehicle." Qi Shengli's eyes twitched. It seemed Qin Luo was shifting his focus and targeting them. No wonder they were anxious. "Old Qi, I think I heard you laughing?" "No, not at all." Qi Shengli forced a chuckle. "I am merely contemplating a solution. You better think quickly. 3 days, just 3 days if you cannot resolve it. The military commander will personally come to find you. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." After hanging up, Gao Kun approached with a mischievous grin. "Commander, does that mean the lad has finally given our division a break?" Qi Shengli nodded with a smile. "Our division has been criticized so many times and undergone 2 rounds of rectification. It's likely that Qin Luo cannot find any fault, hence his departure to the military." "Splendid. We are finally free," Gao Kun exclaimed, nearly brought to tears with excitement. "But that lad truly has extraordinary audacity. He typically gives a few words of advice to grassroots soldiers, yet the more senior the officer, the more tenacious he becomes. That's not surprising. He has a good father," Qi Shengli, with a hint of irritation, remarked. "His father knows both the commander and the deputy commander, and they administer justice fairly. He hasn't truly erred, so who could possibly hold him accountable? Otherwise, the military wouldn't have called me to resolve this issue. Now, let us devise a solution together." He turned to Gao Kun and stated, "The military has issued orders. We must promptly address the situation concerning Qin Luo." "How shall we resolve it?" Gao Kun exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Are we to silence him permanently?" Chapter 53. Let us go. Return home with me. A rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a deep, resonant thunder that reverberated across the land. Qianlong approached the window, observing the torrential raindrops as they relentlessly pelted the ground below. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the sky appeared ominously dark. Qianlong shook his head. This downpour shows no signs of letting up. "Commander," a nearby officer handed him a hot water bag. "Warm your shoulders." Qianlong shook his head dismissively. "It's futile. With this weather change, My shoulder inflammation can only improve with a hot shower. These remedies are of no use. Then you should hurry and take a shower." The officer urged hastily. Qianlong glanced at his watch, hesitating, "But today is my duty day. It wouldn't be proper to leave now." The officer chuckled. "Are you worried about the inspectors? In such heavy rain, they are unlikely to be out checking. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things here. Should anything arise, I can handle it swiftly." Qianlong gazed outside at the deluge, where visibility diminished beyond 20 meters. He chuckled. "True, anyone daring to inspect in this weather would be rather foolish. All right, I will take a shower. Do keep a watchful eye." "Understood." Qianlong left with a cheerful demeanor, umbrella in hand. Making his way to the dormitory, his heart lightened by the festive sounds of drums heralding the joy of the season. As he began to undress, he sang merrily, stepping into the bathroom. The moment the hot water cascaded over his shoulders, his expression visibly relaxed. The water was pleasantly scorching. After 10 minutes, his shoulder pain should subside. With his hands braced against the wall, he was about to find a comfortable position when suddenly, a series of ominous clicks echoed, startling him. What the hell? Was that lightning so intense? He spun around, eyes widening in fear. The bathroom had only a small ventilation window, which was now filled with a head. Rainwater dripped from the person's white cap, and a face, soaked and grinning, loomed ominously at him. The terrifying visage was more frightening than a water ghost. Good heavens! Qianlong jumped back, slipping and landing squarely on the floor. "Commander, are you all right?" Yuan Hong helped him up, his expression one of reproach. "Why such alarm? We were merely on regular duty." Qianlong glared at him, indignant. "You wouldn't be frightened if a head suddenly appeared outside your window while you were showering." "Oh, is that called regular duty? Who climbs the pipes to perform their duties? That's the 5th floor." Yuan Hong glanced at Qin Luo, then turned back to Qianlong with an awkward smile. "We had no other choice. We couldn't break down your door and damage your property. So we had to take a picture from the window. You can't imagine how perilous that was. You know what danger is?" Qianlong's frustration boiled over, his lips quivering. "What if you fell and got hurt?" He shot an angry look at Yuan Hong. "Is taking a shower really worth such a commotion? Leader." Qin Luo interjected sternly. "While I cannot dictate your personal bathing habits, I checked the duty roster. Today is your readiness duty." Qianlong's face darkened immediately. Leaving one's post during readiness duty was a serious matter, one he could not brush aside. Sneaking away to shower while on duty. Qin Luo smiled slightly, revealing a camera. "I have captured evidence. High-definition, irrefutable proof." Qianlong felt as if he were about to implode. Who said the rain would deter this fellow from coming? The rationale that applied to normal people was utterly ineffective with him. "Commander, please stand still, present your identification, and cooperate with our duties," Qin Luo stated coolly. Yuan Hong, equally animated, looked at Qianlong as though he were a prize capture. "Commander, please rise. You are our highest-ranking catch today." Qianlong's head felt ready to explode. Abandoning his post during readiness duty to take a shower could lead to severe repercussions. The photographs taken, could they possibly circulate? Qianlong abruptly stood up, startling Yuan Hong. Qin Luo eyed him. "Commander, are you resisting lawful enforcement?" With a series of clicks, the camera snapped 2 more photos. Qianlong's anger was instantly subdued by the blinding flash, his mouth twitching awkwardly as he forced a smile. "Qin Luo, dear Qin, surely you remember me? I praised you during the new recruit assessments, commending your promising future. We are old acquaintances." Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Qianlong nodded back. "Indeed, old friends. Let us show some mercy." Caught in the act and attempting to ingratiate himself with the inspectors, "Given your position, your offense is compounded." Qin Luo began to jot down notes. Wait. Qianlong quickly covered his notebook with his hands. His expression pained. "Qin, consider this a favor. It would be beneficial for future encounters. After all, I am a distinguished military chief. Do you truly wish to escalate matters?" Qin Luo turned to Yuan Hong, squad leader. "Is he not attempting to threaten me?" Yuan Hong nodded earnestly. "I can assure you, he is not just suggesting it. He is indeed threatening you." "Then that compounds the offense." Qin Luo's eyes widened. Qianlong felt as if he might faint, his face a mask of despair. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish, Qin? I know you hold a grudge, but it was the military district's decision to transfer you to inspection, not mine." With a smile, Qin Luo pulled Qianlong aside. "Commander, I understand your plight. I also recognize that you cannot reposition me. Therefore, I must diligently fulfill my responsibilities in my current post. Qin, I will find a way. Surely there must be a way, Qianlong shouted in desperation. Qin Luo, a sudden voice cut through the air. Enough. Qin Luo's body jolted at the familiar voice. He turned sharply to see Wu Ziyuan standing at the stairway, his expression grave, drenched from the rain. Drops cascaded down his face, pooling at his feet. At that moment, Chang Lei emerged from the stairway, standing behind Wu Ziyuan, a broad smile upon his face. Soon followed by Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and Hao Duo. One familiar face after another stepped into view, all standing behind Wu Ziyuan, silently smiling at Qin Luo, their necks craned in anticipation. Cheng Haonan and his companions even winked at him enthusiastically. Qianlong fell silent, watching Wu Ziyuan and the others, gradually retracting his hand. Yuan Hong leaned in with curiosity. Qin, who are they? With a thud, the notebook slipped from Qin Luo's grasp, crashing to the floor. He stared, trembling, at the unexpected gathering, his body shaking inexplicably. Everything he had done was to facilitate his return to the unit. Once back, no matter how he apologized, he intended to stay. Having made one mistake, he could not afford another. He had to remain with his comrades this time. Yet now, confronted with Wu Ziyuan and the others, he found himself at a loss for words. Step by step, Wu Ziyuan approached Qin Luo, casting a cold glance at him before saluting Qianlong. Good day, Commander, Wu. It's good that you're here. Qianlong beamed. He is a soldier you trained. You, Commander, please depart. I will handle things here. Very well. Qianlong nodded vigorously. Wait, you can't just leave. Yuan Hong began to protest, but his voice faltered. He felt a piercing gaze upon him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Turning, he saw Wu Ziyuan staring coldly, his eyes sharp as daggers. Yuan Hong retreated a couple of steps, forcing a polite yet awkward smile. Wu turned to Qin Luo. Qin Luo, have you had your fill of chaos? Qin Luo straightened. Squad leader, you have arrived. Wu Ziyuan's gaze remained icy. I had no intention of coming, but your antics have disturbed everyone. So, he locked eyes with Qin Luo. So, Qin Luo, are you a good soldier now? Qin Luo stood tall. Squad leader, whether I am a good soldier should not be for me to declare, but for others to judge. I made a mistake before, and I wish to apologize. To you, to the squad leader. To all of them, he turned to Cheng Haonan and the others. I was wrong. I should not have chosen to leave. I truly erred. He gazed intently at Wu Ziyuan, speaking each word with conviction. Squad leader, I wish to return. To be with my squad leader, with my comrades. Chang Lei and the others clenched their fists tightly, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo in truth, even without his heartfelt declaration today. They had long since forgiven him. Xiong Bing, Wu Ziyuan snorted disdainfully, abruptly turning. Come with me. I will take you home. At that moment, tears streamed down Qin Luo's face. He forcefully wiped them away. Yes, wait. Yuan Hong suddenly exclaimed. Qin Luo, where are you going? Comrade Lieutenant, where do you intend to take him? He has left. What am I to do? How will I explain this? Chapter 54. There's no need for such grandeur, is there? Wu Ziyuan abruptly turned around, his sharp gaze piercing through the air once more. Yuan Hong felt as if he had been struck by two blades and quickly waved his hands with an awkward smile. I understand. I'll explain it myself. I will articulate my words properly. Everyone, please take care. I want to see you off. Qin Luo, remember to keep in touch. You are always welcome to visit me. Let's go. Wu Ziyuan coldly snorted and turned away. Qin Luo smiled faintly, then saluted Yuan Hong. Squad leader, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will never forget the moments we shared. Please take care of yourself and keep in touch. After saying this, he dashed out. Yuan Hong watched his retreating figure, his face filled with grievance. Clearly, it was you taking care of me. How could I have been the one looking after you? Now that you are gone, who am I to achieve merit with? Without Qin Luo, he lacked the courage to confront the division commander, let alone the likes of Qianlong, the chief of staff. Yuan Hong sighed deeply. He had hoped to garner a few more accolades alongside Qin Luo, perhaps enabling him to remain in the unit. The army's salaries had increased, and the patrols were exhilarating. Far better than returning to civilian life. With a loud bang, Gao Kun excitedly burst through the door. Qi Shengli, startled, quickly covered his legs. What are you doing? I'm in the middle of something. Gao Kun leaned against the doorframe, brimming with excitement. "Commander, I have great news. That brat Qin Luo has been caught by Wu Ziyuan." "What?" Qi Shengli's eyes widened. "Wu Ziyuan hit him?" "Hit? No, no." Gao Kun waved his hand dismissively. "He was taken away by Wu Ziyuan, from the patrol to the second company." Qi Shengli's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that true?" "Of course it is," Gao Kun chuckled. "Just received a call from Chief of Staff Chen." It was a close call. If it hadn't been for Wu Ziyuan arriving in time, Qin Luo would have caught the commander making mistakes. Chief of Staff Chen even said he'll treat us to drinks. "Ha ha ha!" Qi Shengli let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the toilet, causing Gao Kun to quickly cover his nose and step back in disgust. "What good news! I've been constipated for a week. And now it's all flowing freely, so comfortable." Qi Shengli beamed with satisfaction. Then he furrowed his brow. "But with Wu Ziyuan taking Qin Luo away, what about the patrol unit?" Gao Kun laughed and waved his hand. "Commander, don't worry. Chief of Staff Chen said the army will handle this matter, stating it was a military requisition. In the end, Qin Luo is just a recruit. He has no important figure, and the patrol unit won't obstruct it. Moreover, since it was Chief of Staff Chen personally intervening, they should give some face." That's good, that's good." Qi Shengli sighed in relief again. However, Gao Kun pondered. "But what if Qin Dong asks about it?" He did have a word with the deputy commander. "Well," Qi Shengli laughed heartily, "if Qin Luo refuses to leave, then it'll be troublesome. But since he chose to leave on his own, if Qin Dong inquires, we'll have a way to respond. Besides, if we don't tell him, how would he know?" "Exactly." Gao Kun nodded vigorously. "The scariest thing is the patrol unit refusing to let him go, but rather Qin Luo not wanting to leave. Now that he is left on his own, it's none of our business." "Ha ha ha!" The two burst into laughter together. Suddenly, the toilet erupted with noise once more, sounding like a battle, with a thunderous roar. Gao Kun was startled and stepped back several paces, his face a mask of terror. "Commander, how much have you been holding in?" 7 days without release." "What do you think?" Qi Shengli laughed heartily. "Look, my stomach has shrunk." The rain fell fiercely against the car. The windshield wipers strained to their limits, frantically clearing the glass. Yet, no matter how fast they moved, the glass was instantaneously obscured by rainwater. Wu Yuan gazed out the window, the world outside appearing as if the heavens and earth were merging into one, the trees by the roadside becoming indistinct. A smile suddenly crept across his lips, only to vanish swiftly. "Xiong Bing, ever since Qin Luo left, I've harbored lingering feelings. I heard that this boy was sent back by the special forces. I wanted to feel joy, but I simply couldn't. Qin Luo became a patrol officer, enforcing discipline throughout the division, yet he never came to the reconnaissance battalion. I found myself somewhat disappointed. During that time, I was unsure of my own thoughts. Did I not want to see Qin Luo again, or did I wish to meet him? Until Gao Kun found me, urging me to think of a solution. Without hesitation, I took Qin Luo and his old comrades back home with me." Wu Yuan exhaled. Only upon seeing Qin Luo did he realize what he truly desired. He turned his head. The driver was focused intently on the road, his eyes wide open. The car was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Only the sound of rain drumming against the exterior could be heard. The atmosphere grew slightly heavy, and Wu Ziyuan awkwardly turned his head, searching for a topic to discuss. But the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. He noticed Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and others frantically winking at Qin Luo, as if sending a telegraph. Wu Yuan furrowed his brows. "What on earth are you all doing?" Cheng Haonan, embarrassed, replied, "Commander, we thought you seemed a bit unhappy, so we didn't dare to speak." "Yes, Commander," Zhang Qian said cautiously, "so we communicated with our eyes. Didn't he want to disturb you?" Wu Yuan shot them an irritated glare, then turned to look at Qin Luo. Qin Luo straightened up, puffed out his chest. "Don't think that just because I'm bringing you back means I've forgiven you," Wu Ziyuan said angrily. "I simply don't want you to embarrass yourself out there. After all, you are someone I brought up. When they talk about you, they always mention me, making me lose face. Don't overthink it." "Yes," Qin Luo replied with a smile. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly and turned away. Sitting in the back, Chang Lei smiled helplessly. How long will the commander keep up this tough act? Before we left, he clearly looked thrilled, running down the stairs, like a child weighing over 100 pounds, excited about Qin Luo. Why pretend to be so tough? Before long, the minibus turned onto an internal road. Qin Luo's heart raced with excitement. He had traversed this path countless times, yet never had he visited the reconnaissance battalion. He was drawing closer to a place he had never seen but felt intimately familiar with. And he inexplicably began to feel nervous. Luo, it's fine, Cheng Haonan whispered in his ear. We've already boasted about your prowess to the old soldiers. Huh? Qin Luo's mouth fell open in surprise. Cheng Haonan chuckled. Although you weren't here, you've already become a legend. The old soldiers admire you. Yes, Zheng Qian nodded. We've praised you highly, a once-in-a-century genius, transforming from a waste to the top recruit in less than a month. Many old soldiers hold you in high regard. Ji Luo, how Duo said cheerfully, you've finally arrived. With you here, no one will dare bully me anymore. You are now our company's legend, as well as that of the reconnaissance battalion. The group smiled brightly as they tightly grasped Qin Luo's hands. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Luo's heart. Why did it feel like this was not good news? Here we are. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Wu Ziyuan opened the door, stepping out first. Get out, get out. Chang Lei laughed, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo followed them out of the car. However, the moment he stepped outside, he froze in shock, not because the torrential rain drenched him, but because the entrance to the reconnaissance battalion was completely surrounded. Over 100 people, soaked to the bone, stood like pillars at the camp gate. Qin Luo, you've arrived. This is the reconnaissance battalion, Wu Ziyuan said with a smile, hands behind his back. Qin Luo swallowed hard, awkwardly chuckling. Commander, this isn't necessary. Wu Ziyuan smiled at him. What's the matter? Qin Luo chuckled nervously. I know I'm now a legend in the entire company, but I've made mistakes in the past. There's no need for everyone to stand out in the rain to welcome me. They could wait inside. Wu Ziyuan nearly choked in disbelief, glaring at him. Which of your eyes saw them welcoming you? Huh? Qin Luo turned around. The veterans wore fierce expressions, their eyes glaring at him as if they wished to tear him apart. Qin Luo's throat tightened. I knew it wouldn't be good news. Indeed, it's not good news. Chapter 55. What are you doing? What's going on, Lao Go? What are you watching? The reconnaissance battalion commander Go Jian smiled. Beckoning. Lao's son, come here for a smoke. The battalion's political instructor Sun Yinqing walked over to the window in surprise. What's so exciting? As he approached the window, he was taken aback. What on earth were the men from the second company up to? Congregating at the entrance in such torrential rain? No, I must go down and investigate. Wait. Go Jian abruptly pulled him back. There's a spectacle unfolding. Why stir up trouble? Sun Yinqing glared at him suspiciously. Old Go? Do you know something? Go Jian chuckled. Are you familiar with Qin Luo? Sun Yinqing paused for a moment. Of course, he's the inspector who's been causing quite the upheaval in our regiment lately. I heard he even detained the regimental commander. So, are you aware that he was trained by Wu Ziyuan? Yes, I know. This lad switched to the special forces right before joining the company as a new recruit. Wu Ziyuan was furious about it for several days, wasn't he? Go Jian grinned. Today, Wu Ziyuan brought him back. Sun Yinqing hurriedly leaned closer to the glass, straining his eyes to see. Although he could make out a few figures, they were too far away to discern clearly. Wasn't that kid in the military police corps? How could Wu Ziyuan? Well, anyway, it's an order from above. Go Jian skillfully fished a pack of cigarettes from Sun Yinqing's pocket, lighting one and pocketing the rest. However, even if he has been brought back, that kid shouldn't he expect to waltz into our reconnaissance battalion's gates easily, he chuckled. The folks in the second company are all cut from the same cloth as Wu Ziyuan, all with stubborn tempers. They treat the second company like it's the celestial palace of the Jade Emperor, and when someone refuses to join them, they suddenly want to come back. That's no simple matter. Old Go. Sun Yinqing shot him an exasperated glare. Isn't that obvious? The men from the second company are a bunch of fools. Why are you still watching the show instead of intervening? No, I must go. All right, Go Jian grabbed him. Don't spoil the fun, will you? If anything goes wrong, Wu Ziyuan will step in. Theo, you really think he's a fool? Sun Yinqing paused, contemplating. Although Wu Ziyuan had a fiery temper, he would protect his own men. Since he was adamant about bringing Qin Luo back, it implied his endorsement, suggesting there wouldn't be too much trouble. Go Jian exhaled a few smoke rings with a grin. This kid's absence has already made our entire battalion aware of his reputation. They say he's a legend, looking down on our reconnaissance battalion. Not just the second company, The whole battalion is holding its breath over this. Now that he wants to return, he better show some real skills. Otherwise, he won't even be allowed through the doors of the 2nd Company, let alone ours. Does he think our reconnaissance battalion is a marketplace where he can come and go as he pleases? Ridiculous! Sun Yinqing looked at him speechlessly. You say the 2nd Company soldiers are fools, but I think you're the biggest fool. The rain poured harder, drenching Qin Luo. Chang Lei glanced at him and hesitantly said, Captain, the rain is too heavy. Why not say a few words to the others and head back? Why don't you go say a few words? Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, then turned to Qin Luo. You wanted to come back? Didn't he you? I'm waiting for you inside. You exerted every effort to join us, and now that you've turned your back, you must exert every effort again to re-enter. At the very least, you need to prove your worth to everyone. With that, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. The crowd parted, allowing Wu Ziyuan to pass through, stopping under the awning behind the main door. Squad leader, Chang Haonan looked to Chang Lei for help. How about you talk to everyone? Don't make it hard for Qin Luo. Indeed, squad leader, Zhang Qian chimed in. There are plenty of days ahead. It won't be long before everyone knows whether he is worthy. How Duo nodded vigorously. If someone like me can enter here, then if Luo Gu can't, we all might as well be sent packing. Chang Lei nodded. All right, I point one squad leader. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. A young 2nd lieutenant stepped forward, shouting, We know he is one of your men, but your men aren't exactly impressive. We understand you protect your own, but you better stay out of this, as it concerns the honor of our Iron Blood 2nd Company. Right? Another 2nd lieutenant emerged, coldly regarding Qin Luo. If he hadn't come back, it would be one thing. But now that he has, a soldier who once looked down on our reconnaissance battalion must earn everyone's respect to pass through this doorway. He must overcome this challenge. Right? The crowd roared in unison. Our 2nd Company isn't a place where he can just come and go as he pleases. The reconnaissance battalion is no less than anyone else, and he is not a mere backup candidate. If he wants to enter, he better show some real skills. One squad leader, bring your men over. Stop standing there, looking like you're not part of us. Chang Lei gave a helpless smile towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo? Squad leader, I understand. Qin Luo took a deep breath. From the day I returned from the special forces, I knew I was wrong. Mistakes must be faced, and one must rise where they fell. He smiled slightly. Just seeing you and the captain here to welcome me today makes me very happy. He turned to the crowd. Squad leader, you all should go ahead. The captain is right. To enter through this door and gain everyone's recognition, it's up to me. Luo Gu, Luo Gu. Chang Haonan and the others all crowded around. Don't just stand there, go in with the squad leader. Qin Luo looked at them. Chang Lei sighed helplessly. Just be careful. Go. With a wave of his hand, Chang Haonan and the others reluctantly followed him, but every few steps, they turned back to look at Qin Luo. Once they entered, Qin Luo strode towards the crowd, stopping 5 meters away from them. Fellow veterans, I am Qin Luo. Qin Luo gazed at them earnestly. I know my previous choices were wrong, and I understand why you want to let me in. Everyone fixed their eyes on him, some clenching their fists, the cold intensity in their gazes intensifying. Wu Yuan stood at a distance, watching him intently. Kid, don't let me down. Show us your full potential. Thunder rumbled. A clap of thunder echoed, and the sky seemed to brighten slightly. Qin Luo's fierce gaze swept across everyone as he declared loudly. Although I have yet to set foot in the reconnaissance battalion, I know from the captain and squad leader that the Iron Blood 2nd Company stands as the pride of the reconnaissance battalion, the honor in every soldier's heart. My choices have hurt you. And here I apologize to everyone. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, some gazes softened slightly. But the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Qin Luo suddenly leaped into the air, executing a complete 360-degree spin before landing. Splashing a torrent of rainwater in the next instant, he raised his hand skyward, exuding an indescribable aura. Avoid lightning, avoid lightning, avoid lightning, avoid lightning. Qin Luo shouted energetically while casting enticing glances at everyone. His finger, initially pointing skyward, gradually directed toward each individual, his eyes filled with provocation. You, what are you doing? A squad leader's eyes widened in astonishment. What are you up to? Another squad leader exclaimed, bursting forth with foreign expletives. Qin Luo abruptly extended his left hand, adopting a haughty demeanor as he gazed at the sky. Just a moment, please wait a moment. With that, He slapped his right leg with his right hand. Startled, everyone jumped back a step, their eyes wide. Clap, 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 Dad. Don't say foolish things, just say it straight. Qin Luo suddenly turned his head, winking seductively at the crowd. Everyone gulped audibly, instinctively retreating once more. Even Wu Ziwan in the distance took a step back. Stop the nonsense. Stop the nonsense. Qin Luo became increasingly animated, prompting a squad leader to bellow. You rascal, what on earth are you doing? Qin Luo chuckled. Sir, can't you tell I'm performing? I studied for 2.5 years, you know? The squad leader was fuming, about to shout, when suddenly, Qin Luo began to alternate his legs, clapping his hands on his thighs, spinning in place before abruptly freezing. The squad leader was so startled that he swallowed his words. Qin Luo glanced at everyone, then suddenly spread his legs, right hand once more pointing skyward. Avoid lightning, avoid lightning. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood at the window. Dumbfounded, the cigarette burned his fingers, causing Go Jian to jump up. What on earth is this kid doing? Sun Yinqing shook his head. I can't understand. I really can't understand. Today's youth, I truly can't comprehend. But it seems everyone is quite engrossed. Everyone. Go Jian's eyelid twitched. Could it be that they're just going to let him in like this? Meanwhile, Wu Ziyuan's jaw nearly hit the ground. Is this kid apologizing in a foreign language? Why does it seem that the movements look somewhat familiar? What the hell are you doing? A stern-faced squad leader shouted. Aren't you supposed to be apologizing? What are you doing here? Qin Luo slowly retracted his hand, suddenly patting his chest several times, startling everyone once more as if he had Parkinson's. Qin Luo looked at everyone with a cheerful smile. Dear veterans, I just performed a dance by the world-renowned superstar Michael Jackson, called Avoiding Thunder while clenching excrement as a gesture of apology. I hope you all enjoyed it. May I enter now? The crowd exchanged glances, and their eyes suddenly ignited with fury. 3 squad leaders erupted in anger. Enter? Are you taking us for fools? Chapter 56. Tongzi, you're alive again? Qin Luo glanced around, noticing that the anger among them had intensified. What the hell? I just showcased my talent, and it's still not enough? It seems they are quite discerning. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Yes, I still need to perform the most iconic move. Why apologies, veterans? I will rectify my mistake immediately. Please watch closely. With that, he straightened his chest and stood at attention. Everyone in the second platoon stared in astonishment as his body began to lean forward little by little in the rain. However, just as he tilted to a 60-degree angle, he suddenly toppled forward. Disgust was etched on everyone's faces. Why apologies? Qin Luo awkwardly waved his hand. This move is a bit challenging. I might need someone to assist me. Shut your mouth. The first to speak, the black-faced squad leader, could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at Qin Luo. Do you think this is a game? You think you can perform a pathetic act and gain entry through these gates? Dream on. Qin Luo's eye twitched. He believed his dance was quite lively, except for the last miscalculated angle. Taking a deep breath, he thought that since the performance was inadequate, he would resort to a tried-and-true tactic. He looked earnestly at the black-faced squad leader. Sir, I have an idea. What do you think? Speak. The black-faced squad leader crossed his arms, and the others looked on with interest. Qin Luo immediately smiled broadly. From today onwards. For the next month, I will cover the cost of instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, Red Bull, Coca-Cola, and cigarettes for everyone in the platoon. If there's anything I haven't thought of, feel free to suggest, as long as it's available at the convenience store. I will cover it. No limits on quantity per person each day. Qin Luo winked at the black-faced squad leader. And for you, sir, I have an extra token of appreciation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the faces of all the second platoon members with a stark white glow. Here it comes again. Wu Yuan weakly lifted his head and sighed. Chang Lei awkwardly averted his gaze. Qin Luo, the black-faced squad leader bellowed in rage. Are you bribing us? Qin Luo's smile froze on his face, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Sir, don't misunderstand. I am sincere. Be quiet. The black-faced squad leader, nearly jumping in anger, shouted. You insolent fool, what do you think we are? Are we just here to be bribed? Let me tell you, the reason we aren't letting you in is because you have belittled our pride in the second platoon. The black-faced squad leader enunciated each word. The second platoon, which you look down upon, the one you treat as a backup, is a source of pride for each of us, and it is our home. Now, if you wish to enter our home, you must demonstrate that you have the ability to earn your place among us." Boom. Another rumble of thunder echoed through the heavens, jolting Qin Luo's heart with a fierce tremor. His gaze swept across all the veterans in the second platoon. Despite the heavy rain, it could not extinguish the flames of passion in their eyes. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched violently. "Damn Hu Fei. You've brought me to ruin." He truly did not know what sins he had committed in his past life to encounter such a fool as Hu Fei. Exhausted, Qin Luo realized that no matter how he explained, it would be futile. The black-faced squad leader was right. He could go to a special forces unit, but re-entering the reconnaissance battalion would not be so simple. "Sir." Qin Luo approached the black-faced squad leader. Puffing out his chest, "Please tell me, how can I prove my eligibility to enter?" The black-faced squad leader's expression softened a bit as he turned to look behind him. The other 2 second lieutenants and several sergeants gathered around. After a moment, the black-faced squad leader turned back to Qin Luo. "We have discussed and come up with 3 options for you. First, from here, charge into our camp and run a lap around the area before returning. And that will count as passing. Of course," he sneered. "We won't let you in easily. We will use all means necessary to push you out second. We will line up in 2 rows. And you must walk through us. We will beat you. But if you can withstand the blows and keep running until the end, that will also count as passing." All the veterans displayed mischievous smiles as they scrutinized Qin Luo with disdain. "And the third?" Qin Luo asked eagerly. He was no fool. He didn't want to choose either of the first 2 options. They were dreadful. "The third. You can leave right now. Go back to where you came from." The black-faced squad leader glared at him coldly. This was even worse than the first 2. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. His gaze passed through the crowd. Company commander, don't call me that." Wu Ziyuan replied coldly. "Although I brought you back, whether you can enter our platoon is not solely my decision. The second platoon is a collective. They usually listen to me, but for this matter, it must be decided by everyone." Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. Couldn't he just say it plainly and give him a warning? He knew Wu Ziyuan's irritable temper would never forgive him easily. Even in the new recruit battalion, he had been treacherous, and it was no different now. Qin Luo's teeth ground together in frustration. "Beep, new mission released. Please, host, successfully integrate into the reconnaissance unit. Upon completion, random superpowers or super ability points will be awarded." "Huh?" Qin Luo stared in astonishment. "Wait, I haven't completed my previous task yet. Wasn't it said? Report to the host. The previous task was a main storyline task and has been issued in advance." Qin Luo's eyes immediately lit up. He had thought he wouldn't be able to obtain superpowers for a long time, as long as he could continue completing tasks and acquiring superpowers. Returning to Tianlang and giving Hu Fei a good slap in the face would be a piece of cake. "Hey, what are you grinning about?" the black-faced squad leader snapped irritably. Qin Luo suddenly came to his senses and quickly replied, "Report? Sir, I finally understand how to gain everyone's recognition, which makes me genuinely happy." The corners of the black-faced squad leader's eyes twitched as he glanced at his companions and then back at Qin Luo. "So you're not choosing the third option? Only a fool would choose that," Qin Luo declared with righteous indignation. "Since the company commander came to fetch me back, no matter how difficult it is, I want to leave." Wu Yuan nodded silently, a slight smile appearing on his face. Chang Lei watched him in disbelief. Stubborn as ever, even though he clearly likes him, he insists on putting on this act. The black-faced squad leader nodded. "Then you choose the second?" "Only a donkey would choose the second." Qin Luo frantically waved his hands. "Beat you guys up? Are you crazy? Then you choose the first?" The black-faced squad leader glared at him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. "As long as I run a lap and return." "How simple is that?" "Thank you, veterans, for your consideration. I choose the first." "Hey!" The black-faced squad leader's eyes widened. I didn't clarify earlier. Or maybe you didn't hear correctly. You must charge through us. And we will chase you. I heard you loud and clear." Qin Luo replied with a smile. "That is quite simple. It's no trouble at all. I can do it." "What the hell?" All the veterans collectively gasped in shock. Was he disregarding all of them? Did he see so many seasoned reconnaissance soldiers as mere decorations? This was an outright provocation. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. "This kid is courting death. He dares to provoke us." "Company commander," Chang Lei whispered urgently, "shouldn't you reconsider? There are too many people in a company. Many are experts in ambushes. Qin Luo definitely can't handle it." How about we use a third of the troops? Wu Ziyuan cast a sharp glance, and Chang Lei could only obediently fall silent. Our second platoon has never had a soldier who fled in the face of adversity. Wu Yuan snorted coldly. Since he wants to come back, he must earn everyone's recognition. Otherwise, he will never be able to establish himself here. No one will welcome him, and he certainly wants to integrate into the group. This is a hurdle he must overcome. Who told him to choose this path? Chang Lei helplessly looked at Qin Luo. Can't you be a bit more respectful, you? The black-faced squad leader pointed at Qin Luo, momentarily speechless with rage. Sir, when does this start? Qin Luo asked with a smile. It's quite uncomfortable in the rain. The black-faced squad leader's mouth twisted in irritation as he stepped back 3 paces. You brat? You quite arrogant. Fine. Let us see how you plan to simply get past us. Before he could finish his sentence, the black-faced squad leader felt a shadow flash before his eyes. While everyone was momentarily stunned, Qin Luo had already circled around them and swiftly climbed up the wall. I told you it wasn't too difficult. Qin Luo chuckled, then jumped inside. What the hell? He actually climbed the wall. The black-faced squad leader suddenly came to his senses and yelled frantically. What are you all doing? Stop him! Stop him! Chapter 57. Elevator God of War or Foolish God of War? Catch him, don't let him escape. The soldiers of the second platoon turned and charged towards the camp in mass. Wu Ziyuan and the others were jostled and stumbled, all cornered against the wall. Slow down, slow down. Who poked me in the lower back? Wu Ziyuan cried out in pain. Cheng Haonan and his companions wore expressions brimming with excitement as they eagerly followed the commotion. Lao Gu, run! Cheng Haonan shouted ecstatically. Just like they tormented me back then. Let us make them suffer. Toss them far away. Suddenly, several veterans whipped around. Zhang Qian, startled, quickly covered Cheng Haonan's mouth, awkwardly chuckling. Class leaders, hurry and chase after him. He.s. already far ahead. The veterans glared fiercely at Cheng Haonan before turning to sprint off. Haonan, are you out of your mind? Zhang Qian glared at him with irritation. Cheng Haonan scratched his head. Wasn't I just cheering for Lao Gu? I accidentally let my true feelings slip. Zhang Qian shot him a disapproving look, then turned his gaze toward the receding crowd. Do we really know Lao Gu's caliber? To avoid trouble, let us quietly support him. Otherwise, we might end up getting beaten. Everyone nodded in agreement, their lips betraying smiles. They had witnessed Qin Luo's skills, unless they cornered him and prevented his escape. Capturing him amidst the vast camp would be no small feat, even if they were the most formidable scouts. Success was not guaranteed. Lao Sun, another cigarette, Guo Jian called without turning back, rummaging through Sun Yinqing's pockets. Sun Yinqing swatted his hand away grumpily. I say, Lao Guo, can't you buy your own smokes? Always mooching off me. Aren't you ashamed? Guo Jian grinned, producing a cigarette. Isn't my girlfriend strict with me? Lighting it, he urged. Hurry up, let us watch the show. Sun Yinqing glanced out the window. I must say, this Qin Luo runs quite fast. The men from the second company can't catch up with him. Guo Jian exhaled smoke. If this kid didn't have some skills, would he have earned the title of our army's top recruit? Why would Wu Ziyuan be so insistent on bringing him back? Guo Jian rubbed his chin, smiling as he observed the sprinting Qin Luo. This kid is a fine prospect. Sun Yinqing nodded vigorously. I wonder why the special forces didn't want him. He is such a good soldier. Guo Jian scoffed. Those guys must have their heads filled with nonsense. Their loss is our gain. But can he pass the second company's tests? Sun Yinqing asked, puzzled. Who knows? Guo Jian shrugged. Another cigarette. How can we miss this thrilling moment? Light it up. The howling wind struck fiercely, and the torrential rain stung his cheeks, nearly blinding him. Qin Luo squinted, activating his heightened senses, transforming into a miniature radar. Everything within a few meters was perceived with crystal clarity. He inhaled deeply, exerting all his strength to dash forward. His stamina had reached the pinnacle of a top scout, and the current weather conditions only propelled his speed further. In mere moments, he had distanced himself from the men of the second company. Round and round, Qin Luo gasped for breath. As long as he reached the gate, victory would be his, along with the rewards. No one could deny him the right to stay. With that thought in mind, he lowered his head and surged forward like a cannonball through the downpour. What is going on? What are they doing? The commotion within the camp stirred the first and third companies. Hey, second company, are you being trained by this new recruit? Laughter erupted. You second company are pathetic. You can't even catch a new recruit now. Don't brag about being the top of the reconnaissance battalion. I am embarrassed for you. Hurry, chase him. The new recruit is about to leave you all behind. The soldiers of the second company were already anxious from their inability to catch up to Qin Luo, and the sudden mockery from the first and third companies only fueled their frustration, turning their faces crimson. Honor was paramount in the military. The three companies of the reconnaissance battalion constantly vied for superiority, with the second company typically leading the pack. If they were outpaced by Qin Luo today, the first and third companies would revel in their ridicule for years to come. Charge! The black-faced squad leader bellowed. You can't even catch a new recruit. Are you really soldiers of the second company? Squad leader, an exhausted veteran, gasped. We're already giving it our all. Why don't you chase after him? The black-faced squad leader's face flushed with embarrassment. If I could catch him, would I still be here with you? Watching Qin Luo grow increasingly distant, nearing the turn, the black-faced squad leader shouted furiously. Surround him from that side and block his path. Huh? Another squad leader widened his eyes. Lao Xia, isn't he that a bit shameless? Xia Dong retorted impatiently. If we let him escape, we'll have even less face. The first and third companies are watching, but if we catch him, the narrative will be ours. Xia Dong growled. At worst, we'll just accept him. The soldiers running alongside immediately nodded in agreement. Initially, they merely intended to test Qin Luo's abilities. After all, Chang Haonan and the others had painted him as a god. Now, witnessing his stamina, speed, and reflexes, he was undoubtedly cut out to be a scout, fully deserving of a place in the second company. Charge! Xia Dong waved his hand, and a dozen men followed suit toward Qin Luo.at that moment. As Qin Luo rounded a corner and prepared to accelerate, he suddenly sensed a dozen individuals rushing toward him from the side. Damn it! Qin Luo instinctively swung his arm. Crack! The first to charge, Xia Dong, received a solid slap, momentarily stunned. The others halted, dumbfounded, staring at the facepalm of Xia Dong. Sir. Qin Luo stammered in embarrassment. I didn't mean it. It was a reflex action. You said to stop me with all your might, so I thought I was just trying to push you away. I truly didn't mean to. You dare slap me? Xia Dong, recovering from his shock, erupted with rage. My dad has never slapped me. You actually dared to. Qin Luo frantically waved his hands. Sir, it was unintentional. I swear. Get him. Xia Dong, tears welling in his eyes, shouted. Slap him hard. Yes. Everyone roared in unison, charging toward Qin Luo. I truly didn't mean it. Qin Luo turned and bolted. However, having momentarily delayed, many pursuers were already on his tail, a throng of angry soldiers rushing toward him from all directions. Dante, break him, Xia Dong called out. Just push him out. The crowd surged wildly, and Qin Luo continuously retreated. Don't come any closer, or I'll fight back. Fight back. The surrounding soldiers laughed. Then go ahead. If you don't fight back, we'll feel embarrassed to do so. As the throng closed in, Qin Luo inhaled deeply. I truly didn't want to fight. You're forcing me. His superhuman strength ignited, his right fist brimming with power. Qin Luo swiftly turned, aiming a punch at the soldier blocking his path. Bang! Oh! The struck veteran's face contorted sharply, his mouth forming a Na shape, his body curling up as he flew backward, colliding with several others behind him. Damn! Everyone stared, wide-eyed in shock. Xia Dong gulped hard. That punch was incredibly powerful. Seizing the moment while the crowd was stunned, Qin Luo dashed toward the gap. Block him, Xia Dong, now alert, sprinted after him. Don't run. Stop right there. All the veterans finally reacted, fists clenched, charging fiercely toward Qin Luo. Damn! Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. If this turned into a real fight, escaping would be impossible. You re-forcing my hand. Qin Luo clenched his fists, abruptly halting. Since escape was futile, he resolved to fight. If he could take down a few more opponents and burst through the crowd, he was confident no one could catch him again. Elevator God of War, with a surge of intent, a powerful force erupted within him. But before he could celebrate, he nearly spat blood. Beneath his feet appeared an immovable small circle visible only to him. This was akin to a buff zone, enhancing his abilities but rendering him ordinary outside of it. Within this circle, he was formidable. Outside, he was merely a regular person. Yet, this circle was so constrictive that even squatting was a challenge. allowing room for only one more person. How was he to fight? As long as the others stayed outside the circle, they could pummel him without consequence. Was this the elevator god of war or a trap? It felt like a setup to leave him stationary, merely a target for blows. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. Had he known, it might have been better to endure a few punches to find an opportunity to escape. Now, he was cornered. Qin Luo's face was awash with excitement. Just moments ago, his mind had been a blank slate, his body autonomously engaging in combat. Before he could bask in his triumph for too long, his heightened senses suddenly detected several hands reaching toward him from the left. This time, 3 individuals charged forth, and with no avenue for evasion, Qin Luo instinctively leaped backward, a significant distance. Ding alert. Host has exited the designated area. The elevator war god enhancement effect has dissipated. Qin Luo was taken aback. It was no wonder he had been so formidable earlier. He had been under the influence of that ability. However, the area was far too confined. This was hardly the elevator war god. It was more akin to a birdcage. At that moment, several seasoned soldiers lunged toward him once more. A flash of inspiration struck Qin Luo. Why not leap back into the area? As the soldiers drew near, they were startled to see Qin Luo leap back into the fray, coming face to face with one of the veterans, nearly colliding noses. "What are you doing?" the veteran exclaimed. Eyes wide with disbelief, Qin Luo grinned mischievously, instantly activating the elevator war god once more. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning-fast punches struck the vital points with precision and efficiency. The veterans, caught off guard, were sent flying, crashing into a heap. Exhilaration surged through Qin Luo. Although the domain of the elevator war god was limited, as long as his body remained within it, he would receive enhancements. In simpler terms, as long as he was within the area, Qin Luo was invincible. This was far more exhilarating than being Saitama. Capture him! Capture him! Xiaodong shouted frantically from the outskirts of the crowd. Suddenly, a few veterans seized Qin Luo's shoulder from behind. "You bastard! Still daring to strike? Get out!" But before they could exert their strength, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and took a step forward into the domain, dragging them along. Then, with a small backward leap, he created distance while simultaneously stepping on the edge of the area. "My apologies, everyone." While the 3 veterans were still in a state of confusion, Qin Luo had already unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of his strikes was so rapid that they were barely visible. The veterans' mouths formed a na shape as their feet left the ground, their bodies soaring backward, colliding with a throng of others. On the upper floor of the command building, Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were left speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the floor in their gaze. Qin Luo darted left and right, and with each leap, several individuals were sent flying in mere moments. The soldiers encircling him had been toppled, veterans sprawled across the ground. "What kind of fighting style is this?" Go Jian mused, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "It looks like he's dancing the cha-cha, or perhaps the waltz. Old son, have you ever encountered such an impressive fighting style?" Sun Yinqing shot him an exasperated glance. "You are the military supervisor. If you haven't seen it, how could I?" Go Jian continued to observe, a wide grin spreading across his face. "No wonder Wu Ziyuan is so desperate to bring him back. This fellow is truly a talent. He should be with our reconnaissance battalion." "Ha ha ha, those fools from the Tianling unit must be blind to let such a soldier slip away." Sun Yinqing nodded solemnly, gazing at the distant Qin Luo. "The soldiers from the 2nd Company are all exceptionally fierce. For this young man to hold his ground against them for so long and take down so many, we couldn't find another like him in the entire battalion. He must be nurtured with utmost priority." Go Jian clenched his fists in excitement. "If Wu Ziyuan fails to cultivate him properly, I shall step in to assist." Sun Yinqing nearly choked on his own saliva. He sacrificed his dignity just to bring Qin Luo back. "I assure you, if you dare to intervene, he will fight you to the death." Just then, bang, bang, bang. Qin Luo's fist connected with the veterans. However, these few soldiers did not fly backward as the others had. They merely felt a twinge of pain in their chests. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances at the impact site, then tilted their heads in perplexity toward Qin Luo. Qin Luo inspected his own fists, then looked at their awkward expressions. "Oh no, the time limit has expired. The elevator war god ability has vanished. Look, a flying saucer." Seizing the moment of their distraction, Qin Luo launched a series of rapid punches toward their faces before sprinting away. "You bastard! How dare you toy with us?" The veterans clutched their noses, tears almost spilling from the pain. "Don't run!" Xiaodong pushed through the crowd, exerting every ounce of strength to chase after Qin Luo. "You scoundrel! Don't run! If you have the guts, keep fighting." Just as his hand was about to grasp the hem of Qin Luo's shirt, Qin Luo abruptly spun around, his gaze sharp and fierce. Xiaodong suddenly sensed impending danger. But it was too late. The cooldown for his one-punch attack had concluded. Qin Luo charged up a punch, landing it squarely on Xiaodong's abdomen. Xiaodong's features contorted, his face swelling as he began to ascend into the air. The sound of rushing wind filling his ears, like a cannonball, he shot backward, colliding with a dozen soldiers rushing toward him, sending them sprawling like bowling pins. It was utterly terrifying. Qin Luo flashed a slight smile before dashing away. Good heavens, on the upper floor of the command building, Go Jian and Sun Yanqing were left in shock, their jaws nearly dislocated. Go Jian stared in disbelief. This kid actually sent someone flying 3 or 4 meters with a single punch? Not just 3 or 4 meters, Sun Yanqing shook his head. If there hadn't been anyone behind him, he would have likely gone even further. The commander wore an expression of pure joy, a true talent. He must be groomed with great care. Squad leader, are you all right? The veterans who had rushed up quickly helped Xiaodong to his feet. "Don't mind me, pursue him," Xiaodong shouted angrily, pushing away those who tried to assist him. But before he could finish, his stomach began to churn violently, and he doubled over, retching on the ground. The surrounding veterans quickly recoiled, their faces twisted in disgust. I in the distance, Cheng Haonan, witnessing this familiar scene, nearly leaped with excitement. Finally, the squad leader is experiencing what I felt back then. He probably won't be able to eat a thing today. The other new recruits wore mischievous grins, having personally experienced Qin Luo's ferocity. Although these veterans were seasoned, they were no match for Qin Luo's extraordinary strength. Squad leader, Changlei chuckled. "I told you not to let everyone engage in this nonsense, but you refused to listen. Now look, we've embarrassed ourselves in front of the entire battalion." Wu Ziyuan's mouth hung open, utterly stunned by Qin Luo's prowess. He had initially believed Qin Luo possessed decent military skills and that a brief demonstration in front of the veterans would earn their respect, perhaps at most enduring a minor setback. Little did he know that Qin Luo was capable of such astounding feats, toppling so many opponents in an instant. "You knew he was this strong all along? Didn't you?" He glared at Changlei. Changlei chuckled. "I had an inkling, but I did warn you. You just didn't heed my advice." Wu Ziyuan was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Had he known Qin Luo was so formidable, he would have never consented to block his way. Now, the second company had lost face in front of the entire battalion. While he was lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Wu Ziyuan turned sharply to see Qin Luo bursting through the downpour, a look of pure exhilaration on his face as he sprinted toward the main gate. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched. Damn it. This kid is enjoying himself way too much. Regret washed over him. He had initially intended for Qin Luo to be given a taste of humility, to convey that the reconnaissance battalion was filled with hidden talents, allowing him to settle in with composure. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Luo had issued a stunning display of dominance from the moment he arrived. In a flash, Qin Luo zipped past him. Cheng Haonan and the others cheered excitedly. "Go, Luo, go. You're the best. Luo Gu, you're the marshmallow in my heart." "Shut up," Wu Ziyuan bellowed. "What nonsense is this, Luo Gu? In the military, we have comrades, not brothers." The group quickly fell silent, but still exchanged playful gestures and winked at each other. Bang! Qin Luo reached the exit, stomped his right foot, puffed out his chest, and stood tall. Saluting Wu Ziyuan with vigor, he declared, "Report, squad leader. I have fulfilled the veterans' challenge. Am I now officially a member of the second company of the reconnaissance battalion?" Wu Ziyuan's mouth fell agape, staring blankly at Qin Luo, momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't run. Don't run." A throng of veterans simultaneously pursued him, panting heavily, glaring daggers at Qin Luo. "What are you shouting about?" Wu Ziyuan snapped irritably. The crowd fell silent, wide-eyed. "Squad leader. What squad leader?" Wu Ziyuan glared at them. "He has completed your challenge, circled back, and knocked down so many of you. Now he asks if he qualifies to be one of you." With that, he stormed off in a huff. The veterans exchanged glances, then turned to the smiling Qin Luo outside the gate. Xia Dong, clutching his stomach, waved irritably. What the hell are you all waiting for? Come in, you ancestor. Oh, oh, oh. Cheng Haonan and the others rushed over, hoisting Qin Luo high in the air, chanting Luo Gu, with joy as they carried him through the entrance. Cheng Lei, grinning from ear to ear, picked up Qin Luo's bag and followed suit. As he passed by the veterans, he shook his head in exasperation. Why do you all insist on challenging the soldiers I bring? Do you truly enjoy inflicting pain upon yourselves? He quickly caught up with the others. At that moment, the veterans were left speechless. Had they not failed to establish authority over the new recruit, they had instead suffered a significant loss of face. Not to mention the embarrassment of falling flat on their faces. Many lay sprawled on the ground, resembling muddied monkeys, with a few still bleeding from their noses. Damn it, we've lost all dignity. Don't go. Don't go. Xia Dong, supported by others, approached, glaring at the departing Qin Luo. I was careless just now. I didn't dodge. There exists a certain audacity, a challenge. Ugh, before he could finish his words, he collapsed onto the ground, retching violently, nearly expelling the remnants of last night's meal. The second squad leader shook his head in resignation. Enough, enough, let's carry the squad leader away. It's embarrassing to be here. A few seasoned soldiers hastily lifted him up. I'm fine, I'm fine. Ugh, ugh, as Xia Dong was being carried away, he continued to vomit. Observing his pitiful state, the onlookers were filled with relief. Thankfully, it was Xia Dong who had chased after them. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. The second squad leader could not help but exclaim, that Qin Luo lad is just too fierce. It's no wonder he caught the eye of the special forces as a rookie. He truly has remarkable skills. Chapter 59. Has Wu Ziyuan reborn? The rain fell in torrents. The hallway was filled with a cacophony of voices. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing descended the stairs, only to find the corridor packed with soldiers, all pointing and whispering towards the direction of the second platoon. What on earth is going on? Go Jian bellowed, causing all the soldiers to stand at attention. It's raining today. No training, and you've nothing better to do? Are the companies not organizing any study sessions? Go back, go back. Sun Yinqing waved his hand, hurriedly ushering everyone to disperse. Yet many soldiers turned back every few steps. Once he saw they had all left, Go Jian immediately turned back. What were they looking at just now? Sun Yinqing wore an expression of exasperation. When it comes to gossip, you're no better than anyone else, camp commander. The 1st and 3rd company commanders approached. What's going on with the 2nd platoon today? Go Jian, intrigued, asked. What's the matter now? Look, the 3rd company commander pointed. They just finished reprimanding the rookies. Oh no? I mean, they were reprimanded by the rookies. Now, soldiers from the supply unit are incessantly delivering things to them. What's happening here? Go Jian looked over in astonishment. Indeed, 2 soldiers from the supply unit were wheeling a cart out of the 2nd platoon. On the other side, 2 more soldiers were pushing a fully loaded cart of cardboard boxes towards the 2nd platoon. This is already the 7th trip, the 1st company commander noted. Are they trying to empty the supply unit? Go Jian and Sun Yinqing exchanged puzzled glances. The 2nd platoon was typically known for their fiery tempers. What had come over them today? They had established authority among the rookies, and now it seemed they were preparing a welcoming feast. When had these soldiers become so congenial? Commander, the 1st company commander whispered. What is the background of this rookie? I heard he was brought in by Lao Wu, but why did he return from the special forces? The 3rd company commander, equally curious, asked. I see he is quite impressive. His physical abilities are exceptional, and he fights fiercely, taking down dozens single-handedly. Such a tough character, and yet the special forces turned him away? Have their standards risen so high? Go Jian's smile faded as he sternly glared at the 2. It's not that the special forces have high standards. It's that our reconnaissance battalion's expectations are evolving. Huh? The 2 commanders widened their eyes in disbelief. Go Jian scoffed. From now on, we will hold the entire battalion to the standards set by this rookie. No, by Qin Luo. He shall be our training benchmark. If you cannot meet his level, regardless of whether it rains or hails, you will continue to train. Do you understand? Yes, both company commanders nodded in resignation. What was the point of even discussing it? They would have been better off not asking. Go Jian waved them off. Go back, keep an eye on your soldiers. They nodded and turned towards their respective platoons. Let us see what they're up to. As soon as the 2 commanders departed, Go Jian eagerly made his way towards the 2nd platoon. Let us see what mischief they're up to. Sun Yinqing shook his head helplessly. Even the village elder is nosy as you. The two, under their umbrellas, quickly approached the second platoon S building. As they drew near, their expressions turned to astonishment. The combined aroma of various instant noodles and snacks wafted through the air, assaulting their nostrils. Inside the study room, Qin Luo was surrounded by several rookies, while other seasoned soldiers scattered around, happily devouring their food and giving Qin Luo continuous thumbs-ups. Qin Luo, you're too generous. One bowl of noodles would suffice. But you added 3 more. How embarrassing. Qin Luo, I can tell you're an easygoing person. Instant noodles, marinated eggs, hail you snacks. We're bound to be good friends. Ah, little Qin, you're far too kind. Bringing all this drink? You've really gone above and beyond. It's just a few punches. There's no need to bring me 5 bottles of water. I feel so embarrassed. Qin Luo chuckled. Comrades, I apologize for any offense earlier. I was in the wrong, but I assure you, since the squad leader and the class leader have brought me back, I will be a good soldier and bring honor to our second platoon. Good, well said. P.S. One of our second platoon S soldiers. A chorus of seasoned soldiers cheered. Qin Luo surveyed the room, his face beaming with smiles. Indeed, in the military, forming friendships over instant noodles and sausages is far more effective than cash, infinitely more impactful. He managed to win over the entire platoon in an instant. This lad has quite the knack for interpersonal relations, doesn't he? Gojian swallowed hard. Sun Yinqing nodded in deep agreement. To establish authority among the entire platoon upon arrival. And now to treat everyone to food, especially such a generous spread. This is a classic case of giving a stick to get a date. This kid really knows how to play his cards right. Watching Qin Luo thrive, both men let out long sighs of relief. Initially worried that Qin Luo might embarrass the second platoon and provoke collective trouble, they never expected him to so effortlessly win over the seasoned soldiers. Such skill. Yes, understood. Commander. Suddenly, from the adjacent room, 2 soldiers from the supply unit emerged, nodding their heads. Upon seeing the camp commander and the instructor, they immediately saluted. Good day, Commander. Good day, Instructor. Gojian nodded. What are you two up to? One soldier grinned. All our instant noodles, biscuits, and drinks are gone. Squad leader Wu told us to go out and buy some more, and to bring back plenty. The 2 commanders' eyes widened. This was an order from Wu Ziyuan? No. This was not the Wu Ziyuan they were familiar with. Commander, what should we go? Go. Get going. Gojian waved his hand, and the 2 soldiers dashed off. Gojian and Sun Yinqing exchanged glances, their expressions filled with skepticism as they stepped into the room. Upon entering, they were immediately struck dumb. On Wu Ziyuan's desk lay 3 empty bowls of instant noodles, surrounded by several sausage casings and 2 bags of spicy chicken feet. The 2 stared in disbelief. Was this really the Wu Ziyuan they knew? Noticing their presence, Wu Ziyuan quickly lifted his head, slurping up the last of the noodles, his cheeks bulging. Why you here, Commander Instructor? Finish eating before you speak. He mumbled, sounding as if he had a mouthful of dead rats. Gojian approached for a closer look. Oh, so you've polished off 3 bowls of instant noodles and are still munching on chicken feet? You've quite the appetite. He glared at Wu Ziyuan. Are you not afraid of overindulging? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. I want to pick up Qin Luo, and I hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. So all right, enough, Gojian replied, hands behind his back, gazing at him. You've done well, haven't you? After visiting the rookie platoon, you've returned rejuvenated? The Wu Ziyuan he remembered was a stern commander, rarely sporting a smile. What had caused this change? Allowing a rookie to host a feast for the entire platoon? Indeed, Sun Yinqing inquired. It's one thing to treat them, but why are you sending the supply unit out to restock? Isn't that an excessive supply? Commander, Instructor Wu Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly. People need to change. We can't always be so rigid. I believe Qin Luo's approach is commendable, quickly uniting everyone and integrating into the group. It's a valid strategy. Sun Yinqing furrowed his brow. Wu Ziyuan, you aren't forcing him to treat, are you? Of course not. Wu Ziyuan quickly shook his head. He did this voluntarily. I couldn't have stopped him if I tried. He chuckled. Commander, you can rest assured. This is definitely within his means. He has the funds. The corners of their eyes twitched. It seemed that Qin Luo was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he militarily capable, but he also skillfully navigated social dynamics. Sun Yinqing frowned. Wu Ziyuan, I warn you, this must be his voluntary decision. If I find out otherwise, Wu Ziyuan immediately grinned. If it wasn't voluntary, feel free to discipline me. All right, enough. Go Jian waved his hand. We came here because we were concerned that your platoon might not accept this rookie, but it seems he smiled slightly. I witnessed this soldier's performance earlier. He is a good soldier. However, I must remind you to nurture him well. If you fail in that regard, I will take over. Wu Ziyuan hurriedly waved his hands. Commander, there is no need for that. I know my soldiers well. You should focus on other matters. Go Jian's mouth twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sun Yinqing stifled a laugh. I told you, taking his soldier is like taking his life. But Wu Ziyuan has indeed changed. At least he has become a bit more personable. I'm just giving a friendly reminder. Go Jian coughed lightly and turned to look. What are you all standing there for? Serve some instant noodles for me and the instructor too. Is this how you treat your guests? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. All right, I'll prepare it right away. Would you like marinated eggs and sausages? The whole set. You're not going to eat alone. Bring us 3 portions as well. Go Jian clapped his legs. I only need one. Sun Yinqing quickly added. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. The world outside grew darker. Only when lightning cleaves the heavens will there be a fleeting pallor between earth and sky. I in the office of the company commander. Wu Ziyuan sat in his chair, coldly staring at Qin Luo, who stood opposite him. You've got some skills, kid. I thought it would take you a long time to win over the whole battalion, but to my surprise, everyone took a liking to you right away. Report, it's all thanks to the commander and the squad leaders. Qin Luo exclaimed loudly. All right. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. If my teaching were truly effective, you wouldn't have chosen to join the special forces and abandon us. Qin Luo's face turned awkward. Commander, that's all in the past now. I have realized my mistakes. Isn't it a case of returning from the wrong path and coming back to you? Xiong Bing. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. I brought you back out of respect for Chang Lei and your comrades, to spare them the sight of longing for you like Ming Zhongnu waiting for her husband. What a nuisance! Qin Luo chuckled mischievously. After being around him for so long, he knew the commander was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. After all, Wu Ziyuan was quite the proud individual. If he didn't acknowledge Qin Luo, he certainly wouldn't have brought him back. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Commander, does this mean I can return to my squad leader? Who said you could go back? Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. Qin Luo was taken aback. I'll tell you this. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. Even though I brought you back in my eyes, you're still a bear soldier. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Then where am I supposed to go? You're not going to make me a clerk or a communication soldier, are you? I absolutely refuse to do that. A clerk or a communication soldier? Dream on. Wu Ziyuan stood up abruptly. Chapter 60. What is this cookhouse nonsense? A cookhouse? Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. He had returned from the patrol unit with the intention of picking himself back up from where he had fallen. But now, being assigned to be a cook was not what he wanted. He wished to be a good soldier. Commander, Qin Luo straightened his posture, excitedly stating, I am a soldier you trained. I placed first in the assessments across 3 divisions and broke numerous records. You are aware of this. You brought me back. I passed the tests of the entire battalion. Even if I can't be assigned to my squad leader, can't you at least let me stay in the combat unit? With my skills, I could bring glory to our battalion. I promise I will work hard from now on. Wu Ziyuan looked at him with indifference. Are you done? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Commander, I know nothing about cooking. I only know how to train. Please keep me in the combat unit. A talent like me being sent to the cookhouse is sheer waste. Wu Ziyuan chuckled, looking at him with amusement. You think you're a talent? Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Of course, when we first met, I told you I was a once-in-a-century talent. I was the top recruit in the entire army. Even the special forces made an exception to recruit me. Doesn't that prove it? What other recruit can be as formidable as I am? Wu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. You are still as confident as ever. That's commendable. Yes, you're right. Your military prowess is unmatched by all the new recruits this year, and even many veterans cannot catch up with you in that regard. You truly are a talent, which is why I brought you back. However, he continued nonchalantly, I sense that you were particularly anxious after being returned. Qin Luo widened his eyes in surprise. Wu Ziyuan continued, you are a good soldier, but you are too eager right now. You are desperate to impress all of us, to atone for your past mistakes. Wu Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder. But in truth, those things are not what matters. What is important is that we hope to have a comrade beside us whom we can trust our backs to. rather than someone who is always in a rush to succeed. Wu Ziyuan said solemnly, "Go to the cookhouse and take your time to hone your skills. There, you will find peace. After some time, when you are completely settled and no longer anxious, I will come to get you." He smiled, adding, "After eating your instant noodles, I must take responsibility for you." Seeing Wu Ziyuan's sincere smile, Qin Luo felt a sudden warmth in his heart. During his time in the recruit company, he had never imagined that this commander, who always pointed out his flaws, would one day care for him like this. "Commander," Qin Luo said earnestly, "this time, I mean what I say. I will definitely become a good soldier." The 3 companies of the reconnaissance battalion were actually situated in the same courtyard, each occupying a small building. Wu Ziyuan's office was also on the upper floor. As Qin Luo exited the office, he led out alongside in the military. The combat unit and the cookhouse belonged to 2 distinct concepts. Although they were part of the same unit, the cookhouse was considered logistical support. Regardless of assessments or selections, there was no connection to the cookhouse. Qin Luo gazed at the distant cookhouse, taking a deep breath. He had no desire to go there, but he felt Wu Ziyuan's words held truth. Recently, during his time in the patrol unit, he had indeed felt a bit anxious. He feared he would never return and was also afraid of facing everyone upon his return, worried that they might not genuinely accept him. "Go to the cookhouse and find peace." Qin Luo exhaled. "I will definitely return." He strode downstairs, preparing to gather his belongings. However, just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he suddenly froze. The hallway was filled with people. Nearly all the officers and soldiers from the 2nd Company had come. A smiling captain walked over. "Qin Luo, I'm the instructor of the 2nd Company, Li Kong." "Instructor." Qin Luo quickly saluted. Li Kong returned the salute, smiling as he patted Qin Luo. "Go to the cookhouse and do well. I believe you will be back soon. The whole company is waiting for you." "Qin Luo," Xiaodong glared at him. "You owe me a punch?" "I am still feeling sore from it. I didn't eat a single bite of the instant noodles and ham. You must come back and treat me. No backing out." The 2nd squad leader chuckled. Don T listened to him. "Since you've entered our doors today, you are now one of us in the 2nd Company. We've eaten your food, so we're comrades now, and no matter what you did in the past. Having the courage to return means we accept you. The 2nd Company will always have a place for you." Everyone looked at Qin Luo with deep expressions. Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and others stood tall, their eyes filled with reluctance. Hao Duo was already in tears. If there weren't others around, he would have rushed to embrace Qin Luo. They had finally reunited, thinking they could be together, but before they could even share a few whispered words. Qin Luo was assigned to the cookhouse. The brothers from the recruit company, who had walked together, were filled with sorrow. Qin Luo scanned the faces of everyone, his heart churning like a stormy sea. "Together through thick and thin, sharing both glory and shame, I will surely return soon." With that, he saluted vigorously. Whoosh! All the veterans returned the salute in unison. "We'll be waiting for you." In that moment, Qin Luo's eyes brimmed with tears. He suddenly felt grateful that Hu Fei had sent him back. Otherwise, he might never have experienced what it felt like to entrust his back to his comrades. "Let us go." Chang Lei approached, picking up his bag with a smile. "I'll accompany you." "Yes, squad leader." Qin Luo rubbed his eyes and picked up another bag, following him toward the cookhouse. Though they were in the same battalion, once he went to the cookhouse, he would no longer be able to train, eat, or rest with them. Qin Luo walked slowly, feeling a slight sense of loss. Luogu is leaving. Hao Duo's tears streamed down like the heavy rain outside. "Why are you crying?" Cheng Haonan glared at him. "It's not like we're burying Luogu. He is still here, but he just saw us and now has to part with us again." Hao Duo sniffled. Cheng Haonan's mouth twitched, feeling sadness but remaining silent. Zhang Qian patted Hao Duo on the back. "Don't be sad, Duo. The cookhouse isn't far from us. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Besides, you must believe in Luogu." He looked at Qin Luo's back. "Luogu said he would find us. He truly means what he says. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned. We'll wait for him here. It won't be long." Hao Duo paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, tears streaming everywhere. "Yes, Luogu keeps his promises. He really does." The mess hall wasn't far. It was a 5-minute walk away. "I want to walk you in." Chang Lei handed the bag to Qin Luo, smiling slightly. "Qin Luo, don't blame yourself. I'm genuinely happy for you going to the special forces. Being returned isn't a bad thing." You just aren't mature enough yet in the squad leader's eyes. You are always a good soldier. It's my pride to have trained a soldier like you. I'll be waiting for your return in the combat unit. Qin Luo nodded earnestly. Squad leader, rest assured, I will definitely come back before long. Chang Lei smiled broadly, glancing into the cookhouse, then lowering his voice. The cookhouse is full of hidden talents. The commander brought you here for a reason. You must be humble, and humble again. Don't cause trouble like in the recruit company. Remember, you must get along well with your comrades. Seeing his serious demeanor, Qin Luo suddenly felt a jolt. He had heard that the cookhouse was filled with skilled individuals. And it seemed the rumors were true. Qin Luo even began to envision skilled cooks flying around in the cookhouse. Squad leader, don't worry, I'm no longer the person I used to be. I will definitely get along harmoniously with everyone and integrate with them. Chang Lei forced an awkward smile. All right, you go ahead. I'll take my leave. With that, the two exchanged a respectful nod. Chang Lei, gripping the umbrella, turned and dashed into the rain. Qin Luo silently observed his retreating figure for a long while, eventually letting out a deep sigh. When you fall, you must rise from that very spot. If you wish to stand again, you must start anew. He turned his gaze towards the kitchen, instantly filled with newfound confidence. Let us begin here. What is so formidable about this little cooking unit? I'll conquer it effortlessly. Grabbing his bag, he strode purposefully inside. Reporting, new recruit Qin Luo, here to check in. Come in. A languid voice beckoned. Qin Luo inhaled deeply, pushed open the kitchen door, and stepped inside. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he froze as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Inside the kitchen stood 9 robust men, each averaging a height of 6 feet 3 inches, their physiques resembling that of double-door refrigerators. All staring intently at him. Each wore nothing but a tank top, their muscles bulging even more than those of Stallone and Schwarzenegger, fully exposed to the air. The entire kitchen was saturated with an overwhelming aura of testosterone, making the atmosphere feel decidedly off-kilter. Qin Luo gulped hard. Is this a cooking unit, or a gay haven? You must be Qin Luo? An older soldier licked his lips, grinning at him. Come here. Let me check you out. Whoa! Qin Luo's foot hesitated at the threshold, pulling back in fright. Chapter 61. My apologies for my rashness, old Qin. Thank you for the air conditioning you provided for us, Deputy Commander Luo Jianghai said cheerfully over the phone. You've truly helped us solve a significant problem. You have no idea, during the scorching summer, our soldiers can't sleep at night. Even with the fan, they're still sweating profusely. Now that we have air conditioning, everyone will be grateful to you. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Old Luo, why the pleasantries between us? I owe you for arranging for my little Luo. This minor contribution of mine is nothing. I'll donate another 5,000 air conditioning units within a month for you to install in those remote units, so the soldiers won't suffer so much in the summer. Luo Jianghai exclaimed excitedly. Old Qin, thank you so much. I must treat you to a grand feast to express our gratitude on behalf of the military district. I know you're wealthy, but please don't look down on our inferior liquor. Qin Jiaqing chuckled. Of course, I'll definitely accept your invitation. I'll make sure to drink you all under the table. Ha ha ha. Both men erupted in laughter. By the way, Qin Jiaqing suddenly inquired, how has my little Luo been lately? Luo Jianghai chuckled. Old Qin, your son is quite impressive. I transferred him to the patrol unit, and since his arrival, he hasn't had a moment's rest. He is strict yet fair, and he has elevated the standards of the patrol unit. Recently, he even achieved a commendation. Really? Qin Jiaqing beamed. That little rascal managed to earn a commendation? Rest assured, old Qin, I'll keep an eye on him, Luo Jianghai assured. When he returns, he'll surely be a changed man. Qin Jiaqing smiled. Then I must thank Deputy Commander Luo. By the way, I'll also donate some extra supplies to the patrol unit and improve their barracks. No, let us rebuild them entirely. What do you think? Luo Jianghai's face lit up with joy. Absolutely. I'll definitely agree to such a good deed. After chatting for a bit longer, they finally hung up. Luo Jianghai shook his head. This old Qin, so indulgent with his son, sending him to serve in the army. He desires the best for his child while hoping he endures some hardships, truly a reflection of every parent's heart. He smiled slightly. Patrol unit, you all will enjoy a good life with Qin Luo. When the barracks are rebuilt, make sure to thank him properly. However, he remained unaware that at that moment, Qin Luo had already been taken to the Division S reconnaissance camp by Wu Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaqing lay back contentedly in his rocking chair. Wang Rifa brought him a cup of coffee. Sir, you seem quite cheerful. Has there been news from the young master? Smart of you, Qin Jiaqing replied jovially. It was thanks to my connections that you handled it. Little Luo was nearly put in a precarious situation by you. The moment I intervened, he was swiftly assigned to a more comfortable post. Now he is out there checking on people and even earning commendations. He is truly thriving. Ha ha. Wang Rifa quickly agreed. Of course, my standing is based on your influence, sir. When you step in, the outcome is certainly different. He hesitated. With the young master earning commendations, even if he returns after his service, there won't be any regrets. The only concern is that Miss Shan. Qin Jiaqing's brow furrowed slightly but soon relaxed. No need to worry. He is in the patrol unit now, able to conduct checks across the entire army. He'll undoubtedly find opportunities to connect over there. With his skills, it'll be no problem. If anything arises, I can assist him again. He smiled while sipping his coffee. Now I can truly rest easy. As long as he has a comfortable year and 9 months, he can return home. Why are you standing outside? Come in. A voice rang out, sending a shiver down Qin Luo's spine. Who is speaking? He scanned the room. All 9 muscular men were leering at him, yet none were speaking. Hey, are you deaf or dumb? Can't you understand human language? We told you to come in. Don't you see how little we're wearing? It's cold. Quickly close the door. Qin Luo's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. This time he finally discerned who was speaking. Behind the counter stood a man with a square face, exuding an air of authority, his eyes bright and piercing. You're quite impressive, he remarked, laughing as he scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe. In our division, everyone, whether new recruits or veterans, is eager to join the reconnaissance camp. Yet you are the first in many years to leap directly from the reconnaissance camp to the special forces. Quite remarkable. This kid appears promising. The gazes of the veteran soldiers on Qin Luo grew even more fervent. Qin Luo felt a tightening sensation, swallowing hard. Surely he hadn't stumbled into a den of iniquity? Was Wu Ziyuan sending him here to toughen his character or something else entirely? Calm down. There's no need to be nervous. Since you're here, settle in, the man smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Jiumei, the cook team leader. Qin Luo nearly choked on his own breath. Why, you just said your name is what? The man huffed. I have 8 sisters, and they named me this in hopes that I wouldn't be difficult to raise. Is there a problem with that? Qin Luo swallowed hard. The cooking team was not a hidden gem, but rather a place filled with eccentricities. He had thought those 9 fellows were peculiar enough. But the team leader was the pinnacle of absurdity. Zhao Jiumei, a grown man named Jiumei. Just the thought sent shivers down Qin Luo's spine. Let me introduce you to the bald guy. This is Qi Gang. The deputy team leader. A bald giant waved cheerfully at Qin Luo, his armpit hair sticking out. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, acknowledging the greeting. Mei Shuai, Fan Yongzhen, our head chefs. Both are certified first-class chefs. The 2 grinned at Qin Luo, making him feel uneasy. Xiong Fei, sergeant, the one who handles the groceries. Hello. Qin Luo was startled by his voice. Though he looked the most delicate among them, his voice was the gruffest, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. Zhang Chaoda, Zhou Yong, Zhao Cheng, these are all veterans. They can chop vegetables, make pastries, and sometimes even cook. They all smiled at Qin Luo, who nodded in return. Let me explain. Zhao Jiumei fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Our cooking team is unlike any other die in this camp. We're the only cooking unit responsible for the entire camp's meals. Qin Luo's mouth fell agape. This was the first he had heard of such a thing. Typically, each company has its own cooking team, yet they were responsible for 3 companies. His head began to throb, finally understanding the implications of what the team leader had just stated. This was no simple task. They were essentially doing the work of 3 teams combined. Zhao Jiumei continued, though you're new here, don't think it will be easy. Our responsibilities are quite demanding. We must ensure that all soldiers in the camp eat well and are well fed. The combat effectiveness of the entire camp relies on us. Therefore, no matter what tasks we assign you, you must complete them to the best of your ability. Also, forget any thoughts of the combat unit and their trivial matters. You now belong to us, and your focus must be solely on our unit. Qin Luo was so taken aback he felt a need to cover his vital areas. What fierce words, since it's raining outside today. Just help out here. Whenever anyone needs assistance, you go help them. Understood. Any questions? Zhao Jiumei inquired, looking at him. Qin Luo fixed his gaze upon him, a sudden awkward smile breaking on his face. Class monitor, I am quite curious. Our class is so imposing. How did you come to assume the role of class monitor? Zhao Jimei was momentarily taken aback, and everyone turned to look at him in unison. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, a mountain rose from behind the table. Qin Luo's smile froze instantly, his eyes nearly bulging out. He had thought others were already tall and strong enough, but he did not expect the class monitor to stand up, towering over them by an entire head. The large tank top clung shamefully to his form, as if it were about to burst apart at any moment. Awkward in every sense. Kid, you don't actually think the class monitor is short? Do you? Vice Monitor Qi Gang stared at him. The other veterans erupted into laughter. Did you misjudge? It's just that the table is too low. The class monitor is sitting to avoid lumbar strain. Gazing at the towering figure of Zhao Jimei, Qin Luo swallowed hard. This guy's head nearly brushed the ceiling, standing at least 2 meters tall. How could he possibly work sitting down, with such a muscular build? Constantly bending over, what kind of skeleton could endure that? Qin Luo gulped, forcing a smile. Apologies, I was hasty in my judgment. You brat, adjust your mindset, Zhao Jimei glared at him. Once you enter the cooking class, don't entertain any fanciful thoughts. We won't impose the old veteran standards upon you. But as you can see, you are the smallest and the shortest here. Outside, you may feel grand, but within these walls, you are the least of all. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, his eyes already fixated on the trousers of these fellows. Indeed, they appeared to be a size larger than his. Fortunately, Cheng Haonan and the others had not arrived. Otherwise, he would have felt even more inferior. Get to work. Zhao Jimei resumed his seat, glaring at him. Wu Yinzhong informed me that you are eager to return to the combat class. If you come back, we welcome you. If you leave, we will be glad for you. However, for this moment, you must focus on your duties. Understood. Qin Luo straightened his chest, his heart racing. In no wonder everyone had gathered in the corridor to bid him farewell, making it seem like a parting of life and death. In no wonder the captain had uttered those words, and the class monitor had mentioned the hidden talents within this place, insisting that he must build good relationships with everyone. This truly was not a realm for ordinary individuals. Leaving this place was no easy feat. Xiao Qin, come work with me. Ma Shuai beckoned him with a smile. Qin, come work with me. Little Luo, come here, be good. Several veterans threw flirtatious glances at him, their chiseled chest muscles occasionally flexing. Qin Luo felt the hair on his body stand on end, his toes tensed. Should he approach them or not? Chapter 62. In truth, I am a firewood cutter. Wu Ziyuan. What on earth are you doing? Bang! The office door was pushed open with a thud, and Go Jin stormed in, fuming. Captain! Chang Lei and Xia Dong quickly straightened up. Wu Ziyuan saluted. What is the matter, Captain? Go Jin took a deep breath, waving his hand. You two, step outside. Yes, sir. The two saluted and hurriedly exited. What is up with the captain? Could it be a flare-up of hemorrhoids? Chang Lei asked curiously. Xia Dong turned back to glance and smiled faintly, most likely concerning that soldier. Qin Luo? Chang Lei was astonished. Who else could it be? Xia Dong smiled slightly. Our captain has a penchant for good soldiers. As long as they possess skill, he would gladly embrace them. That kid made quite the spectacle right from the start. He must surely be a treasure in the captain's eyes. The captain is now placing him in the cooking class. If the commander finds out, he will definitely be displeased. Chang Lei's face was filled with a grin. So, does that mean Qin Luo can? Dream on, Xia Dong retorted. Have you forgotten what kind of person our captain is? Chang Lei's smile instantly froze. True, the captain's temper is explosive. He dares to pound the table even in front of the division commander. He chuckled bitterly to himself. Qin Luo, you must hold your ground in the cooking class. Are you opposing me? Go Jin glared at Wu Ziyuan. I just told you to cultivate him well, and you send him to the cooking class right afterward. Have you lost your mind, burning your brain to 50 degrees? Such a good soldier, and you send him to the cooking class to cook. Does the cooking class need him? The combat class needs him. Wu Ziyuan was splattered with spittle. Had it been Gao Kun, he would have undoubtedly pounded the table. However, Go Jin standing in his heart was different. He smiled and wiped his face. Captain, you've been a bit irritable lately. Perhaps you should drink some chrysanthemum tea. The flavor is too strong that it's all because of you, Go Jin shouted, pointing at him. You hurry up and bring him back. If you don't, I will go myself. Captain, Wu Ziyuan chuckled, pulling him back. Hold on. Let me explain a couple of things. Go Jian, fuming, plopped down. Spit it out quickly. Wu Ziyuan sat across from him with a grin. Captain, you know me well. My greatest fondness is for good soldiers. Qin Luo's military capabilities are commendable, yet his mindset is a tad too lively. He gradually retracted his smile. You are aware of our battalion's history in the past, whether fighting the Japanese or the Koreans. Our battalion has faced annihilation multiple times. Yet each time, the survivors have brought others back. What we need are comrades with whom we can entrust our lives, and he still needs a bit more to reach that level. Go Jian glared at him fiercely. Then you teach him. I am teaching him, Wu Ziyuan replied. You know Zhao Jumei in the cooking class. No one in our division is more trustworthy than him. If Qin Luo can manage to stay focused in the cooking class, he will undoubtedly become the soldier I desire, and I will personally bring him back. Observing Go Jian's furrowed brow, Wu Ziyuan earnestly stated, Captain, he is a fine piece of steel, but it must be tempered with fierce fire to be forged into an extraordinary sword. I know what you are thinking. I believe that since he dares to return with me, he will surely undergo a transformation. In the future, he might even become a pillar of our battalion. But first, he needs a bit of time. Go Jian stared at him intently, and after a long pause, let out a sigh. Fine, let us do it your way. Give him some time. That Zhao Jumei is quite capable. It's good for him to stay under his wing, however. He fixed his gaze on Wu Ziyuan. Don't take too long. I don't want such a promising soldier wasting too much time in the cooking class. I will speak with Zhao Jumei. Wu Ziyuan nodded. Off you go. Go Jian abruptly stood up, striding out in a flurry. Wu Ziyuan shook his head in bemusement. Within the division, he was rumored to be the iron-faced captain. However, compared to Go Jian, he still had some way to go. Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan smiled gently. You should be getting along quite well with those in the cooking class by now. Right? Huff, huff, huff. Qin Luo's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the ceiling. Sleep eluded him, utterly impossible to grasp. The sounds of snoring from the group were increasingly thunderous, especially from class monitor Zhao Jumei, whose snores twisted and turned, akin to a demonic melody resonating around him. Qin Luo covered his head with the blanket. Who will give me a punch to make me fall asleep? Help me. He had no idea how much time passed before he finally drifted into a drowsy slumber. In his dreams, Zhao Jumei and the others were grinning, encircling him, each casting a mischievous glance in his direction. But Qin Luo found himself utterly immobilized, unable to flee. He could only watch as they drew closer. Startled, he bolted upright, gasping for breath. Yet in the next moment, he exclaimed in horror, shrinking into the corner. There stood Zhao Jumei and the others, glaring at him menacingly by the bedside. Qin Luo hurriedly covered his chest. What? What do you want? What are you doing? What are you up to? Yelling like ghosts, get up and get to work with that. They turned and strode outside. Qin Luo exhaled in relief, his back drenched in sweat. Tomorrow night, he must wear more clothes to bed. It was far too terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the clock on the wall. 4:30 in the morning. What? Up this early? Qin Luo, hurry up. Zhao Jumei's voice rang from outside. It's going to be busy soon. Got it? Qin Luo reluctantly dressed and hurried outside. By the time they reached the kitchen, Zhao Jumei and the others were already hard at work. Qi Gang and Zhou Yong were chopping onions and carrots with a clatter. A Shuai and Fan Yongzhen each wielded 2 cleavers, chopping a lump of meat with such speed that their hands were nearly invisible. Jiang Chaoda was pouring 3 bags of flour into a large basin, blending it as if practicing Tai Chi. After reciting a chant, the 2 of them each grabbed a massive pot and dashed towards the stove. Qin Luo swallowed hard. At that moment, these fellows indeed resembled martial arts masters. What ordinary person could work like they did? Qin Luo, light the fire, Zhao Jumei shouted while busying himself. All right, Qin Luo rushed to the stove. Is it this one? Yes, light all 4 stoves. Can you do it? I can. Lighting a fire is no problem. Qin Luo picked up a match from the side, glanced around, and found a pile of old newspapers, so he took them. After lighting one, he quickly stuffed it in, but when the paper burned out, the fire still wouldn't catch. Class monitor, it won't light. You need to turn on the gas, you fool. Qin Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. He had never done this at home. Where's the gas? Everyone nearly fell over, and Zhao Jumei pointed over there. It's that one nearby. Just turn the handle, hear the gas hissing, then light it and turn on the fan. Yes, it's that handle you're holding. Oh, oh, oh. Following the instructions, Qin Luo twisted it open and indeed heard the sizzling sound of gas escaping. He then rekindled the newspaper and placed it inside, simultaneously opening two valves. Boom. Two loud bangs accompanied the sudden flare of flames, sending both large pots flying, startling Qin Luo into a hasty retreat. Clang, clang. The two pots crashed heavily onto the stove, causing the entire surface to shake violently. "Are you trying to kill someone?" everyone yelled in fright. Qin Luo looked innocent. "Captain, I've never done this before." "Then for heaven's sake, stop showing off," Zhao Jumei said sternly. "Whether in the cooking team or elsewhere, safety is paramount. If you know how to do it, great. If not, ask for help. Don't show off, understand?" "Yes." Qin Luo nodded vigorously. "Go help Zhang Chaoda with the dough." "Yes." Qin Luo hurried over. Zhang Chaoda smiled and said, "Pour me some water." "Okay." Qin Luo lifted the bucket and poured water into the dough as instructed. "Don't worry about it." Zhang Chao smiled and said, "Everyone starts off the same way. You'll get used to it gradually. Listen to the captain and ask questions. We're all easy to get along with." Seeing the smile on his face, Qin Luo felt a little comforted. Ever since joining the army, he had been able to handle everything with ease, except for this. Fortunately, everyone's attitude towards him was filled with tolerance, and they didn't blame him too much. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt that the outward appearance and inner thoughts of these people seemed to be quite different. His preconceived notions about the cooking team gradually began to change. After breakfast, Qin Luo arranged the plates, stood up, and stretched lazily. The soreness in his waist made him grimace in discomfort. The work in the cooking team was anything but easy. Just organizing the plates for the entire camp could be exhausting, even more so than training with the combat team. Qin Luo shook his head helplessly. Adapting is truly not a matter of a short time. By the way, has the task issued by the system last time not been completed yet? Haven't I successfully entered the reconnaissance battalion, and hasn't the second company accepted me? He scratched his head, but the system gave him no response. Perhaps I need to return and fully become a member of the second company for the task to be considered complete. He took a deep breath. I need to put in more effort. To complete the task and pursue the damn Tianlang, I must first leave this place. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come to the back. Zhao Jumei's voice echoed again, like a thunderclap. Qin Luo immediately ran towards the back. Behind the kitchen was an open space, where a water tower stood tall, and beneath it were 4 large cooking stoves. At that moment, the veteran soldiers were all gathered around the water tower exercising. Zhong Fei was doing a handstand on 2 fingers while also performing shoulder supports. Qi Gang lay on the grass, holding up Zhang Chaoda, who was as stiff as a stick, rhythmically doing bench presses. To top it off, Zhao Jumei was squatting while supporting both Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen against the water tower. Qin Luo was left astounded. These people are truly not normal. This training is utterly insane. What are you standing there for? Come over. Zhao Jumei turned his head and shouted. Qin Luo hurried over to him. Zhao Jumei, drenched in sweat, looked at him. In our cooking team, we cannot neglect training aside from cooking. Don't think that just because you're in the cooking team, you can skip training. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we all have to do physical training. Since you're here, you'll join us, yes. Qin Luo straightened up. Don't misunderstand. Zhao Jumei said while squatting. The reason we train is to better serve the entire camp. Without a good physique, we can't perform our duties. Understood? Qin Luo nodded, then curiously asked, Captain, your military skills must make you all elite soldiers, right? The group burst into laughter, leaving Qin Luo bewildered. What did I say wrong? What elite soldiers? Zhao Jumei chuckled. As I just told you, we train merely to fulfill our responsibilities. The combat team trains to enhance combat capabilities and protect the homeland, while we ensure they have the strength to train. Wherever you are, just focus on doing your job well, don't think about what you shouldn't, and be diligent in your tasks. That's what makes a good soldier. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. That's all it takes to be considered a good soldier? So simple? Looking at your slender arms and legs, you won't be able to keep up with our training for now. So let us start with the basics, beginning with chopping wood. Huh? Chopping wood is also training? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Of course, Qi Gang pointed to the 4 cooking stoves. We cook here for lunch and dinner, and we need firewood. Where does the firewood come from? We chop it ourselves. Zhao Jumei nodded. From now on, the task of chopping wood will be yours. Over there, go grab an axe and split the wood. But be careful, Dio, you want me to teach you? Qi Gang said with a smile. No need, I'll try it myself. Qin Luo turned and walked away. Looking at the pile of wood, he took a deep breath, eyeing the cooking team. He was completely a novice, knowing nothing. Back home, everything was prepared for him by Wang Rifa and the servants. He was used to being served. He had never imagined that one day he would be chopping wood himself. The army truly is a melting pot. Regardless of who you were outside, here, everyone is the same. Qin Luo picked up a piece of wood, placed it on the ground, and then grabbed an axe from the side. The moment he grasped the axe, a sudden jolt coursed through his body. In that instant, it felt as if the axe and he had become one. The blade god ability. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. When he acquired this ability, he had always thought it was somewhat useless. What use could an axe or a kitchen knife have? He never expected it would come in handy now. Gazing at the wood before him, an overwhelming surge of power filled Qin Luo's body. It was the perfect opportunity to test this ability and see what it could do. Qin Luo raised the axe high, and in an instant, his right hand shifted upward while his left hand grasped the lower end of the axe. Creating a beautiful arc in the air, with a mighty swing, the axe came crashing down, bang! The thick wood was instantly cleaved in two. The training veterans all turned their heads, eyes wide with shock. Holy cow! You've got skills. You nailed it on your first try? You're even better than I was. It took me 2.5 days to get the hang of it. Before they could react, Qin Luo swung the axe again. This time even faster and with greater force. Bang! The wood was split once more. But the axe barely lingered on the ground for 0.1 seconds before he twisted his waist and swung again. Bang! Another piece of wood was reduced to 2 halves. Everyone's eyes were nearly popping out. With such grace, such skill, could this guy have been a professional woodcutter before joining the army? He was chopping better than they were now. Chapter 63. Qin Luo is here to train our cooking team. Isn't he? Bang, 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 da, 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 da. By the water tower, Zhao Jumei and the 9 veterans, accompanied by the sounds of wood chopping, nodded their heads in rhythm. In just a short while, Qin Luo had become remarkably proficient. After finishing one section of wood, he swung the axe as if playing golf. All the chopped wood rolled neatly to one side, some even flying into the air and landing perfectly in a pile. The axe spun in the air, deftly picking up a piece of wood and smashing it accurately onto the ground. The next second, the axe came crashing down. The axe in Qin Luo's hands seemed to have springs attached. As soon as it hit the ground, it sprang back up, before the split would even touch the ground. Another round log was already cleaved into 8 pieces. Then, Qin Luo swung the axe again, the 8 pieces becoming 16, and the 16 turning into 32. Bang! The thin pieces of wood were sent flying aside. Stacked neatly. Was this kid about to finish chopping the entire pile of wood? Qi Gang's jaw dropped. The once towering pile of firewood had been reduced to 1/3 of its original size. Everyone gulped. This was the amount they would chop in 3 days. This guy seems to be enjoying himself. Look at that smile on his face. Xiong Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Look at how uniformly he is chopping the wood. The sizes are almost identical, as if measured with a ruler. Captain, Ma Shuai said with a grimace. Don't let him chop anymore. If he keeps going, none of us will have any face left to chop wood in the future. Everyone looked towards the captain, and Zhao Jumei also swallowed hard. Not to mention they were afraid. They themselves wouldn't dare chop wood anymore. Compared to Qin Luo, the firewood they chopped looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. He wasn't chopping wood. He was creating art. Qin Luo, hey. Qin Luo glanced back. What's wrong, Captain? Come over here. You don't need to chop anymore. It's fine. I can still chop. Qin Luo chuckled. To be honest, this work is quite enjoyable. I feel like I've found my rhythm. He was thoroughly enjoying himself and couldn't bring himself to stop as he spoke. He tossed a piece of wood into the air, twirled the axe around, bang, bang, bang. The blade god ability activated, and an entire piece of wood was split into 6 parts mid-air. Don't chop anymore. The 10 of them nearly jumped up collectively, yelling. Qin Luo was startled. What's wrong? Enough, enough. Zhao Jumei swallowed hard and said with difficulty, chopping so much firewood, we won't burn it all for now. That's enough. Leave some for tomorrow. Don't finish it all today and it's fine. I'll do something else tomorrow. I need to study more. I'll finish chopping quickly. Qin Luo swung his arms vigorously, the axe carving graceful arcs beside him. Class leader, you might as well continue. How can I continue? Zhao Jumei retorted. While others are working hard. Can I really stop them? Everyone sighed helplessly. At that moment, No one felt like training and they all turned their heads away. If they continued watching, they would be utterly ashamed. 20 minutes later, Qin Luo exhaled comfortably. This is great. He had truly found his rhythm. The knife god ability was indeed formidable. With just a sea-level ability, he could wield such a heavy axe as if it were a small knife. He had just realized that if he upgraded the knife god ability to its maximum level, the axe would feel as if it were a part of him, like an extension of his own body. Qin Luo smiled broadly. It seemed the abilities granted by the system were all quite useful. Class leader, he approached the group. Is there any issue with my chopping? If so, please let me know. I will certainly improve. The others felt as though they had been slapped hard. How could this be deemed inadequate? How were they supposed to live? Zhao Jumei forced a smile. Well, it's quite good. Already meeting our class's average standard. Just maintain this level. Great. Qin Luo nodded. I'll practice a bit more. I feel I can chop even finer, as thin as chopsticks, which would also burn well. All the veterans looked at Zhao Jumei in fright. Class leader, we strongly advise against letting Qin Luo chop firewood any longer. Huh. Qin Luo looked at them in surprise. Weren't they saying he should train himself? Why weren't they letting him chop now? Qin Luo, Qi Gang said with a smile, patting him on the back, chopping firewood is merely for physical training. I see your physical fitness is quite impressive, no less than ours. There's no need to waste time on this. Really? Qin Luo glanced at their muscles and then at himself. It seemed he was still quite lacking. Indeed, very true. Qi Gang patted Qin Luo's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled over. Class leader, I think starting today, let Qin Luo peel fruits instead. Yes, Ma Shui nodded vigorously. Peeling fruits is also a skill. With over 500 people in the entire camp, including the company and battalion, each person received a portion of fruit for every meal. This was a significant task and an important test. Comrade Qin Luo, can you accomplish this? Everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Luo, who twitched his eyelid. Isn't it just peeling fruit? Does it need to be so grand, class leader? He turned to Zhao Jumei for confirmation. Zhao Jumei stared at him seriously. Can you accomplish it? I guarantee I will complete the task. Qin Luo nodded. The knife god ability encompassed fruit knives. Didn't this just perfectly suit the occasion? Zhao Jumei also smiled. All right, then it's up to you. A weight was finally lifted from everyone's hearts. At least this kid was no longer chopping firewood, which would preserve some of their dignity. Food's ready. Food's ready. Ma Shui ran into the cafeteria shouting, all company cooks, come and serve the dishes. What delicious food did they make today? A group of soldiers excitedly rushed into the kitchen. For the exhausted scouts, mealtime was the happiest part of their day. It was their rare time to rest. Wow, it smells so good, class leader Zhao. Your braised ribs are even better than my mom's. Today's fish is also quite good. It smells delicious. I'm drooling. Hearing everyone's praises, Zhao Jumei couldn't help but smile widely, and the others wore beaming expressions as well. Eating and sleeping were the joys of the combat team. Hearing others praise and affirm the food was the only joy for these cooks, as long as everyone was satisfied and happy with their meals. No matter how bitter or tiring it was all worth it. Watching dish after dish being served, Zhao Jumei shouted, all company cooks, go to the small room and serve the fruits. One by one. The soldiers set down their dishes and rushed toward the small room beside the kitchen. Just as Zhao Jumei was about to turn around, a sudden exclamation rang out. He froze. What happened? What's going on? It seems to be over at Qin Luo's side, Qi Gang said. Could this kid get into trouble just cutting fruit? Oh no, he wouldn't have cut his hand, would he? Hurry, let us go see. Several of them hurried over, and as soon as they reached the doorway, they saw a soldier carrying out a beautifully arranged fruit platter. Zhao Jumei and the others stared in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The watermelon had been carved into a small mountain. The apple slices were arranged like a lotus platform. The bananas looked like lotus roots, surrounded by oranges, jujubes, and pears forming an exquisite lotus pond. Even the edge of the plate featured an orange representing the sun, creating a stunning visual. Class leader Zhao, you guys are amazing. This knife work is simply divine. This is practically a work of art. I even want to eat it. Watching platter after platter being taken away, the cooks were left dumbfounded. Quick, let us go in and take a look. Zhao Jumei and the others entered the small room and saw Qin Luo cleaning up a pile of fruit peels. Qin Luo, Qi Gang stared at him in disbelief. Those fruit platters, did you make them? Qin Luo shrugged. Yeah, how about it? Am I meeting everyone's average level now? Everyone gulped hard in unison, all eyes turning toward Zhao Jumei. Zhao Jumei awkwardly felt as though he were about to dig a hole to hide in. Why yes, you've reached it. Qin Luo smiled broadly. That's great. But the first attempt was still a bit lacking. If I do it a couple more times, I'm sure it will look much better. Everyone was taken aback. You're going to do it a couple more times? They abruptly turned and pushed Zhao Jumei out of the way. Class leader, what is going on? Zhao Jumei found himself surrounded by a group of veterans. Qi Gang said seriously, we just wanted him to peel some fruit, cut some fruit. Everyone would get a portion. How could you allow him to create art pieces? Exactly, class leader, Ma Shuai said bitterly. He did it so well. It makes us look incompetent, like failures, like total flops. Xiong Fei covered his face. Earlier we said we would teach him. But if he keeps this up, how can we face him? That fruit platter of his is like the heavens compared to what I made. I wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Captain Wu sent him here to train, but it seems like it's us who are being trained. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Jumei wiped the sweat from his forehead. How about this? Let him do it one more time. Tomorrow, I'll have him chop vegetables and meat. He is full of energy. Let him use it all up. How does that sound? Everyone's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. This is great. Let us do it. The vegetables and meat chopped every day in the camp would pile up like a mountain. After one day of work, he would definitely be exhausted, and by then, Qin Luo wouldn't he have the energy to create any art pieces. They turned back to look, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. Sorry, little Luo, but don't blame us for stifling your artistic talent. You're just too outstanding, and we're all about to be overwhelmed by you. Oh, what's going on in the cooking team? Go Jian stood up excitedly, looking at a piece of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha, and cheerfully flicked it with his finger. Duong. The tofu wobbled back and forth. Quite lively. Go Jian glanced around and found that every table had such a plate of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha. We must commend the cooking team. This is truly creative. Bringing a touch of excitement to our dull lives, he said with a smile, come on, everyone, give a round of applause for the cooking team. Clap, clap, clap. The cafeteria erupted in enthusiastic applause. I in the kitchen. Zhao Jumei and the others nearly dropped to their knees. Class leader, was this intentional? Nonsense. Zhao Jumei replied bitterly. Qi Gang looked at him with a pained expression. This kid carved so many sleeping Buddhas with a kitchen knife on tofu. He is clearly a master with knives. How could you let him chop vegetables? Exactly. Jiang Chaoda said crossly. Every bone he chopped was the same size, as if he measured them with a ruler. Class leader, are you trying to embarrass us to undermine our confidence? Fan Yongzhen chuckled wryly. You should have seen him slice the potato strips. That kid was cutting with both hands simultaneously and could even turn his head to chat with me. I saw it. Those potato strips were thinner than toothpicks. How can anyone work here now? Class leader, stop shouting, stop shouting. Zhao Jumei covered his face in despair. I didn't know he was this good. This kid was probably the head chef among 800,000 cooks. Class leader. Just then, Qin Luo walked in. Seeing the distressed expressions on their faces, he curiously asked, What's wrong with you all? Qi Gang quickly forced a smile. Oh, nothing, nothing. We're just praising you. Yes, we're singing your praises. The others hurriedly nodded. Qin Luo chuckled, no need for that. I came here to undergo training. But honestly, I'm having a lot of fun now. I've started to really like it here. Huh? Everyone gasped in horror. Their eyes wide, class leader. Qin Luo, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, I believe my knife skills have improved significantly. Could you allow me to learn how to stir-fry today? A chorus of 9 voices erupted in unison. No. This was their final boundary. If Qin Luo were to master cooking, what else could they possibly do? The group simultaneously turned their gaze towards Zhao Jumei, almost in unison lowering their voices to plead. Class leader, devise a solution. With Qin Luo around, we are on the verge of becoming obsolete. There is hardly room for us anymore. Zhao Jumei's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he helplessly closed his eyes. Regret flooded over him. Why had he ever acquiesced to Wu Zuan's request? Was this lad truly in need of honing, or was he here to challenge the very existence of their cooking team? Quickly wield the nunchaku. Hey. Wield the nunchaku, for the righteous are invincible. Wu Yuan sang merrily, while rhythmically applying soap to his body. Suddenly, a large hand, reminiscent of a fan, clapped down on his shoulder. Wu Ziyuan turned in surprise to find a veritable mountain standing before him. Zhao Jumei, head bowed, grinning shyly. "What are you doing?" Wu Ziyuan yelped, hastily retreating, but his foot slipped, sending him tumbling backward. Yet, as he cried out, he found himself miraculously lifted into the air. Looking down, he realized Zhao Jumei had caught him just in time. "Be careful, it's slippery," Zhao Jumei chuckled. Wu Ziyuan, terrified, shouted, "What do you intend to do? Put me down? Quickly let go of me." Chapter 64. Not even death would make me trade Qin Luo. Truly delightful. Wu Ziyuan rubbed his head while glaring at Zhao Jumei. "Jumei, have you lost your senses? Though everyone claims your cooking team resembles that of some sort, I have never looked down upon you, but you cannot treat me in such a manner." Zhao Jumei shot him an exasperated glare. "Just now, weren't you about to fall? I kindly caught you. Otherwise, your head would have smashed against the wall." "Oh, what if it smashed against the wall?" Wu Ziyuan retorted, sounding like a wronged spouse. "I fell because of you." Zhao Jumei felt somewhat embarrassed. "Stop talking. Just get dressed." Zhao Jumei sighed in exasperation. "Goodness, this is the bathroom." "Then get dressed." Wu Ziyuan insisted, flustered. "Hurry up, quickly." Zhao Jumei, with no other option, turned to put on his clothes. "Can we talk now? Speak. What is it you require?" Wu Ziyuan responded irately. Zhao Jumei sighed in resignation. "That soldier you assigned to me, please, hurry and remove him." Wu Ziyuan's brow furrowed instantly. "Qin Luo? What trouble is he causing now? Refusing to work or being negative about it?" Zhao Jumei's expression darkened further. "He has been diligently working, actively seeking tasks." "Zhao Jumei." Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. "Are you out of your mind? He is working hard, yet you want me to remove him? It is precisely because he is so industrious that our whole team is on the verge of being rendered useless. He alone can accomplish the work of several of us." "What?" Wu Ziyuan's eyes bulged. "Zhao Jumei, don't you dare jest with me at this hour. Everyone in the unit knows your capabilities. A team can manage the rations for an entire battalion. A rookie like Qin Luo goes to your team and snatches your jobs. Who would believe such nonsense?" "I don't want to believe it either," Zhao Jumei replied bitterly, "but the truth is, this soldier is genuinely exceptional. There is no need to test him further. Please send him away quickly. Leave us some tasks to do. Otherwise, our muscles will become useless. Look at me. My biceps and pectorals have shrunk a whole size." Wu Ziyuan gaped in astonishment, yet Zhao Jumei's expression suggested he was not jesting. Moreover, it was late at night. Unless he were truly bored, he wouldn't concoct such a tale to deceive himself. A faint smile gradually crept across Wu Ziyuan's face. It seems this lad Qin Luo has indeed undergone a transformation. Old Wu, old Wu. Wu Ziyuan suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes, what is it? When will you take him away?" Zhao Jumei urged. "The vigor of this lad is too much for our cooking team to handle. He should be sent to the combat unit to expend some of that energy. Furthermore, you claim he is anxious and unsettled. I believe you're simply spouting nonsense. Can anxiety yield such meticulous work? Can an unsettled mind carve tofu into a sleeping Buddha? This lad taking our tasks and allowing us a moment as reprieve. Does that not signify unity?" Wu Ziyuan chuckled. Understood. You head back first. After I finish my current tasks in a couple of days, I'll bring him back." "You must," Zhao Jumei pointed at him. "You must keep your word." Absolutely. "Hurry up, you must hurry." Zhao Jumei was eager for Wu Ziyuan to whisk Qin Luo away immediately. It mattered little whether or not he was stealing tasks. The crux was that Qin Luo performed them with such finesse, it was simply humiliating. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. How could so many seasoned soldiers be outshined by a mere rookie without losing face? Zhao Jumei glanced back repeatedly as he departed, and upon reaching the window, he didn't forget to remind Wu Ziyuan once more. Once he had disappeared from sight, Wu Ziyuan suddenly burst into laughter. What a clever lad. To remain in the cooking team and instill fear in these seasoned veterans, quite impressive indeed. It seems you've genuinely changed. The following morning, Qin Luo, could you assist me in slicing some vegetables? Can you cut these cucumbers into potato chip shapes while keeping them connected? Sure, no problem. Qin Luo dashed over, chopping away vigorously. Qin Luo, lend me a hand. We have some dumplings for lunch. Could you use your fruit knife to carve some decorative shapes? A little bunny or a mouse? Even a cockroach or a dung beetle would be fine. Feel free to unleash your creativity. Qin Luo, come flip a spatula for me. I need to prepare some dishes. Right away. Qin Luo hurried to the stove, grabbing the large spatula for stir-frying, initially believing the iron shovel was meant for digging. To one's utter astonishment, the cooking class's spatula turned out to be nothing less than a large shovel designed for digging. After all, when preparing meals for an entire battalion, it is only fitting that both the pot and the spatula be of considerable size. Qin Luo grasped the handle of the spatula with conviction, and in an instant, his culinary prowess was unleashed. The half-man-high iron spatula became an extension of his will. With a flurry of motion, he wielded a spatula in each hand, sending vegetables soaring from the pot. Each piece glistened with an even coating of oil and seasoning, presenting an invitingly crisp and tender appearance. Outside the kitchen, Wu Zhiyuan and Chang Lei stood agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. This kid must have pulled some strings to get in here, right? Wu Zhiyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that his family owns a restaurant? Chang Lei replied incredulously, how could owning a restaurant possibly lead to a position in the military? Are we catering for the headquarters canteen? Wu Zhiyuan inhaled deeply, his shock gradually dissipating, replaced by a smile. Look at this young man now. Chang Lei swallowed hard. To be honest, I never imagined he could integrate so seamlessly with the cooking class. So many new recruits have either returned in tears or were sent back in disgrace. For Qin Luo to fit in so well is indeed a testament to his abilities. Not just a testament to his abilities. Wu Zhiyuan said with a subtle smile, he has genuinely settled down. Despite Zhao Jiumei's robust appearance, she is remarkably astute. If Qin Luo had any ulterior motives, he would undoubtedly be unable to remain here. The cooking class simply wouldn't accommodate him. But look at the situation now. Chang Lei, brimming with excitement, turned to him. Squad leader, does this mean we can bring him back? Wu Zhiyuan shook his head. Zhao Jiumei's intention is for me to take him immediately, but I wish to test him further, to see if he is merely putting on an act. Can he even act? Chang Lei's eyes widened. Didn't you say Zhao Jiumei is meticulous? How could he possibly fake it? However, Wu Zhiyuan replied coolly. This kid, Qin Luo, is cunning and shrewd. Before the troop division, he had agreed to join us, and yet at the last moment, he changed his mind and opted for the special forces instead. Promises may be insignificant in civilian life, but they hold great weight within the military, especially for the second company. Thus, I shall observe him further. Chang Lei sighed in resignation. He yearned to convey to Wu Zhiyuan that since Qin Luo was willing to endure scorn and disdain in order to return, it signified a transformation within him. Did the current assessment still bear such significance? Yet a squad leader is a squad leader. His stubbornness left Chang Lei with no choice but to comply. Wu Zhiyuan fixed his gaze on Qin Luo's retreating figure. In less than a month, we shall hold exercises. I will come to fetch you then. During this time, I hope you do not let me down. Little did he know, even if he were to take Qin Luo today, not only would Zhao Jiumei object, but the entire cooking class of veterans would also stand in opposition. With a swift motion, a basin of water was poured onto the ground, washing away blood and pig hair towards the doorway. Qin Luo seized 2 brooms and hurriedly swept the water, directing all the blood towards the drain. He glanced down at his grimy clothes, a smile creeping onto his lips. At tea times, he found it rather surreal. Those who once knew him would never believe that one day, the young master of the Qin family would be in the military's cooking class. Slaughtering pigs and cleaning alongside everyone in the past, such tasks would have been beneath his station. Yet now, Qin Luo took great joy in it, finding it immensely entertaining. Although it was tiring and dirty, the camaraderie he shared with his comrades, full of laughter and banter, was far more fulfilling than his previous extravagant lifestyle. Whether purchasing yachts or private jets, or basking in the admiration of others, those were fleeting moments of joy. But now, Qin Luo was genuinely savoring every moment of happiness. During his time in the cooking class, he began to grasp the sentiments expressed by Wu Zhiyuan. Hu Fei and Shen Xian ran, developing a deeper understanding of comradeship and duty. In fact, he hadn't even contemplated how to fulfill his system tasks during this period, nor had he thought about retaliating against Hu Fei. Clean up, it's getting late. Everyone hurry and get some sleep, Zhao Jiumei called out. Tomorrow morning we need to prepare buns. All right, the group chuckled as they stuffed the portion pork into the freezer. Zhao Jiumei patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. Little Qin, you're impressive. Last week, you were hesitant to slaughter pigs, but today, you've mastered it with precision and decisiveness. Qin Luo chuckled. All thanks to the squad leader's excellent teaching. Don't be modest. You learn quickly, Zhao Jiumei teased, laughing as she nudged him. "Come on, let us go shower. You smell worse than I do." The two burst into laughter as they prepared to head to the showers. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Qin Luo's eyes widened. "Emergency assembly? What is happening?" Chapter 65. Do you realize how much you burn? Light rain pattered down as Qin Luo, fully attired, stood in front of the dining hall alongside the veterans, eagerly gazing towards the direction of the combat class. "Here we go." Qi Gang pointed in the distance. "They're mobilizing everyone." "Hey, that looks like the commander's vehicle," Ma Shuai remarked. "Indeed, it is," Fan Yongjin replied. Puzzled. With such a grand display, even the commander is here. What could this be about? Qin Luo, filled with curiosity, inquired. "Didn't they say there would be exercises? Like a live-action CS match between two units." "Could this be an exercise?" The group laughed derisively at him. "If it were an exercise, would we still be standing here? Moreover, exercises are always announced in advance, allowing for preparation. We haven't heard anything about an exercise recently. Additionally, exercises aren't merely live-action CS. They simulate real combat, where both sides see each other as enemies and fight to the bitter end." Qin Luo scratched his head. "I see. So what is happening now?" Qi Gang shrugged. "Who knows? We'll find out when the squad leader returns." Qin Luo glanced towards the second company, a sudden urge to join them surging within him, but it flickered away as quickly as it came. Although his time in the cooking class had been short, every individual in each day spent there had subtly transformed Qin Luo. He no longer felt the same level of anxiety. He found a newfound peace. Whenever anxiety crept in, Zhao Jiumei's words would echo in his mind. "Every soldier has their duty. Embrace what you do. If you excel in your responsibilities, you are a good soldier." Clenching his fist silently, Qin Luo resolved, "There will be opportunities to return. For now, I must focus on being my best self." "Oh no." A button popped open. Suddenly, Qi Gang's lament pierced the air. Qin Luo turned to see that several buttons on Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei's uniforms had burst open, unable to be fastened. "Why don't you sew them up?" Ma Shuai suggested helplessly. "We'll think of a solution later." "That's all we can do," Qi Gang agreed. Curiously, Qin Luo leaned in. "Guys? I am quite curious." "What is it?" Everyone turned to him. Qin Luo chuckled nervously. "Where did you all get those military uniforms?" Although Qin Luo had been in the cooking class for some time, he had never seen them in their uniforms. The cooking class typically didn't participate in training or assemble, and since they were responsible for feeding an entire battalion, no one monitored their attire. So they usually dressed casually. This was his first time seeing them so formally attired. However, the oversized uniforms on these men made them look rather ridiculous. The stylish camouflage that fit Qin Luo perfectly now appeared as tight-fitting attire on them. Qin Luo couldn't help but imagine how they would look squatting down. Their pants would likely burst open immediately. "These are custom-made," Qi Gang boasted. "The battalion commander arranged it specifically. Custom-made." Qin Luo gasped. "Is that really the treatment you receive?" Ma Shuai replied proudly. "Of course, we're exceptional. Besides the commander, our battalion is the only one with such treatment." "However," Xiong Fei added, patting his chest, "it's surprising how much we've grown in just half a year. The last time we wore them, they fit quite well." Qin Luo couldn't suppress his laughter, covering his mouth as he chuckled uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at?" Everyone glared at him in unison. "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny." Qin Luo hurriedly shook his head, but still found it hard to contain his amusement. "Hurry up, stop dawdling. We're all brothers now." "Indeed, speak your mind." "Don't hold back." "All right, I'll say it then." Qin Luo stifled his laughter. "You all look like the foolish son of a landlord, wearing clothes meant for an 8-year-old when you're 18. And you resemble the second fool beside Captain Jia. Ha ha ha. Lao Ma, you look like a skinned bullfrog. It's utterly shameful to wear those clothes." The veterans' faces turned ashen, silently raising their fists, which were as large as cooking pots. Their pants were already uncomfortably tight, and the fit left little to the imagination. How dare Qin Luo mock them? With stern expressions, they slowly advanced towards him. "Hey, hey, hey, you all told me to say it." Qin Luo quickly retreated, upon witnessing the expressions etched on the faces of the veterans, which hinted at impending seriousness. Qin Luo's laughter abruptly ceased. "Hey, hey, hey, it was merely a jest, just a jest. Hey, hey, hey. All right." Just as Qin Luo was being hoisted into the air by the others, Zhao Jumei hurriedly approached, The crowd immediately set Qin Luo down and surged towards Zhao Jumei. Squad leader, what's going on? Disaster relief. Zhao Jumei replied coldly. A stunned silence fell over everyone, and Qin Luo managed to push his way through the throng. Disaster relief? What disaster? Flooding, Zhao Jumei replied icily. Weicheng has been hit by a torrential downpour, leading to severe waterlogging in a short span of time. Numerous areas are already suffering, and since our military is the closest, we have been ordered to rush to the disaster zone immediately to safeguard the lives and property of the people. With the mention of flooding, a grave seriousness enveloped everyone, including Qin Luo. The gravity of the situation was starkly evident with those two words. Zhao Jumei continued, raising her voice, our battalion has already mobilized, and we will set off at once. The mission entrusted to us by the commander is to ensure that every soldier is well fed, and if necessary, we must also prepare meals for the victims in the disaster area. At this critical moment, we too must engage in disaster relief. Comrades, the task ahead is daunting. Do we have the confidence to accomplish it? Yes, the crowd roared in unison. In the first battle, let me be the one, and victory shall be ours. Upon hearing these 8 words, Qin Luo felt a thunderous echo in his mind, and a fiery determination surged within him, as if ignited by an unseen flame. Unbeknownst to him, as he shouted those words, the fervor of a soldier was gradually intertwining with his very essence. All right, let us depart immediately. Zhao Jumei waved her hand, and everyone rushed towards the military trucks stationed on the playground. The military trucks, laden with soldiers, sped past on the road in the gentle drizzle. The neon lights at the back of the vehicles formed a crimson river. In one of the off-road vehicles, Qi Shengli suddenly heard Go Jian's voice crackling over the radio. Reporting to the commander, the entire reconnaissance battalion has set out and is following closely behind your main force. Good, Qi Shengli replied coolly. The situation is extremely urgent. Once we arrive at the site, your reconnaissance battalion will spearhead the initial assault. You must execute it with flair and impact, understood. We shall not retreat until the flood recedes. Go Jian growled from the other end. Just as Qi Shengli hung up the radio, Gao Kun, seated beside him, inquired incredulously, Commander, does this mean the entire reconnaissance battalion is mobilized, including that Qin Luo? Qi Shengli maintained a stoic expression and nodded. If the entire battalion is mobilized, then he is definitely included. Their cooking team is also part of the military, and they must also step up at this critical juncture. Gao Kun, anxious, responded, Commander, have you forgotten who Qin Luo's father is? Qin Jiaqing donates to our regiment every year and is currently preparing to renovate our barracks. He has only this one son. If anything were to enough. Qi Shengli glared at him. I do not care whose son he is. The moment he dons this uniform, he is a soldier. When danger looms, he must charge forward. Let alone being Qin Jiaqing's son. Even if he were my son or the commander's son, he must lead the charge to the front lines. Gao Kun sighed helplessly but hesitated to voice his concerns. But what if something were to happen? Qin Dongwild, Qi Shengli replied resolutely, Qin Jiaqing is a patriotic entrepreneur. He understands better than most what the military is about. Since he has sent his son to the army, he should be prepared for the consequences. When the nation and its people are in need, we are merely soldiers, devoid of any special status. Even I am no exception, understood. Gao Kun nodded solemnly. Qi Shengli clenched his fists tightly. Although he had promised Qin Jiaqing, a soldier's duty forbade him from shielding Qin Luo at such a time. All are soldiers and everyone has parents. None are special. Qin Dong, I am sorry. Qi Shengli sighed inwardly. Chapter 66. Are you calling the Jade Emperor? Creak. The off-road vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, nearly colliding with the truck ahead. Qi Shengli and Gao Kun's heads bumped painfully against the front seat, causing them to grimace. What is going on? Qi Shengli barked. Why have we stopped? The driver, wincing and holding his head, replied, reporting to the commander. The vehicle ahead suddenly halted, so I braked immediately. What is the situation? Qi Shengli furrowed his brow. We are en route for disaster relief. Who ordered the stop? Gao Kun leaned out to look ahead, then quickly retracted his head. Commander, all the vehicles have come to a standstill. What? Qi Shengli jumped out of the vehicle and rushed to the roadside to survey the situation, only to find the entire road clogged with vehicles. What on earth is happening? He shouted. I'll find out right away. Please hold on. Gao Kun reassured him while searching for the radio. Hello, hello, hello. Meanwhile, Qin Luo popped his head out of the vehicle and gazed ahead. Activating his keen eyesight, The surrounding darkness was instantly illuminated as if it were daylight. His eyes magnified the scene ahead, revealing layers of details. This ability is truly remarkable. It could serve as a night vision device. As Qin Luo peered a bit further ahead, his gaze suddenly froze. Why is the commander standing by the roadside? He noticed Qi Shengli pacing anxiously, akin to a cat on a hot tin roof. And his expression turned quizzical. Xiao Qin, what's the matter? Zhao Jimei inquired curiously. I'm not sure, Qin Luo replied, retracting his head. It seems there's a blockage ahead. Many people have exited their vehicles. And the commander is also standing by the roadside. Qi Gang asked curiously. Squad leader, could there have been an accident? Zhao Jimei shook her head. We just set out not long ago. We are still some distance from the disaster zone. What could possibly happen here? Squad leader, I'll go find out, Qin Luo said. Since all the vehicles have stopped, Zhao Jimei nodded. All right, go see what's going on, but don't get too close. Understood. Qin Luo smiled slightly and jumped out of the vehicle. Commander, I found out what's happening. Qi Shengli anxiously looked at Gao Kun. What's going on? Gao Kun replied helplessly. Landslide. There's a mudslide ahead. The previously wide road is now reduced to a narrow path, barely accommodating a single vehicle. The B and C divisions had also arrived at the junction, and chaos ensued as everyone vied to pass through. Qi Shengli gaped, taken aback that all vehicles had halted for such a reason. Quickly send the security platoon to the front. Qi Shengli inhaled deeply. Control the intersection. We will go first. What? Gao Kun looked bewildered. What do you mean? Qi Shengli huffed. When our C army engages in battle, it has always been our division leading the charge. They can provide support, but to claim the first honor? They can dream. The three divisions of the C army were always in competition, even to the point of shouting slogans louder than one another. Now, faced with such a significant event, Qi Shengli would not concede. Gao Kun chuckled wryly. Commander, it would be one thing if we were to get through early, but all three of our divisions arrived nearly simultaneously. If we attempt to pass, they will too. If we send the security platoon, a conflict is bound to arise. Disaster relief is our priority, Gao Kun insisted. This is not the time for disputes. Qi Shengli clenched his fists tightly, aware that Gao Kun spoke the truth. The situation in the disaster zone was dire. For a soldier, nothing was more important than saving the lives and property of the people. It was indeed not the time for quarrels, Qi Shengli sighed. But if no one clears the way, no one will be able to pass. The people in the disaster area are still waiting. He could envision the chaos that awaited at the landslide site. Everyone wished to be the first to get through, yet the more urgency, the greater the disorder. Go. Have Go Jian bring the reconnaissance battalion and follow me. Commander, Gao Kun urged, it would be best to notify the other two division commanders and have them come to the scene as well. Otherwise, it might really. There's no time. We cannot afford to delay. Disaster relief is of utmost importance, Qi Shengli bellowed. Call Go Jian over, Commander. Just then, a shadow darted towards Qi Shengli. Startled, he focused his gaze and realized it was Qin Luo. Qin Luo? Qi Shengli scowled at him. Who told you to run around? Get back. Qin Luo beamed with a smile. Initially, he had merely leaned in to eavesdrop on the situation, not anticipating that he would discover an opportunity to distinguish himself. Commander, I just overheard everything. I have a way to resolve this quickly. Qin Luo fixed his gaze on him intently. You have a solution? Qi Shengli suddenly eyed him with suspicion. What method do you possess? Qin Luo grinned. Just give me a phone call, and I can sort it out. The phone call can resolve it. Qi Shengli was astonished. Mouth agape. Are you calling the Jade Emperor or Buddha? Two off-road vehicles came to a halt side by side along the roadside. The division commanders, Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang, stepped out of their vehicles, frowning at the trucks congested on the road, unable to move. Why has everything come to a halt? Why hasn't the road been cleared? Reporting, an officer approached them and saluted. The road ahead is too narrow. Only one vehicle can pass through. Now, all three divisions have simultaneously arrived, and everyone is clamoring to proceed. Yin Jun furrows his brow. It must be Division A. They should consider the timing. How can they rush like this? Deng Wenguang angrily exclaims. That scoundrel Lao Qi is undoubtedly eager to be the first to reach the disaster area. He always strives for the forefront in every initial battle. This time, we cannot concede. He turns to his aide. Has Qi Shengli arrived? The aide promptly shakes his head. Not yet. Deng Wenguang immediately smiles. Lao Yin, since Lao Qi has yet to arrive, let us not be courteous. Come with me to clear the path. Yin Jun's smile broadens, his brows arching with amusement. Agreed. Let us proceed fairly and justly. You take one regiment, I will take another. And allow Lao Chi and his men to be the last. Excellent, Deng Wenguang chuckles, nodding with glee. This time, we shall claim the first battle. The two swiftly make their way toward the intersection, followed closely by a throng of soldiers. Ahead, the road is obstructed by piles of stones, leaving only a narrow passage along the cliffside barely wide enough for a single vehicle. Coincidentally, this is also a three-way junction, causing all vehicles from the three divisions to be ensnared here. Make way! Make way! An aide shouts as he strides forward. Division Commander Yin and Division Commander Deng have arrived. The route is now under the command of these two leaders. Everyone, clear the way. Make way. What is happening over there? Retreat to the side. Suddenly, a voice from behind rings out, prompting everyone to turn in unison. But in the next instant, Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang are left astonished. A group of over a dozen inspectors, donning white caps, is dashing through the rain. The inspection team? The two commanders exchange bewildered glances. What brings them here? Yuan Hong, panting, rushes to stand before them and salutes. Esteemed commanders, we kindly ask you to step aside. What? Deng Wenguang and Yin Jun exclaim in unison, their mouths agape. Yuan Hong, with utmost seriousness, clarifies. Our inspection team has received word of a landslide here, causing all vehicles from the three divisions to be blocked and unable to reach the disaster area. Therefore, we are here to clear the road and guide you swiftly to the site. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang share a resigned yet amused smile. There is little they can do. The inspection team possesses this authority. It is not merely a trivial road. Regardless of the battlefield, as long as it is not the front line besieged by artillery, they have the jurisdiction to manage all military vehicles and ensure the road remains clear. Yin Jun coughs softly and waves his hand. Everyone, please clear the way and cooperate with their efforts. Yes, sir. The personnel from both divisions immediately step back. Deng Wenguang, grinning, addresses Yuan Hong. Comrade, we are the commanders of Division B and Division C. Since we are here, could you allow our men to proceed first? Yuan Hong smiles. I will take charge of the arrangements. With that, he turns and begins directing his team. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang exchange knowing smiles. Today, the first battle will not be claimed by Qi Xingli. It is finally their turn. Come, that vehicle, shift slightly to the left. That one, back up a bit. Yes, stop, clear the intersection. Let Division A's vehicles pass first. What? The eyes of the two division commanders nearly bulge out of their sockets. They could never have anticipated that upon the arrival of the inspection team, Division A would be the first allowed to proceed.